You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, stain, tools, flooring, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online from May 8th through May 14th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. 55 years ago, Walt Frazier dominated the NBA Finals Game 7, riddling the Lakers to deliver the Knicks' first-ever championship. Last night, with the 80-year-old Clyde looking on, Jalen Brunson joined him as the only other postseason Knick to amass 35-plus points, 10-plus assists, and 5-plus rebounds as New York took a 3-1 series lead on Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show. Tom Kelly once again in for Joe DeCamera today. Rhea Hughes is here, and John Ritchie is here. Richie Rich.
Hello, Tom.
Hello, John.
Thanks for throwing it to me.
No problem, man.
I, was a little off. Not quite there yet. Not quite there. Hey, you all right over there?
No, my headphones aren't working.
Man,
we're working out the kinks here, John.
Yeah, we're a little off kilter. Did you know that no witches were actually burned at the stake in Salem?
Is that right?
The Salem witch trials, everyone's heard of them. 20 people were put to death, and hanging was the usual way that they would do it. One person was actually crushed to death under a bunch of stones.
Oh.
But no fire. I thought they were burned. I thought that was the way that they did it, and I was mistaken.
Now, was your goal today to get even more negative and morbid than the sand sharks eating their own siblings yesterday?
That's
in the womb?
pretty crazy. Is that negative, or is that a story of survival?
Perseverance?
Survival and perseverance, yeah. I mean, that's Rocky-esque. What we learned yesterday, the sand shark pups, that only 2 survive because the two wombs of a sand shark, one pup eats all of its brothers and sisters, and there could be, I don't even know how many embryos we're talking here. I think it's hundreds and hundreds of sand shark embryos that one eats every single one of them and survives, and then dominates the womb.
Yeah.
I guess like a sand shark should. Dominate that womb, Tom.
Well, whoever emerges victorious, they survive.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
It's
today,
a story. It really is. It feels like survival of the fittest and truly magnificent way. What we're talking about.
Well,
nature's magnificent.
Yeah, well, you always give us an interesting fact every day, John, and appreciate that, as always. But you want to get in to start the show, 215-592-9494. A lot of things to get into today. Later on in the show, 8:30. Rob Thomson, the manager of the Phillies, is going to join us. We'll talk about the Phillies' fantastic auction, how you can win a chance to have lunch and watch BP with Rob Thomson. So we'll have that coming up at 8:30.
Holy cow.
Ruben Amaro Jr. will be here from 7 to 10. Elliot Shore-Parks will join us at 7:50.
Wow.
We have a loaded show today, John.
Yeah, I cannot wait, and I'm happy to see you again, man.
I'm happy to see you too. It warmed my heart.
I don't know
when I
what's
saw you
going
again this
on
morning.
with the other guy.
Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Joe, but I think Joe will be back tomorrow. But we have a lot of stuff to get into throughout the course of the show. And where we got to start is with the lottery last night. Now, everybody was on pins and needles on the edge of their seat as the picks are being announced, being revealed. Sixers end up with the 3rd overall pick. Not the worst outcome, but definitely not what we wanted. We wanted the number 1 overall pick, wanted Cooper Flagg. And normally you'd think, okay, you get the 3rd pick in the draft. You were projected to get number 5. You got to be happy about that. You moved up a couple spots. You know, the odds weren't great. You got up a little bit, got a little bit better of a pick. I'm so flustered here because I'm so angry. Because, John, this scammed. The Mavericks get the number 1 overall pick. They had a 0.5% chance to get the number 1 overall pick.
Wasn't it 1.8 or something?
Was it? I thought it was 0.5.
Yeah.
I think it was 1.8.
Okay.
It was
still
low.
ridiculously low.
Very, very
And
low.
excuse me while I try to arrange my tinfoil hat.
Unbelievable. And I am not a conspiracy theorist. Let me just say that off the top. I am not somebody who generally believes in conspiracies here. But this is pretty fishy when you look at it. You're telling me they win the lottery after making the dumbest trade ever. They trade Luka Doncic to the Lakers over the course of the winter. They don't canvass the league for any other deals involving Luka. They only asked the Lakers. Apparently, it's a trade that made sense to absolutely nobody. Apparently, this happened over a dinner between the Mavs GM Nico Harrison and whoever's running the Lakers now. I think it's I forget that guy's name.
Oh,
the guy that looks
LeBron?
like Rob Lowe. No, their GM looks a lot like Rob Lowe. You know the guy I'm talking about?
No,
Okay.
I thought it was LeBron.
It's not. Well, it kind of
It's
is
a good
LeBron.
Rob
Pelinka?
Yeah, Rob Pelinka. Rob Pelinka. Thank you, Buzz. Rob Pelinka.
Rob Lowe, I actually thought just this morning, I thought, oh my gosh, Rob Lowe is looking older. This is now like the mark of the apocalypse being upon us. Like Rob Lowe, who I thought was eternally youthful, and he still is. He still looks, really amazing for however old he was, because he's like the Brat Pack from the 80s.
I don't know what the
The
Brat Pack is.
Pack.
I wasn't around in the 80s. I don't care.
Emilio Estevez, like Charlie Sheen's son,
His brother,
and
not his
Ali
son.
Sheedy. Charlie Sheen. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Martin Sheen's son.
Yes.
Charlie Sheen's brother.
Right.
And the Brat Pack, all the big 80s actors, he was one of them, and now he's right there doing amazing things still. He's doing that show where people light up the floor and stuff. I haven't seen it.
It's a game show.
Okay.
The floor.
Floor is lava?
Is it?
I don't know.
No,
But-
that is a show. That's a different one.
That's
a
show.
different one. Yeah,
but
that sounds good.
But now he's running the Lakers,
But anyway,
apparently. And
yeah,
Luka,
Rob Lowe, not the same Rob Lowe guy.
Not the same Rob Lowe.
Okay.
This is Rob Pelinka. But they end up doing this deal where Luka gets sent to the Lakers and then just magically get the number 1 overall pick.
You think that this is
It feels rigged.
fixed?
Yeah, it feels
100%.
like it.
How on earth could that really be? I mean, it's so stupendous. It's so impossible that it can't really be true, right?
John, this is so fishy that I don't have any other explanation for it here. And this is not the first thing like something like this has happened.
Repeatedly.
It's happened a number of times. This was on the Bill Simmons podcast released last night after the lottery. His buddy Joe House, who he does the podcast with, talking about other instances in NBA history where something like this has happened.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the fat thumb comes out when the fat thumb comes out. Now, I certainly understand, there's a code and it's impossible to rig the balls, except for the last 30 years have had a stunning number of miracles. I mean, let's go back to 2011 when the NBA owned the New Orleans Hornets, and somehow, miraculously, they find an owner. David Stern vetoes a trade for Chris Paul to go to the Lakers because it's going to tilt the competitive balance of the league. David Stern vetoed it for basketball reasons. They finally find a buyer for the New Orleans Hornets. Somebody steps in and buys it from the NBA. Lo and behold, the New Orleans Hornets get the #1 overall draft pick in the league, and it's Anthony Davis. Can you believe it? Can you believe the good luck?
There was that instance after the year before LeBron goes back to Cleveland. They magically get the #1 overall pick that they're able to use to trade for Kevin Love. It just feels really fishy, John. And I want to know from people out there today, do you think there was funny business? Do you think this was a behind-the-scenes handshake deal to get Luka to the Lakers? That's what I think. I think Adam Silver met with Nico Harrison.
Man.
Let's get Luka to the Lakers. And in return, we'll reward you. And the reward is Cooper Flag.
I think I just
feel
have
cheated.
more faith in humanity or
Not when it
something
comes to
that
the
they're
NBA.
not going to
Yeah.
be this crooked. I don't. Maybe it's just karma
I'm
swinging the
screaming
balance.
conspiracy.
Karma swinging the balance. Like they really needed this draft pick more than anyone else because of that foolish trade
But
they
they
made.
shouldn't get
But that's not
rewarded.
karma.
They shouldn't get rewarded for stupidity.
Well-
Like, this is not right. This is egregious. I mean,
Hey, you
you make the-
could make the argument that their hand was forced,
And
so that karma is now swinging their way.
I don't
that
know.
they didn't have a choice in that trade.
John, I'm going to use a word. It's not karma. It's chicanery.
chicanery. Well, that's a great word, by the way. That's a word I could see
Tomfoolery,
you using.
Tom.
Chicanery and
Tomfoolery.
They're synonyms, are they not?
Mickey Mouse antics.
Yes!
They
Okay.
are all synonymous.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it just, and I don't know. I would feel better about this if it wasn't the Dallas Mavericks. And whether there was, any chicanery or not, it bothers me that the GM who makes the dumbest move in NBA history gets rewarded for it. And I'd feel even worse if I was one of these bad teams, like Washington or Utah. They don't even get like a top 3 pick now for being awful. And a team like the Mavericks, who does the dumbest thing imaginable, they get the #1 pick and they're in great shape again.
Well, I was
Very upsetting.
thrilled last night when it felt like for, a commercial break, we could be that team. We could be that team that got Cooper Flag. There was a period of like 5 minutes where I was on cloud 9 because it really was about to happen. Unfortunately, the third pick, when you look at it historically, is really cool in some cases. I mean, Joel Michael Jordan. That's pretty amazing.
I don't think Ace Bailey is Michael Jordan. I mean, I appreciate your
I don't
optimism,
know.
John. I appreciate you trying to raise their spirits. I'm just
think about
objecting.
think about how exciting Ace Bailey with last night it was really cool seeing a young face smiling, who I appreciate at the draft. How about Tyrese Maxey coming back and being upbeat and healthy? And then we're told the 2 old heads will be
Oh, you feel good about that, John?
primed
That's
and
what we're
ready.
hinging
I
our
don't
hopes on?
feel great about that.
Okay.
But let's say that Paul George is healthier than what we saw from Joel this year. And Paul George and Joel's surgery being successful, can actually put a season together with this young talent. That's exciting.
I hear. I just
I'm
feel
trying
like
to get
they
excited.
needed this pick, and we got so close. We got so close, and then got the rug pulled out under us. And I think there was chicanery involved. But want to know
I
how
love that
people.
you're using my word. It's such a great word.
It is an awesome word. Thank you for it, Rhea. I appreciate it. 215-592-9494. I want to get your thoughts. How do you feel about the Sixers getting the #3 overall pick? We will get into coming up what the Sixers do from here. Where do they go from here? What do they do with this roster? We'll also give our side topic for today. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hello, May, and hello, warmer weather. Before you know it, we will be deep into summer, and we're going to search for any way to beat the heat. That means keeping the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. It's what I've done at my home here in South Philly and my home down the shore.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027.
Window Nation, they work directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, and that means all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
And they can install windows absolutely in a day or less. They installed my 3 windows in 3 different rooms in a nap or less. I really was. I went down at 1. It was 2:30. They were done. Everything looked great. And Window Nation, you gotta hurry. Their semi-annual sale, it ends May 31st. You should not miss this chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Man, you pay nothing until 2027 if you take advantage of this sale too. That's incredible. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the Yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show.
Hey-o.
And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be worth it.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kick off summer at Connocelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Connocelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Connocelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Connocelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Connocelli is a nice place to do business.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Today, cooler with rain at times, high around 70.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Game. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Phillies fell to the Cardinals 3-2 as St. Louis wins a 9 straight. Sixers selecting third in the NBA draft after a lottery night that seemed just more than curious, with the Mavericks, who had only a little more than 1% chance of winning the top pick, did indeed get that number 1 overall selection. Seems convenient for a team that shockingly traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers in season. ESPN's Brian Windhorst opined on that just prior to the lottery.
Imagine if it ended with Nico Harrison jumping into the top 4. Now, wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't missing the playoffs and getting into the lottery start to look like a grand madman's plot all along?
Things that make you go, Eagles open with the Cowboys at home September 4th. They've got a Black Friday game here against the Bears in December 20th at the Commanders. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Periods of rain, high 69. It's currently 64. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup. I will crush your face. Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Phones were not working.
Well, I would take the accountability. I should have checked them first. That's on me.
Yeah, well, sometimes things just happen. So as it worked out, I was trying to help Tom out. So I was running down the hall just looking for any headphones. Hey, looking for the engineers and stuff.
Thanks to Lewis, by the way, for helping me out.
Yeah, Lewis and Lewis is on high alert and everything was situated. But as we came back in, I didn't have my stuff ready to go because I thought I was getting what you needed to be able to get the show started.
Uh-huh.
And then I would be able to join in after I plugged my stuff in and got my headphones and all that stuff. but the headphones that I got you didn't work either. So,
right.
So,
that threw a wrench into all our plans. We were so close to having this seamless
great
solution.
Thanks for throwing it back. And here we are. None of us are ready to do the show today, but now we are prepared.
We are
finally.
good. We're fine.
Segment in, we're good.
Yeah.
Petite headphones for a petite person.
But these,
okay, shut up, Buzz.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fighting words.
Buzz
right
makes
there.
these short jokes like he's a giant. What are you, 5'8", Buzz?
5'11".
Oh, you're not 5'11".
Hold on.
I
Is
am
this a
5'11".
problem? Is this a problem with the boxing?
Oh yeah, the boxing match.
The weight class thing. Are you guys gonna have issues because
I'm not worried about that.
Are we gonna have a weigh-in and stuff? Do you guys want to do the?
I don't want to do a weigh-in. Okay. I don't want to do it.
I would have been fine with a weigh-in, but if Tom doesn't want to do a weigh-in, it's not
would be
necessary.
really cool. Where you guys get like nose to nose and toe to toe,
face off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or a face to chest off.
Could we do
Shut
that?
up.
Wow.
Man.
Hold on. What is the difference in height between the two of you?
I'm a solid 5'6".
And I'm 5'11".
I'm not buying these 5'11". Not buying it.
I don't know. We'll measure me in the break, or
Okay. All right.
next time I go to the doctor, I'll show you. I don't know how else to prove it.
Bring in your doctor's certificate.
Sounds
next time.
good.
Okay.
And we'll
when you say solid
figure out the measurements.
5'6",
Yeah.
are you rounding up? When you say the solid part, that gives me concern because it makes me wonder which way. Like, why are you saying that?
I don't know.
Why are you justifying?
It was just
the
a word
5'6"?
that came to mind. What do you think? I'm lying about being
It
5'6"?
indicates he's not lying.
I don't know. Are you talking about like a solid, like with no shoes? 5'6"?
Yeah, with no shoes.
Are you 5'11" with no shoes?
I'm 5'11", no shoes. A doctor's office 5'11".
Doctor's office 5'11".
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
you take off the shoes. It's
Are we
feet on
I'm
the
measuring
ground.
by the Fanatic poster.
Are we comfortable talking weights here?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm 210.
I'm 205.
205.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm like 175. Something like
Okay,
that.
so that is a discrepancy.
Yeah,
man.
whatever.
Like,
I'm not worried about it.
Really?
Yeah.
We're talking now physics. We are
It's the size of the fight in the dog, John, not the size of the dog in the fight.
buzzkill. Okay, I do agree with you to some degree, but we are talking about leverage and reach and, levers here, and he is going to have a real advantage in terms of like reach and the weight he can pack behind a punch.
Yeah, well, that's true. We'll have to figure it out.
And Tom will be using that as an excuse when it's over.
No, I won't be using it as an excuse. I'll
But
take
you
it.
might be able to run circles around
Exactly.
him. Dance, stick and move, bob and weave.
I'm in training. I'm in training for the boxing match. So
I really, I expect you both to start getting angry with one another, and I hope that this is really going to happen.
we'll find a way to make it happen,
And-
as long as they let us. So we'll see.
I really think we can do
it's
this.
the opening card
And you can be the official.
I
There
really
you
want
go.
to be. Yeah, I would love to be.
Well-
I'd be honored.
Well, let's get
fellas.
it. Let's get it done. Let's get it set up.
Yeah.
215-592-9494
Can we
if you
really
want to
tap-
get in. Yeah,
This is the undercard for
the Joe and Fritz thing.
This is perfect.
We'll get it done. We'll get it all done. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking about the Sixers, want your thoughts. Where do the Sixers go from here? Now they have the number 3 overall pick. Would love your thoughts on that. And our side topic for today, because it's Dennis Rodman's birthday today. Who's eccentric? Who's somebody that is eccentric? That is our side topic for today. Dennis Rodman definitely qualifies. What do you have, John? Who do you have that's eccentric?
I'm going to go minimally eccentric with Jack Black. He can be as off the wall as he needs to be. Sometimes it's really, really off the wall, but then he can button it up as well. Jack Black, like School of Rock, an incredible movie that you can enjoy with your kids. But then listen to Tenacious D, and some of that stuff is you cannot listen to that with your kids. But it's also very funny and irreverent.
Was in the Minecraft movie, by the way.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
The one that I recently saw.
Yeah, I did. Did you like it?
I did like it.
It's incredibly popular with those kids.
To be honest, it was kind
My
of
son
dumb.
loved it.
Yeah, but
we like Jack Black more but he's a Minecraft kid.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Jack Black is now so much more immersed in the lexicon, the children's lexicon.
Basically,
now.
a lot of cool visual stuff to get kids, invested for a little bit. What do you got, Ray?
So this is an oldie, but I just remember hearing the stories about him. Tim Rosevich was drafted by the Eagles in 1968 out of USC. He was known for chewing glass, setting himself on fire, diving off of rooftops, and after he retired, he became a stuntman in Hollywood. And when he was at USC, he roomed with Tom Selleck.
Okay. Well,
but he was very eccentric.
There you go. That's a good one. What do you got, Buzz?
How about Lady Gaga? I mean, you never.
Meat dresses.
Meat dresses. She wears clothes that no one else can even pull off as clothes.
She's so talented too.
She is.
I love everything that she does. Some of that. Well, actually, I don't know everything that she does. I enjoy a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, that's a good one as well. I'll go with Jordan Romano, the Phillies reliever. He's got a weird routine where he's got to get up in the third inning and fake throwing, and he's always fidgety on the mound. Well, does that qualify as eccentric, or is that a bad suggestion?
He
Relievers
is eccentric.
are eccentric.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah. Relievers in general.
Okay.
So, there you go. I'll go with him. But if you want to get in on that, that's our side topic today for a chance to win a pair of Post Malone tickets.
He's eccentric.
Yeah, Post Malone. Saturday, May 24th at Citizens Bank Park. So you're welcome to get on that as well. When we get back, we'll hit the phones, get to your thoughts on the Sixers getting the number 3 overall pick, where they go from here. That's coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Wawa Rewards members redeem unlimited bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The 2025 NFL schedule is beginning to take shape ahead of Wednesday's full release, and we already know some marquee matchups. The defending Super Bowl champion Eagles will kick off the season against the Cowboys Thursday, September 4th at 8:20 p.m. Eastern on NBC.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
See Joe Conklin in a city where the orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No, this is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back row.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Cardinals won a 9th straight, unfortunately, at the expense of the Phillies. 3-2 at the bank. We will talk to manager Rob Thomson here on the WIP Morning Show at 8:30. Sixers find out with the third pick in the NBA draft lottery. Now, prior to the lottery, the Ringers' Bill Simmons somewhat jokingly called the Mavericks getting the top overall pick.
I'll make a prediction because we saw this in 2011 when Cleveland miraculously won the lottery the year after LeBron left. I just think Dallas wins the lottery now. I'm going to bet on it.
No,
yeah, I'm betting on it.
way.
Dallas wins the lottery.
No way.
Yeah. This
Absolutely
is
not.
We got safe basketball in Dallas. Oh, they got Cooper Flag. Everything's okay. You don't like this idea, House? Like 100-1 odds? I'm kidding.
Guess what? The Mavericks got the number one pick, which seems kind of fishy after Dallas traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers in shocking fashion in season. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Periods of rain today, high 69. It is currently 64. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Join us in studio for the rest of the show. You heard Rhea mention the update there. Phillies lose last night. They fall to the Cardinals 3-2. Cardinals playing really well right now. They've won 9 straight. Good game last night. But Phil's come up short. We'll get into that in a little bit, get into all that with Rube and everything going on with the Phillies. And also, as you heard Rube mention there, 8:30, manager Rob Thomson will join us to talk about the Phillies' fantastic auction, the item involving him, and also Sports Radio 94 WIP has an item as well, the Eagles Game Day Experience and Brandon Graham autographed football. You and a guest will enjoy a full Sports Radio 94 WIP Eagles Game Day Experience as the Eagles take on the New York Giants. Start your game day at the Sports Radio 94 WIP pregame tailgate party. Continue by visiting the pregame show hosted by the Sports Radio 94 WIP stars. Then into the link you'll go to visit with broadcasters Merrill Reese and Mike Quick in the broadcast booth. Before watching the game from club level seats, you'll also receive an Eagles autographed football from Super Bowl champion and Pro Bowl defensive end Brandon Graham. Bidding ends 7 p.m. on May 18th. What do you think of that item, John? That's a pretty sweet thing right there.
Just some of these opportunities are so phenomenal. Only found here. Just so exciting. I can't wait to hear more.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine they might get to meet you as well. Who knows?
Well, man, that part, I don't know how exciting that is, but
yeah,
we're gonna make a day of it, and just being able to watch that batting practice up close and personal, thrilling. No matter how lame Joe DeCamera might be.
Yeah, you'll get to for the Rob Thomson item if you want to bid on that. Lunch and BP with the manager. You'll get to watch BP with Rob Thomson, have lunch with him. So make sure you're bidding on the Phillies' fantastic auction items. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. So we'll get to the Phillies in a few minutes. In a few minutes as well, we'll get to the reaction from the Rights to Ricky Sanchez draft lottery party last night.
Oh, they must have been lit.
Oh, yeah. It was exciting for a while, though. I mean, when they were in the top 4,
My heart was pounding. It was a whole commercial break where it felt like I might be fully ready to forgive. Like I felt that joy.
I felt the hope for this franchise coming back, but then it was
the taste of joy, and then third was not anywhere close to the joy necessary to make me believe or
I'm sorry, man.
Happy.
Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper, these guys do nothing for me. I wanted Cooper Flag so bad. I wanted it so bad. Unfortunately, Sixers don't get it. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Also, our side topic today, who is Eccentric? Chance to win a pair of tickets, Post Malone, Citizens Bank Park on May 24th at CBP. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. So give us somebody that's eccentric, and you'll have an opportunity to win those Post Malone tickets. So let's go to the phones. Let's go to Mike in Norristown. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning, folks. How are you?
Doing great, Mike. How are you?
I'm all right. I think the draft is fixed too, man. It didn't look right. It's kind of shady.
Very shady, John. Just come around to our side. Come to the conspiracy theorist side.
1.8% chance. I was so amazed that it could actually happen to us. Like so when it was almost happening to us during that commercial break, there was the final 4, and we were one of them. I didn't think that was shady. I didn't think for a moment.
No one would think
that
it was
shady,
shady if the Sixers got the top pick.
Yeah, well, I would have been fine with it then. I mean, if Sixers get it, who cares?
Right.
Then I'm happy it's right.
Then I'm lifted, and wow. Can you imagine how fascinating that would be with Cooper Flag here in the mix?
Place would have gone nuts. Yeah.
But now we've got the third pick is better than the 5th, and it's just. Man, I wanted so badly for it to feel like it would bring that hope.
It doesn't. I don't feel very hopeful.
It doesn't bring the hope that
we can still get that kid from Duke, right?
Con Knuppel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nice player, but I just don't like.
I know he ain't the guy that we want.
Exactly, Mike. It's that's the unfortunate thing about it. It's not like they're. It's not that you can't get a good player, but there was only one franchise changer in this draft.
You got to take the good with the bad because you know what? Guess what? We're still Super Bowl world champs, and we're going to repeat. Let's go.
Well, there you go, Mike. Do you have somebody who's eccentric for us?
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, that's
pretty eccentric.
Yeah, that's a
he
great
kept
one.
it under wraps though for quite some time.
Up until the couch.
Yeah, that was really the point, right?
Started seeing some cracks in the facade, I guess, at the couch.
Yeah.
But
Katie
then,
Holmes, right?
man,
That was the girl he was screaming about?
Yeah.
When your now ex-wife has to use burner phones to get away from you, there's something weird going on.
Yeah, that's not a great look.
I want that documentary someday.
Yeah, that's not a great look for Tom Cruise. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Twitter poll question of the day sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. And this one is pretty simple. Do you think the NBA draft lottery was rigged? Yes or no? That is our Twitter question of the day.
I voted, Tom. Just so you know.
What did you vote for?
I voted yes.
Okay, not surprising.
Several times. No.
I would vote yes as well. What would you vote, John?
I did not think it was rigged. I was so thrilled that we were gonna win it. I really thought for a commercial break we were gonna win that thing. I was certain it was not rigged at that point. 2 minutes later, when the Mavs won, I did not immediately switch to thinking it was rigged. Now, yes, it feels a little fishy. I do not think they went so far as to rig the whole thing.
Well, I'm interested to get Ruben's take on this at 7, because as a former general manager, and because to me, the fishiest thing about this is going back to this Luka trade. And the fact that at the time, like it's been reported multiple times, the Mavericks GM did not canvass the league for any other trades. Like if you were trading one of the 5 best players in the NBA, 10 best at worst,
you get a bidding war.
Right. The fact that you were just going to trade him to one team.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. When you know that these players are basically calling the shots, and you have to trade the player where he dictates.
He didn't want to get traded. He didn't want to get traded.
Oh, but doesn't it feel like it's set in motion by forces that are uncontrollable and beyond anyone's
like the commissioner of the league? Yes, that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, that's how it feels to me too. Like it is out of control.
Yeah,
and that's where it's gone too far. And that's where we've got a real problem with the product,
right?
Deep down.
And that's why I'm going to get Ruben's take as a former GM. Like, would you ever trade a guy to a team and not ask anybody else if they're interested in the player for a better deal? Because it seems like not a great way to do business. But that's just my opinion.
You're right.
But
there are a lot of things that are broken about this league.
Yeah, and that's the problem, John, is that everybody thinks they've done. There's too much evidence of this happens and the other shoe, and everybody keeps getting it's been happening for years. So it's why everybody thinks it is.
Yeah, and that's the odd part, is because these kind of things have happened before. But I think we all kind of felt the way that they felt at this Rights to Ricky Sanchez draft lottery party last night. And this perfectly encapsulated, because you see the Sixers are in the top 4. There's all this excitement, and then just dashed. Here's how it sounded last night at the Rights to Ricky Sanchez draft lottery party.
The 4th pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets. Picking 3rd will be the Philadelphia 76ers. The 2nd pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs. That the number 1 pick of the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
There were just those hopes being dashed when they were announced at number 3. And I got to say, this was my son's first sports heartbreak last night, because we're watching the lottery and he's upset. He loves math. He loves numbers. So he was very interested in the process, how they're counting down from 14. He's 4.
It's okay. This is your oldest son?
My oldest. Yeah.
Wow.
So he was very interested in the lottery. I explained to him what was going on. He said he really wanted Cooper Flagg. It's his favorite player. And he burst into tears. He burst into tears when the Sixers didn't get the pick.
The only good thing about this, TK, is that knows what it's like to be a Philadelphia sports fan.
Yeah, I mean, he's been
he's
been way too spoiled. I mean, he went to an Eagles
yes.
parade at 3 years old.
Exactly.
I didn't go till I was 30, so he doesn't know what it feels like. But yeah, his first sports heartbreak last night. Very disappointing.
And it wasn't even a game. You had to console him after the draft lottery.
He loved the lottery. He was way more invested in that than he's ever been in any game I've tried to get him to watch.
Man.
Yeah, he thought that was really cool.
It was. There was some
exciting.
pop and so yeah, it was, and they classed it up, and I don't know. It was really cool seeing Jared McCain at representing, and I don't know. That part made me. I don't know. Seeing Jared McCain there. Before they made a mistake. On the draft show.
My God.
They made an error where they basically said, "Oh, well, they're the, they thought we were settled."
We actually have that. Let's play it. This was last night. Kevin Nagandi on ESPN.
That means the Spurs are in the top 4 with 2 teams jumping into the top 4. That means the Sixers will lose their pick to the Thunder because it's outside the top 6.
The 8th pick in the NBA draft belongs to the Brooklyn Nets. Pick number 7 will be made by the New Orleans Pelicans.
Correction now. That means Philadelphia is in the top 4. So they make the jump, and suddenly Jared McCain is riding the roller coaster we all are inside this room. The Sixers are in the top 4.
I was freaking out when he said that because I'm screaming at my TV. I'm like, that's not right. Like, that's not right. When
the whole world was.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin Nagandi's a Philly guy. I know he's popular
I don't
here.
know what happened there.
That's a bad mistake, man.
Yeah.
It feels like he kind of owned up to it. I think he just jumped the gun and made an error.
I think he might have also,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I don't know, but my hopes were dashed.
I was going nuts.
And then it was all of a sudden, whoa, wait a second. Is this real? Is this part real? Did they just make another mistake? And so, yeah, my emotions were all over the place.
So it could have been worse.
But it was very exciting.
It could have been worse. But the question now becomes, where do you go from here? Because the Sixers have the 3rd pick, and the 2 kids from Rutgers, Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper, they seem like the logical picks at that spot. But the question is, what do you do with the rest of the roster? Because you have Paul George, you have Joel Embiid. Do you kind of hang on to this era? Do you run it back for another year with whoever you end up with in the draft? You have Max, you have McCain, George, Embiid, or do you blow it up? I want to blow this thing up. I don't care. I want to keep the pick. I want to build with Maxey and McCain in the pick. I want to, if I can get rid of George, rid of Embiid, one or the other, both, whatever. I want to get rid of these guys. Nothing's going to change with them being here. I want to blow it up. What do you think, John? Do you want to blow it up or do you want to give this thing another shot?
No, I want to see what this looks like with the 2 old heads and then, Jared McCain smiling and healthy, and Tyrese Maxey and, whoever this is. Maybe it's Ace. That sounds pretty cool. That's a pretty cool starting 5. That would excite me if those old heads are healthy.
It just nothing with this team excites me, and I can see. I feel like doing that would just be delaying the inevitable. I don't think it's going to hurt. Or it's going to work, and I can see it now. I can see Daryl Morey kind of buying this now because Jason Tatum looks like he may have suffered a serious injury last night. He's probably if it's a torn Achilles, like it's speculated to be. Yeah, he could miss.
He was taken off on a wheelchair.
Yeah, he could miss all of next season. Damian Lillard already tore his Achilles, so the Bucks are in trouble. And I could see Daryl Morey saying, look at our team, look at all the positives. And here was Morey last week on the Rights to Ricky Sanchez talking about why fans should be optimistic going into this season.
Let's go through the things you might want in a team as a fan. You'd want, a chance to win the championship. Debatable, but for sure a higher chance than many teams. I think our roster going into next year, assuming healthy, is better than the one that went into last year with the 3rd best title. It's now. You have to adjust for the fact that we had such a bad year. So that's going to push you down for sure. But I'd rather have a Grimes and a McCain and maybe whoever our draft pick turns into than what the roster looked like going into last season, which was built mostly out of free agency, out of necessity.
And I just look at it, I don't think this is going to work. I think it's delaying the inevitable. And if you're going to have to rebuild, why not just start now? Like, you have these young players, you have this pick. If you can get out of either of those contracts, and I think you probably could at least get out of one of them, I'm trading them. I don't want to run it back. I don't think this has any shot to work if you do that.
Pennies on the dollar. Can you imagine the deal?
Well, what do you think? Embiid's value is going to
take?
You think either of their values are going to go
It just
up?
doesn't feel. No, I mean, maybe if they play, but then at that point it's just like it's awfully late to make a decision. We will be in the season. This is no. We can't do that. I can't cut the cord. I can't say, okay, I'm done with the process and take a penny here and a penny there for the investment. There's too much pain invested. There's too much blood and sweat and ridiculousness plugged into this whole thing for me to say, okay, I'm done, and I'll scrape by with whatever we can get for Joel.
Well, it's more to me about clearing the deck. Like, I think you need to, if you can clear the salary of Joel Embiid or Paul George or both of them, I think you need to do it, because what are we going to do if we run it back? We're going to try another year. And the Sixers, and I'm sure that's what they're going to, I think that's what they're going to try to do, because they're going to look around and they're going to look at these injuries. They're going to look at what's going on in Milwaukee with Lillard and Giannis maybe wanting out. Tatum now injured in Boston. And they're going to convince themselves that they have a shot. And I just don't believe. Like, I don't believe in the core of this team. I don't believe in Joel Embiid. And I just think you're just delaying what you're ultimately going to need to do if you stay down this path and stay down this road. Why not accelerate the process? You get ahead of it by a year, and you have an opportunity to really rebuild this thing. That's the way I'd go.
I just sat and watched while Joel healed, and then he got surgered again. He will heal even more.
When is he ever healed
we were
even
told
more?
Yeah, he's got plenty of time this time. This last season, it was almost like the mileage was not as great. He certainly should be well rested, and hit the ground as running as Joel can. And I'm interested to see what that looks like.
Well,
I think he should feel a real sense of obligation to hit the ground running full speed.
Hit the ground running or hit the ground limping?
Not limping. When we see, it'll tell us everything. The way that he hits the ground. If he hits the ground limping, after all this, I am ready to call it. But what if he hits the ground and he can actually do this thing? Remember, Joel, it's not like Ben Simmons who refused to work on his game, and like Joel was always in the summers, he was honing and trying to work on some new moves out on the perimeter, have some new footwork under the hoop. Like he was always working.
And he still gets injured all the time.
What if? Yeah, I agree. And that's annoying. What if this summer he's working and we see some improvements and he's not getting injured? I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like.
Well, fair enough. I just don't see it happening. 215-592-9494. But want to know, what do you think the Sixers should do now that they have the third pick? Do you try to blow this thing up? Do you try to clear the deck of Embiid, of Paul George, or do you run it back with this pick, with these young players, with Embiid and George to give it one last run? You're welcome to get in on that. Also, our side topic, who's eccentric? That is for a pair of Post Malone tickets. Who
is
are
eccentric?
Okay, what is eccentric? A pair of Post Malone tickets, May 24th, Citizens Bank Park. You're welcome to get in on that as well. When we get back, we'll be joined by Ruben Amaro Jr., getting into the Phillies a little bit. That's coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phils fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. Don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by Bet Parks Online Sportsbook and Casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
What's up, guys? Devin Caney here. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to talk to my friend Paul at Cozy Jewelers. He'll walk you through every step of the process, whether you want something custom and one of a kind, or you need a stunning diamond ready to go. Paul makes it easy, pressure-free, and actually fun. Don't settle. Go with someone who gets it. Step up to the 5th C, color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Check out CozyJewelers.com, or of course, follow Cozy Jewelers on Instagram to see their amazing work.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice?
T-Mobile's new experience plan. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Jackson Dart. The 22-year-old quarterback was taken in the first round by the New York Giants. Although he's supposed to be red-shirted behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, Dart already impressed reporters by asking them to introduce themselves so he could get to know them. Oh boy, he's going to get to know them all right. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I love you so. Hey, that's what you said. You told me, baby, please don't go away.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. Ray Hughes is here. John Ritchie is here. And Ruben Amaro Jr. is here. He joins us for the remainder of the show. What's going on, Ruben?
How you doing, Tom?
I'm doing good.
This is like a guilty pleasure for me for not have to be with Joe.
Oh, yeah?
It is pretty awesome.
I don't believe it. I think you guys miss Joe, especially John.
I don't miss Joe.
You think I miss Joe?
I know you miss Joe.
No.
That's nice to be on with you, man.
Thank
you.
I think this is the first.
Ruben. I love seeing you, Tom. I love seeing Buzzkill. Did you know we have a nickname officially, Buzzkill?
I did not know
that. It's a good nickname.
It's a great nickname, but well, I mean, it kind of depends on who you are.
I know. You do like Buzzkill, right?
I do. Well, it's shortened to Buzz. Very few people say Buzzkill anymore, but that's where it came from.
So you're saying you prefer Buzz?
Buzz. Whatever floats your boat.
Am I supposed to know the origin of that or what? Do we know the origin?
He was considered a buzzkill
in middle school, 6th grade.
Oh, did you screw something up or you say something
No,
about
I would just take jokes way too far.
Oh, okay. I got
Which
you.
I still kind of do.
Yeah,
but
yeah, not surprised. He'll beat any joke into the ground.
Oh,
But Ruben, happy to be on with you for the next few hours here. We've been talking a lot about the Sixers today, draft lottery, and also if you want to get in today, chance to win Post Malone tickets. Give us who or what is eccentric, and we'll get into the Phillies in a couple minutes here, Ruben. But we've been talking about the draft lottery. Sixers end up with the third pick,
right?
And a lot of people skeptical of the way this thing went down. Now, the Dallas Mavericks projected to get, I think, the 14th pick. They jump all the way up to first. Some shady stuff during the season. They trade Luka Doncic to the Lakers. And apparently, the reporting was they didn't really canvass the league. This is a deal where they just sent Luka to the Lakers, hadn't really shot for other deals. I'm just curious, as a general manager, would that be something you'd ever do and not canvass the league?
Well, that's obviously not the best practice, but I got to believe that they probably targeted the Lakers. That was probably the team that they felt they matched up the best with. And I'm not sure. I know what the reports say, but I got to believe that somebody was called. Another team had to be called. I just say the feeling is that for me, is that they probably targeted the Lakers, and that was the team that they could feel that they could match up with. And I don't necessarily. I mean, it's happened, I'm sure, but I feel like that's probably the case, and not
Did you ever
necessarily.
target a team?
Well, I mean, I made the mistake of targeting the Seattle Mariners when we ended up moving Cliff Lee. So that ended up being, and we liked the players. They were just too far away. I mean, they were really, really good prospects, but that's the problem with getting prospects when you're down the line is that you don't know how they're going to pan out.
Yeah, and that's the difficult part of it. But Ruben, obviously, Phillies tough loss last night, but overall a pretty good road trip here after a rough stretch. They got swept by the Mets a few weeks ago, had the rough first game in Chicago, played a lot better since then. What have you been seeing from the team that's led to this turnaround?
Well, I mean, obviously the pitching has been outstanding. That's starting pitching, and the bullpen has actually come around quite a bit. I really like the way they're playing baseball. They're playing just the overall quality of the game. The defense is better. They're coming up with base hits when they need them. They're doing things that are necessary to win baseball games, and they're not getting out baseballed. And they could have gotten out baseballed by a team like Cleveland, just because they play really good baseball, and they stayed in all those games, and they were tight. But at the end of the day, they played good enough baseball to win those games, and they weren't easy, but they played a very complete type of baseball, which is sort of fun for the fans and fun for me to be able to call.
Why is Bryce struggling to come out of this so badly?
Yeah, I think that he has such a high expectation of himself that I think it's gotten to the point where hasn't been able to exhale. He hasn't been able to just relax and just be himself. And I think he's probably feeling like he is, letting the team down, trying to push a little bit, trying to tinker a little bit too much. And then you see him sort of get close to pulling out of it. And then he has another game where he struggles a little bit. I just mechanically, I know that when he's staying on the baseball and driving ball through the middle of the field, and this sounds like a constant, narrative when I watch all of these guys, but when they stay in the middle of the field, they have a ton more success. Sometimes you'll watch Bryce pull off to the pull side with his feet and his body a little bit, and when he does that, it just takes him off the baseball. When he's driving the ball to the middle of the field,
I thought
pretty
we
awesome.
saw signs like you're talking about on Saturday.
Absolutely.
So then what turtled it back?
Yeah, I just have a feeling that a lot of it depends on the pitcher. Sometimes he just doesn't feel comfortable in the box against a certain left-hander or what have you. He's faced some tough lefties at times, especially out of the bullpen. So I don't know. It is peculiar because you don't see him, go through this long of a stretch. Typically, with great players like this, you see guys pull out of it, after maybe 10 at bats or 13 at bats or something like that, and they get back on track. But it's just been a little bit longer for him, and hopefully he can get back on track because the other guys are picking him up.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Is having Kyle Schwarber hitting behind him. Kyle Schwarber has been incredible lately, and we'll get more into that when we get back. Kyle Schwarber and the pitching staff as well, the starting staff, what they have done recently. Get more into the Phillies. We'll get to some more Eagles schedule leaks that have come out. We now know 3 games on the Eagles schedule this year, so we'll get to that when we return as well. And also, our Sixers topic today, what should they do? Now they have the 3rd overall pick. Do you blow this thing up? Do you try to trade Paul George? Do you try to trade Joel Embiid? Or do you run this thing back one more time and make more run at it with these veteran players? You're welcome to get on that. Who or what is eccentric? That is our side topic today for a chance to win a pair of Post Malone tickets, Citizens Bank Park, May 24th. So you're welcome to get in on that as well. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, Rhea Hughes, Ruben Amaro Jr. We're all with you today right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
May is officially here, and so are the rising temperatures. Beat the heat. Keep the AC where it belongs. That's inside your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep prices affordable?
Well, it's pretty easy, John. Window Nation works directly with the top manufacturers in the country, and that means all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
And in the present, my new windows are phenomenal. They look and feel fantastic. The house feels cozier. Gigi, my mom, she was here for Mother's Day. She absolutely was blown away by the quality. But Window Nation's semi-annual sale, it ends May 31st. So don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, you can pay nothing until 2027. That is so phenomenal. Schedule your estimate right now, like I did, by calling 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Breaking news coming in from Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Okay, guys, so you've got hair. Glad Hair can help you keep it. You losing it? They can help you with that, too. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up, check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. It's the reason why they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Call them at 610-980-4000 or visit GladHairMM.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesset Fund. Quiet night for the Phillies offense in a 3-2 loss to the Cardinals, winners of 9 in a row. Phillies 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. JT Realmuto scored the Phils' first run, drove in the other. Matt Strahm giving up the go-ahead home run in the 7th. We will talk to manager Rob Thomson on the WIP Morning Show at 8:30. Well, the Mavericks shockingly traded Luka Doncic in season to the Lakers. So it seems somewhat convenient. The Mavs awarded the number 1 overall pick in the draft lottery, despite having a little more than 1% chance of doing so. And this will be up there with the Patrick Ewing 1985 draft lottery conspiracy. Sixers, meantime, wound up with the 3rd pick. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Periods of rain, high 69. It is currently 64. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Talking a lot about the Sixers today. Draft lottery, they end up getting the 3rd overall pick. They don't get the number 1, but they do jump up 2 spots into the top 3. You want to get on that. What should the Sixers do? Should they look to clear the deck, or should they run it back? Our side topic today, chance to win a pair of Post Malone tickets, Citizens Bank Park, May 24th. Who or what is Eccentric? And you heard in Ria's update there, 8:30 today. We'll be joined by Phillies manager Rob Thomson. And Rob Thomson, you'll hear a good interview with us today. And you have a chance to bid on an unbelievable experience for the Phillies Fantastic Auction. Lunch and watching batting practice with Phillies manager Rob Thomson. Now is the chance for you and 5 of your closest friends to meet and have lunch with the Phillies manager. After lunch is concluded, you and your guests will be taken on a behind-the-scenes VIP tour of Citizens Bank Park, concluding with a stop on field to watch batting practice from a VIP area behind home plate. Full experience includes up to 6 people may attend, opportunity for 6 people to eat lunch with Rob Thomson at Citizens Bank Park. 45-minute lunch will take place in the afternoon before a Phillies home game between May and August. This is an unbelievable experience.
I will tell you, honestly, that experience will be awesome. He's been through so much in the game and has so many stories, and we get a chance to spend a lot of time with him. in his office just chatting about certain things, the stories, the experiences he's had.
So sitting through a batting practice, talking about each swing, each player,
I
the
think
stories that go with each
yeah,
swing.
Part of that, but the best is going to be lunch because you're going to be able to talk to him and ask him questions about, his time with the Yankees and his time in the transitions of, when Gabe Kapler was here and when, you have different managers he had to deal with and, being around Joe Torre. And I mean, there's just so many stories and he's got so many experiences and he's really open about those. It's funny as hell. I mean, there's some good ones, and it will be an experience beyond an experience if you're hanging out with Rob Thomson. There's no question in my mind.
He's really had a fascinating career. When you think about
unbelievable
being a part of all those Yankee teams, I mean, the early 2000s, the Steinbrenner era, Derek Jeter, A-Rod, all that stuff.
He has Steinbrenner stories that are spectacular. I mean, George Steinbrenner, iconic. It's just really, really cool to be able to sit down and talk baseball and talk history because he has a lot of respect for the history of the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you go bid on that. Phillies Fantastic Auction, a ton of items, a lot of stuff. So make sure you check that out and bid on all the items. 215-592-9494 you want to get in.
How important is that, Ruben? The respect for the history, the respect for the game of baseball. I know that we have some guys. I think Bryce is like a baseball head, like history of baseball.
Correct.
I think Bryson Stott. I think he's also a baseball head, and this is just like from the outside looking in. Me just trying to glean as much information as I can get about these players. But how much does that matter to you as a GM? How much do guys, measure this sort of thing? Do some teams weigh it significantly more than others?
I have to tell you, when I was a GM, one of the things that was super important to me is for the players who were played for the Phillies to understand the history of the Phillies. And we used to have like sessions in our minor leagues where we would discuss and talk about some of the legends. They had the Schmidt Field, the Carlton Field, the Ashburn Field down there in the complex. But
that's a good idea.
But we used to talk about the history and what it meant, and there was pictures and stories and stuff that they talked about a lot. And I think that's really important because people need to know like how important it is to be able to go across the road there and go play in the major league, and to wear the uniform of the Philadelphia Phillies and to wear the P with, we talked about it all the time, wear the P with pride, brother. Wear it with pride. And I think that was a really important part of developing our players. And in this day and age, players don't know anything. They don't know anything about the history of anything. All they care about is that little bubble around them. And it was really important for us to be able to expand that in some way, shape, or form.
And I think that's one of the real cool things about this organization is it's always kind of felt that way. That, if you're a part of the Phillies organization, you're really a part of it and you learn the history and you'll hear even current players, refer back to those times when you were the GM and the 08-11 players.
And I think that's also what sort of galvanizes the teams that for long-term runs is when you're developing players together. I mean, we had that run obviously with Rollins and Utley and Howard when you and Cole Hamels, when you have those group of guys and you bring them to the major leagues, they're there and they're trying to do something special for them, not just themselves, but for the organization and for the fans. And that was something that we try to, emphasize when I was part of the front office. Started with Ed Wade, it really did, and it's cool he's being honored to the Wall of Fame here in a couple of months, but I think the whole thought process sort of started with Pope Owens, Paul Owens years ago with Dallas Green, but we sort of brought it back with Ed Wade and try to have that be an important part of what was going on there.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, this team right now playing really well. Tough loss last night, but in a minute we will get more into the Phillies and specifically Kyle Schwarber, who's just been absolutely incredible this year. First, let's go back to the phones. We'll go to Neil in the Northeast. What's up, Neil? Yo, Neil. I don't know what's going on with Neil. Let's go to Cowboy Jim. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
TK, it's been a while. I know you're an involved person. Will you allow a Cowboy fan to win the Post Malone ticket?
No.
It depends on your answer, Jim.
No, Post Malone's a Cowboys fan.
Okay. You're working at a disadvantage.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying it's Elton John, so it's the winner. So I can donate it to anyone. I'll give it to Rhea. She can take it.
That's a pretty good call. It ain't going to be the winner, though.
And here's the thing is, I don't mind, like, Post Malone comes by it honestly. I believe his father has been, like, the head of food services with the Cowboys for, like, 20 years. So, you know, team puts food on your
There's a
plate,
reason.
you're allowed to be a fan. So, no, he obviously grew up there. So, I don't have a problem
Okay.
with
Well,
him being
you're
a
not
Cowboys
you're not picking on him because he's a Cowboys fan.
fan. No, I pick on you because you live up here and you're a Cowboys fan.
There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, by the way, that Minecraft movie was a 47 on Rotten Tomatoes, so your judgment is really bad about that. And did you tell your kid when you said the Sixers need to blow up the team? Did he cry about that too?
No, he didn't cry, but he didn't understand that. But he was so upset they didn't get Cooper Flag. He was very disappointed they didn't get the first pick last night.
Oh yeah, now go tell him you need to blow up the Sixers. That'll
Yeah.
really make
Well, yeah. Once he can understand that concept, I'll let him know.
Don't use the word blow up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You excited
good job
about
with
that opening game, Jim?
Listen, I'm very excited, but you know the NFL, it's all about money. It's all about money. The Cowboys, win or lose, good or bad, they want the Cowboys there. And they know the Cowboys are going to have a great season, so they want to start off. But usually, what
Don't
happens?
you think
is,
it's
That's not a slam
This
dunk,
is a
is it?
travesty that the Cowboys were gifted this opening game. They don't deserve this sort of
are you out of your
shine.
mind?
They don't deserve this sort of spotlight.
The NFL needs the Dallas Cowboys for money, for one thing. The Dallas Cowboys built the NFL. Okay, so don't sit there and say,
Oh, my goodness
Don't
gracious.
give me that. Every sports station in America talks about the Cowboys.
John,
Women,
TK, enough with the Dallas
All right,
love. No.
get out of here, Jim.
They built the NFL.
But the Eagles, the opening game, Dallas Cowboys. I mean, it is frustrating that they are being elevated. We are elevating them, John.
I think it's wrong. I really would have preferred to see, I don't know, like a measuring stick, a good team.
Lions, Rams, yeah.
Anyone.
Commanders.
Even the Commanders,
Really,
yeah.
the Commanders. That would have been
great.
that would have been a nice
that'd have been
matchup.
nice.
Yeah, nice matchup. But this really is the Dallas Cowboys. I don't care that you've Schottenheimerized your team now. Like it does that. Yes, the name itself brings some credence, but he as a coach does not, and your organization is still headed up by it's a staff of clowns. It feels like they're making the wrong decision consistently and consistently enraging these players who can't understand why they're getting led this way and that way. The way that the Eagles handle things, everyone knows the Eagles they're tough. As a player, we knew the Eagles. They're tough. It's rough dealing with them. But you knew it was going to be fair, and you knew, you were going to know where you stood. And I just feel like there's none of that at a lot of these other places. And Dallas heads up the crew, the group of teams that consistently mismanage all of these players and all of these contracts. And then it's finally, okay, we're going to rush to give you Dak, $90 million. Like Dak counted $90 million against the cap when last I looked.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, like the way that they end up fixing it after they toy with these players and lead them around for a long time and enrage them and it's all a problem. Oh, here, we'll write the check. But then it puts the team in peril for the next 5 years.
Isn't the Dallas Goedert situation a great example of that? Where I'm sure, he's disappointed. He's got to be that he didn't get the contract extension that he wanted. But the fact that he's willing to take a pay cut and stay here,
this team, exactly.
He could have said
even
no.
After the acrimony that goes with negotiating. Yeah, they're still friendly enough, positive enough, adult enough to say, yeah, let's do this.
Because you could have
let's
said,
see if you can prove yourself this season, and everything's good. We still love you, Dallas. That really is a unique Eagle approach that they can. You look at the Cincinnati Bengals. It's like they did some work this offseason, but everyone's ticked off. The Dallas Cowboys have been a mess. It is disastrous. Their cap situation, their personnel situation. I can't believe that we have been put on that same level for all to see. This is a Thursday night game, the opening of the NFL season. The team that won the world champion, the world title is in our back pocket. The Philadelphia Eagles. We get the banner. They don't deserve this stage.
Yeah, I agree. And a few other games have been confirmed, by the way. Now, the Eagles will play Black Friday. They'll play at home against the Bears, 3 o'clock, the day after Thanksgiving. And also, December 20th, they're part of a Saturday doubleheader. They'll play Washington. But what's interesting about that is that game set up for Saturday the 20th. That means they're probably playing Christmas Day on Thursday. Are we a fan of the holiday games?
I don't know. I don't know about that. Hold on. Why do you say?
Because if they have all the games on Sunday and the two games on Saturday are Eagles, Commanders, and Packers, Bears, all those teams are scheduled to play each other at some point in the year. So it would just make theoretical sense that they give those teams the extra day, split it up, and the Eagles likely playing, I guess, the Packers.
How many times can an
Christmas.
NFL team play on Thursday? Are there rules on that?
It's got to be a rule on it.
Yeah, because the Eagles are opening the season on Thursday.
I think it's twice. I think
I believe it's a max twice, but like the first one doesn't really count because it's not a game preceding it.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't count toward that.
It's like one short week of a Thursday.
That formula. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm biased. This is a completely biased opinion because I got to work for the games. I don't like the holiday games. I don't like when they play on Christmas or Thanksgiving.
I love them.
Wow.
How do you feel about it?
I'm either way. What about you, John?
I don't think it matters to me. I love it
Strong
regardless.
take, John.
I love the
Real
game
football guy.
whenever the game happens. If it's Christmas, great. If it's Thanksgiving, great. I really don't. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
But it never really happens. I mean, as a player, I didn't want to play on Thursday. No, please no. Please save me from Thursday. But no, now I think it's kind of neat.
If you were a player, how would you feel about playing on a holiday? Would you like it because, it's obviously going to be a big game, big showcase game?
I think most players like that. I think most everyone likes more eyes. It feels bigger. It's more exciting. I don't know that I, as a young player, remembered it, like a real young player. As a rookie, you got so much else that you're thinking about. And then as the years go on, you start to just be able to, you have a little bit more bandwidth where you can process a little bit more. And then you start thinking about that sort of thing. Everyone's watching this one.
Makes sense.
Guys talk about it a little more. Yeah. Guys get their hair cut for this one. It's just, guys get the shave nice and, perfect.
Yeah.
It's just a little different.
Would you do a little extra helmet slam when you knew there was a high profile game? Get in front of the camera? Because
No.
you used to bash your head open with your helmet.
I wasn't bashing my head open with my helmet. I mean, I was bashing my head on other people.
I thought you did that.
That was
before
the
games.
mistake.
Am I wrong about that?
No, yeah, you're wrong about it. You thought I was hitting myself?
Yeah, I don't know why I made that
No,
up.
I didn't do that.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you did that.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't remember it. Maybe he doesn't remember it.
Maybe he doesn't remember it.
The cutting happened from the impact inside my helmet.
All right.
I thought like a boxer gets
I thought
cut.
you did it to fire yourself up.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that
But
probably wouldn't be safe. They probably wouldn't let you do that.
The
now that I think about
problem that existed was once you have a cut, it just never heals.
Right.
Like you hit every day, it just never goes away. So as soon as the season starts, as soon as you have that cut, it doesn't matter that they stitch it. It doesn't matter that they glue it with super glue and staple it and do everything else. It will rip open every time you play.
Yeah.
And you're playing every day because it's the season.
Not much you can do about that.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the phones. Go to Neil. What's up, Neil?
Hey, well, Ruben, I wanted to ask you, because about the history of the Phillies, it goes back to 1883, with Chuck Kine, Ricky Ashburn, Robin Roberts, because all the, Pete Rose, Bob Boone, Steve Carlton, all the Phillies in the 80s, Dick Roofman, but like one of the things I always look forward to is alumni weekend. And in fact, Rhea, they're honoring your favorite player, Jimmy Rollins. He's the Wall of Famer with Ed Wade this year, like alumni weekend in August. So, you said like about the players looking back, when they have like about 60 or 70 alumni players the last day, and they do the Wall of Fame ceremony. That's like really something the Phillies do really well. What's your opinion about that, Ruben?
You're right, and there's nobody does it better than the Phillies. It started with the Baron way back when, all the ceremonies, and certainly that day, culminating in the Wall of Fame day. It's quite the weekend. The alumni weekend is really special, and I've been fortunate to be a part of it the last several years. So it's been fun.
I wanted maybe a question to ask Rob Thomson about his experimenting with the different lineups. And I think really Stout and Turner's been good, and maybe a leadoff like Schwarber occasionally. So ask about that and what his philosophy is about the bullpen. Like when he knows to go with a hot reliever. Because the bullpen has problems. But I think Alvarado is still, to me, the closer, and I think Strom, and then you have like Kirkring and Ramon. Like Romano's pick bat and do good. But when he scored a lot of runs, it helps the bullpen out. No doubt about that. So.
Yep. Neil, what do you got for who or what is Eccentric?
He was sensational and brilliant. Did comic relief, so many different movies. Robin Williams.
Ooh,
Robin Williams.
That's a good one.
It's a good answer.
Really good answer.
I was thinking about John. You're kind of eccentric.
Oh,
right?
Huh. Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Is that that's not an insult, right?
Not kind of.
Yeah,
he
really?
is.
Yeah,
very eccentric.
You're definitely in this room. You surpass everybody.
Yeah,
by like 20-fold.
What?
Not even close.
Come on.
I'd say you're
Dude.
the most eccentric person at the station.
What are you doing?
Eccentric and eclectic. I would drop on you
What
too.
is this, man?
Truth.
Buzzkill over here.
Yeah,
Look how
well-
eccentric he is.
Nah, he's not
Crazy.
No, there's
Wacko
a difference.
Yeah,
over there.
Weird and then wacko
Yeah.
and then eccentric are totally different.
Yeah.
Bouncing off the walls in there.
9494 if you want to get in.
Look at Tom.
I'm not as
Mr.
eccentric as you are.
Oh, whatever.
I mean, I might be a little eccentric.
by the way, these guys are going to fight. Did you know that, Ruben? They're going to actually
Yeah,
fight.
boxing.
Actual box?
We're trying to
will
set up a
fight.
boxing match. Yeah.
And
Why?
I'm wondering, like, you guys
Why?
badly
Just
want
for
to
friendly
punch
competition.
each other. They badly want to hit each other in the face.
Yeah.
What is the reason behind
Yeah,
this? Are there
it's deeper.
deeper-seated
I don't like that he makes
issues
short
we've
jokes
got?
about me all the time.
He does do that.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there it is.
Well,
Yeah.
Tom invited them years ago. He said it was
But
okay on behalf of the short community.
But to your nickname
speak?
though, you've just beaten the joke so far into the ground.
Yeah, because you didn't think that I actually would.
Yeah, well,
So I'm
I've
proving you
lear-
incorrect.
I've learned.
So that's why
this
that's why
does-
he's the buzzkill.
Yeah.
So it does sound like there will be real anger behind the punches.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
worked a lot of hours together.
Yeah, we spend a lot of
Really?
time
Yes.
together. Yeah.
It's
So
a love.
I-
Is it a love-hate relationship?
Yeah,
Is
I'd
that
say
what
it's
we're-
an older brother, little brother
Oh, I got
type
you.
thing.
So who's
And you're the
older?
little brother.
I'm the older brother. I guess I'm older and little. So there you go.
Do you feel
Yeah.
the same way, Buzz?
Yeah,
Do-
that's an
he's
accurate way to describe
older?
Exactly.
Well,
He's more mature.
Mm.
yeah.
Well,
He's
is
wiser,
10 years older than I am.
Wiser than you.
Has more life experience. He is a father.
Yep.
Okay.
So
I'm not
So
married
do
or
you
kids
concede
or anything.
to his wisdom?
he
I don't know
should.
about that.
He
I
should
don't know
concede
about
my
all
wisdom.
that.
My infinite wisdom. Yes. I
We'll go with that. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in.
This is
But
interesting stuff,
Ruben,
man.
I did want to ask you a little bit about Kyle Schwarber, because Kyle Schwarber, I mean, just on an absolute heater lately, 14 home runs on the season. He extends the on-base streak again last night. How impressive is that, what he's done recently, kind of really, anchoring and carrying this lineup?
It's remarkable. I mean, obviously, it's the reason why he's sitting behind Harper now, and I think it also lengthens out this lineup and sets it up much more competitively. But I think the thing that I'm so impressed by Kyle Schwarber is that he just seems to be getting better and better as he's gotten older. And, for him to make the concerted effort to try to make sure he makes consistent contact through the middle of the field, not just home run contact, but to be able to put the ball in play. He's gotten some dink hits. He's gotten some base hits up the middle. He's works counts. He sees pitches. He does all the things that are necessary to help the team win. And then he just has scary power. His bat speed is as good as anybody's I've ever seen. And he has the ability to, I mean, he's sort of must-see TV, I think, when when he's at the plate, because he literally can change the game with a swing pretty much every single at bat.
How often have you seen in your past a veteran player, actually change his game for the better to this degree, where he just continues to add almost to his repertoire?
Yeah, so I sort of I sort of compared him to what Mike Schmidt did in the middle of his career. So he was a big strikeout home run guy, and Mike made it a concerted effort to try to be a 300 hitter. And that's what he did. The other guy that made that adjustment, and he wasn't as prolific an offensive player, but he was a great defensive player, was Ozzie Smith. Ozzie Smith was not a very good offensive player. He could knock the bat out of his hand in the early part of his career, but later on, he became, because of his instinct, because of the work ethic and that sort of thing, he became a much better hitter later on in his career. So it's Larry Bowa is another example. I mean, Larry. With all due respect, Larry was not a very good offensive player when he first came to the big leagues, and he made him. He ended up with 2,400 hits or 2,200 hits. He put himself in a position to be better and better because he worked at it. And in the case of Kyle Schwarber, it's like you can teach old dogs new tricks, because he's figured out a way to be better, just a better, more complete hitter overall.
Why does it seem like other old dogs don't learn new tricks?
I think it's probably in your DNA. I mean, certain guys just are sort of comfortable being who they are. But when you start talking about like the Hall of Fame and the great ones, like I think about Chipper Jones.
I know that's really interesting.
People don't like to talk about guys who beat us up, but Chipper Jones I have a great respect for. Barry Bonds. I mean, you could talk about all the steroid stuff, but Barry Bonds, he made himself the best hitter in the history of the game.
Continued
because they just want to evolve.
Continued to evolve. Continued to work.
Get better.
To improve. That's the thing. I guess it's human nature when you get to a certain point, when you're Barry Bonds-esque, you just, you're there. And it's almost like you've got coaches who know you're there. And you've got everyone in the stadium knows that you're like a finished product, and then I don't know if it's like you exhale.
I think it's an internal drive that you either have or you don't have. And I think that's why the great ones, they have that internal drive to try to be better all the time. Zach Wheeler's a perfect example of it for the Phillies, because Zach tries to evolve every single year, every outing. Nola's like that too. I mean, he's still trying to evolve every single day, and
I'd like to see him evolve more.
Yeah, everybody would. But I think he's going to have to adjust, and I think he'll get better as he goes, because he's going to be limited with his overall stuff. So, but it's fun to watch the great ones, because they don't stop being great, because they have they have some sort of internal fire or what have you to get to be the best,
improve. Yeah,
and that's what separates the Hall of Famers from the really, really good players.
Yeah, and it's been incredible to watch Schwarber and what he's done this year. I mean, an unbelievable first 6 weeks of this season.
To work on what you're not best at, like it's human nature to, like I'm a great hitter of the breaking ball. So
right.
I'm just gonna rest on my laurels. I'm so good at it. Like, well, what are you bad at? And let's work on that part. It's not as fun. It's not as fun to go and work on the stuff that you suck at, and to fail while you're trying. And it's frustrating. And so a lot of times I think these guys who are at the pinnacle of, the sport, like they don't have time to go and like work on the stuff they're not great at. It's just not enough time. We got 162 of these things. I got to move on. Like, there are some guys, the rare guys, who actually say, you know what? I'm going to lead off. I have to add to my skill set. You know what? I'm as protection for Bryce this year, I'm going to add to my skill set yet again. Like, I think that takes a really selfless person.
Yes, it does.
On top of
it sure does.
Responsible person, on top of leadership maven, the guy that everyone should look to as the head of the clubhouse. Kyle Schwarber is just, man,
the
phenomenal example of a human being.
The mentality that he has is as close to the Chase Utley mentality as I've seen in a Phillies uniform, just because Chase, another example of like trying to get better every single day. He used to say it was really boring interview. He'd say, well, there's always room for improvement, and he believed that in himself. So, and he always wanted to try to get better. He was not a great defender when he came out of college at UCLA. He was not a very good infielder, and he made himself better and better and better. I remember having a discussion with my dad about it that, he's going to figure out a way to make himself better. Doesn't matter what position you put him at, second, third, wherever he goes to play.
Yeah, and that's what separates the good players from the great players for sure. We'll get back to the phones in a second, but first, here's John.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earning the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free, but that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies who have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
Coming up in a few minutes, we'll be joined by Elliot Shore-Parks, talk about the Eagles, talk about the Sixers and the draft lottery with Elliot. But first, let's go back to the phones. Go to Andy in Deptford. What's up, Andy?
Morning, team. We live. We hot. What's up, guys?
What's up, Andy?
I want to hit some Phillies, and I want to hit some Sixers. As far as with the Phillies go, you guys were talking about Harper, right? I mean, I never bought his whole love for Philly act, whether it was the Fanatic socks, walking up to the Will Smith Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Inauthentic? You're saying inauthentic?
This guy's a Cowboys fan, right? And, I mean, not even halfway into a 14-year contract, he's talking about an extension? I mean, the Phillies proved that right by not giving it to him. I mean, what are we talking about with a guy? I mean, he's about average right now, and he wanted an extension? Like, are we serious? Like, if that was Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, any other superstar in this town, everybody would be going crazy.
Well, Andy we did talk about that.
He's been awesome for many, many years. He's going through a stretch right now, but my goodness.
How's he been this year?
Okay.
Not as good.
Okay, well, that happens sometimes. I mean, it's a very short step.
At your job, would you warrant a raise?
He's not asking for extension right now. It's very, very quiet. He hasn't been asking for an extension. Come on now.
And Andy, I'd say as far as his start to the season, look at his numbers last year around this time. They were very similar. And he got hot right around middle of May. So, I mean, I am not worried about Bryce Harper. I think he's going to get going pretty soon here.
Like I said, though, it's just kind of whack that, he was asking for an extension. Not even.
And Andy, and at the
through
time when
a
he asked
crazy
for it
contract.
last season, he got crushed for it. Universally, everybody crushed him for it.
Yeah, he did. And then he backed off.
All right, well, let's go to the next topic because, we're going to disagree to disagree. As far as with the Sixers and landing that top 3 pick, I mean, we all wanted Flag at 1, right? But, I mean, if we can get Ace Bailey, comparable to like a Kevin Durant kind of guy, I think he'll match really well with what we got right now. Or the cat from Duke, the other cat from Duke, what's his name? I forget his name.
Con Knuppel.
Knuppel, yeah, he's pretty good too. I like those two that would fit really well, kind of what we got going on.
Yeah, who? What do you got for who or what is Eccentric, Andy?
All right, my Eccentric, I don't know if this was taken already, but if it wasn't, it's a damn good one. I mean, any grown man that orders takeout from a strip club or 40-plus years old and has his mom doing his laundry or, wearing a full Phillies uniform to a game. How about that? How about that eccentric weirdo Joe DeCamera?
Joe DeCamera.
Yeah, it's not a bad call,
Andy.
It's not a bad call.
Yeah, I guess you're normally not the most eccentric person.
Yeah,
in
that
the
might
studio.
be right. Like right now you are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But when Joe's here, you're not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as far as Bryce
that.
Harper Bryce was a Cowboys fan. He grew up in Vegas. They didn't have a professional football team.
But did you see he voiced that promo before the Eagles-Cowboys game last year?
I would
You didn't
prefer
buy
it
it?
with somebody else, but he probably does root for the Eagles now, but he grew up in a place that did not have football. So I'm not going to crush him for that.
Right.
Yeah. And as far as
You
Bryce,
can't hold that against him.
No, if you grew
I
up
do
somewhere like
not
here
hold that against him.
and you become a fan of another team, you are the problem.
honestly, I could care less who Bryce Harper roots for in football.
But
It
he's
doesn't
smart
matter to
enough
me.
not to be like wearing cowboy stuff around. I mean,
Unlike Dom Brown.
Yeah, Tom Brown. That infamous photo.
I think Dom probably regrets that
Yeah.
now.
Do you have a
There's no
discussion
question
with him about that?
No, I did not talk to him about that, but I think he's now living in this area. Dom's
No,
awesome.
he's doing a great job. I
Yeah,
heard that,
yeah.
he runs a hitting academy.
Yeah,
or
he's
something?
been
doing well?
great, and I guarantee you that he's sort of. I think he knows that he made maybe some immature mistakes as he was a younger player back in the day.
Hey, I mean, but if he's really a Cowboys fan, I don't know. I don't have a huge problem with it. But now we're joined by Elliot Shore Parks,
Not a
94
Cowboys
WIP
fan.
Eagles reporter. No, Elliot's an unbiased reporter.
I don't believe that for a second.
Not for a second.
Elliot joins us now. What's up, Elliot?
What's going on? Look, whenever I have the press pass on, all bias goes out the window. You guys know how it goes. So always.
Well, a lot of stuff.
Purely unbiased Elliot.
We'll get into the lottery and the Sixers coming up with you, Elliot. But first off, we were talking earlier about the opening game. It's the Cowboys for the opening Thursday night game. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's a good selection by the NFL, or would you have preferred a different opponent for the Eagles?
I think it's a fine selection. There were other games I would have been more excited about. I think the Lions would have been a great matchup. Even the Rams, I think, would have been exciting with that playoff rematch. I think with the Cowboys, they're just leaning on what's kind of an old rivalry. I understand that it's always going to be Eagles-Cowboys. I know that gets people excited. But the Cowboys aren't really very relevant anymore, other than the fact that, they're still considered America's team by some. But
they're bottom 5.
Yeah, and ultimately they're riding the Eagles' coattails into this Week 1 game. They're only there because of the Eagles. So, I think that obviously Eagles fans will enjoy raising that banner in front of the Cowboys. And, it could have been worse. I think the Bears would have been somewhat of a boring matchup. But yeah, I would have preferred, I think, Detroit or the Rams.
And a new game just came out here. Eagles-Packers Week 10 Monday night.
That's awesome.
That's been released.
That'll be great.
So does that mean no Christmas game, I'd assume, right?
Yeah, so based off that, so if you look at the teams that are playing the Saturday before Christmas, it was Eagles, Washington, and I think it was Bears, Packers, if I'm not mistaken. So the assumption was those teams would play on Christmas. But with the Eagles going to Lambeau now, it looks like they won't play on Christmas. I also just think if you look at the Eagles' schedule so far, they're going to be the first game of the season. They're playing Black Friday. So I just think ultimately they are a primetime team. They'll be in a lot of primetime games. But I don't know if they would do the first game Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yeah, It doesn't sound like it will be that. It doesn't sound like they will play on Christmas.
Okay.
Everybody kind of assumed that. They do like a round-robin thing with the Eagles, Commanders, and Bears and Packers, but not the case. So we don't have to worry about Christmas Eagles football now.
Maybe not. Elliot, the rookie camp that we just saw with I'm assuming the everyone else sprinkled in, some selected veterans sprinkled in. Who was sprinkled in, and what can you tell us about the new faces that you met?
Yeah, so we didn't get to watch the full practice, so I can't really give you like a practice report as much as I would love to give you Kyle McCord rookie minicamp stats.
And I know that you would have those all
yeah, exactly.
Ready
that'll
for
be
us.
Mandatory minicamp. We'll have it for you there. But no, I mean, now that the main players are back in the building, they've entered the next phase of the OTA offseason, so they are on field doing more. We won't get a chance to see them on the field for a full practice until that mandatory minicamp. So I think, my main thing off of the rookie minicamp is just when will Jahad Campbell actually practice? He did not partake in that rookie minicamp. We will see if he's out there for the mandatory minicamp. But, Howie Roseman comparing him to Cooper DeJean in terms of, highlighting that Cooper didn't take part in training camp and still played a huge part in the season. Probably not a great indication of what they might be expecting out of Jahad Campbell early on.
Are guys, sorry, Tom, are guys like Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari and Adoree Jackson, veteran players who've been around the league for a while, are they expected to be there with the rookies mixed in?
No, they were not at the rookie minicamp. The rookie minicamp is really, you're right, there will occasionally be a veteran, but that's normally more of a tryout basis if they have a veteran there. Guys that have signed contracts, like Azeez Ojulari, Adoree Jackson, and Josh Uche, they were not at the rookie minicamp. They really used that rookie minicamp to get players like acclimated, show them how they want to practice, get them out on the practice field so that when the main veterans get in there, the rookies feel more up to speed on what's expected of them.
Okay.
Elliot, big night for the Sixers last night. They move up 2 spots, get up to number 3. Don't get the first pick, unfortunately. But how do you feel about the result last night for the Sixers, and what do you do if you're Daryl Morey from here?
Yeah. I mean, it was a massive, massive win for the Sixers last night. I mean, this was probably the most depressing, irrelevant Sixers season, honestly, maybe of my lifetime. I know Rhea and all you guys know, I've been on this morning show defending the Sixers for years, highlighting their playoff success, defending Joel. That's all gone. I don't blame anybody that completely checked out on the team last year. Now, I think after last night, there's actually reason to be excited again. There's reason to have hope again. And honestly, a reason to look forward to next season. If they would have lost this pick, what is there to watch next season? Maybe McCain, if he comes back and is fully recovered from that injury. So I just think from a pure fan perspective, last night could not have gone better. Now, in terms of what they should do with the pick, I like Ace Bailey at number 3. I've not dove into all of the prospects yet, but you watch him, long arms, super tall, has a really high release point, and he's just a body type they don't have on the roster right now. Maxey and McCain are a bit of duplicate players. Ace just has that prototypical wing body. He reminds me of Kevin Durant, in what I've seen of him just physically.
How tall is he actually?
He's 6'7.5", I thought.
Yeah, because they have him listed at 6'10", but they said at the combine he did not measure, as tall as that.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. He was. Rutgers listed him at 6'10". When he was at the combine with his shoes off, he was 7.5, so 2.5 inches shorter there. I would just say, obviously, coming off a draft season for the NFL, I know that right now the measurables mean a lot. But when you just watch Ace Bailey, he just plays taller than everybody. The release point on his jumper really is impressive. Guys like Kevin Durant, obviously they're very big, but what makes them impressive is the fact that when they release the ball, it's so high and it's very hard to stop. You see that with Ace Bailey as well. He was pretty much able to shoot over almost anybody that he played in college. Now, the shooting percentage wasn't great. He was about 35% from 3 and only 69% from the line. So that's something he would have to work on. But I think about what Howie Roseman said for the Eagles draft is you draft traits. And the Sixers are in a place where they just need to draft a high upside guy with elite traits. And I think that's what Ace Bailey has.
Elliot, I want to get back to these young guys over at the NovaCare facility. You had a chance to see them, not necessarily out there practicing, doing lots of football stuff, but did anyone surprise you or pop out at you? Was there anyone who was eccentric in the locker room that seemed more interesting than we just have no idea what these guys are like? Is there anything you can tell us?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I wish we were allowed in the locker room. I wish we were allowed to watch these guys practice. But it was really just a very quick introduction to them. They had the press conferences, which I think can be telling. In my time covering the Eagles, guys that step to that podium and initially have a ton of confidence, I find those guys often have better rookie years. Guys that show up and are maybe a little shy and have to adjust to it, those are the guys that take a little longer. So, I thought that Drew Kendall, the guard center out of Boston College, was impressive. He talked about how at college he had to pick up all of the protections at the line. He played center full time in college, but now I think there's a good chance you'll see him take reps at guard. That's a player to keep an eye on. We focus so much on Kenyon Green and Tyler Steen, but Drew Kendall knows pass protection, knows the pre-signal stuff, and I think comes to the NFL just from a football IQ standpoint ready to go. So I think he'll be in that guard competition.
Well, and he's a guy who they compared his game to Jason Kelsey. When he was coming out, Drew Kendall was that athletic type center who could do more than your old school center could. So, yeah, he's impressed a lot of people with his ability to explode on people.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at this Eagles roster, right, like we can focus on the safety spot where they definitely need somebody to step up. That number 2 corner spot with Slay gone, we'll see who wins that job. But if this season, and I don't think it will, but let's say this season doesn't meet expectations, and it's because of a spot on the roster, I think it's the right guard spot. Like, this team's heartbeat is the offensive line. We can talk about Saquon, Jalen, AJ, Jalen Carter, all fantastic players. The personality of this team, the backbone, the heartbeat of this team is the offensive line. So if the right guard is not, up to par, it's hard to have a great offensive line if you don't have all 5 guys working in unison. So that is definitely a big spot going into this next phase of the offseason that we need to be concentrating on.
You're listening to 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting from the Tasty Cake Studios. And just one more, Elliot, to circle back to the Sixers and the lottery last night. Was that thing rigged? I mean, the Dallas Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick. Come on.
Well, it is crazy. If you look at it, the year the Cavs lost LeBron, they won the lottery.
Shocking.
The year that the Pelicans lost Anthony Davis, they won the lottery. And there was another example of it So, yeah, I think it was probably rigged. Like, I think like you can sit and say, oh, no, it wasn't. And I understand like skepticism. But ultimately, you look at it, like the chances of it finishing in that top 3, I think were less than 1%.
1.8.
Right around 1%. Yeah,
I think it was less than 0.1%.
Yeah. So now
it
look,
was 1.8% that they would get the first pick.
Yeah.
Those teams would end up in top 4.
If you're the Sixers, you got to ask, like, why wasn't it rigged for you, right? Like, I know they didn't trade away Luka, like the Mavericks did, but, the Sixers certainly, I think, as a major franchise, would have deserved potentially Cooper Flagg. But I'll say this, too. I like Ace Bailey better than Cooper Flagg. So
no,
to be honest,
you do not.
I absolutely do.
Stop
I look
it.
at Ace Bailey and that body type. He reminds me of Kevin Durant. Cooper Flagg's a great player, but if I'm the Sixers, I'm happy that I don't have to take Cooper Flagg.
If you had the number 1 pick in the draft, who would you take?
Well, because I'd be afraid of everyone making fun of me.
Yes, Noah Vonleh part 2 here, Elliot. Seriously.
It's not a reason to take a number 1 pick.
Thank you,
afraid.
Ruben, talk to him as a GM.
Well, come on
That's
now.
why you're a GM and I'm just on this, on
good
radio
point.
here,
Make a great point.
Ace Bailey has a higher upside to me than Cooper Flagg. And that's why I would take him number 1, or at least I'd want to if I wasn't afraid. I would take him number 1. But I think the Sixers will end up with the best player in the draft if they take Ace Bailey.
Well, I mean, that would be an optimal result for sure. But Elliot Shore Parks, Elliot, thanks for hopping on, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, talk to you guys soon.
Elliot Shore Parks call sponsored by
sorry, go ahead.
Sponsored by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier way to buy a Hyundai.
The king of the ridiculous takes sometimes.
His other NBA draft take was he wanted Noah Vonleh over Joel Embiid. Now, we might be frustrated with Joel Embiid now, but Noah Vonleh lasted, I think, a few years in the league and was out.
Yeah.
So, a hot take, but I respect Elliot for putting it out
I don't
there.
respect it at all. But I love Elliot.
Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg feels like the no doubt about it.
Cooper Flagg
number 1
does
overall
feel
guy.
like a no-brainer.
You can still get a great player at 3. You just never know.
Absolutely. Michael Jordan.
Michael
was
Jordan.
3.
Thank you.
Michael Jordan was 3.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Yeah.
Enough said.
Well, yeah, he's going to be Michael Jordan.
Aaron Judge went 32nd. 32nd. The last pick in the first round.
The baseball draft is so much different, though, I feel like.
There's no question there is. But, there's 30 other teams that passed on the man.
Wasn't Mike Piazza drafted as a favor?
Yeah, absolutely.
To
and he's a Hall of Famer. I mean, Wade Boggs was like 27th round or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
and Mickey Moniak was first overall.
there you have it.
215-592.
He's looking a lot more confident out there.
He's playing better.
Colorado?
Yeah, he's doing a little better.
Playing better.
Yeah, Colorado's having
doing well
rough
now.
go.
They're having a rough year. Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at ArminChevy.com, at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. Do you believe the NBA draft lottery was rigged? That is our Twitter poll question. Do you want to guess now or do you want to guess at the end of the show?
At the end of the show.
Let's guess at the end of the show.
Did you notice, Ruben, that Tom is starting to look like Steve Martin?
He is?
Steve Martin?
Why he's the
gray
comedian?
hair. No, the gray is overtaking the other hair.
I
on
don't
top
think my
of his
hair
head.
looks that gray. I'm looking at myself on the screen right now.
You think so?
I don't see him.
more salt
I don't
and
see
pepper?
Tom that often. So it's like,
okay, so
I'll see
is,
him.
it's not a big. That's like
every,
a slow
2
progression
months.
for you. Okay.
I think
I'm telling you, it's night and day from the last time I
it's
saw
the
you.
sideburns.
You look
how
like
old are your
Steve
kids?
Martin.
How
My
old are
kids
your
are 4, 2, and 4 months.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why.
That's
right
boom.
there.
Yeah.
Right
Boom.
there. 4, 2, and 4
3
months.
under
Are
4.
you kidding me?
3 under 5.
I'm positive. I'm positive that's why I have white hair. I'm positive.
Yeah, I've aged 15 years in the last 4 years.
Well, okay, maybe not biologically, but appearance-wise, yes.
Oh, thanks
you
a lot,
look
John.
ancient.
I really
decrepit.
appreciate
decrepit and ancient. And like Steve Martin, decrepit and
I
ancient.
fill in for Joe, and I get called decrepit.
Well,
Wow,
you
that's
look,
a little harsh,
you look
John.
decrepit.
Man, that's
In
really
a nice
mean,
way. A strong decrepit, though.
I don't think you
a
look
solid
decrepit.
decrepit.
I don't
Just
think
like
he
a
looks
solid 5'6".
decrepit at all.
Like
thanks,
a very
We'll see it on the
capable,
YouTube, I'm
decrepit.
sure.
Yeah.
Capable and
He seems to be
affable, decrepit.
capable. He's definitely capable.
I'll ask the
Yeah.
we'll ask the YouTube community out there.
Yeah.
Do I look decrepit?
No.
Yeah.
You're
I
definitely
would not
looking
ask your
decrepit.
opinions on what you look like
That's
in the
not
audience.
nice.
That's,
you will
you know,
not like what you get.
Rhea, that's fine.
That's a good point.
Very
They
honest.
can be people can be critical
No,
of
I
my
think
appearance.
anybody-
I don't
Hey,
care
They're
at
not
all.
just critical.
Let me be fair.
Who cares?
As I take a step back
Oh,
and,
here we
and
go.
realistically evaluate, like, you do not look decrepit.
What are you sizing me up?
Yeah,
It's
you're
like-
not decrepit, man. I mean, I went too far with the decrepit.
That was very mean.
But the white hair, it is, there are a lot more numerous than the last time I saw you.
You
That
saw
is
me
probably
yesterday.
Okay,
probably
but
true.
before that. So yesterday I was taken aback by, whoa, who's Steve Martin? And then it was like, oh, it's Tom Kelly. Holy cow. He got gray.
Yeah, similar level of talent too, right? Yeah, just as talented as Steve Martin.
Yeah, we can all hope. Steve Martin really was amazing. Still is amazing. Now, Martin, I haven't watched the Martin Short and Steve
Selena
Martin
Gomez
things.
show?
Yeah, have you
Oh,
watched
Only
it?
Murders in the Building.
Yeah.
The first season was awesome.
I heard
Second
it
season
was
was good.
great.
Third wasn't as good, but I love the first season.
I think it's cool that they seem to be best friends in real
Yeah.
life who get to work together, and that's really great for them.
Just like you and Joe. Same thing.
Right?
It's the same exact thing. Best friends get to
How-
work together every day.
You're right.
I can
How in the
tell.
world?
I
We
think
are.
you're just lashing out because you miss Joe. We all know what's really going on here. You miss
Tom,
your buddy Joe.
I can't tell you how far from true that statement is.
I just sort of redirect.
You need a little time
so
without
the
him.
heat is off
You
me
need a little time.
bit. Let's go to Dave in Wilmington. What's up, Dave?
Good morning.
Dave.
I am really done with the NBA.
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
that whole farce last night was ridiculous.
You weren't excited for that one commercial break where we had a chance to be number one?
We had all of 2 minutes to be excited, and then they
Yeah.
swept the rug out of us, just like
Sorta.
they always did. Like, the NBA is just such a farce from what it used to be.
Well, Dave,
that's true.
Dave, it's just one of those things where it's just so shady the way the whole thing went down. I mean, whether it is or it isn't, the fact that so many people suspect this as a realistic possibility, I don't know. I think it's kind of a problem.
I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? There's nothing to suspect. This has been done over and over and over again. The NBA wants something, they make it happen.
Maybe.
Yeah, they have a real problem with what people think of load
Perception.
management. Yeah, right, John, perception. There's too many examples in the last 10 to 15 years of this happening for people to not go immediately, literally, you rigged it.
And there's no, and they were trying to even out the odds to solve the tanking problem. They really haven't done that as well. I think a lot more teams are just incentivized to do it. It just gives more teams a better opportunity to get into the top 3 and get a number 1 overall pick. But what do you have, Dave, for who or what's eccentric?
Only one man can deliver a speech on the Rocky steps in a mummer's outfit. Jason
Good.
Kelsey.
Good answer.
There you
I
go,
don't know,
Dave.
but I don't know if he's eccentric.
I think he's a little eccentric.
I'm with
Really?
Ruben on that.
I can see.
I don't see the.
Yeah, I
he's
can
a lot
see
of
it
things. I don't know if
myself, a little.
eccentric is.
I feel like he's kind of like an everyman, you know?
Okay.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah. So Jason Kelsey, he'll go into the mix though for who or what's eccentric for your chance to win Post Malone tickets.
I think compared to your every day, and I don't know, everyday NFL player. I don't know what that means, but your average NFL player, Jason Kelce, does lie outside the realm of normalcy.
Well, now definitely.
Yeah.
But when he was playing for most of his career, seemed pretty normal.
I don't know. Yeah, I
Okay.
guess he seemed pretty normal. But he really always was outside that realm of normal. Like the guy could see everything that was happening.
Okay.
I don't know how in the world centers do that, but he had this special gift, like the great centers. Even though he's in a 3-point stance with his head down, he can tell you what 21 other people are doing all around him.
Okay,
and he
well-
can communicate that. That's eccentric and strange.
When you put it that way, I see it a little bit.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. When we get back in the next segment, 8:30, Rob Thomson, Phillies manager, will join us. That's coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Temperatures are rising. The last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep you or your family comfortable all summer long. But don't worry, call Horizon Services right now. You can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services is here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's hot outside, because you need to be relaxed and stress-free in your own home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll always work with you. They'll make sure the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services, expert technicians, you know the job will be done right the first time. So contact Horizon and keep your home comfortable and worry-free no matter the season. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so don't wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwar bombs at the yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Caesar's Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesar's Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lowe's knows to bring your vision to life, it's important to find the right color. That's why My Lowe's Rewards members get a free paint or exterior stain sample to test your look and find the perfect color to confidently refresh your space. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid in-store only, 5/8 through 5/14. Limit 1 per customer while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV, the live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You know, coaches call you in plays through the quarterback's headsets who must look them up on their wristbands. It's so 1990s, folks. This fall, Texas high school coaches will be able to send in plays to everyone in the huddle via wearables such as wristwatches. Oh, come on. Sign stealing will be a thing of the past, and disruptive fan noise becomes irrelevant. This is football's future, I guess, and I don't like it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies manager Rob Thomson will be on the WIP Morning Show in about 10 minutes. Phil's coming off a 3-2 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals, who remain red hot with 9 straight victories. Another Eagles game announced for the upcoming 2025 NFL schedule. Defending Super Bowl champs will play at the Green Bay Packers on November 10th, a Monday night game. No Sunday games announced yet. So far for the Birds, Thursday, Monday, Friday, Saturday. Sixers will pick third in the NBA draft, following a controversial draft lottery in which somehow the Mavericks got the number 1 overall draft pick, presumably Cooper Flagg, despite having about a 1% chance. Absolutely shady look for the NBA following the Mavs' stunning trade of Luka Doncic to the Lakers in season. Now until May 31st, Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Periods of rain, high 69, currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the Morning Show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. In 10 minutes, 8:30, we will be joined by Phillies manager Rob Thomson. Phillies fantastic auction. Chance to bid on an opportunity to have lunch and watch batting practice with the Phillies manager. You, 5 of your friends, will meet and have lunch with Rob Thomson after lunch is concluded. You'll be taken on a behind-the-scenes VIP tour of Citizens Bank Park, concluding with a stop on the field to watch batting practice from a VIP area behind home plate. So make sure you're bidding on that. That's going to be an awesome experience. Also, our Sports Radio 94 WIP Eagles game day experience with Brandon Graham autograph football. You and a guest will enjoy a full Sports Radio 94 WIP Eagles game day experience as the Eagles take on the Giants. Start your game day at the WIP pregame tailgate party, continuing by visiting the pregame show hosted by Sports Radio 94 WIP talent. Then head into the link where you'll visit with Merrill and Mike in the broadcast booth. You'll also receive an Eagles autograph football from Super Bowl champion Brandon Graham. Bidding ends 7 p.m. on May 18th. So make sure you're bidding on that as well. We got Rob coming up in a few minutes here, but during the break, talking a little bit about the Phillies rotation. And obviously this rotation has been dominant. Even last night, you get a good outing. You don't win the game, unfortunately, but Christopher Sanchez pitched well. And one to ask you, Ruben, when you look at this rotation, obviously, you guys had an incredible rotation back in 2011. How does this one stack up when you look 1 to 5? And what the Phillies have with a guy like Ranger Suarez as essentially your fifth starter right now?
Yeah, pretty darn well. I mean, I as far as overall depth of the rotation, it's pretty close. I mean, I really like the way these guys – I mean, every single night you have a chance to win a baseball game. And when you have a rotation like that, it's a great feeling on the bench. It's a great feeling in the stands. It's a great feeling as a GM. And when you're playing on an everyday basis, when you're an everyday player and you know that the guy out there on the mound is going to give you a chance to win a baseball game every single night, then it sort of uplifts the team in a way that's really different.
Yeah, and that's been a huge part of it, is to get those kind of pitching performances. And even a game like last night, unfortunately, offense couldn't come through, but Sanchez keeps him in it again. Gives him another great outing.
He really pitched well, and you know, only 6 innings, but you think only 6 innings. I mean, nobody throws 6 innings anymore, and this team, I mean, you basically get 6 every single time out from all your starters.
I don't understand, and again, I'm not. I don't know pitching. Why is it that Christopher Sanchez doesn't throw a fastball? This is not part of his.
He throws 3 pitches.
Mix.
His fastball is a sinker, and so that's he doesn't throw a 4-seamer because he has just natural movement with his fastball. He's a fastball.
So it's called
his
a
fastball.
sinker.
Yeah, but that's his fastball.
Okay.
Yeah, sinkers are essentially fastballs.
So you can throw four. Actually, you can throw 3 different types of fastballs. You can throw a cutter, which is sort of a fastball. You can sinker, which is a fastball, and a 4-seamer. So they're all.
What
fastballs.
about a 2-seamer?
2-seamer's a fastball.
Hold on,
different type of
but
movement.
a
that's sinker
different?
sinks, a 2-seamer runs.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's a cutter cuts. Sometimes cutters will.
I don't know. Okay, so cut and run. Run goes away.
To arm side.
Okay, from the arm.
Arm side.
Okay, and cut
goes the opposite side, glove side.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Wow, I just
There
learned
you go.
something.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm here for you.
I don't know if I'll retain that.
That's you'll
but
get it.
I do feel as though I learned something right there.
No problem. I'm here for you.
Holy cow.
A lot of different types of fastballs out there, John.
I did not realize. Okay, so the sinker is a fastball.
Even the
sinker
split is a fastball. Split-fingered fastball.
His mind is just blown right now.
So how I go back to
It is more of a house beat pitch.
when we as a show when we're watching Sir Anthony back before his surgery.
Yes.
And he
threw a fastball that cut.
Okay.
Yeah, like
but
Emmanuel
it
Class
didn't
A.
always
always
cut.
do it.
It would cut sometimes. Sometimes it would do other
Correct.
stuff.
And some guys have the ability to put finger pressure on the baseball to make it do certain things and change their angle of their hand on the ball.
Wow.
It all really kind of depends. Like Mariano Rivera actually had a natural cut to his fastball. He held it a certain way and the ball just cut. And you couldn't really tell, even though you knew it was coming, you just couldn't handle it very well. Emmanuel Class 8 throws a 100-mile-an-hour cutter.
So
that's
insane. Sounds impossible to hit.
With Sir Anthony, it seemed like that went away.
It did. I think after his surgery or after he had some arm problems, either he changed his arm angle, because when I first saw him and I was scouting him in 2019, he had a electric fastball that would just have this sort of cut on it.
Just all different.
But I'm not sure that he actually knew when he was doing it. So that makes it difficult.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Kenny in the Dirty 30. What's up, Kenny?
I could not be happier that we're playing Dallas to open the season, that we get to put the banner up in front of those smug you-know-what holes, that we get to rub it in Jerry's face, and that we get to start the season 1-0 with a cupcake. All right? I was tired of Dallas playing the Giants every year their first game and starting 1-0 and getting all the chirping going about, here's their year again. Nah, we're going to end it's their year again on the first Thursday of the season. I couldn't love it more. And there's not a person in Philly over the age of 40 that doesn't hate Dallas more than any other team in any other sport in Philadelphia. And it is just, I couldn't be happier. I just can't wait for that day. When they announced that, I literally yelled and screamed. And I know a lot of the young people don't have that same hatred for Dallas. Well, guess what? It's still burning alive in this 60-year-old man. I'm telling you right now, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, Kenny, I could only imagine your joy yesterday morning when you found out that news.
Oh, it was great. Oh, by the way, Tom, apparently you're a wild and crazy guy, so you got that going for you too.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what John?
Steve
called
the Steve Martin reference?
I don't get the reference.
Yeah,
well,
again, I'm an old
you
guy.
have
That was an old Saturday Night Live bit from the 70s.
The white hair, like Steve Martin and Santa Claus, and Steve Martin would be a wild and crazy guy like that.
Was that from SNL?
Yeah, in his stand-up.
Yes. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not.
Wow, I can't believe that you don't.
I'm not a big Steve Martin guy, man.
I should know that. That I should have understood that you didn't understand that. That was a timing issue.
Yeah, before my time.
Yeah, well before.
Kenny, do you got somebody who's eccentric?
Is there anybody more eccentric than Cam Newton right now? I mean, doesn't he have a friend to tell him about how he dresses?
He does dress
know
quite
that.
interestingly.
Yeah, appreciate it, Kenny.
I
Thanks.
didn't realize.
I think Cam Newton's eccentric. I think that's a good answer.
Yeah, but he's not famous enough anymore.
Not anymore. I mean, he was back in the day when he was playing, but I don't even know what he's really doing now.
He's doing some analysis. I just remember a game at the Link. He got sacked 9 times, and he just kept getting back up. And I was like, man, if I was him after like the 7th sack, I'd have been like, yeah, I'm going to go to the bench. But I had to give him credit for that.
Yeah, he was tough. He was really good back in the day.
But I think that the sacks are why he ended up not being, sought after any
he got
longer.
battered. Yeah.
They not only just physically took just a brutal beating, but the coaches look at a sack as a drive killer. Sacks kill drives. If those sacks are your fault, and that's a trend, and you don't fix it, you're looking for a way out.
Also had an awful game in that Super Bowl they lost.
So bad.
That was one of the worst
Horrendous.
Super Bowls ever.
Yeah.
That game against Denver.
Yeah.
Back in 15. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In moments, we'll be joined by Rob Thomson. Once again, Phillies Fantastic Auction, lunch and batting practice with the Phillies manager. Now's your chance. You and 5 of your closest friends can meet and have lunch with Phillies manager Rob Thomson. After lunch is concluded, you and your guests will be taken on a behind-the-scenes VIP tour of Citizens Bank Park. Then you'll get to watch batting practice from a VIP area behind home plate. Going to be awesome for somebody to get that opportunity. And we were talking about it earlier. Just the stories that Rob Thomson has. You can ask him about the current team, ask him about his career. Going to be awesome, John, to check that one out.
And what an awesome dude. You know, Rob Thomson is just a good, low-key fella that everyone seems to really gravitate toward this, the clubhouse. They love him for a reason.
Yeah, he is just a guy, and someone with a ton of experience, and someone who's like I said before. I mean, he's got so many stories and so much to give someone who happens to bid on this thing and win it. You're going to get a heck of a day out of it because it's pretty special.
Yeah, so make sure you're bidding for the Phillies Fantastic Auction. Chance to have lunch and watch batting practice with Phillies manager Rob Thomson. And the Phillies manager joins us now. Rob, thanks so much for hopping on this morning.
Thanks for having me. Geez, Ruben, you're talking me up here. I hope I don't let anybody down.
Checks in the mail. Checks in the mail, I
hope. Well, Rob, thanks again so much for joining us this morning. And Rob, let's just start here. Rough loss last night, but this team playing so well over the last couple weeks. After that series against New York, first game in Chicago, what in your mind has led to the turnaround where the team has played so well in recent weeks?
Well, I think we're playing pretty well in all phases. You know, we're getting really good starting pitching. I think the bullpen's starting to come around a little bit. Offensively, we've been fairly consistent, and we're playing really good defense. So when you have that type of package, I think it's just, and with the talent that we have, it's just, it's a recipe for success.
Rob, before the season, Bryce said no more daycare and, another year more mature for everyone. How has the team's identity evolved from last year to this year?
Well, I say it every year, but I think there's a little bit more focus this year on getting this thing done and getting to the end and getting over the finish line because, a lot of our guys have sour taste in their mouths from the last couple of years, and but it's true what Bryce said. The Bohms and Stotts and Marshes of the world, they're now you can call them experienced players, and they're acting like it. Stott's doing a great job in the leadoff spot. Bohm is now, he's got his average up over 250, which is really good considering how he started.
I'll say.
And the same thing with Marsh. He's starting to swing the bat. He struck out in a pinch hit role last night. He struck out twice, but coming off the bench. But he's starting to swing the bat too. I think they're still having fun, but there's a focus there and there's a seriousness there that I haven't seen in the last couple of years.
There's a lot of talk on the outside about Bryce and his body language this year. I played in locker rooms where the sentiment was, hey, we're adult men. You can't really tell us how to be. You can tell us what to do, but not how to be. I wonder how challenging is it to monitor something like body language in another adult human being who's a professional athlete. I can't imagine how hard that must be, Rob.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I feel at times bad for Hart because he puts a lot of pressure on himself, and he expects so much out of himself, and he wants to lead this team and this organization and the city to a world championship, and so he's very hard on himself, and that's just who he is, and he's I know everybody's talking about his body language this year, but it's been like that since he's been here and since he's been in the big leagues. Really, when he struggles, it wears on him, and because he cares so much, and that's really all it is.
Phillies manager Rob Thomson joining us now. Phillies Fantastic Auction, your chance to have lunch with and watch batting practice with Rob Thomson. You and 5 of your friends also get a VIP tour of Citizens Bank Park. Bidding ends Sunday, May 18th at 3 p.m. And Rob, another guy right now who we're watching and is just playing some really good baseball is Kyle Schwarber. He's so locked in. How much fun is it for you as a manager to see when a player like Schwarber right now is going the way he's going?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, because he creates a lot of runs, whether he gets on base and he slugs, and but the evolution of Kyle is really fascinating to me because you don't see it a whole lot. This is a slugger, pure slugger that has turned himself into a really dangerous hitter and pure hitter, really. And I think just last year, after the 23 season, going into 24, he had decided to change his approach a little bit and really concentrate on using the left field side of the diamond to keep him on the baseball a little bit longer. And so it's helped him against left-handed pitching. And right now he's in the zone, and he's been that way all year, where he's just taking what they give him. If they want to nibble, if they want to pitch around him, he'll take his walks. He's not going to get out of the zone. And if they want to pitch to him and they make a mistake, he's going to punish them. So he's really in a good spot now. And I was worried about how he would react moving from the leadoff spot to the cleanup spot, or hitting behind Harp anyway. But he's really taken to it, and he's having a huge year. He's going to end up with a ton of RBIs.
Hey, I was just wondering that more importantly, what about the Maple Leafs? Are you pretty fired up about them right now because they're back to 2-2?
I know. I'm a little bit nervous, but that's the whole fan base, because they're a very passionate fan base, and it's been 50 years since they won a Stanley Cup, so they want it as bad as anything, and and they've had recent history is they get knocked out early in the playoffs, so there's a lot of nervous people out there.
Hey, Rob, April 19th, I think it was, you floated the idea that Jordan Romano might be tipping something, and then it was 8 days later or so, the national TV guys mentioned the same thing, and now he looks really happy and he looks really good. What's different?
Well, and you never know whether you think you've got something. When a guy's tipping his pitch, you think you've got something. You don't really know because you look at a lot of different things. But I think he's just pitching better. He's got his velocity back up, and we used him a lot early, and that was my fault for doing that. He didn't pitch much last year, and I probably overworked him early, and he lost the plate a little bit. He lost his velocity, and so we gave him some rest. And now he's got the velocity back. He's attacking hitters. He's really confident. The slider is really good. So he's in a better place. So whether it was tipping or just the fact that he just needed some rest and was being overworked early, I don't know. But I just like where he's at right now.
Yeah, Taijuan Walker, I had outstanding. Did you see different stuff out of him when he came out of the bullpen? And is it likely that he'll get a more prominent role in the bullpen?
Yeah, in Tampa, the stuff really played up. He gave us the 3 innings and struck out 7. It really played up, and it was really intriguing to me. And, it makes you dream a little bit, how that maybe this guy can be at the back end of your bullpen and really pitch in some high leverage situations, because the split really got better. The slider was good. He was commanding, and he was touching 94, 95. Right now, because we're still thinking about going to a 6-man at some point just to give our starters some rest. We want to try to maintain that length, but at the same time, I'd really like to see him in a 1-inning role and see if that stuff plays up even a little bit more.
Phillies manager Rob Thomson joining us now. And Rob, kind of an up and down start to the season for Aaron Nola. And I'm sure, the numbers are a lot different when Rafael Marchand is behind the plate compared to JT Realmuto. I'm sure you guys have looked into that quite a bit. But what goes into deciding which catcher pitches which pitcher?
It's really about JT's rest is what it comes down to. And, Marchand's probably going to catch Nola again on Wednesday. And now we've got some weather here, so I'm not sure when we're playing. But it's really about JT. And I have full confidence in Marchand. And Aaron's struggles have nothing to do with Marchand. Marchand's a really smart, really intelligent young man that does his homework. He works very closely with JT and the pitching coaches. It has nothing to do with his setup or how he catches the ball. I think that Noel's, just off to a little bit of a slow start, and he's going to get it going. But it really has nothing to do with Rafael.
So is that backup catcher position an ongoing evaluation? Is at what point is Garrett Stubbs an option who's compared to Rafael Marchand as a real option to be in the majors?
We have full confidence in Marchand. He's a really good player, as well as Garrett Stubbs is too. So it's a good problem to have to have some catching depth, but that backup catcher role is a very difficult role. It's like being a utility player. Same thing. You don't get to play a lot. You have to do a lot of extra work to keep your timing and your swing. And he ends up being a switch hitter, so he has to do double work. But it's a difficult role, and we've had no conversations about moving Marchand at all. He's a good player, and he's going to show it at some point.
And Rob, one more for you. You look at your starting rotation right now. Obviously, a major strength on this team. How much easier does it make your job knowing that pretty much every night you're going to get length and a good outing out of your starter?
Yeah, it makes it super easy. We're very fortunate here to have really 6 good starters, because you got to put Taiwan into that mix too. We've got 4 of them, including Taiwan, that have an ERA under 3. So, it's a great problem to have. It makes my job a lot easier, because you're really you don't tax your bullpen as much. So it's good, and it makes the bullpen that much better.
Rob Thomson, Phillies manager. Phillies fantastic auction, chance to bid on, have lunch, and watch batting practice with the Phillies manager. And Rob, just one last one for you. How much do you enjoy this experience of kind of meeting up with the fans and getting to participate in an event like this?
I love it. The one thing about the Phillies organization is that, it's all about the greater good. And they raise so much money for different organizations. And last year, we did the same thing last year with the having lunch and the tour of the ballpark and watching batting practice. And we had the EB Trucking Company. We had 6 guys from the company come in, and we just had a ball. We just sat there and ate lunch and took our time, and we did it at the ballpark here in our food room, and our chef cooked for us, and we just had a good time with it. And it was great to get to know them. I mean, we all know how passionate our fan base is, and they just love it, and great questions and great conversation. I really enjoy it. I really do.
Well, Rob, thanks so much for joining us this morning, and good luck tonight. Go get them.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Rob.
Rob.
Take it easy. Rob Thomson, Phillies manager. Your chance to have lunch with Rob, watch batting practice with him. Phillies fantastic auction. You, 5 of your friends, can do that with Rob Thomson after lunch is concluded. You and your guests will be taken on a behind-the-scenes VIP tour of Citizens Bank Park, concluding with a stop on the field to watch batting practice from a VIP area behind home plate. So really cool stuff, and nice talking to the manager there. And I thought interesting things in regards to Rafael Marchand, and the fact that, hey, he might catch Aaron Nola again coming up this week.
Yeah, he's a big believer in Rafael Marchand.
I am too.
Doesn't sound like there's any chance that Stubbsy is breathing down his neck.
And Stubbs
I was hoping.
And he's doing a great job down there.
Stubbsy is doing awesome with Painter.
He's doing great with everybody. I mean, his overall presence there, I think, is going to continue to make guys better. Even a guy like, even more so, a guy like Mick Abel.
Yeah.
Mick Abel has really stepped forward this year, especially his last 3 or 4 starts. And that gives this team even more depth. You start thinking about what you have. You have, you have Taijuan Walker, who was a starter now in a relief role. You have the possibility of Painter being ready at some point June or July. You have now Mick Abel pitching his rear end off down in Lehigh Valley and really starting to become the guy that they thought he could become. And now you start talking about some serious depth, and that's a really good thing. And to have Stubby down there working with those guys, it's only going to get them better. It's really cool.
Yeah, and when you look at that job, Rube, about being the backup catcher, how difficult is it for that person in that spot, especially playing behind somebody like JT, who just doesn't take a lot of days off?
It really is tough just because Marchand's never really played this role. He's never really had to sit for 8 or 10 days and then, face some of the best pitching in the world. And he's got to do it, especially on the offensive side of the ball. To have to do it from both sides, he has to work to get right, both left-handed and right-handed. I know as a switch hitter, that was a tough thing to maintain just in general off the bench. And for him to have to do that at this level, it's not easy. The most important thing about him is to be able to work pitching. And that's really the role, is to make sure that you don't have like the massive drop-off. And I know it's been a little bit of a tough go lately with Nola at times, but I think it's more coincidental than anything else.
Definitely. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, reset the table on some of the things we're talking about today. Obviously, the Phillies, they lose last night, but back at it against the Cardinals tonight. Talking about the NBA draft lottery, Sixers, they end up with the 3rd overall pick. Our hopes were dashed. They get into the top 4, but the Dallas Mavericks get after trading Luka Doncic, they get a out of jail free card, get the number 1 pick. They'll end up with Cooper Flag. What do you do if you're the Sixers? You blow this thing up, or do you run it back with Embiid and Paul George and whoever you get at 3 with Tyrese Maxey, with Jared McCain, give it one more run at it? You're welcome to get in on that. And our side
Jared
topic,
McCain looked really pleased last night.
He seems like a happy guy.
You're right. You're right. I felt like a happy guy when we were about to get that first pick. And then when it was 3rd, it still felt like there was a bit of hope. There was a glint. There was a glimmer. And if we could get Joel functional with Paul George inspired to some degree to actually get out there in the court,
what makes you think that's going to happen?
Yeah,
these young kids, Ace Bailey. If that's Ace Bailey with Tyrese.
With Tyrese and McCain, I think that
McCain,
it makes you a little bit more, I don't know, positive about where they stand. And people are talking about blowing it up. I can't blow it up until first of all, you have to find out what's going on with Embiid and his health.
Yes.
And you can't trade that guy with any value.
Yeah.
You're not going to be trading Embiid with
Pennies
any value at all
right
until
now.
he's on the court and performing at a very high level, which he can do when he's healthy. And then you make an assessment as to whether to move the guy.
I just don't know if that's ever going to happen again.
All right, you're right. But
I don't know either, but nobody knows.
Shot.
Neither is another GM.
No.
So that's why they're not going to trade for him. And if they do, they're going to have to, it's going to be pennies on the dollar.
I think we will know so quickly. I mean, you're a week in. If Joel is in any way woe is me or on that on the bench and resting and resting up and building for 3 games from now because he needs to take a break, then we're done.
Well, I do think it is funny when we talk about Paul George. Can we get him back and can we get him motivated? Can we get him caring about playing is what we talk about.
$200+ million.
Right. But the best part of yesterday is that Podcast P returned. He returned yesterday after his long hiatus.
I didn't realize.
Yes, savior to all of us.
Okay.
I've missed that podcast so much. And Paul George actually had a hot draft take.
If I had to pick, I would probably go Ace Bailey.
Ooh, okay, going against the grain a little bit, might I say. But tell us why.
I would probably go Ace Bailey. I think Ace Bailey is a little bit more raw talent with, still a ton of upside. I think Cooper Flagg, not to say he doesn't have upside. He has amazing upside as well. But I think Ace Bailey has a little bit more upside to him. I think he can scratch a little bit more off of his surface than Cooper Flagg can, which I think both will be all-stars. Both will be superstars, once they develop, and get to the NBA. I think both of them will be superstars. I think it will be definitely those two will be, the Magic Johnson, Larry Bird comparison in terms of.
Well,
wow.
By the way, that clip was from February. It wasn't from yesterday. So Podcast B's not back, unfortunately.
But
Okay.
still,
relevant to this
That's
conversation.
important that he feels like Ace, his
you
future
just never know.
teammate potentially.
He doesn't know what
Is
he's
that
talking about.
exciting?
It's him and Elliot Shorepart.
Yeah, they're on their own island. Ace
ju-
Bailey Island.
You just never know, guys. You never know until they're on the court in the NBA.
I don't know. In this case, I'm watching Cooper Flagg in college. I feel like we know about Cooper
Well,
Flagg.
I think Cooper Flagg's going to be awesome. I think it's exciting that a guy who knows basketball to some degree, I mean, he's been playing it for a long time, thinks that the guy who we are probably set to get at 3 might be better than the guy who's going at 1. I know he's not a draft expert. He's a player, but I don't know. That says something. That's exciting for our chances, our team getting a great value at 3.
Well, let's hope that's the case. Time for a Twitter poll question of the day. Twitter poll question sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner, pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Do you believe the NBA draft lottery was rigged? Yes or no? That is our Twitter poll question today. Let's go back to the phones. Steve in Egg Harbor. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, with the Sixers, it really doesn't matter what pick we have because we have Daryl Morey on as our GM. So it doesn't really matter. We're not going anywhere. This team is not going to be relevant until at least 2030 something. I can't see it. So I'm not really. The first time in 40 years I haven't watched a Sixers game was this year. I didn't even get myself to watch the Sixers. Once they signed Paul George, I knew this team was never going to win a championship with this guy or Joel Embiid. But what I really called today was to ask Ruben about, our Ranger Suarez is on the last year of his contract, and he just signed Boris as his agent. If he pitches as well, like he started last year, and he really pitched well on Saturday night, would you consider trading him or using him as a trading block to get a really, really good closer in here, like, say, the guy from Oakland?
I would not, and because I don't believe in robbing Peter to pay Paul. Not when you're making a run, and having the depth. And I talked about some of the pitching depth that can go away fast. So I would not do that. I would consider moving some prospects, no question about it. I don't have any problem moving prospects because that's what they are. And I think that's probably the route that Dave Dombrowski's going to take. It's very difficult. Who are you going to replace Suarez with if he's pitching as well as he is? He was one of the best pitchers in all of baseball for the first 2 months last year. Now, if he's struggling and he's not really pitching well, which I don't expect to have happen, is somebody else going to want him? I mean, I just don't know. I just don't think it's the right formula for the Phillies.
Well, if Painter comes up, what are they going to do with him then? I mean, that was my scenario. Painter moving into the rotation and Suarez, being on the last year of his contract, and having Boris, which means they're going to really go for some. They're going to go for some mucho bucks with that guy.
No question about it. But the reality of it is they're trying to win this year. And you're a better team with Ranger than without him, as far as I'm concerned. And you just can't rely on Andrew Painter being a great pitcher in the major leagues right out of the chute. He may be great, but Ranger Suarez has already done it. And so, I have a lot more confidence in the guys that are actually doing it at the major league level than guys who are not there yet.
Steve, what is it?
Do you think we need a closer like the guy from Oakland's a stud?
I'm not saying you don't need a closer, but I don't use that piece to get him.
Yeah, who's the kid from St. Louis who's pitching for them right
Helsley.
now? Is there any chance they're not going to give up on him if they continue to play?
Well, if they play well, it's good. That's a tough message for the fans, but
Sure.
but you never know. I mean, the front offices do different things these days, and so it's going to take a lot. It's not going to be, you're going to have to get a ton. And why would a team like St. Louis want a guy like that? Because he's going to be gone.
Right. What do you got for the side topic today, Steve?
Talk about Ranger Suarez. Why would they want Ranger Suarez if in a deal like that? They just don't.
Yeah.
Well, who's eccentric? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. What do you got?
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. That's a good
sure
one.
is.
Very eccentric. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he's doing adult movies as much anymore,
I
does
don't know
it?
what he's doing. He went through some therapy and stuff, right? Didn't he go through some
I
stuff?
don't know. I think most recently he was in that, it was like a Sonic the Hedgehog movie, or like one of those.
It was like the villain in that movie.
Like he's been villainous in multiple kid movie
He went through a
capacities, I
phase
think.
where he wasn't doing comedies; he was doing serious movies. He's one of those guys I can't take seriously. If I see Jim Carrey in a movie, I just can't take him seriously.
Really?
Same thing with like Will Ferrell. Even though Will Ferrell doesn't really do that too much.
Will Ferrell's so great.
Yeah,
I can take him
Seriously?
You can?
I appreciate.
Oh, I
Will
can.
Ferrell
I
a
look
lot.
at him and I think he's like a cartoon character.
I find it hard not to laugh when, I mean, really, he could just sit there and not say anything, and for some reason, I would kind of think it's funny. But he's very talented to where I've seen some other, real acting from him, where it's kind of you can kind of forget it's Will Ferrell, which is a compliment to Will Ferrell.
Yeah, I mean, able to do different things.
He
Pretty
seems
impressive.
so awesome. Also, by the way, when you watch him on the, like the college, the college Saturday pick'em shows, like he is so into sports and so into SC, having gone there, I guess. I think that's cool too. Will Ferrell is a guy who follows, the game.
And kind of eccentric. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Hour left to go for us. Come back, reset the table for you. Get some calls in as well. Tom Kelly in for Jim Camera. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, then you are always trying to give 100% of your focus to your pet. As far as Cheney is concerned, that is never enough for him. Follows me around the house everywhere. In today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get. My Cheney's got allergies that he has to deal with, and the lead dog, George Parente, will tell you that the place to go, not only to get help, but many solutions for any of your pet's needs, like mine, is at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. Spring is here, so it is time to think about natural flea and tick preventions. You're going to be outside a lot more, so maybe pick up a new toy, maybe a ball launcher, something to tug on to. When it comes to food, they've got an amazing selection at Dogs and Cats Roll. It is second to none. Their large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and it cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Roll. They've got 7 convenient neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get a $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. See store for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right, so I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr,
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Only 106 early entry candidates have declared for next month's NBA draft. So why is that number so low? Well, let's take Texas Tech's JT Toppin, for instance. He'll make $4 million+ in NIL money to return. He'd never earn that as a late first-round pick. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies manager Rob Thomson appeared on the WIP morning show earlier. He spoke about Kyle Schwarber being in the zone of late.
He's just taking what they give him. You know, if they want to nibble, if they want to pitch around him, he'll take his walks. He's not going to get out of the zone. And if they want to pitch to him and they make a mistake, he's going to punish them. He's really in a good spot now, and I was worried about how he would react moving from the leadoff spot to the cleanup spot, or hitting behind Harp anyway. But he's really taken to it, and he's having a huge year. He's going to end up with a ton of RBIs.
Phil's Cards again this evening, 6:45 p.m. Sixers picking third in the NBA draft. Another game announced for the Eagles' 2025 schedule. Monday Night Football, November 10th at Green Bay. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Periods of rain, high 69, it's currently 66. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamerick today. John Ritchie, Ruben Amaro Jr., Rhea Hughes. We're with you till 10 o'clock today. You want to get in? 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. We're on a lot of Sixers today. The lottery, Sixers land with the third pick. Phillies, Cardinals later on tonight.
We're talking about how Tom Kelly has completely transformed in appearance over the last 2 months.
You were just staring me down.
Going from a young man to...
Well, just so you know, my father-in-law texted me, said I don't look decrepit.
No, I mean, decrepit was rough, man. That was heavy.
All right, I said I overstepped. I said I went too far with decrepit.
Right, well,
I think it was fine.
I think you can be youthful and gray.
Yeah,
you know,
but you can't be youthful and decrepit at the same time. That's one thing you can't be.
No, but
I haven't checked the
that's
YouTube
what I was
comments.
thinking. Honestly, Tom, I was thinking youthfully decrepit in the back of my mind. Like, you do come off as a younger man, despite the fact that you are, prematurely extremely gray.
Wow, now it's prematurely gray.
Would you call this extremely gray? Extremely
Not
gray?
extremely.
Maybe the sideburns only.
You got your power
Come
out
from
a little
Mr. Graybeard over here.
What are you talking about?
Man.
It's blonde.
That is not blonde.
Yeah.
That's all gray, bro.
There you go.
What are you talking about?
Be ridiculous.
Decrepit.
It's like platinum. Very, very light blonde.
215-592-9494. So talking about the Phils and Eagles schedule releases and a few schedule notes to pass along here. Vikings will be the first team ever to play 2 consecutive international
What's going
games.
on with that?
They're going to be playing in Dublin and then in London the next week.
J.J. McCarthy.
How would you like that
center?
How would you like that as a player? To go
I would
and
hate it.
you would hate it?
I would absolutely hate
They're
that.
just going to stay there, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah. But that is as distracting as you can get it. Anytime you sleep on a mattress that's not your mattress.
Correct.
I hate that.
Yeah.
No,
I
Amen.
need that for back health. Seriously, your
mental
your
health.
back matters so much for a sport that you're getting into a stance and exploding out 100 times a game. You can't be messing around on anyone else's bed the night before, or the night before, the night before, or the night before, the night before, the night before. And I'll keep going. They're going to be over there for a week.
Yeah.
Jaguars have done this before, by the way. They played back-to-back games in London last year.
The tweet said first two back-to-back international games. Maybe it's in different locations.
In different locations.
That's
Yeah,
probably
the
what it
Jags
is.
should just relocate to London at this point. Yeah.
Well, their
They
owner
should.
wants them to, it seems.
Yeah.
You know, he's all about that with his feet in that pool, soccer-wise, football-wise also.
No, they probably have more of a fan base over there as well.
They do.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Our side topic today, give us who or what is eccentric for your chance to win Post Malone tickets. Pair of tickets, Post Malone, Citizens Bank Park, May 24th. You going to be there, John?
I love the Post Malone stuff that I see when he's doing covers, and he's so talented. He's playing guitar. He's doing really amazing songs. But I don't know. I wasn't planning on it. Are you going?
I don't think so. No, I didn't even
Maybe
know
I'll
Post
go.
Malone was. As
Maybe
of
we
yesterday.
should. Maybe we should go together.
I'm
you
not
and
going
me.
with
We'll
you.
double
You call me
date.
I don't go out with people. Who
Why
call
don't
me
we double
decrepit.
date? You and me.
I don't know if I'd want to do that.
Why not?
Because I don't know if I'd
Wow,
want to spend
he's
my
turning me
my
down.
time around you, John.
Well, after you
outside
crushed
of
him on
work.
the decrepit
I know.
piece, I mean,
yeah.
I would too.
Wow, that was-
I'm right with you, TK.
Call somebody
That
decrepit.
was a playful decrepit. That was a playful.
It was playful the first time. You
Yeah.
said it.
I'm just kidding. We'll go on a double date with you, John.
that'd be fun.
I just need to find a babysitter for my 3 kids, and then I'll be able to come out.
That does make
I'm
it tough.
sure that doesn't happen often. It's usually grandmoms.
No. Yeah. I went to my cousin's wedding on Saturday. It was my first time out since my 3rd kid was
Well,
born.
see, that's the thing. In talking to Tom, he's not taking Tom time. He's not ever
There's no
taking
Tom time.
time.
Nope.
There's no Tom time, and that's when things get problematic for you and the missus. Like, you need to get out.
Oh,
and,
now you're giving me,
yeah,
now
therapy.
it's advice. Now
Yeah.
it's giving me life
We
advice.
give lots
Man.
of life advice on this show.
No, life advice days tomorrow, right?
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
Joe's got to be back to give people life advice.
Well, that remains to be seen.
That's very
if
important.
he gives it effectively or not. But we try.
He's always got an interesting perspective.
Have you gone out with your wife since the baby?
We went to a
the
wedding
most
on
recent
Saturday.
Baby. Okay. That going to a wedding, you said that was the first time you've actually gone out and done something.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't. I'm assuming there have been no dates.
No, there.
Yeah, so
haven't been.
judging from experience, that is an important part of the process here. And
Seems
I know it's
that
tough
way.
with 3 under 5. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got to figure it out.
Yeah.
one way or another.
The youngest
It's
4 months
important.
old.
That is
Time.
important.
Yeah. Well,
Tom time, and then does your wife have a T name?
She does. Teresa is her name.
The TT time.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Tom and Teresa time.
There you go.
Tom and Teresa time. It needs to start, man.
Well,
I don't think they need any more
I'll
time
make-
alone together with 3 young kids. I think you
Yeah,
need to
exactly.
dial back on that.
Let's make sure. Yeah, well, let's be responsible with the Tom time and Tom and Teresa time.
Well, thank you, John. I value your advice so much. I'm retaining so much of it. 215-592-9494. Let's go to David
You
in
should go out
Salem.
on dates, though.
Save me, David. Save me from John giving me the advice here.
How you doing?
Hi, David.
How you doing?
David, you're from Salem?
Yeah, Salem, New Jersey.
You know that the Salem witch trials, they didn't actually burn anyone at the stake.
No?
Not one
the same
person.
Salem.
Yeah, it's not the
John.
same Salem, John. This
I
is
know.
New Jersey.
I'm aware, but it's interesting. I mean, it's a tie-in.
Yeah, to the beginning of the show. That is true.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk about if I watch the Phillies every evening, and I'm sure everybody else knows this too, that Harper swings at the first pitch, no matter what pitch it is.
It feels that way.
Pitchers figure that out and say, hit it out.
It feels like he gets a little too primed up and amped up, and yeah.
I think part of his, I think the whole part of his at bats right now is that he's probably trying to do a little too much, and he's trying to dial it back. He's talked about it, and when he does dial it back, and he makes much better decisions. But Listen,
mean,
he
you
will
know,
get out.
baseball-
He'll get out of it. He will get out of it.
The first pitch is usually the best. It's a fastball. You're trying to get ahead, but they figured him out because they're not going to throw him a fastball down the middle each time. Another
Unless
question.
they mess up. They
about
sure
Aaron
don't want
Nola.
to.
Does everybody else notice that he gives up like 1 or 2 big home runs?
David, we got to let you go. Your phone was cutting out
he's
on
in
us
and
there.
out. What was he talking about?
I think he was talking about
Nola?
Nola and the home run problem. What do you see there, Ruben? Is this just something that, it's been a problem his entire career? This year it's been seemingly more often he's given up homers. What do you think that's attributed to?
I think the big issue is he's going to give up home runs because he throws a lot of strikes. He gets a lot of punch outs because he throws a lot of strikes. And he does make mistakes in the zone. He's made more seemingly this year than in the past. The big issue with him is making sure that he doesn't allow runners on prior to those home runs and letting that snowball, which has happened at times. So I think it's really about him being able to keep the runners off base when he does give up the solo home run, because you can give up a solo home run. It's no big deal. But if you if you're starting to throw up there, the crooked numbers, that's when it becomes a little bit more difficult for him.
Have you noticed it seems like, and maybe I'm leaping to conclusions here, but it does seem like Aaron Nola is bothered by runners on base more than some other guys.
I think he's made the adjustment over the last couple of years, actually speed up his delivery, and sometimes his delivery does get a little funky when he's in the stretch.
He's too conscious of holding those guys.
Maybe
at times.
I think at times, but I think he's more confident. He used to be able to do things differently. He'd slow down the game a little bit, like Jamie Moyer. He was never really short to the plate, so he had to mix up his looks and his picks and stuff like that. And now it's really limited for him to do that. So he had to speed up his delivery. So that's changed some things mechanically for him.
Let's go to Chuck in Mount Airy. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, morning team. How you doing?
Doing awesome,
Yo,
Chuck.
John, what's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
Amazing.
Hey,
What
your
about
Cardinals
you?
did- I'm doing wonderful. I can't complain. Yeah, I'm at work right now on this jury day, and I am enjoying and loving having the third pick in the NBA draft. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
You like-
He's going to be the best player in this draft.
You think
John,
so?
I tell you. Yes, absolutely.
He's he's our MJ.
6'10", wing guy.
Wow, 6'7" and a
Athletic.
half, really.
Well, this guy has
Maybe
a wingspan
6'8".
of a 7-footer.
True.
And listen, he can shoot, he can score at will.
Kevin
His
Durant
upside is
esque.
through the roof.
Do you think you? Well, I
What
guess
do you
we'll
about-
see.
Are we sure he's going to be the third pick?
Yeah, we're not sure he's
Maybe
going to be
not.
the third.
Maybe
pick.
not.
I mean, we've already got this guy,
Right.
in our pockets, but is that happening?
It,
I mean, it got to happen. I mean, if it doesn't happen, the only time the Sixers can mess this up. But this is they have a gold mine right now. You're very saying Joel Embiid being healthy. It doesn't matter if he's healthy or not. You just got a golden ticket right now. This kid is the real deal, and his upside is through the roof. I'm telling you, this is who I wanted. He's going to be the best player in this draft, man, and we can revisit this conversation 3
What
years
if-
later from now.
What if I didn't know his name was Arias? That's a pretty cool name. What if Arias Ace Bailey is gone and Cooper Flagg is also gone, and we get Dylan Harper or
Dylan Harper's a good player, but I mean Ace Bailey he's going to be the third pick. I don't see it. I think it's going as they say it's going to go. Cooper.
Well,
Flagg,
why would he be the third pick if he's so good? If he's better than
because
Dylan Harper?
He's 18 years old. It's an upside. It's an upside thing with him. It's not. It's Dylan Harper was a better college player than Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey's still he's raw.
Yeah, Ace is a lot more.
college
Yeah,
need to do with this guy.
needs to be developed.
Yeah, and
yeah.
appreciate the call, Chuck. But this is the thing here with a guy like Ace Bailey. Why would a team like San Antonio, who's drafted number 2, if he's got all this upside, they have Victor Wembanyama, this stud up front. Why wouldn't they take a shot?
They
at
want
him?
to pair Dylan with him.
Right.
I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, and I wonder too about the situation with Ace
Did you
Bailey
give
and
Chuck
Dylan
a
Harper.
chance to say who or what is eccentric?
He didn't have stars next to his name. That means that he didn't have an answer, unless Buzz just forgot to put him there.
No, he said he didn't have an answer.
Okay, there you go. I was trusting you, Buzz. But Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper, does it concern you at all that these guys were on the same team
Yes,
and
it
they're
should.
projected to be in the top 3?
They couldn't
and
make the tournament.
No, they were won 14
I thought
games.
that was odd.
Wow.
It's like
it's really odd. I mean, when you're in basketball, you have 40% of your team is as good as they are, and they don't get to
It
the
was
tournament.
reminiscent of Ben Simmons.
Right.
That's really hard to.
And I'm not saying it's the
swallow
same
down.
situation.
How many teams make this thing now?
68.
170 of them.
Yeah, it seems like that.
Yeah.
But Ben Simmons coming out, one of the knocks on him was, if this guy's so great, how can he not get his team in the tournament?
Yeah.
And hey, we
Well,
ended up
I
saying
guess
throughout
the-
his career here, he
the
had
truth-
major
The
deficiencies.
proof is in the pudding, isn't
I mean,
it?
and like Ruben said, I mean, 40% of your team, you have 2 guys that are that great. The bare minimum is you should be able to get in the tournament.
No doubt.
So
That's got to concern me a little bit.
Yeah, that does worry me a little bit when you look at these guys. And it's why you look at a guy like Cooper Flagg, and I know Cooper Flagg was playing on kind of an all-star team. I mean, 2 of these other Duke kids, Knuppel and Malawach, the other big kid, which I would highly doubt the Sixers take a center again. But they had 3 top 10 players. I mean, they
But
made it to
they
the
understand the pressure of
Sixers
winning
take
in
a
a huge,
center.
You have to win at Duke.
I mean, you got to win there. I mean, they're the pressure and the intensity and the whole ACC, the whole thing. It's totally different
I would have
level of
wanted
basketball.
them to go get Knuppel just so I could hear it mispronounced.
Oh,
for the next
yeah,
10
the
years.
That would
mispronunciations
not have
in
been
this
fun
city.
for me.
Always my favorite. How does somebody say Castellanos?
Castellanos.
Castellanos. There you go.
We are the worst in this
We
city
are.
with mispronouncing
Hershey
names.
No
Hawkins.
question.
Jimmy
Especially with just adding S's to the
Alshon
end of
Jeffries.
names. Yeah, Alshon Jeffries. That's a great one. I feel like there are a lot like that. Roy Halladay was
It was
a-
Holiday
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
It's Holiday.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know.
Yeah, that was a pretty famous one. Let's go to
Just call
Chris
him
in
Doc.
Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Chris.
Guys, I want to address 2 things here. I'd like to get a little NBA, but I want to talk a little b-ball or baseball. I'm sorry, with my brother Ruben there. But let's get to the NBA. So this is such a fraudulent league. They forced us to fire our general manager because they said it was a bad look and it was given the wrong persona and optics. But then this nonsense goes on where Luka gets traded to Lakers. Then the Lakers, get the golden franchise of the NBA, now gets the first pick and gets Cooper Flagg. Like, the odds of that actually happening are like, that's greater odds of happening than Joe DeCamera beating Jack Fritz in the WIP games. Like, it's next to impossible. Like, it's so blatantly obvious. And I love when they try to act so self-righteous. Like I said, they talked about, they don't want to give bad optics, but then they do this nonsense, and it's just like, it's tone deaf. I don't understand how they could be so tone deaf. I really don't.
And this is the thing, Chris. I mean, there are just so many examples of this happening in the past. I mean, you look at LeBron, the year before he went back to Cleveland, they get the number 1 pick. The year after he leaves Cleveland, they get the number 1 pick. And sure, is there a chance all this is random? I guess, but it just feels like this has happened very frequently.
So here's my take on this thing. I mean, it's so ridiculous that it can't be, and it has to be random.
That's the way I feel.
And I really feel like it
positive.
can't be that obviously ridiculous.
You can't, in good
That's why I
conscience,
think it actually was for
slap
real.
us all in the face
Totally agree with
repeatedly in this
But
fashion.
they do it repeatedly,
And
so
well-
they have.
And the Luka Doncic trade was so bizarre. Like, it's like, why would you trade this guy who said he wants to stay here,
When
wants
it
to be here
happened,
for your entire
everybody
career,
said that the
and to
trade
trade
was
him to
ridiculous.
that destination
correct.
over any other?
You just gave
It's just
the
weird.
Lakers a superstar.
Yeah, and it's not the
over
first
and
time that's
over.
happened. Yeah.
Rube, I want to get your take real quick before I give you guys my eccentric person. So I don't really hear much chatter about Otto Kemp. What are your thoughts on Otto? Do you think they're going to use him as the piece to go get somebody, or do you think they're going to stash him away to replace Bohm with next year?
He can do anything they want. I mean, as long as you have depth and you have talent. I mean, there's a lot of chatter about that. They know about him. Believe me, he's making his mark. If have bat will travel, and so he's gonna at some point push the envelope. And who knows? I mean, it's great to be able to have a guy who basically came out of quote unquote nowhere to be this kind of a hitting prospect. But hey, that's the kind of depth that you love to have.
And what positions could he potentially play?
So apparently he's playing all the positions right now in the corner positions. I don't know how good a defensive player he is, but in Major League Baseball in this day and age, people don't care about defense all that much. The good teams do. But listen, if the guy can hit, because there's so few really great hitters now, if the guy can hit and people believe that he can hit, then he's going to get a chance of being in the big leagues. There's no question about it.
Bringing him up this year?
I mean, it's possible. It depends on, what happens as far as, overall health of the team. He's not going to go and replace Alec Boehm, for instance. Alec Boehm's been doing it for several years, and he's had a lot of success.
How does Alec Boehm deal with that? Like, how does Alec Boehm, we know he's
I don't think he cares at all.
At times. Oh, really?
I don't think he cares at all. He's raking right now. Man's been crushing the baseball. I mean,
True.
I don't want to say crushing. He's getting his hits and having a lot of success right now. So I think that's all he cares about right now.
Who or what's eccentric, Chris?
Yeah, so guys, I love watching various things on the History Channel, and one of the greatest series they ever did was The Men Who Built America. And this guy is really eccentric to the point he had OCD so bad. Before he would walk into a building, he would walk around it 3 or 4 times before entering the building. He's one of the world's famous physicists and engineer, Nikola Tesla.
He would walk around a building
that's weird.
multiple times before entering it?
Yeah, the OCD really, really.
Wow, that's rough.
Did that include eventually imagine if you did that here.
Getting a lot of steps in.
If you're coming to the studio and you ended up walking around, it would take a long time to get around this building.
It's not as big
times.
as you think it is. That's
I mean, if
10 minutes, you can get around 3-4 times.
But you imagine trying to set your schedule around all that? I mean, right?
Because then you never know how long it'll take traffic-wise, even walking-wise, or if you can even get around the building. What if you can't?
Yeah, what if you're running late?
There's no path.
Yeah.
You show up to the
building.
ballpark, you got to lap around CBP 3 or 4 times.
The whole stadium?
That would take you a while for sure. 215-592-9494. You want to get in the last segment of the show, you're welcome to. Time's yours line, 215-238-4500. You can leave us a voicemail 4 times yours as well. Tom
Do you
Kelly
have
in for Joe
OCD,
DeCamera.
Tom? Do you have any OCD traits? Because yesterday I talked about my OCD
We'll
trait,
get into that when
and
we
you
get
stayed
back.
mum
We'll
and
get
made
into
yourself out to seem like you're completely normal.
Well, that's a good tease, John. We'll talk about that when we get back.
Yes.
All right,
please.
there you go.
Thank you.
This is the WIP Morning Show right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Bijan Robinson burst onto the scene in 2024, finishing 3rd in rushing yards and top 5 in rushing touchdowns. Now heading into his 3rd season, the Atlanta star back is primed for an even bigger year. Bijan Robinson to win Offensive Player of the Year is 12-1. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept their customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. She's always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sun is shining.
bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies manager Rob Thomson on the WIP morning show earlier, talking about the daycares a little bit. Bryson Stott, Alec Bowman, Brandon Marsh as being more focused this year.
A lot of our guys have sour taste in their mouths from the last couple of years, but it's true what Bryce said. You know, the Bohms and Stotts and Marshes of the world, they now you can call them experienced players, and they're acting like it. You know, they're still having fun, but there's a focus there, and there's a seriousness there that I haven't seen in the last couple of years.
Phillies, Cardinals game 2 of their series, 6:45 live here on 94 WIP. Another Eagles game has been announced. They will be at the Green Bay Packers in a Monday Night Football game November 10th. And the Sixers will select third in the NBA draft. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Periods of rain, high 69, and is currently 66. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara, Reed Hughes, Ruben Amaro Jr., John Ritchie with you on the morning show today.
All right,
John
I actually
Ritchie, I love it.
differentiated.
That's
I could pick up on that.
There you go.
Not cool.
Get better.
You were going off. You were going off during the break about the word
It
John.
bothers me that there's a word that means everything that is the same as my name.
It's not the same as your name. It's a different
also
word.
a name that's
totally
used
different.
very frequently.
Of
I mean,
course.
whether it's JON or JOHN, there are a lot of people with my name.
But it's
like
not
my dad and my uncle and every other
But
guy
it's
down
not
the street.
John. It's John.
And then, all right, well,
And
it's,
it's also
close enough.
It's also their name. It's not like you have, ownership.
You're right.
Completely.
But when you hear a name that sounds an awful lot like your name and it can mean any word, it gets distracting.
Does it put your head on a swivel? a
Yeah,
little?
that's the thing. Yes. Okay, so you know how when you are at an outdoor park or something and you hear Dad,
Everybody
and your head
spins.
snaps around.
Yeah.
Of course.
You can't like unplug that. Whatever that instinct is, you automatically
But
respond.
they say dad, not Dodd.
Okay, but it sounds close enough. It's close enough. You respond, you react, and
But
it
nobody
really
yells
does
out the
get,
word
oh.
John. They
Yeah.
usually use it in a sentence.
I feel like you're creating a hypothetical
Yeah.
situation that never actually occurs. Like, when does this happen where you're hearing somebody say
My
John?
name-
Surprised
my
you
name
get
is-
worried about this.
My name is already too frequently out there. And now
Well, change
it
it.
doesn't need to be meaning everything. Again, it's just overused. My name was overused to begin with. Now that you add the JAWN, it really gets used.
Ruben's right. You
An
could,
awful lot.
You could change it.
Make it Jonathan.
I would love to be. Remember Mike Stonebreaker, the linebacker
Wow, that's
from
a
Notre
great.
Dame?
That's a
That's a
great.
good
That's a
Unbelievable
great name.
Michael Stonebreaker. When I was in 8th grade, I thought someday I might change my name to that. There are some good choices out there. I don't know for a first name. if I would go Mike. Maybe something a little more creative. I love the name Jimmy, Jimi, because of Jimi Hendrix, but Jimmy Seltzer sort of has that name.
Just saw his display out there. I have the picture. I was going to send it to you from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh,
Incredible display there. Really cool.
I can only imagine.
I was thinking of you, pal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would love to see that, and I haven't. I need to check it out.
You're the only one who calls James Jimmy, right? Are you the only
No,
one that's
I think
allowed
some
to?
people call him Jimmy.
No,
Okay.
everybody calls him James.
Yeah,
He
everybody
doesn't
calls him
like it.
James.
What? Really?
You're just learning this after, what, 9 years?
No, I think a lot of people say Jimmy.
I don't think
Nope.
so.
No.
Nope.
Everybody calls him James.
Nope. James.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So.
You're
one of a
You're
kind.
saying
John.
one of
No
the- you're
one calls him
special.
Jimmy.
You
You're,
are-
you're special. You're allowed to
You are
believe
one of a
you.
kind. That's very true.
Yeah.
He,
I think you're.
prefers to be called James.
Yeah.
Are we sure about this?
Yes. Well, you ask him. Ask him when he's back in what he likes to be called. And
I
you'll-
think he
I don't think
prefers
there's
to
any
be
question.
called James unless it's Jimmy with an I.
Unless it's you calling him.
No,
it.
if it's
Because
Jimmy with
you're
an
the-
I, then he's like, okay, that's pretty cool because it's like Jimi Hendrix is
I
amazing.
can't imagine that's what he's thinking.
Don't
Really?
think- yeah.
No,
Don't-
I don't think he's thinking that at all.
Don't think so.
I think you got a bad read there.
Agreed. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Remember, you can still bid on the Sports Radio 94 WIP Eagles Game Day Experience Brandon Graham Autograph Football. You and a guest will enjoy a full Sports Radio 94 WIP Eagles Game Day Experience as they take on the New York Giants. Start your game day at the 94 WIP pregame tailgate party. Continue by visiting the pregame show. Then you'll head into Lincoln Financial Field. You'll visit with Merrill and Mike in the broadcast booth. Watch the game from club-level seats and also receive an autographed football from Super Bowl champion and Pro Bowl defensive end Brandon Graham. Bidding for that item ends May 18th at 7 o'clock. So you can bid on that if you want. One quick thing I wanted to touch on before we get back to the phones here. Last night, Knicks-Celtics game 4, really good game. Knicks end up winning. Knicks go up 3-1 in that series.
Again, down like 14 this time.
Yeah, and a brutal ending for the Celtics. Not only lose the game, but
You were
Jason
torn up?
Tatum. I wasn't torn up. I don't care. I don't
but I
like
hate
the
to
Celtics.
see a star blow it.
that
blow it
sucked.
out.
Tatum
Yeah.
is that
That's
special
terrible.
where that hurts the game.
No, that does hurt the game
He's
for
having
sure.
a great game, too.
Yeah, and Tatum goes down, and here's Brian Windhorst just on the aftermath and the feeling in the Boston locker room last night.
Our Tim Bontemps, who was in the Celtics locker room after the game, he said it was the quietest locker room he'd ever heard. They obviously know that the rest of this series is in, of course, serious doubt. I will point something out. They are facing, obviously, a difficult situation here. Tatum injured. They're down 3-1. They were 8-2 without Jason Tatum this season. This is an excellent team. They are the defending champions. Picking themselves up after seeing that, though, is going to be a huge challenge, maybe even more tactically, emotionally, trying to bounce back from what they witnessed tonight.
Now, I don't think the Celtics are bouncing back and winning that series, but, man, you talk about a costly night. You basically lose the series and you lose Jason Tatum. That's a killer. And not good for the league. You never want to see
Might
that.
have lost your season next year, too.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the East, it does feel
Devastating.
a little more wide open after last night, and it looks like the Knicks going to get to a conference finals before the Sixers, which is kind of crazy.
Okay, the Sixers are prepared to offer Jason Tatum a 3-year extension.
Yeah, exactly. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Kenny in Vineland. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, good morning crew.
What's up, Kenny?
All right. I want to talk about Bryce Harper a little bit, and then I want to give you my eccentric. This is directed towards you, Ruben. I respect you to the utmost as far as your baseball knowledge and everything. It just bothers me a little bit. It annoys me that you're somewhat overly homerish when it comes to Bryce Harper. I mean, right now he is lost at the plate, Ruben. Okay, every pitcher that comes up and pitches to him knows to throw the outside slide or whatever you want to call it, low and outside, and he swings at it like Castellano swings at it, pitches. And he hasn't been clutch at all. Has he had won one game for us this year?
Well, you
I
missed
know
the one game
that.
because he won the game for him Sunday night. So I actually called that game from another station. But he listen.
So he had one
He
more game.
looked
This is
like he was coming back Saturday night.
Right.
He really felt like he was getting into the swing of it,
Right.
feeling
I mean,
confident.
listen.
Right, and I agree with you there. I mean, we know, like you said, he's going to come out of it eventually. Most baseball players do. if they're in a slump, they're going to get out of it. But we're not talking about an average baseball player. We're talking about Bryce Harper here.
Yeah, but he's gone through these at times, and I misspoke. It was Saturday night when he swung the bat well. I mean, he is a guy that's one of the best hitters in the game, and he will get it back. And this is part of the game. It's a long season, and yes, he has not been himself, but I fully believe that he's going to be closer to who he is as we move through this season. Believe me.
Okay, well,
He's struggling. So. Hey, I mean, the eyes don't lie. He's struggling right now. He's not consistent, and
it's been longer than normal, right?
It is not something that he normally goes through, but it has happened to him in the past.
But he has shaved his head.
Yes,
so much
he's
like
made the
Nick
adjustment.
Sirianni's looking to make a difference.
Okay, and my eccentric, I would think Jay Leno. I think he's very eccentric. He has all this card collection. He has like 5 or 6 cards that nobody in the world has.
Jay Leno, but he pronounced it Jay Leno.
Oh.
That's like a John and a John.
I didn't understand who he was talking about.
I should have asked Kenny.
Leno.
I don't think Kenny meant to do that, but it would have been perfect considering the John Ritchie.
He went up against Dave Letterman for years.
Yeah.
Jay Leno.
Have you guys ever heard him referred to as Jay Leno before?
Jean Richie.
Jean Richie.
There you go.
You'll just become a Frenchman.
That sounds
Congratulations.
so cultured, doesn't
it? Really does.
Oh, yeah.
Jean Richie.
Yeah.
How about now?
I could play hockey.
I like it.
Although I don't know
you
which
can wear
way
a cardigan with that. You can wear a cardigan.
Now I think you're in on the John.
What's that?
Now you're in on the John pronunciation.
If I can go with Jean Richie.
We can go with the soft J.
Jean Richie.
Okay. That sounds perfect.
Sounds great.
Let's go to Frank and Ben Salem. Hey, Frank. Frankie. Frank.
Yes.
You're on.
Yes. I want to talk to Ruben.
All right, I'm here.
And about
Do it.
Let's chat.
Tom, about our head coach.
Or the manager.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He that game against Chicago, Solberg gets on. I know there's 2 outs. He pinch runs for him with Sosa. And I'm thinking, why you take out your best hitter in the lineup? So I said, well, maybe he's going to have Sosa steal because there's 2 outs and Castellanos up. He didn't steal a bag, and Castellanos flies out. Now, he just took Strasburg out of the game. Then it's because it was the 8th inning. You get late in the game.
You're talking about Schwarber?
Extra innings. Yeah, Strasburg. I'm sorry.
I think
this game from 3 weeks ago, Frank.
Okay, 3 weeks ago, but it's been bothering me. I mean,
obviously.
I guess it does. You want to win a World Series, you got to have coaching.
Hey, Frank.
You get the extra innings.
Frank, sometimes I do think you have to bear in mind, though, we've got Schwarber with this streak working, and you do if you want that streak to continue, he needs to get on base. So that's every game. And I would think if you still want to get him some rest, after he gets on base, you'd feel a little more apt to pinch run for him or, pinch hit for him after he gets that, achievement for the day.
Pinch run for him in the game with Johan Rojas the other day and won the game, right, Rube?
Yeah, they did. And listen, Schwarber does a lot of things. He does a lot of things, but speed is not the one.
Is he faster than Alec Boehm, though?
He might be.
There was 2 outs.
I think so.
I mean, the only thing I saw him maybe if Sosa steals second, then he said try to win the game there in the 8th inning. But I think that hurt us. And then he gets the extra innings. He comes up. JT comes. It's Castellanos on second. JT's up. Now he's having a tough time with the curveball now. So I figured he bunt him because Kappa, who's behind him, hits a lot of fly balls in that, and he scored a run to get the
I
lead.
do never ever play for
lucky.
one run. I never play for one run when you're away and you're in extra innings.
No.
And you have to play for 2 because it's too easy to score 1 run.
Frank,
you play for 2.
Frank, we got to move on. What's your eccentric?
I guess I picked Michael Jackson because he had a friend with a monkey, I guess.
All right. Well,
He's
appreciate the
pretty-
golf.
I mean, Michael Jackson's a good one. He's very eccentric.
About as eccentric as it gets. He was friends with the monkey and lots of other strange things.
Yeah.
That monkey was pretty cool, though.
Who's more
Have you
eccentric,
watched the Righteous
Michael
Gemstones?
Jackson or Prince?
Ooh, that's a good call. I think it might be MJ.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I
It
think
just
so.
seemed like Prince had it a little more under control. Like Michael Jackson, really eccentric, but maybe like he didn't always have the ability to rein it in. The eccentricities.
Gotcha.
I think Prince could probably do a better job of being normal if he had to be in a pinch.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But now it's time to do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Time's yours, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. What's first?
Does anyone really believe that Daryl Morey is going to build a team, a young team, when all he's ever done was overpay for aging superstars? As long as Josh Harris owns his team, we're going nowhere. And I love the Sixers, but it's just pathetic.
Same way I feel. I mean, I don't have any confidence they're gonna figure this thing out.
Ace.
Hinging our hopes on Ace.
Ace.
It's a cool name.
It is
It's
the
awesome,
coolest name
man.
ever.
Yeah, so he gets a little credit for that. What's next?
I'm freaking pissed. Jerry Jones doesn't get the right to push Roger Goodell around or buy his ass to get those boys against our birds. Screw Jerry Jones.
Well, I think it's ridiculous that they are put on the same, I don't know. We're on a pedestal. We belong on a pedestal. We won the world championship. That's what you get to do. You get to play in the first game when you win the world championship, and you get to face a righteous opponent, a mighty opponent. They are not.
I'm warming up to the idea a little bit, though. I mean, you're going to be hanging your banner up that night. They're going to be showing Jerry's face as the Eagles hang their banner. I mean, that part of it is at least a positive.
You know what really winning the lottery would mean? Finding two general managers as stupid as Daryl Morey to take the two boat anchors off your hands and their salaries. Because until you do that, it doesn't matter how many lottery picks you get, Ace Bailey or Ace Ventura, they're not going anywhere with Embiid and George still dragging the team backwards.
Feels like people are excited. Right?
His name is
good day.
Arius, man.
Arius.
Also a cool
Also
name.
a great
really
name.
cool
He can
name.
use either one of them.
Yeah.
Maybe he can let you borrow one.
I would love to be named Arius.
Arius.
Although I'm
Richie.
somewhat more earthbound than I'd like to be lately. I cannot jump anymore. I tried it. I got a basketball hoop in my house. I don't have the
No ups.
ability to elevate.
No ups.
That's because you're old and decrepit.
I
Wow.
might
I like
be.
that.
I actually
Boom.
might be, Tom.
Boom.
Yeah. You might be accurate.
What world is John Ritchie living in where Joel Embiid worked in the offseason to get in shape and to get better and work on his moves? I don't know what you've been watching for the past 10 years,
Wow.
but that's not the Joel Embiid I've seen. His knee is chronic. It's arthritic. He's done.
Last year felt like maybe that didn't hold up the way we.
Yeah,
would
fair
have
point.
liked.
We should have pushed back on you harder on that earlier.
If in fact
But
it is
prior to
arthritic,
last year,
I mean, can you imagine signing this guy if they knew it was arthritic?
Ruben, somebody's
No.
going to have to explain to me how a doctor approved that.
And also may have
I don't
helped
know
too
how that happens.
if he didn't go and play in the Olympics
Wow, that's a whole
and
nother
spend
story.
2 months over there doing the Olympic thing. I can't imagine that really helped him too much.
That was Rhea's favorite.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Me and Rhea both love that one. Let's shut it down, bud.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Time's Yours line, 215-238-4500. You can leave us a voicemail every day for Time's Yours at the end of the show. One more guess for What's Eccentric. Let's go to Scott in King of Prussia. What's up, Scott?
Hey, guys. I'm going to go with Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol,
very
that's a
much
good one.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
That's a good one. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate the call. All right, guys. So we have Tom Cruise, Elton John, Robin Williams, Joe DeCamara, Jason Kelsey, Jim Carrey, Tesla, Jay Leno, Michael Jackson, Andy Warhol.
Jay Leno.
I think Michael Jackson
Nah.
is way up there.
He's up there.
Robin
Jay
Williams.
Leno is not as eccentric as the others. I love the
I
pronunciation.
like the Tom Cruise one.
I like the Tom Cruise one, too.
I like Tom
right.
Cruise, man.
He was, because everybody thought he
It's
was
a
totally
lot.
On the
normal.
down low.
Yeah.
Until he
Yeah.
just went off the deep
I
end.
like
I like Tom Cruise.
TC.
Okay, we'll go with Tom Cruise. Tom
take
Cruise,
that.
that's Mike in Norristown. Mike in Norristown, you win the pair of tickets. Go see Post Malone at Citizens Bank Park on May 24th, 2025. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. So congratulations to Mike for winning the tickets to go see Post Malone. Fun show today, guys. Thank you, John. Thank
job.
you, Ruben. Thank you, Rhea. And thank you to Buzz and Lewis for producing the show today. Stay tuned. Midday show. Joe and Hugh coming up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
If a business has been strong for 150 years, they must be doing things right. Welcome to Mid-Penn Bank. Not only are we surviving, we're thriving and growing in the Philadelphia area with 59 financial centers throughout Pennsylvania and central and southern New Jersey.
What I love about Mid-Penn Bank is their involvement in the community and support of local public and nonprofit organizations.
See what we can do for you at midpennbank.com. Mid-Penn Bank, unwavering products and services.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? After Jacksonville traded up to pick Travis Hunter second overall, what was the first thing the two-way star purchased? He bought Jaguars-themed pajama pants to wear beneath his cap and gown at last week's University of Colorado graduation. A two-time academic All-America, the wide receiver / cornerback, graduated in 3 years. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, it is a day to celebrate. Welcome on in. It's a midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. Lots to do today after the Sixers not only keep their pick, they moved up last night. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. The NBA is rigged, by the way. Just wanted to say that.
Well, you're not the only one that thinks that after the Mavericks
That was crazy.
get the
That
number
was
one
crazy.
overall pick. All right, good morning, Hugh. We got a lot to talk about today. But I got to start with this. So last night, the NBA draft lottery and the Sixers, we went over all the percentage chances, right? 10.5, whatever percent chance to get 1 and 2 and 3 and all that. But they also had a real chance to lose their pick. And if they had lost their pick last night after the season they just had, it would have been a disaster because there would have been no way of getting this thing any better. But Hugh, not only did they hold on to their pick, they got a top 3 pick. Hugh, for the first time in a while. I mean, I don't know when the last time was. I've got hope now again for the Sixers. I can't fix the Joel Embiid thing. I can't fix the Paul George thing. Those are sunk costs in my mind. But I've got hope again for the Sixers because they have Tyrese Maxey, they have Jared McCain, and they have a pick in the draft that's high enough to get an impact player. Hugh, good morning. At least I have hope. Where are you at this morning as the Sixers move up to number 3 in the 2025 NBA draft?
You know what? I was watching the lottery last night, and I saw Daryl Morey sitting there. He's with the coach, and he's with who was it?
McCain?
He was not McCain. Used to play for Duke.
Elton Brand.
Elton Brand. I'm sorry, I forgot Elton's name just that quick. But he had a nice suit on. Elton was dressed really, really nice. And I remember thinking to myself that I don't want it to be personal about Daryl Morey or how I feel about Daryl Morey, but it kind of feels like it is. I don't trust him. And part of that is because of some of the stuff that he said in the past, some of the things that he's announced as far as his, defending his legacy and things of that nature. Just instead of being honest. So even though we had a third pick in the draft, I don't feel good about it. Not at all.
You have no hope this morning? Oh, come on.
Not with him. Listen, and I know that he's drafted some pretty decent players, but what direction are we going in?
Well, I hope they're going to go in a young direction. Look, I don't know what they're going to do with the pick, and there's some thoughts out there they could trade the pick for a veteran. I know yesterday the afternoon show was discussing, obviously that was the idea of maybe Cooper Flagg, but should they keep the old guys here, mix it with the young guys? I want to go young. I want to use the third pick in the draft to draft a player and to put him with Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain. I feel like this is almost a get-out-of-jail-free card. The Sixers got the third pick in the draft. I mean, you go through NBA history, and even I'm not going to go back a million years. I know this morning Michael Jordan's name came up. I'm not going to go back to the 1980s, but just go back in recent history. Evan Mobley, LaMelo Ball, Luka, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, Bradley Beal. The third pick has delivered some real James Harden. I know we laugh at Harden now, but the third pick has delivered some star players to the NBA. And Al Horford was a third pick not that long ago, 15, 20 years ago. The third pick in the draft, if the Sixers get it right, and I know that's a big if, the third pick in the draft has a chance to be a franchise-changing player for the Sixers. They could do that.
I mean, I hear you. But again, with Daryl Morey at the helm, I just don't know if he's the right guy to do this. I mean, we went out and we got Paul George, gave Joel Embiid some more money.
Yeah, those are mistakes.
And now you're asking him to be at the helm of the youth movement. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I feel good about that.
Listen, but I have hope. I don't love Morey, and I don't think Morey is without reason for us to crush him at times. But he got the third pick. Think about the alternative last night. I know the best case scenario was Cooper Flagg, and that didn't happen because, as you said, it's all rigged, and he went to the Dallas Mavericks, who traded away.
Feels rigged, man.
Well, it does. I agree with that. But the third pick is a really good outcome for the Sixers. They have a chance here. Again, I'm just going back. This is recent history. I'm not going back 40, 50 years ago. In the last 20 years, I would say, just looking at this list in front of me, I don't know, half of the number 3 overall picks become legitimate star players in the NBA, really building block kind of players. The third pick's a heck of a pick for the Sixers to have in this draft. 215-592-9494. And you just watching the NBA playoffs. I know the Tatum injury happened last night, and the Celtics, they're in big trouble now to the Knicks. But look around the league. It's a different league now than it was 4 or 5 years ago. I hope Daryl Morey finally realizes. I hope the Sixers realize it. Hugh, it's a league now where you draft and develop young players and you build a young core. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Houston.
Even Boston is now, they're veterans, but how did this start? It started with Brown and Tatum 8 years ago, right? And the Sixers, I thought last year, I know it was a small sample and he got hurt, unfortunately. I thought McCain showed real promise with the Sixers last year. And now you have Maxey, you have McCain, and you could throw the third pick in the draft in. I feel good about it. Let's hear how it all went down last night. Kevin Nagandi, you know him. He's local. He's talking about the Sixers and what happened with the draft.
That means the Spurs are in the top 4 with 2 teams jumping into the top 4. That means the Sixers will lose their pick to the Thunder. Correction now. That means Philadelphia is in the top 4. So they make the jump, and suddenly Jared McCain is riding the roller coaster we all are inside this room. The Sixers are in the top 4.
The Sixers in the top 4. We know they go to number 3. How about Nagandi there at the beginning, though? Basically saying the Sixers lost the pick. It's the roller coaster ride of, well, they're not picking where they're supposed to. Did they go up? Did they go down? We know they went all the way up there. Can we also hear the reaction? Last night was the Rights to Ricky Sanchez draft party. Here's the reaction as the Sixers draft pick came down.
The 4th pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets. The Philadelphia 76ers. The 2nd pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs. That means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
I love the reaction there. Lottery night for the Sixers in the last 10 years has been some of the most exciting nights of the entire franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was one of the most exciting nights they've had in a long time because, Hugh, to me, they have a chance to fix this now. They've got hope. Hope.
But I think that hope is dashed with Daryl Morey, man. I hate to be that guy that harps on that.
He's not as bad as we make him out to be.
It just feels like something's going to happen where this is not going to go the way we want it to go.
Do you think he's going to blow the pick or he's going to trade it away?
It's hard to say because I don't know how they're looking at this because everybody was excited about Cooper Flagg and him being the guy.
Sure. Well, that
looks like it's going to be another guard. It looks like it's going to be what this young man's name is, Ace Bailey.
Oh, I don't want him.
The power forward. I'm sorry.
I don't want Ace Bailey.
Yeah. So
don't want him.
It's one of those things where, I don't know. I don't have confidence in the moves that they've made in the past to have confidence in that they will pick the right guy.
But since he got here, they did draft Maxey and McCain. It's not like they're without any young players they've drafted here since Daryl Morey got here. He has added those 2 players to the mix. Look, I don't know if it's going to work. I just have some hope. If they had lost the pick last night, you can make a legitimate case the next 5 years were down the drain. Because they weren't going to have enough. They have old guys and not enough young guys. I have hope again for the Sixers based on last night. The 3rd pick is not insignificant. 215-592-9494. Kyle, where do you come down as the Sixers don't win the lottery, but they did? Last night was a win for the franchise.
Yeah, I guess. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you, of all people, have any hope.
You guys are just.
Are you kidding me?
He's a guard. My fault. Ace is a guard.
Ace
I said power
stinks.
forward.
I try to tell you.
Whoa. Okay. Well,
Ace Bailey stinks.
I just don't know how
That's
I'm
strong.
supposed to be talked into having any hope for this team with all these loose ends at the top. Like if they had got the number 1 pick and got Tyler Hero or Cooper Flagg last night.
Don't do that. Don't be a Hugh.
Well,
what do you mean?
He's called him. All right, go ahead.
Duncan Robinson could have saved this franchise last night. No.
Oh, so that's what we're doing?
Yeah, well, that's your fault.
No, but I don't know. Like
today.
I'm kind of with you. I don't even know if it's going to be Ace Bailey. I don't know who exactly the pick is going to be. That doesn't really inspire hope for me if I don't even know who this player is going to be. They still have Embiid to figure out. They still have this Paul George dud of a contract they have to figure out. I have no idea how they're going to navigate this thing. And the guy who's running the whole operation has done nothing but screw up. Or done nothing really to inspire the fan base any hope whatsoever.
See, that's where
during
I'm
his
at with
entire
it.
tenure. I don't know how I'm supposed to have any hope right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I listen to him talk about using AI and defending his picks in the past and things of that nature. It just feels to me like somebody that does not have their finger on the pulse of what's actually going on here, and they're talking about all the accolades and things of that nature. Not trying to make it personal, but. When you're talking about building a team, and you made it clear. When you look around the league and you look at most of the teams that are having success, they're mostly with homegrown players. And you might sprinkle in a veteran here or there, but we went out in the offseason and got a hired gun that didn't even play for us.
Mm-hmm.
Maxey was a little banged up towards the end of the season, and we don't know what we're going to get from Joel Embiid, and they're still talking about building around Joel Embiid like he's going to be a factor. We don't know what that need's going to be.
Well, I think that's flawed. Yeah, look, if you're telling me that Morey's going to try to win next year and use this pick and trade it for an established player, then I'd be totally against that. They have to use the pick, and they have to keep moving in the direction of young. I'm not trying to win next year. I actually have some hope today for the future of the franchise that I haven't had in a year. Ever since they drafted, that's fine. We when they signed Paul George, I sat here and I was like, I don't know about this guy. He's old and he's never been a winner.
But you felt.
No, I didn't
like,
feel good about it.
You didn't feel good. You felt better. Most people felt excited. They were a little.
No.
Lukewarm.
No, didn't want him.
I put him in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah,
Finals.
yeah, I remember. Yeah, you guys were mad. I remember you guys argued with me last summer because I said over 54.5 wins was not, where I was going, and you're like, come on, we got Paul George. I just feel like they have some hope, and I think we're being a little heavy-handed on Morey.
A little heavy-handed. Why? How am I? Wait a minute. How am I being heavy-handed?
Because we're talking about him as if he's never built a winning team.
Well,
he has a lot of winning teams.
Okay. I give you that in the past. It's like that Janet Jackson song, What Have You Done For Me Lately?
Well, it was just a year ago they had a winning team.
Well, what did they win?
Did he build that?
What did they win, though?
Did he draft Tyrese Maxey? Yes. Did he draft Jared McCain? Yes.
No, but when you say, okay, how many?
Well, not every player turns into Michael Jordan. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
But when you talk about, this is the same cat that told us this year, if we squint really hard, we could make it to the playoffs.
Yeah,
how did that work out?
Well, he lied, Hugh. He lied to the fan base.
And then, see, this is so now we're getting somewhere.
You could be a liar and still be halfway decent at your job.
But how can you sit there and lie to this fan base and then expect them to believe that you're going to get it right when all you've done in this offseason, and again, not trying to make it personal, but this is the way that I hear it. You've defended your position. Like, that's all you've been doing.
Sure.
Instead of saying, hey, you know what? Maybe I screwed up. You went and invoked the past, just like you just did, your past accolades and what you've accomplished in the past. What have you accomplished lately?
Not enough. I just think I don't love Morey either, but I don't think he's the worst executive in the league. Like, since he got here, McCain and Maxey are damn good draft picks.
How many times do you need to be lied to before you start believing what the person's telling you?
Yeah, I think he's overrated, but I have hope for the franchise
again.
No,
but I'm saying, how many times, Joe? Just give me a number. How many more times does he have to lie to you for you to have faith that he's going to get this right?
I mean, these executives lie all the time.
Not like that.
Well, I'm not personally offended because he said if you squint hard enough. He's lying to the fans. I know that. It's annoying, but
you're not personally offended?
No.
I'm offended. Kyle, are you offended?
Of course.
What are you offended for?
Because it's ridiculous.
Lie.
It's you're insulting people's intelligence.
Okay, I agree with you, but what do you want him to say?
Well, you could just not say that.
I agree.
You can be a little bit more tactful.
Yeah. But there's plenty of annoying people who are pretty good at what they do for a living. Plenty of them. You probably know a lot of them.
Like Hugh Douglas?
Well, I didn't say that. But there's plenty of them, okay? It doesn't mean they can't.
I've been called annoying before. I'm okay with that.
Let me just put it very simply. If he nails this pick, they have a real chance of being a good team again. That's it. I mean, it's not that hard. Basketball, I think, is the easiest sport to fix a team. You only need like 4 good players. It's not like football where you need 25 of them.
Yeah, you get a franchise-changing player. But again, are we confident that he's going to be the guy to make that pick?
Well, I have no choice. He's here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have no choice.
He also is not a bad drafter. I mean, I think he lost his way thinking the Sixers could double down with Embiid and George, and it was a total mistake.
I agree. They don't need like you said, they don't need to fill out an NFL roster here, but you do need like one of those big stars if you want to be a true title contender.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
and with the version of Embiid they have right now, like Maxey's not that guy. McCain's not going to be that guy either. And whoever they draft at number 3, probably not that guy either.
Well, maybe he is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of players at number 3 in the NBA draft the last 20 years that turn into all-star players. I think there's a real chance they can get an all-star player, and you add him to Maxey and McCain, and we have hope. 215-592-9494. All right, do you have hope for the Sixers again after last night? They get the number 3 pick in the NBA draft. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. I feel like I'm going to be fighting an uphill battle today with any hope for the franchise. What's up, Chris?
That'd be exposing the fraud NBA Tuesday, man.
What's up, Chris? A conspiracy theorist, Chris in Middletown? Rigged for the Mavericks?
Theorist. I deal in facts. And facts, no, not a conspiracy or emotion,
okay.
Mr. Joe.
Oh, I only deal in emotion. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you do. So, I mean, the NBA is a fraud league. We all know that. I mean, they just continue to expose themselves. But today, Hugh, I get to give you a little truth serum here yesterday. Yesterday when I called in, I said, thank God for Joe, and I agree with Joe. You were agreeing with Joe. I just didn't listen to what you said. So I was wrong for that. I actually agreed with you both, but, sometimes I don't listen. Well,
yeah, it
I hear what I
happens.
want to
Yeah, it's only – yeah, go ahead. No big deal.
Anyway, today, Hugh, I'm with No Hope Hugh today. and Kyle.
No hope.
What a bunch
No.
of wet blankets. All you guys. They got the 3rd pick in the draft, and we're like, no hope.
It's the 76ers.
I understand that.
No.
Okay.
You're going to fall with a banana in the tailpipe
Banana in the
again?
tailpipe
For like
again.
the 10th time?
The 10th time.
I mean, come on.
Come on.
Wake up, Joe.
Wake up.
You know,
I
at one
mean,
point, Joel Embiid was the 3rd pick in the draft. We know that, right? Like, they got Joel Embiid with the 3rd pick. He did win an MVP. That was a good pick. I mean, it was.
They've gotten out of the 2nd round.
Oh, geez. Now, okay.
Joe.
Well, we did.
Joe,
If they get an NBA MVP with this pick, it's a good pick. I mean, can we just make it that simple? Go ahead, Chris. I'm getting agitated.
Stop digging. The Sixers is just a barn fire. We got Daryl Morey, who's just the king. He's the ringmaster, king clown out there. I mean, we got Harris as our owner. It's just a disaster. Can we just stop having faith in it? Because it's not going to happen. Folks, the Sixers are H-O-P-E-L-E-S-S, homeless!
All right, Chris, appreciate it. Hopeless is the word he chanted today. I just think we're being too heavy-handed. We talk about
We're
them
being
like,
too-
we talk about them like they're the worst franchise in the league. They've been in the playoffs like 7 times in the last 8 years.
I can't believe what I'm hearing from you today.
You know, I do find it kind of ironic.
What's
Because you're the same.
ironic?
I mean, you talking about heavy-handed. You the one that say everybody stinks at a drop of a hat. That's a little heavy-handed.
Right, but we don't know this player stinks yet. He might be great. You guys are
But
assuming.
we know Daryl Morey has made some questionable moves.
Yes,
this year.
Yes, of course
This
he
year.
is, sure, but he has a track record of winning a lot of games. I mean, like
When was the last time he did that?
Last year.
He won a lot of games last year, Joe.
Haven't they been a good team since he got here until this season? They've been in the playoffs every year. Like they're not bad until this season.
So that's the bar. We get in the playoffs. Be relevant.
Yeah, they're terrible right now. They just won 24 games.
No, I mean I hear you. I just don't feel like he's the guy to get the job done.
I guess for me last night there was different outcomes that could have happened. Right, there was the best outcome was Cooper Flag.
Cooper Flag.
That was
yeah.
unlikely. Okay, then
So you got the 3rd pick.
Right, but the other outcome last night was they lose the pick. That's hopeless. If they had lost the pick last night,
I mean,
there's no way of getting better.
No, I get that part, but at the same time, you got the guy here that, and I understand what you're saying. Before last year, I give you that. Made it, had some good seasons,
Yeah, of course.
Battled. But you signed Joel Embiid. You gave him some more money in the offseason.
Disaster. It's a total disaster.
And we didn't get nothing from Paul George but about 4 podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's it.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, during the course of the season, he wants to all of a sudden decide to get ready for the season.
Yeah, he's a loser. I mean, I don't want to tell you.
And you know what it is? I go back to what I heard James Harden say about him in Japan. Remember that when he said, "Oh, he's a liar. He's a snake."
Yep.
That kind of resonates with me a little bit, especially now. It really, really does. And the potential for this basketball team, and how long is it going to take for us to turn this corner?
I don't know, and it might take a while. I mean, look, sometimes takes. If we want them to go young, Hugh, the reality is it might take 2 or 3 years to be relevant, right?
Yeah.
Even if they hit this pick, like go back to Anthony Edwards, right? He didn't become a playoff player his first couple of years. He needed to develop.
He needed time. Yeah.
Right, these kids are going to draft in a month from now are 18, 19 years old. I don't expect whoever it is to cut. Like they're not going to get they're not getting Cooper Flag. So whoever they get at number 3 is very
develop them.
Right. They're very unlikely to come in here and just dominate the NBA.
I get that. I just don't feel. I guess my trepidation is I just don't feel like he's the guy to get that done.
I know, but what are we going to do? I mean, he's here. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I'm excited the Sixers got the 3rd pick in the draft. The Sixers have some hope now for the future. I have felt, and you guys know, there's very little hope on this team in any of these playoff series or I think the quicker they move off of Embiid and George and build around what they have with McCain and Maxey and this pick, the better chance we have of something meaningful. And I think last night gave us a better chance to do that. Aaron's up on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Aaron?
So, Kyle, I'm really sorry for your loss, man. Even though I despise the Celtics, it was really a shame seeing Tatum go down yesterday, man. He's just a great athlete, and he's one of the positives in the NBA. And even though he does play for the arch rival, it was a sad thing to see yesterday.
It's going to be all of our loss, Aaron. Just you wait, buddy. Just you wait.
Well, the Knicks are the second favorite to win the title now.
I'm telling you, you give the Knicks fans title.
Well, so when
you're going to be telling me I was right.
When we discuss
you know
this,
what our response to the Knicks fans is? Super Bowl, baby.
No.
Yeah, but when we discussed this, the Knicks winning the title wasn't really the sticking point. It was just the Boston series, and then the assumption was the Knicks would get beat by somebody else.
Yeah,
now,
I don't know.
Now it's not looking
good.
No, I don't need. I told you, Douglas today. I don't need that.
Hey, Hugh.
Yes.
Hugh.
I'm here.
Do you have any connections with the Sixers?
He's trying to get a job every day. Guy's job seeking on the air.
We need somebody, Hugh. We need you to stand up, walk over to the Sixers facility. We need you to get into somehow, some way, get into Daryl Morey's office and implore him to take a drive over to the NovaCare Center, sit down with Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, and figure out how to build a champion.
You know what?
That would be wonderful.
I think after today and after what I said about Daryl Morey, ain't nobody gonna let me in the Sixers building. I think it's a wrap.
Probably not.
I think that
Probably
that
not.
ship has sailed.
Probably not.
And I think
Here's
my
what-
partner,
here's what
he's
we
a little
gotta do.
irritated with me.
Well, I'm not irritated. You guys are just wet blankets. We got the third pick in the draft, and it's like, we suck forever. No, maybe this pick is going to be a star player. I mean, how do I know?
Maybe not.
Yeah, probably.
Well,
Joe.
Go ahead.
It's so easy.
It's
All
only
you got to
10-23.
do
He
is
ain't gonna make
we need talent. That's what we need. We need basketball talent. So
Yes.
They just need to load this team with basketball talent. The last thing I want, though, is I do not want this third pick anywhere near George or Embiid because they do not have that winning
I
mentality.
agree with you.
They don't have that
He's gonna be
championship
runt.
I agree with you. Get him at it. Get those two, especially. I mean, the Embiid thing is more complicated because I don't know if anyone would take him. But if they could trade George, get him out of here.
How about this? How about we do this? If I'm Robert Morey or Morey, I am calling Dallas Mavericks. I am shipping Maxey, Embiid, George to the Mavericks so they can compete for the championship next year. All you got to do is give me Cooper Flag and the number 1 pick, baby. And with Flag and Bailey, we are going to the Super.
He said the Super Bowl.
Aaron,
going to the Schuylkill.
Funny, I'm going to jump in the Schuylkill with you guys. Aaron, good phone call.
Speaking of the Schuylkill,
what's going on?
They found a body in the Schuylkill a couple days ago.
Okay.
Just saying.
Is that because you don't want to canoe in it or
No,
row?
I'm just saying. Like I tried to tell you the other day, you'll know what's in the Schuylkill.
But I don't think we
Body.
ever disagreed that that's possible in the Schuylkill.
I'm just saying.
But I still would row in the Schuylkill. Come on now. You all right over there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, 215-592-9400 for the Sixers get the third pick in the draft. Do you now have some hope for the future? I guess I'm just going to swim upstream today. Everyone's going to just be negative all day. Sixers could have got the 6th pick. They could have got no pick. They got the third pick in the draft.
I mean, I'm happy for that, but I'm just, the person that's pulling the trigger. Huh.
You don't think Daryl Morey can hit the third pick in the draft?
I don't think so.
Absolutely.
No,
think he
it's
can.
not that. It's just that, okay, what is our culture here? Like, that's the thing that I'm worried about. You have
but the
young
culture didn't ruin Tyrese Maxey.
You got young, impressionable guys.
Sometimes great players, they create the culture.
Well, Tyrese tried to set the culture.
Yeah, and
by pulling Joel aside.
Yeah, screw Joel.
And saying, hey, you need to work hard. And know what Joel did?
What's that?
He threatened the person that told him.
The quicker we move off of the Joel thinking he's part of this, the better off we're going to be. All right,
Well,
the Sixers
they
get
think he's a part of it.
Yeah, well, they're wrong. All right, your calls on that. Plus, we'll get to they actually could take with the pick. And one name I keep hearing that I don't want him to take. That's the extra calls. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800 Gambler.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone. Well, I do need a bundle of things. When you bundle, you save. Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter? Save up to $12 on that bundle. What about brake pads and rotors? Bundle those and the brake pads are free. Can't save more than free. You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's just listen to it, Hugh. Everything. It'll be all right.
I don't believe that, Joe.
Well, it could be all right.
I hope it is. But like it's, again, you're asking me to trust somebody who has been called a liar by somebody that he trusted.
Well, by another fraud, to be fair.
Well, but he still said it, and now it looks like that has been the case. Like I listen to some of these podcasts that these guys do, and he wasn't the only one that had something negative to say about Daryl.
So Daryl Morey could be untrustworthy. He could be makes a lot of mistakes as an executive, and you don't have to love him. He's not a total idiot, though, when it comes to finding basketball players. He thinks
we are.
Well, that's fine. I mean, he can think what he wants about me.
No, he can't think that.
Sure he can. But if he nails this pick, again, it's an if.
Is he going to put the fear of God in people like Buddy Hield?
No, Buddy Hield stinks. But the Sixers could be saved if he nails this pick. I think we're underselling what happened last night. They landed the third pick. The third pick in drafts very often becomes a star player. And if they land a star player, we know Maxi's good. McCain looked, before his knee injury, unfortunately, he only played, whatever amount of games last year, wasn't that many. He looked like he was a rookie of the year kind of player. Then you've got three young players to go forward with. It doesn't solve every problem. It doesn't make everything better. But there's something there. And if they had lost the pick last night, there would have been nothing there. We would have been just stuck.
I look at it like this. We got three young players that are impressionable. And we got Joel Embiid and Paul George. And they're going to be, regardless of whether you like it or not, they're going to be the leaders in that locker room.
I don't agree with that. I don't know if Embiid's ever going to play again. I mean, I don't know.
Well, he's going to be here, and they're going to try to force feed him. They're going to try to shove him down our throat if he can play.
You know what? Well, this is another part of it, Hugh, and this is a good point. They have to me, the best way to moving forward is to move off those guys as quickly as possible. I mean, turn this team over. Money. Turn the team over to the young guys. All right, which young guys? So you're going to start hearing names over the next month. We know Cooper Flag is going to go number 1 overall to the Mavericks. Dylan Harper, the kid of Ron Harper, it sounds like he's going to be the second pick to the San Antonio Spurs. Then it becomes, all right, who the Sixers going to pick? I don't know who they should pick, but I know who they shouldn't. I do not want this Ace Bailey guy out of Rutgers. I mean, I watched some of him, and First of all, how does Rutgers have two players that are the second and third pick in the draft and not even make the tournament? The red flags are up right away. Second, I just don't think he's a very good player. He's weighed in, thin, and he's like 2 inches shorter than they said he was. I'm just out on Ace Bailey. Plus, I heard this. You know who's in on Ace Bailey? Paul George. Listen to Paul George in his podcast about Ace Bailey, a name you might see connected to the Sixers the next month.
If I had to pick, I would probably go Ace Bailey.
Ooh, okay. Going against the grain a little bit. I like that. But tell us why.
I would probably go Ace Bailey. I think Ace Bailey is a little bit more raw talent with, still a ton of upside. I think Cooper Flag, not to say he doesn't have upside. He has amazing upside as well. But I think Ace Bailey has a little bit more upside to him. I think he can scratch a little bit more off of his surface than Cooper Flag can, which I think both will be all-stars. Both will be superstars, once they develop, and get to the NBA. I think both of them will be superstars. I think it will be definitely those two will be, the Magic Johnson, Larry Bird comparison in terms of.
Hold on a second. I didn't even realize what he was saying there. So I just thought at first he liked Ace Bailey. Did he say he'd rather have him than Cooper Flag? Is that what
It sounds like something you said.
Yeah,
That's something,
Paul, let's just take a deep breath there. No, I'm out on Ace Bailey. So far, the people that I know that love Ace Bailey the most are Paul George and Elliott Shore-Parks, who compared him last night to Kevin Durant. I'm fully out on Ace Bailey. I don't know who the right pick's going to be, but I do know we have hope here for the Sixers to get a star player at number 3. Philly Mike
better than
is
Cooper
up.
Flag, Joe. Come on.
He's not better than Cooper Flag, Paul. I'm sorry. Philly Mike, what's up?
Guys, Joe, I have to disagree with you.
Okay. You disagree with me having hope. Okay.
Yeah, because about Morey, because he has shown me who he is.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
First of all, he had Mikal Bridges.
Well, he didn't.
Right?
Mm-mm.
And what did he do?
He didn't have him.
He got rid of him for
Let him cook, Joe.
Mike.
Let him cook.
No, Mike. Mike, he never had Mikal Bridges.
And wait a minute.
He wasn't here then. He was with the Rockets.
Let us live our truth.
You're making stuff up, Mike. Daryl Morey wasn't here when they drafted Mikal Bridges.
Tell your story, Mike. Don't let Joe deter you.
Mike is cooking you right now.
Mike is lying to everyone. Mike, you still there?
Might be having a moment.
Yeah, he's going to recalibrate the story. This is your fault.
Way to go, Phil.
Why is it my fault?
Because you did it. You did it with defense, offense.
What are you talking about?
Poison the minds of the audience.
Live your truth, people. Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
It's not even.
You made it okay to just come on here and lie.
It's not even close to a fact.
Don't put that on me. I didn't make it okay to lie.
You know what you guys have done today?
What?
You've made me and Morey apologize. I don't even like Morey. I think Morey is one of the most overrated executives in sports.
But you defended him.
No, I said the Sixers.
To the hilt.
No, I did not defend him. You know what I said? You keep hearing Morey. The Sixers franchise.
I hear Morey.
Morey, get him out of here too.
I hear Morey. I hear.
Sixers
this is what I hear when you talking.
Franchise has hope.
Oh, I love Daryl Morey. He's going to make it all right for us. That's what I hear you saying.
Hold on a second. They could draft a good player at 3. They win 25 games next year with 3 young guys, and he gets fired after the season. That kid's still here. I'm not worried about Daryl Morey right now. The Sixers have a high pick.
Do we need to get Jolly on you?
Yeah, Jolly probably get it.
No, please, I can't today.
Why are we not coming down his throat? Why are we so lenient on Daryl Morey? It drives me insane.
You broke your chair?
I think you keep going down.
We just started the show.
Just keep going down.
All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. Justin is up next on WIP. So far today, we have wet blankets over here in Quinn and Douglas.
I'm just saying,
and then
man.
we get a caller who calls in and blames Morey for something that happened 3 years before he arrived.
Listen, I hate to be that guy because I said this morning that I wasn't don't make it personal, right?
Yeah, you're doing it.
What's up with this beard though? What's up? What is his beard doing? What is Daryl Morey's beard doing?
It's not a
Seriously.
good-looking beard. It's not.
What is his beard doing? Is he stuck between trying to let it grow, or is that the look that he's shooting for?
It makes it hard to trust him.
That's what I'm saying. You feel me? Because it's like your beard is not connecting, it's not growing in. What is your beard doing?
Daryl Morey's,
they ain't got nothing to do with
Daryl
nothing.
Morey's beard.
What is it doing?
He's had the same dumb beard the
That's
whole time
what I'm
he's been
saying.
here.
What is your beard doing, dog? You never trust the dude.
It hasn't
Don't
gotten us where we
trust
wanna
the
go.
dude that has a beard that looks like that.
Do you think the beard's going to impact the pick?
It's weird. You don't think the beard is weird? Go look at the beard.
Beard is weird.
Somebody said that he looks like Elliott Shore-Parks if Elliott let himself go.
He does. He does. He looks like Future. If it,
Now I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
Now I can't unsee it.
If it all goes wrong, Elliott.
This is devolved into personal. I'm sorry,
you
Daryl.
made
If
it
you're
that
sorry, if you're listening, Daryl, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did that.
Daryl, I have hope, Daryl. Now you better not screw it up by taking Ace Bailey out of Rutgers.
I apologize.
If they take
Bad
Ace Bailey out of Rutgers, I take back everything I said today. It's going to be a bust. All right, Justin is up next on WIP. Hey, Justin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Justin. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, that was a roller coaster of emotions last night. I was almost more nervous for that draft lottery than I am for any individual playoff game because of the consequences of if we lost that pick, how bad, it's already been a terrible season. That just would have been a kick in the gut. And then Kevin Nagani says we lose the pick, and I'm cursing him. I'm cursing the TV out, and then we get the pick. And so I was very happy that we kept the pick. And, overall, if you told me before the night we got the third pick, I'd be very happy. But once we got to that top 3, I got greedy. I really wanted, Cooper Flag.
Of course, yep.
Overall, I'm optimistic for the most part with sports. I try to have some hope because if I don't have hope, then I got nothing with this team. And, I think, like you said, if he hits this pick, there can be a franchise-changing thing. And I do think these players have potential. And I'm with you though. The Ace Bailey thing. He seems like he's all upside, but like he has bust written all over him at the same time. So I don't really. I actually like the kid VJ Edgecombe from Baylor.
Me too,
and Trey
Justin.
Johnson from Texas.
Edgecombe, the first guy when I was watching some of the, because you check the mock drafts and the names, and I kind of knew most of them before that, but I started really like looking last night. The Edgecombe kid, he's an amazing athlete. I saw him.
How many guards are we gonna have?
I'm not worried about fit. You just get the best players in here, and then we'll figure it out.
Well, I don't worry about that.
Hold on. If you have a guard that can play or a forward that's average, you want the average forward or the guard that can play?
Well, I mean, it's like, where's he gonna fit? When you talk about it, because they tried this in Atlanta. Who was it? It was Trey and
DeJounte Murray.
Yeah, and they tried that.
Yeah,
didn't work.
I know.
Didn't work.
Yeah, but you could get rid of someone you have if this is the right player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're saying. You're going more for the best fit for the team at the time.
Just the best player. Yeah,
Okay.
Justin, I'm with you on Edgecombe. When I watched him, I saw some young Dwayne Wade in him. I mean, he jumps, he blocks shots. I think he's the best athlete there.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think Morris should be focused too much on fit. I just think you get the best player, and if he pops off, you can trade Maxey or McCain if the fit's not right, and you'll get a lot back for one of the two, and you just go from there. I don't think he should get caught up in trying to win this year with whoever he's picking.
Yeah, I think the more that they stop thinking about winning now, the better chance they have of eventually winning. Yeah, because that's how they got in trouble with the George thing. Justin, we appreciate the phone call. At least someone else out there has some hope. Finally.
I got to tell you, Edgecombe, VJ Edgecombe, that has bench player type name.
You got to see
him.
You got to see him jump, though.
I mean, Ace Bailey sounds at least like he could be a star in a professional league. VJ Edgecombe has Noah Vonleh vibes to him.
Ace Bailey is a make-believe good player that's going to score 20 points on bad teams. I'm telling you, VJ Edgecombe is the guy.
Bailey.
Air Bailey?
You mean like airball?
Like Air Bud.
Airball Bailey?
You ain't right.
I could see that one. Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
What's up, man?
Oh, man, listen. I don't care who they pick, but they could bring Michael Jordan back, and they still not going to be anything, man.
No, they'd be...
Wow. That's strong.
Are we talking about the same sport? If you have the great basketball player, you win like 50 games, 60 games.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, man, with this, I'm just speaking on his owner, man. He's all about money, right? And he don't care about the fans. He don't care about what player he brings in. As long as they generate money and put people in the seats, that's all he care about. And that's not going to bring a winning franchise to Philadelphia. We need to get him out of here and get somebody in here that's going to buy this team, run this team the right way, and bring in the right players, man. Because I'm telling you, as long as he here, you see why it's raining, right? Because we got a dark cloud over our Sixers, and that's our owner. So I don't see anything changing. I don't see no team getting better or anything. I'm totally out on this one team in Philadelphia. I'm not on board at all.
Yeah, I could tell that. Well, and I get it, and it's not been what people have wanted since he got here. Will, we appreciate the phone call. I have a different feeling today, though, than I used to on Josh Harris.
How you feeling?
Well, not that I like him, but when I watch the success of the Commanders this year, isn't it obvious that it's not his fault the Sixers stink? He just has hired the wrong people here. Like, Josh Harris isn't a bad owner.
No, and Daryl Morey is still here, to your point.
Like, the issue I think Josh Harris has had in Philadelphia is, and I don't think he's a likable guy. I don't mean like I like him. But in terms of like, you can't win with Josh Harris, I don't think that's true anymore.
No, you think he just hired the wrong people?
Yeah, I mean, look what he did with the Commanders in 1 year. I mean, I think he's just made mistakes here. It's not that like, if the Sixers hire the right people and draft the right people, they'll win with Josh Harris. Josh Harris is pretty successful what he does as an owner of sports teams.
He had Mikal Bridges, Joe.
He did have Mikal Bridges. Do you think he knows who Mikal Bridges was on draft night?
Probably
You think Josh Harris knows what anything is happening in basketball? No, I don't think he has much say at all what goes on around here. Bobby's in Philadelphia. What's up, Bobby?
Bobby.
You.
What's up, man?
Not much. Man, that draft, the Mavericks, I want to say, it doesn't feel like they won the lottery. It feels like a compensatory pick for trading.
It's weird, though, ain't it? It's really weird. When you think about it, when you just break it down to its simplest form, sorry to cut you off, Bob, but this was bothering me. You talk about you trade Luka away for nothing to go to L.A., and then you get another big-time pick the same year. It's crazy.
compensatory feeling.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And if they had to draft somebody, man, I mean, my draft board, for me, it's either Ace Bailey or Derek Queen. Otherwise, I just say trade back.
Bobby, I like Queen a lot, especially if we think Joel is kind of cooked here and he's not going to be the same anymore. Queen can play. Now, he's not quite as big as maybe some centers you want. He's only like 6'9", 6'10", but he's very skilled, Bobby. I like him.
Yeah, he has a traditional center field, like back to the basket. And I'd rather have a center that just grabs rebounds, like just what centers do, put back, dunk the ball, kick the ball out.
Play his part.
Being all over the place.
Yeah, he might be a trade back. I don't know if he's the third pick, but Bobby, I like him. And speaking of that, and we appreciate the call, Hugh, it's the rig thing comes up every 5 or so years in the NBA, but that was wild. I mean, the Mavericks had like a 1% chance to win it. A few months after they trade Luka and their entire fan base is like revolting, they just happen to get the best prospect in years.
It feels like this has happened a couple times in the NBA.
Yep.
I go back to Cleveland when I told you the Cavs, and when they got LeBron. And then they turn around and they got Kyrie.
Well, the Pelicans got Anthony Davis right after they got Zion right after they traded Anthony Davis away.
Mm-hmm.
They won the lottery that year. You go back to the original one with the Knicks and Patrick Ewing back in the 80s with the frozen envelope. I mean, people have thought this for a long time, but last night it was like, what?
And then not only that, when you think of the lottery picks, because I watched a little bit of that, I didn't see any lottery balls out there. All I saw was some dude walk from a room that nobody else was in, and he said, hey, the picks are in. And he says what he says. He has little cards, and they have the numbers on it.
Saying it's rigged?
I think it is. You don't think it's rigged? Why don't when you think of lottery, what's the first thing that comes to mind for you? Because I tell you what the first thing that comes to mind for me.
What's that?
Is those little
Gus the
balls.
Groundhog?
I thought about Gus too. Yeah. I do like
maybe
Gus
that,
a lot.
but
I'm not a
the
fan.
little balls in the thing, and they're spinning around. Like and they pick them, like they open the little slot and then the balls come in the little thing.
Balls, yep.
Well, they do that behind. They don't do that on TV. They
That's
do
what
it
I'm
behind
saying.
the scenes.
Why do it on TV? Do that on TV. Why can't you do that on TV?
I think it might be tedious for television.
The lottery does it on TV.
Yeah,
but it's only there for a couple minutes. But
that's what I mean.
Speed up the process. That's why people think it's rigged, because if it doesn't, you could easily change those.
But they have people there watching. Like there's a representative from teams.
I mean,
there.
I hear you. I still think it's rigged. It's eerily funny how it worked out the way it worked out.
Also, I think the new system they have is stupid. Like because they changed the percentages, right? It used to be easier to, if you were the worst team, you had a pretty good chance of getting the top pick. They flattened it out because they tried to combat tanking. But actually, I don't think this has worked, Hugh, because now, if you're a team that's like not quite a playoff team, but you're not that bad, why would you want to make the playoffs? Just get into the lottery and you could become the Mavericks, right? Like if you could get the number one pick with a 1% chance, why would you want to be the 10 seed in the playoffs?
You're still going to tank.
Right, that's what I mean. I actually think there's more tanking that happens now. The Sixers tanked.
They did.
Look at the end of the season.
Yeah.
The Sixers got the third pick, and I know this isn't the traditional tanking that happened here 9-10 years ago. But think about the Sixers season. It was not going the right way, right? They were struggling. But remember what you joked about earlier.
Tyrese out with a finger or something?
Yes.
He got a finger hurt.
Yes. They shut Paul George down. Yeah, Tyrese with the finger. Hugh, when
Paul George kind of shut himself
Well,
down,
yeah, the whole podcast thing. But when Daryl said that thing about if you squint hard enough.
Yeah, that rubbed me the wrong way.
But they weren't like that far out. And then the rest of the season, they didn't win any games. So they won 5 games the rest of the year? They tanked.
No, I'll tell you what, it became real for me when they had that graphic where Joel Embiid is embarking on missing more games than he's played in.
Yeah, that was tough.
Crazy.
That one is a tough scene. 215-592-9494. James in Jersey. What's up, James?
Hey, how you doing, man? I don't know about the conspiracy theories and stuff like that about the draft and all that. I guess, I don't know. My thoughts is we giving Daryl Morey and Josh Harris a bad time. You got to remember, before them guys start bringing in these players, you don't remember those years, 4, 5, 6 years ago when we had to sit there and go through those 18 and 16 win seasons?
Oh, yeah.
Because we had to trust the process. I don't want to go through that again. Get rid of the third pick. Get rid of these young guys. Get some veterans in here.
Oh, no, James. We're not, but that's
he
not
said get some veterans in here.
Yeah, we tried that.
And you talk about we giving them a hard time.
Hold on, not veterans. You misunderstand. When I say veterans, I don't mean veterans old guys.
You just mean,
I don't want to
like some younger like some peace players.
Yeah, but James, do you think we can win with Embiid and George? Because if we can't win with them, then we got to go young and just rebuild the whole thing.
But this is my point. You got to remember, Embiid's getting hurt because of our defense. Our defense is trash. With our guards are funneling the guards straight to the center. The center is known for getting hurt. So why are y'all? You need some better defenders out there on the perimeter, number one, and then you need to get Embiid an enforcer. He doesn't have anybody to protect him. Everything that goes up, he's protected.
Well, James, I hear you, but I just think his body's shot. I mean, I don't think it matters who's with him. I think his body's shot. 215-592-94.9 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you meant peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car at 94 only at Sunoco. Are your phone calls on the Sixers? Do you now have hope after last night? They land the third pick. Hugh is hopeless.
No.
Kyle's hopeless. I have some hope here. We could land a star player with the third pick to put with McCain and Maxey. First time I've had hope in a while for the Sixers. Plus, we have 4 leaked Eagles games this season. We'll talk about those specifically when they are and when they're not. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. Gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-source single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Mavericks just won the NBA Draft Lottery and are expected to take Cooper Flagg, Duke's phenom and a potential franchise savior. Great news, right? Maybe not. This is the same team that gave away Luka Doncic to the Lakers, and now the GM and new owners who signed off on that disaster get handed the #1 pick like it's a redemption arc? Mavericks fans deserve Cooper Flagg. Their front office does not. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I love that music. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Joe Zill, you guys put on 215-592-9494. We'll get back to all your phone calls on the Sixers. Did last night give you hope? But Hugh, the leaks continue here. So tomorrow night, we get the full NFL schedule. We'll know every week of the Eagles schedule. But yesterday, of course, we reacted to the first game of the season, which is going to be the kickoff game. Cowboys at Eagles, Thursday, September 4th. But Hugh, the leaks continue. We now know 3 more Eagles games. So here's what we now know in addition to the opener, September 4th, Thursday Night Football, Cowboys at Eagles. This morning we found out Monday, November 10th, Eagles at Packers, Monday Night Football. Friday, November 28th, that's the Black Friday game, day after Thanksgiving, Bears at Eagles.
The Bears.
And then Saturday, December 20th, Eagles at Commanders. So we know 4 games. A Thursday, a Monday, a Friday and a Saturday. Did you
Isn't
know?
one of those games a doubleheader?
Yes, the Saturday one. I think the other part of that in the NFL Saturday is going to be Bears-Packers.
Okay.
So that's the Saturday, December 20th, late season.
Okay, got it.
You know, the division games. But you notice there's a certain day of the week I haven't said yet. We have Thursday.
Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday.
we got a Monday, we got a Friday, we got a Saturday. We have no Sundays yet. Here, what do you, when you see a schedule, and I'm guessing there's going to be more, right? This isn't it. I'm sure they're going to have more primetime games. When you see a schedule that says Thursday, Monday, Friday, Saturday, and we don't know any Sundays yet, you like it, don't like it? What do you think when you have all these primetime games?
That's good. Well, I didn't think the way you thought. I'm like, hey, that's good for the Eagles. They got a lot of primetime games. I'm thinking maybe a couple more Monday night games in there, maybe.
I'm sure there will be.
Yeah. And a lot of late games. That's what I'm assuming. A lot of late games this year.
So I don't think it's good for the Eagles.
Why not?
Because they're short weeks.
Oh, you're talking about
schedule.
Oh, they have a brutal schedule, no question about it.
No,
but
the schedule was brutal if you just looked at the teams, right? But now we start lining up like the rest and the days. I mean, they did this to the Chiefs last year. Didn't the Chiefs play like 3 games in 16 days last December? Something like that. It feels like the Eagles are now getting it. You know, I would like some 1 o'clock Sunday games here. I mean, I think that'd just be better for the team. Just the beginning of this schedule reminds me of 2 years ago when they were playing, Thursday here and a Monday here, and there were those road games. It was very difficult. I would like to see them have some Sunday 1 o'clock games when this thing comes out, or at least Sunday 4 o'clock games, because the more of these we get, I think this is harder on them. Like, as a player, do you think it feels challenging to me to have games all over the place?
I think that this team is equipped for it. I think, you talk about last year in the schedule that they had, it wasn't as brutal as this. This is by far a brutal schedule. But they did a pretty good job of navigating that.
Yeah.
And so I'm not worried about that. And it's incumbent on the coach to know how to, get his team ready. And when to push those buttons and when to pull back a little bit. So I'm not worried about that. I think Coach Sirianni is savvy enough that he's going to do what's needed and push the right buttons to get this team ready to go.
Well, I think he will. I mean, he's shown that. I see a schedule that we only know 4 games, and I already know they have 3 short weeks. I mean, I know that because they play a Monday night game on the road, then they have the next week's going to be a short week unless it's a bye. They play a Friday game, which means they're playing probably Sunday and then have to play again on Friday. And they're playing a Saturday game, which means they're going to play Sunday and then a short week on a Saturday. I would like, I know maybe it's boring of me, I would like a few Sunday 1 o'clock games. Kyle, what do you think? We got 4 games so far. The opener, and then we found out at the Packers on Monday, November 10th, home on Black Friday against the Bears, and then the Saturday, December 20th at the Commanders.
I mean, it just comes with the territory of being one of the best teams in the league.
It
People
does.
want to watch you. The NFL puts you on the primetime games. I mean, the Chiefs... Didn't the Chiefs last year have to play a ton of primetime games?
They did.
They went 15-2. I mean, if you're a good enough team, you're gonna have to deal with it. And the whole I get some people have tickets to games and they want to get more 1 o'clock Sunday games. I prefer them to be in a primetime game. I like having the 1 o'clock window open where I can watch the rest of the NFL and then just watch the Eagles separately. So I don't understand the whole moaning and complaining about not having 1 o'clock games. That might be my least favorite time to watch the Eagles, to be honest.
So I get that if you're watching at home, right? I do the same thing as you, Kyle. I like watching Sunday Ticket and watch the other games. And then, Hugh, if the Eagles are on at 4, you could watch the whole 1 o'clock slate. If they're on at 8, you could watch the whole day. But, I mean, if you're going to the game, 1 o'clock Sunday is the best spot. Or 4 o'clock Sunday.
You know what's funny?
You wouldn't agree 1 o'clock Sunday is the best spot if you're going to a game? No. Well, what do you want to go?
Maybe 4.
Okay, 1 or 4. But Thursday night is not the ideal one.
I just think
Monday
it's funny.
night.
My first couple years in the league, that's all we did was play 1 o'clock games.
You were on the Jets. It
was horrible. It was horrible. It was the absolute worst time to play
amongst all the other games.
Maybe no one will notice how bad they are.
I like the late games, and now I'm getting text message from people.
You can't even
that
stay
are talking
awake.
about. Yeah, how they hate them. They hate them for somebody was saying D-Gun talking about I hate it because the post makes the post game show real long.
Yeah,
I like the later games because you know what that means for me. You go straight to bed after you came over, just jump straight to bed and get ready for work tomorrow. Well, and maybe watch the late game a little bit, or fall asleep watching the late game.
As the rest of the schedule leaks out today, and then obviously we'll see the whole thing by tomorrow night. I need some more 1 o'clock Sunday games. I need some more, even Sunday 4. But we have 4 games already on the schedule. Not one is on Sunday. I think it wreaks havoc to the team and us. I mean, like I might.
That's what you get when you're a hot commodity.
But hold on. We got to wake up the next day and do a show. We're not hot commodities.
We hot. Speak for yourself, Joe. I've been.
You fall asleep at 6 o'clock, and you want more primetime games?
Oh man, and then
you're going to be dragging all fall.
I got my 2 fans too. I got them 2 wind tunnels, and then it's a great feeling.
Yeah,
but
I know.
I'll be up for that. It's different when football season come around. It's a little different.
Well, is that what shredded season's for? To get in shape?
Yeah,
for
get in shape
season?
for football season.
Yeah. How the fans going at home?
Oh, I love them.
Yeah,
love them. Wind tunnel.
Isn't it loud though to sleep with them?
Well, it's I'm a fan of white noise.
Yep.
So it's the white noise that helps me sleep. And then it's just like the circulating air. I got these 2 big ass fans.
Are you going to save on air conditioning this summer?
Oh, I'm going to save a ton. I'm not going to even turn it on. I might not even turn it on.
Well, no, I mean, it's going to be hot at some point.
Well, if the wind's circulating and it's in the corner of the house where it's because it's like with the townhome, it's cooler downstairs as it is upstairs. So we'll figure it out.
All right, 215-592-9494. We got 4 games on the Eagles' schedule so far. Thursday night to start it off, Cowboys here. Monday, November 10th. Are we going to call that the tush-push game after the Packers try to get this thing banned? Monday, November 10th at the Packers. Friday, November 28th, Black Friday here against the Bears.
Black Friday.
Saturday, December 20th, Eagles at Commanders. Now, before we go back to the phones, Hugh, I was thinking until we saw this Packer game, I thought there was a chance we're playing on Christmas because last night they put out the Saturday, December 20th game, and last year the teams that played Saturday before Christmas then ended up playing on Christmas. So I thought there was a real chance we were going to play Christmas. Now it seems like probably not.
No, that's a lot. When you talk about moving the schedule around, they're going to put Dallas. Dallas is probably going to do that, what they normally do.
Oh,
Who's that? Dallas and
Dallas and Detroit, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably going to do what they normally do. So no, not Thanksgiving.
All right, I'm officially, I have my quota here of primetime games. I'm good. You guys want more primetime? Let's put it this way. No, 4 is more than enough. How many do you want? 7? 6?
I don't really care, I guess. Like, it's fine.
I need that. I need one of them games in October to be on a Monday. Preferably the weekend that my school has homecoming.
Oh, so it's about you now.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Reasons.
Well, yeah. So,
I guess mine are kind of too.
Hey, you got because I got it. San Antonio Holmes just found out yesterday. San Antonio Holmes is coaching at my school. I got to get back and see that. I want to see that.
I don't give a shit.
I know nobody else cares about that but me. But I would like that to be the case.
So you want the bye week that week? That would be easiest for you.
Well, that would probably work for me.
There you go.
We'll see.
Or a Monday night game. Yeah. All right.
Monday night game definitely works for me.
215-592-9494. What's your feeling so far in the Eagles' schedule with all these, again, a Thursday, a Monday, a Saturday, a Friday so far. No Sunday games have leaked yet. I need more. I'm okay with the Sunday 425. I do like.
That's a fun day, though.
What's a fun?
The 4 o'clock game? Because that means the people in the parking lot, if it's home, they hella saucy.
Yeah, I'm good 1 o'clock or 4 Sunday games. We have already 4 games not on Sundays. I'd like a few more Sunday games in here. 215-592-9494. Rob in Delco is up on WIP. Hey, Rob.
He ain't ready.
Rob.
Rob ain't ready.
And he was one that had hope like me with the Sixers. So these are my people today. Let's put them on hold. All right. Joe in Delran thinks I'm wrong about Ace Bailey. What's up, Joe?
How's it going, Joe? What's up, you?
Hey, Joe. What's up, buddy?
I think I agree with you that the Sixers have hope with this number 3 overall pick. I think there are 3 surefire stars in this top 3, and we're going to get one of them in Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey. But I disagree with you that you say that you think that Ace is going to be a bust. I think he's a shot creator. I know it says 6'8.5" with no shoes on his combine measurements, but 6'10" with shoes, 7-foot wingspan. He's a shot creating, long. He's a great defender. We watched him put up 18-7-1 at Rutgers. I know they went 500, but and I know there's the Fultz and Simmons debate about not going to the dance, but at the same time, I think he's a franchise changer. I think he pairs really, really well. You have him on the wing if PG stays healthy, but you got your 2 guards, you got your 2 wings, and you got Embiid as long as that knee isn't huge issue, but I really, really like us getting Ace Bailey, and I think it's going to go a long way with him and Maxie McCain for the next 10.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I've seen people that like him. Joe, I'm not the biggest fan. To me, he's a wing that shoots under 70% from the free throw line. That worries me. I mean, if you're going to be a star scorer, you need to shoot 80% from the free throw line. And then, Joe, I got to ask you, because you mentioned the other Dylan Harper. How do they something's wrong to me if you have the second and third player in the draft and you don't make the tournament. It feels impossible.
I totally agree with that. I'm a big March Madness guy. I love college hoops. I don't know how that happens. I really don't. They must have not surrounded him with anything else. You know what I mean? It's two stars and two of the perennial guys in college hoops. So it's a big surprise to me as well.
Yeah, it's just like it blows my mind. And Joe, we appreciate the phone call. Hugh, what do you make of that? So Ace Bailey, the kid out of Rutgers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the mock drafts right now have Rutgers point guard Dylan Harper, Ron Harper's son, as the second pick. And then the Ace Bailey kid we talked about also played at Rutgers, maybe the third pick, somewhere in that range. They had the second and third best players in college basketball and didn't make the tournament. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how did they miss the tournament? How are they this good if they didn't even play decent basketball?
That don't bother as much, because who was in the tournament that had a whole family? He was like 30. And they were making fun of him.
But how do you not have a good team with those players?
Well, I was about to say, like, maybe because you have other teams that had older players that were a little bit more seasoned than the young cats that you had. I mean,
Cooper Flagg was in the Final Four.
Yeah.
As a freshman.
Yeah. And he went to Duke, though, too. So, there's that. I mean, it's kind of hard to say, because normally in the tournament, like you talk about, the teams that are in the tournament, those are the guys that people gravitate towards, and that's when you learn the most about these guys, because you see them in the tournament. But to have that, that is kind of puzzling. But I think it probably has something to do with some of the older cats that were in the tournament this year.
Kyle, red flag or not, just to put this into context, Markelle Fultz's Washington team did not make the tournament. Ben Simmons' LSU team did not make the tournament.
Not a great trend.
It's not a great trend.
No, and there's two guys who are supposed to be
right.
So that it's definitely a little bit fishy. Like, how bad can the rest of the team be?
One of those guys can't be as good as everyone's telling me they are. It just doesn't make any sense. And so I've decided it's Ace Bailey, because I think Harper is actually a good player. All right, Rob and Delco's up. What's up, Rob?
Hey, sorry. Hey, guys. Good morning, Hugh. Good morning,
What's
Joe.
going on,
Hey,
man?
Rob.
Listen, I got a different name for you, Joe, to even throw in the mix.
All right.
Okay?
All right, let's do it.
And Hugh, I'm petty like this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to add to the exciting Wentz in Philly, and you can pronounce his name wrong. Imagine how much fun we'd have it. Give me the other two fits of that Duke lineup that's going to be in the top 10.
Oh, Con Knipple?
Con Knipple.
Give me Con Knipple, Hugh.
Con Knipple.
I do like Con Knipple.
Yeah, Con Knipple. But what is he like? He was picked to be like a 10th pick or something like that?
No, I've seen him as high as 4 or 5.
Well, no, he's 6. Pick 6.
Yeah.
Well, they've got him picked at 6.
Yeah. I mean, he's in the range, yeah.
Listen, I mean, I agree with you, and I'm going to beat a dead horse. Not one player, but two players. So what's that, 2 fit, 40% of the starting lineup, and that team couldn't make the tournament? I don't want either one of those guys.
Rob, something's off. Like, I'm not saying they had to win the title or make a run, but they couldn't make the tournament, and they had the second and third best players. Someone's lying to me about this. Doesn't make any sense.
And like you said, we can rip Ben. There's a million things to rip Ben Simmons on now that we know after the fact. But, I mean, he's one guy. They had two guys in that starting lineup. And how many teams make the tournament now? 68.
Everybody named Mama.
68 teams, and you're telling me Rutgers had 2 of the 3 best players in college basketball and couldn't make the tournament? It feels to me like something we're going to look back on and be like, oh, yeah, that didn't make any sense.
And they're not playing, as far as I know, in the SEC or the Big Ten or something like
well, they
that.
They are in the Big Ten, Rutgers, actually.
They are?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, but still, if you got 2 guys that are top 3 projected picks and you can't make the tournament, listen, the guy, even from Duke, he's 6'7". I mean, maybe he's not the most super athletic guy, but Joe, either that Edgecombe or Knipple, give me either one of them, Joe.
No, I like both of them. And look, maybe they could trade down and get one of them. Yeah, they don't have to pick them at 3 if they don't think they're worth. But I like both of them here. Rob, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, at least Rob has some hope. It's okay to have some hope for the Sixers.
Not with Daryl Morey at the helm and his beard. His beard ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, his beard really has nothing to do with
it.
Well,
no, it's just one of those things, man, where I just think back on this season and how we were manipulated. I don't want to use the word lied to, but we were manipulated.
No, we were lied to.
We were manipulated.
Yeah, we were lied.
And I just don't feel like trusting somebody who has that level of manipulation. I just don't choose to
But if
believe
he
that
picks
guy.
good players, who cares what he says in press
but
conferences?
he's the same. Didn't he pick Paul George? Didn't he give Paul George a whole bunch of money?
Yes.
How'd that work out for us?
Terribly.
And then he turned around. Before he did that, he doubled down and gave Joel some more money.
Terrible.
Now, I understand. I don't want to get it twisted. I don't want anybody to think I'm just picking on him. But I understand that in a situation like that, with Joel Embiid being the caliber of player that he once was, you really between a rock and a hard place when it comes to that. When you talk about extending him and everything. But even with that, Joel Embiid came back and was mad because his work ethic was being questioned.
Yeah, Joel Embiid's he's a waste at this point. I mean,
so it's
over.
It's a bunch. It's just a bunch that goes on with the squad, man. That makes me look at it. But I don't know.
Well, I'd say I don't have. It's not about Morey for me. It's just that they have this great asset that they didn't have a day ago. I mean, a day ago we didn't know if they were.
I mean, I get that.
Yeah, they could have lost the pick. In fact, when it all happened, we thought they were going to lose the pick. We got some more Sixers news. What's going on?
Non-draft Sixers news, actually.
Is it good news?
According to Shams, Jameer Nelson has been promoted to assistant general manager.
Good for Jameer. Oh, I always liked Jameer Nelson. Jameer Nelson was a great college basketball player here, obviously, at St. Joe's.
Now, Hugh?
What did you say?
They promoted Jameer to assistant GM.
Okay.
Did that move the needle for you?
I'm okay.
Okay. I didn't have,
I mean, is that supposed to be like, oh, wow, Jameer?
We're saved.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt.
That's what I'm saying.
Jameer Nelson's a good basketball guy.
Okay.
Winning basketball guy.
Who's making the
Daryl Morey is. Can I point something else out?
What else?
Now you've made me the Morey defender here. I don't even want to be.
You're doing a great job, though.
Well, because Daryl Morey was the executive.
I like how Kyle put me on the spot. What is it? Is that supposed to move? Are we happy about that, Kyle?
Sure, I like Jameer Nelson.
Are we happy that he's in a position of power, or is assumed position of power?
Just trying to see.
You trying to check my temperature?
Could Jameer hurt the program? No, he's only going to help. No, I don't think he'll hurt at all. All right. Who was the executive that saw something extra in a young James Harden and gave him the keys to a team?
You talking about Daryl?
Yes. Daryl Morey is actually pretty good at seeing that young players can be this or be that. What he's bad at is doubling down on nonsense with older players.
How long ago was that?
That was a while ago.
That's just like
it was probably 13 years ago.
Let me give you the analogy that y'all like to hit me with all the time. Remember that? Remember when I was making all them the blustering about my 8-leg parlay and what y'all like to tell me how long ago that's been?
Sure.
It's been a while, right?
Sure.
So same thing with Daryl Morey. It's been a while.
We have this thing
It's been a while.
It has been a while. There's no reason he can't nail this pick, and they get a good player here.
I hope so.
The franchise has hope again. It's okay to say it. It's not a big.
I hope so. I don't believe it though. I don't believe it. I really.
You
don't.
think he's going to screw this pick up?
Yes.
By taking the wrong player, or the player will fail here?
Well, I think
like they're going to pass on the right. You know what I mean? Like that happens sometimes.
I think it's going to be a little bit of both. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. We're going to runt him, like my grandmother used to say.
I don't believe that. I don't think
we're going to runt.
I don't think we ruin players.
Runt.
I think
it's different between being ruined and runt.
Runt.
We're going to runt him.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think if they get the right player, he'll be fine. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Dude, Joe, Kyle, what's up, man?
Terrence, what's up,
man?
buddy?
Y'all see the schedule out, baby?
We got 4 games, all of them.
The whole schedule.
We know,
I
got
ain't
4.
worried about it,
Yeah,
man.
what are you talking about?
I ain't worried about it, man. Because, look, what Ric Flair say? To beat a man, you got to beat the man. And we are the man. We're the team to beat right now. When you're the best team in the NFL, they're going to put you on prime time. And that's what we are. We're a prime time team. We've been a prime time team the last 3 or 4 years, Joe. You know what I mean? So my thing is the schedule I'm not worried about because the games that we got lined up on the schedule, we can beat a lot of these teams. And the Eagles have beat a lot of these teams. So I'm not worried about it at all. The only thing I'm really worried about right now is who's going to play the other cornerback on the other side of Quinyon Mitchell. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now. Because we know Dallas, they added Pickens. So this is going to let me know how good Fangio really is and how good our defense really is. If all the play, if the Eagles is really set on repeating and talking this talk like they want to repeat, I want to see how the defense perform this year. We know the offense is still stacked, it's still loaded, so I'm not worried about our offense. I want to see how the defense performs because against these elite quarterbacks, that'll let me know. And as for the Sixers, hell no, I excited for the number 3 pick because we know Daryl Morey, the only good team this guy has is James Harden is on the team. That's the only good team he has. He's never been able to build a good team. I'm not confident in this guy at building a great roster. No, I'm not. As long as Daryl Morey is our GM, we ain't winning squat.
It kind of feels.
Yeah, well, you might be right about that, Terrence. But the idea they can't build a good team is silly. I mean, the Sixers have had good teams for 7 years. What's this idea? We're acting today as if the Sixers have been a losing team for 15 straight years. That's not true.
Well, they're losers.
Well, that I agree with you. That we know that. I mean, the center's a loser and the small forwards. I get it. They have not drafted winning players. Doesn't mean they don't have an eye for talent around here, though. I mean, do you look at Maxey as a loser? I don't.
Why? I don't look at him as a loser.
I don't either.
Sometimes the stink just kind of rubs off, man.
No, I think we're closer to moving off these older guys than you guys do. I think this last night gave them the ability to move off of and hoping they can win with George and Embiid and move forward with young players. I thought it was a great night for the Sixers. All right, 215-592-9493. You can get in on it. Do you have hope now with the Sixers with the 3rd overall pick? I do. Hugh and Kyle over here, just hopeless. Reaction to Eagles' schedule is we got 4 games so far. A Thursday, a Friday, a Monday, and a Saturday. No Sundays yet. Do you want to see more Sunday games? I do. Plus, we got to get to the Phillies last night. A loss, which, all right, they were playing well. They lost last night. But an interesting change from Bryce Harper and what Topper had to say about him on the morning show. And an idea for tonight I think is long overdue. 215-592-949 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Get ready for another round of outrageous fun at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Friday, May 16th, Cheerleaders presents the Wieners and Wingettes Hot Dog Eating Contest. Food fanatics and competitive eaters, get ready for the ultimate showdown. Doors open at 8 a.m. and 10 hungry contestants will go bun for bun, battling for the grand cash prize. Plus a live performance by the sensational Rubber Doll. The competition will be fierce and the hot dogs will be flowing. May 16th, 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Window Nation is a proud sponsor of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their semi-annual sale. Includes 60% off a full house of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Periods of rain through the rest of today. High around 70.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94.
Oh, Nick Sirianni, let that hair buzz.
Mini men. He did the mini men.
Yeah, well, you could say that. You could say that. So
Did
Bryce,
the Britney Spears.
Yeah, he did the Britney Spears. Bryce,
Oh, so, okay.
cut his
well,
hair.
Well, because I thought we was equating it to Nick Sirianni, and that's what he
Well,
played, when he stood there.
No,
in
I
the
know. The Many Men was at practice.
Yeah.
Maybe that's tonight. Maybe he comes out Many Men for his at-bat.
Harper need to hit the cage.
He
The
might.
many men.
All right, let's talk some Phillies here. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to the phone calls on the Sixers. Listen, I have hope after last night for the first time in a while. That third pick, there's been many number 3 picks in NBA draft history, including Joel Embiid, that turned out to be excellent players in the league. I think the Sixers could fix this thing if they hit this pick. at number 3 next month. And then the Eagles. We got 4 leaks so far with games all non-Sunday. Do you need to see it? Do you want to see more Sunday games? I mean, I'd like a few 1 o'clock Sundays sprinkled in there. I got 2 night owls over here who just want to stay up all night watching football.
He was a fraud.
I know, a total fraud night owl.
What do you mean?
You fall asleep at dinner.
I do.
You do.
Yeah.
Not lying about that. All right.
Lie about that.
Phillies lose last night, which, okay, the loss itself, it happens, right? They've been playing good baseball. They dropped a game to the Cardinals, who have been red hot. But, Hugh, last night, along with Bryce Harper not hitting again, we did see a new haircut. Bryce Harper buzzed his hair after month-long funk. He is now hitting, Hugh. As we enter play today on Tuesday, May 13th, Bryce Harper's hitting .232 after an 0 for last night with a 770 OPS. Hugh, your reaction to Bryce with the buzz cut last night?
Maybe you need to take a day off. Maybe you just need to chill out for a little while. The haircut, obviously, was the bat reveal, the baby reveal, the buzz cut. Maybe you just probably need a day. Just take a day.
So, all right,
day.
on that, well, I don't know about personal day, but I do think he could use a day off. I actually think your idea there makes a lot of sense. The Phillies should sit Bryce Harper for a game. Let him clear his head. We do this all the time with other players when they're struggling. I think he's wearing it now to the point where a day off, no swings, don't take batting practice, just take a day off.
And just take a breather.
Just take a breather.
And then your wife's pregnant. That probably has a lot, you know what I mean? She's probably, 4th child. There's a lot of intangibles that are probably playing into him in his slump right now.
Well, I'm sure there is. I mean, and this is one of the – I heard this morning Ruben Amaro was on with the morning show, and he talked about how great hitters usually will come out of it quicker than this. This has been the whole season. I mean, Bryce Harper really has not hit the whole year. He's at .232. It's May 13th. And now we have this. I love the John Clark tweet last night, by the way. Bryce Harper shaved his head trying to turn around his season just like Nick Sirianni did earlier in the Eagles' eventual Super Bowl season, but it didn't work. Bryce is hitting .232.
Yeah, they probably going to let him hear. He can probably hear for that one.
Who's John?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's kind of mean.
What?
A little bit.
Isn't it accurate? Did it work last night?
It's kind of it might not have.
Didn't work last night.
It didn't work
that's
last
what I'm
night.
saying.
But John's living in the
time.
moment.
The Eagles didn't rip off 10 straight wins until they ripped off 10 straight wins.
But they did beat the Browns the day he had shaved the head.
Barely. Then he yelled at fans.
But
You're right. It did feel like a loss that Browns win.
But they did win.
They did win the game. All right, so I think the idea of sitting Bryce tonight is a good one. Let's hear Topper. Topper was on the morning show today. First Topper appearance on WIP. I think I said spring training, but first one of this season. Here's Topper on Bryce.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I feel at times bad for Hart because he puts a lot of pressure on himself, and he expects so much out of himself, and he wants to lead this team and this organization and the city to a world championship, and so he's very hard on himself, and that's just who he is. And he's, I know everybody's talking about his body language this year, but it's been like that since he's been here, and since he's been in the big leagues. Really, when he struggles, it wears on him, and because he cares so much, and that's really all it is.
So I hadn't really thought about the idea of giving him a day off until you said it, and listening to Topper, Hugh. The fact that the manager is on our air talking about how he's wearing the struggles. You see it in his face. He hasn't looked like he's come out of this. Even when he hits a home run once in a while, it doesn't lead to more. Like, hit the home run Saturday, but then since then he's gone back to not hitting. It's not like it jump-started him. I think he could use a day off. Tonight, weather permitting, they face the Cardinals. Sonny Gray is the pitcher. He's struggled against him. I think it's a good night to sit Bryce down. Let him clear his head. Obviously, you have players that could fill in. I mean, you could put Bowman at first base for a night and put Sosa at third. 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies give Bryce Harper a day off? Again, it's not April 15th here. It's not even April 20th.
We got time.
Yeah, we got time, but also this idea of just let it play out. Maybe we need to try something else, which could include a night off.
Well, I mean, he's acting desperate.
With the hair.
Yeah. And so if he's acting desperate, then maybe it's time for the team to sort of do something desperate. Like, let's be clear. The Phillies need Bryce Harper to get out of this. They're not going anywhere this season. The season's not going to end the way we want it to unless Bryce Harper gets out of this funk.
Yep.
And I don't see the harm in letting them sit down one day. They're hot right now. They're not desperate, like where they need a win right now, even though they lost last night. Like, it's far more important for Bryce Harper to get out of this than it is for the Phillies to win this game tonight against the Cardinals and win this series. So, like, I would do it. Like if he's pulling the lever of like I'm gonna do what Nick Sirianni did, which is silly and desperate, then I think it's time for the Phillies to sort of make a desperate move, and they need to sit him down tonight.
Do we really think that's why he cut his head off? Maybe he just wanted to have a different look.
Well, it's more me guy activity. Like, look at me.
Wow,
that's reveal bat.
That's strong.
Like, is he wrong?
I mean, come on.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but
we do the name on the front, not the name on the back.
As someone, Hugh, but you and I have to think about it a different perspective. As two people that don't have hair, when you have Bryce has nice hair, why would he shave it off?
So basically, you
from
saying
a bald guy's perspective.
From a bald guy's perspective, it's a slap in the face to bald guys to shave your head.
Saying, if we grow our hair, we're going through something.
No, what I'm saying is, why?
It's the polar opposite with us.
Why would anyone with a nice head of hair shave it unless they're trying to change something about themselves?
Yeah, I don't have that perspective. You guys do.
No, I'm just saying, if I grow my hair, I don't mean I'm going through something, even though it don't grow at the top.
But you
don't have
questions. But Hugh,
when you were doing the cul-de-sac.
You don't have a nice head of hair. You have a cul-de-sac.
It hurt with my son, and his grandma was like, "What are you doing? What's going on with your hair?"
Yeah, like you and I could grow our hair out. It's not going to look very nice, right?
No, it's not. It's gonna look a little patchy. It's gonna look like Daryl Morey's beard.
Yes, Bryce has a nice mane. He's
and you did just cut it off.
He cut it off.
That is kind of weird.
I agree. Now maybe he's looking for a different look, and that's fine. The hair aside, I think Bryce could use a day off. He's facing a pitcher tonight. The Phillies are facing Sonny Gray. Historically, has done very well against Bryce. Bryce has not hit this guy. Now it's baseball. He could hit 2 home runs tonight, but most likely the way he's hitting and
it's not going to go his way.
The history against this pitcher says he's probably going to go 0 for 3 tonight, or 1 for 2, or 1 for 4. Like, he's not going to have a huge night. So get him off his feet. Maybe a day off clears his head. Get him back in there tomorrow, and let's go.
I think you missed something that Kyle said.
What did I miss?
He said more me activity. Like, is Bryce starting to get on people now?
You've been on the bat the whole season.
I mean, I just think it's funny. Yeah. I just think it's funny how he had the gender reveal bat and didn't do nothing with it.
Well, the haircut is a look at me type thing.
Yeah, is Bryce starting to wear a little thin for the people? Just a little bit?
I don't think he is yet. I
don't know. That Kyle's usually when he said what he said, more me activity.
I do think fans are about to start being like, all right, dude, like, when are we going to get out of this?
Yeah, I think the worry meter's about to move.
It's starting to turn a little.
Yeah, much more than it was what we talked about it a week or two ago. I mean, because you start to wonder at some point is what's going on for his season, right? Like, it's not this is a slump. Slumps happen. It's not early. We're talking. We're a quarter of the way through the season now, and he's hitting 230.
And I will say this: there's been a lot of Bryce Harper talk, these last couple of weeks.
Well, I think part of it is this, Hugh. The team's playing well, and he's not. Like, it's almost the opposite of what we expected, where you kind of expect Bryce to do his thing, and maybe the team would be up and down. If Bryce starts to hit the way he's supposed to,
then all is well.
Well, yeah. I mean, then they have everything going. I mean, Schwarber's hitting like an MVP. Turner's been better. Stott's been getting on base. They've got a lot going on. I mean, and again, we are now at the quarter mark of the season. This isn't 3 weeks in. I'm looking at Bryce Harper. If you project his stats out right now for the season, he's hitting 230, right? And he's on pace for 28 home runs, 230 and 28 home runs, and only 32 doubles. That's
not a Bryce Harper season.
It's not good. I mean, it's not the level we're accustomed with him. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll put this in the conversation as well. Should the Phillies give Bryce Harper a night off? And it's not a benching. It's more of a clear your head, get off your feet for a night. You got the haircut yesterday, and let's start fresh tomorrow. Hugh, you threw it out. I think it's a good idea. I think the idea of sitting him tonight
might need some time, just a little time off. Just a little time off.
Well, I mean, you do this once in a while, and you let a guy clear his head. I mean, he strikes me as the kind of player who's probably taking extra batting practice. He's probably working extra hard. Maybe
trying to get out of this.
Yeah, maybe it's a little too much. He could use a full day off. Let's go back to the phone lines here on all this. William in Jenkintown. Hey, William.
Hey, I kind of like the pick. I think this guy could be the next KD. He reminds me of him.
Who's that? Ace Bailey?
You're talking about Ace Bailey,
yeah,
the same
Ace
person
Bailey,
that your boy talked about, ESP.
William, next Kevin Durant.
Next Kevin Durant. I woke up.
Why are you taking a dump on? Why are you taking a dump on Rutgers, man? Why you don't like Rutgers?
I saw that.
I don't.
I believe him. I don't believe a lot of ESP stuff, but I kind of think he's right on that.
William, he's 3.5 inches shorter, and he went to Rutgers.
What's wrong with Rutgers, dog?
Everything.
What's wrong with Rutgers?
What do you mean? If he was the next Kevin Durant, he would have been at Duke or Kentucky.
Pacheco went to Rutgers. He turned out pretty good.
The 7th-round pick running back?
I mean, he still turned out pretty good.
When was the last time Rutgers had a basketball player worth anything?
I'm sure.
Damn. Get cooked.
William, I think he could be an okay player.
He's a turnaround. Rutgers turning around.
He's not in the same stratosphere. Kevin Durant was the best player in college basketball his 1 year there. He would have games of 30 points, 20 rebounds. And this kid didn't even make the tournament, William.
He just looks like him. He's got the same build.
Because he's skinny?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
He said, yeah.
Listen,
you know who you remind me of?
Who?
You remind me of my girlfriend because you just keep bringing up the past. Even when someone does something good, you just keep bringing up the bad.
But what did Ace Bailey do well?
Is she still your girlfriend?
No, with Daryl Morey.
Oh. Yeah, keep ripping Hugh. I like
you're
this
talking
one.
about me?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You like his girlfriend?
You still with her?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with you?
Resigned, yeah.
Yeah. We'll
hope
see
she's
after
not,
this one.
Yeah, I hope she's not listening to this, William. You're good.
What do you say, Hugh? You know what's undefeated.
He said it's undefeated. The Gouda. It's undefeated.
Oh, not
It
that.
doesn't lose.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. William, good phone call,
tell
man.
you
We
what,
appreciate it.
Everybody relax.
Do we have an army of Ace Bailey fans out there? Because Elliot compared him
The
to
next Kevin Durant.
No, he's
He
not.
might be.
He's 3.5 inches shorter and went to Rutgers.
Somebody said when he puts on his shoes, he's 6'10". Somebody said that. Didn't you hear that? They said, I'm like, damn, 2-inch lifts in them things?
Wait a second. So when Durant puts his shoes on, he's 7 foot tall.
No, I'm just saying. That's what somebody
So that's how it works? Yep.
What do you think the chances are he's the next Kevin Durant?
Oh, very
Slim.
high.
Very slim.
Yeah, I would say 0%.
Slim. Anything is possible with Slim. Slim. Let's be honest. Slim.
The next Kevin Durant was hiding it on a 500 team at Rutgers, just
He was
hanging out.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's go to Warren, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Warren?
Morning, Joe. Morning, Hugh.
Good
What's
morning,
going on,
Warren.
man?
How you doing, Hugh?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
I was. This is just a joke. I thought that the timing of Bryce having this Pee Wee camp was to get some tips on his hitting. Maybe the kids could help him out.
Yeah, well, whatever can work right now, I'm for because he's hitting 232. And we need to fix this.
And he's not the only one. I know JT is struggling. Bohm is struggling. There's a similarity to last year where half the team was carrying the other half, and they definitely need to break out of this. But I don't see that a day off is going to do Bryce any different than if he stays in there and just tries to get his head wrapped around some rhythm here.
Well, I mean, so look, I don't know if it's going to help his rhythm, but I do think he might be able to clear his head. It feels to me like he's pressing. Like I look at him at the plate and he looks upset at himself more often than he doesn't look like he's having any fun out there as he slumps here.
I agree, but this is like asking Hugh Douglas to change what he's doing, by taking a day off from being Hugh Douglas. I mean, we know that's not going to happen.
Well, that's true. He doesn't take many days off for being Hugh Douglas. That's
What got to do with that?
Well, he's saying if you're struggling, maybe you need to take a day off.
No, I'm
What?
just
I don't
saying,
struggle. I haven't struggled in a while.
Hugh, if you took a day off from Joe Giglio, would you be able to clear your head?
I mean, I don't feel like
We
working
do
with
get
Joe.
the weekends here,
Yeah, but I don't feel like my head is cloudy with Joe. That's why I was having trouble.
Well, he was just trying to make an analogy.
No, I got it, but I
It's an
didn't.
analogy.
Yeah, I get it, but I ain't following it.
Well, like,
I mean, it would save you any psychiatric bills if you got.
Oh,
a day
so
off without
basically,
Joe.
he trying to say that you work my nerves.
Yeah, well, I'm the one whose nerves
that's what
are
I'm
worked
saying.
today. As there's no hope for the Sixers. I mean, everyone's just negative about everything around here.
No, well, you should have heard this morning. He said, "Hugh, I really can't hear. I told you something."
What happened this morning?
When I wanted to tell him something.
Well, he wanted I told you so. It's all about the Knicks, and like no one wants to hear it.
He wasn't ready. He wasn't prepared for it.
All right, here's an idea. What if you get Bryce Harper to come in on your show? Like if he comes in studio, I think that would be better than.
He's not a fan of our show. That's the afternoon show.
Well, no, I don't know if he's not a fan. And Warren, we appreciate.
Well, he listens to the afternoon show.
Well, because he's in the car riding to the park at that time.
Yeah, that's what he gave my man Chuck from out here. Shout out.
Well, that was a big day for Chuck.
And Jack, him and Jack had a love fest. A little bit.
Yeah, well, they did, of course. I was surprised though a few weeks ago, afternoon show. Even Jack a little a little more concerned with Bryce than typical.
Working blue? He's
Well, not
working blue a
working
little
blue.
bit?
I guess Jack wasn't too concerned. Spike was concerned with like I'm still not concerned Bryce is not going to get out of this, but I'm past the point now of saying it's early. It's not early anymore. We are a quarter of the way through the season and he hasn't hit yet.
You know, maybe I'm a reckless speculator here.
Uh-oh.
Maybe his wife getting on his nerves a little bit. Maybe this fourth baby, like she's having a little bit of. I'm just saying.
You
it's
are
a
one of the
possibility.
messiest people.
You really are.
What are you talking about? I'm not saying.
Messy.
I'm not saying he don't love her, but she probably is a little annoying with the fourth baby. It's probably annoying.
Maybe he needs to swing at better pitches. I'm just saying. Like we're making excuses now.
I'm not making excuses, but your home life.
Well,
it is an excuse.
That's not an excuse.
It is.
You're going home every day.
It's an excuse. It's messy. It's a lot.
It's you going home every day. The wife's pregnant. She needs certain things, and you need to go get them.
Just keep digging.
I'm just saying.
It's an excuse.
It's not an excuse. It's listen.
It's an excuse.
I'm trying to bring real life situations. I wasn't wrong about the Ranger situation. Alec Bones.
I know you were.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
He got I don't
hold
know
on.
for
Was it ever
sure.
proven?
Well, I don't know for
Maybe
sure.
those guys just aren't that
right about
good.
it?
But there's a correlation between all three,
But
and you cannot
correlation
deny
does not mean, it does not mean causation.
but you can't deny the correlation. Though.
No, but you just
Ranger,
said I was
Alec Bone.
You just acted like you were proven right. You
I kind of was.
No, you weren't.
This would hold.
I mean, I don't have any definitive proof.
This would hold
that's,
more weight
that's
if this was
being proven right.
If this was their first child. They've done this 3 times now.
Yeah, she's probably tired of it. She probably tired.
Oh my goodness.
She probably was like, and she's probably.
I think maybe we move on.
I think we should too.
All right, then fine.
I think he's in a slump, and I think he needs to sit tonight to clear his head. Jay in Philly, what's up, Jay?
Getting on his nerves.
What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, look, man, a slump is 10 games, man. The man is a quarter into the season.
I know.
Stop calling it a slump.
All right, what do we call it? He's having a bad year. How about that?
He's having a bad year, man. Like, yo, man, we're way too, and this is what we're way too soft with the Phillies, and it burns me up. Normally, I love Joe, but Joe has defended Daryl Morey. He's defended Daryl Morey. He's been soft with the Phillies. Hey, Joe, man, what's up, man?
Because
typical Joe.
He's being hopeful Joe.
Hold on.
Hopeful Joe.
I am trying to sit Bryce Harper tonight because he's not hitting. Is that what am I supposed to do? Throw him?
Always defending
Joe.
Daryl.
Always defending Joe. I mean, Bryce.
So this is the difference. When
Defensive
it's about Bryce
Joe.
Harper,
Tell him.
when it's about Bryce Harper, is everything is okay. Hey, let's just sit him. He'll be okay.
Yes.
But when my quarterback is bad, the 700 level from the old vet comes out. When it's about Bryce Harper, man, people are we're eating wine and cheese with our pinkies up, and let's be soft about it.
All right.
But the 700 level comes out for my man. Yo,
Ball
get
man,
on him,
wine
man.
and
He's
cheese.
batting 230.
He's not. Jay,
okay?
let's be fair. He's not been good this year. But come on, he's not been. But there's a difference between the track record of the Eagles quarterback, who's a very good player, and Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper's been one of the best hitters in baseball for 9 years, 10 years, 11 years. Jalen Hurts has been in the league for 4 or 5 years. There's a different kind of track record when a guy's not playing well, where you kind of believe it'll even out, versus Jalen, who's had one great season, one very good season, and the other ones have been up and down. It's just different.
Okay, but my man, look what my man has gone through. He got I'm not even going to go through it. We all know he didn't have the easiest situation being behind Carson, who didn't want him. He had a coaching change, and we know that it had to be crazy in the Eagles building between Doug and Howie and all that.
Of course.
So cool. I always say this about Kolb and Brian. Kolb had Mamba mentality, right? But he also had Magic Johnson, Jerry West as his old heads in the Lakers organization.
Mm-hmm.
You think if he went to Cleveland, when LeBron went there, you think Mamba mentality would have flourished in Cleveland? Maybe not. I don't know. So I'm just going to say, forget the Phillies, like the Sixers. If we draft Ace Bailey, I'd be happy because I think his game is better for the NBA than it is just for college. I do think that. Do I think he'll be a superstar in Kevin Durant? That's ridiculous. But I think he'll be better in the NBA than he was in college. But the Sixers definitely could mess it up. Man, Daryl Morey, James Harden picked Houston because he likes to go to strip clubs. They offer him the most money, and it's Houston. So hey, that's why he went there. Daryl Morey didn't do a shrewd move.
Well, but he had the assets to go trade for him. I mean, he not everyone thought James Harden was going to be what he became. I mean, he was a sixth man with the Thunder.
All right, not what he became. No, who saw that? But you could see, like, man, he play on a team with Russ and Kevin Durant. So if his usage goes up, then he's going to be great. Like, that was easy to see. I look at GMs like, do you draft diamonds in the rough and they become great? You know, did you take a coach that nobody saw and he implements a system? You had Mike D'Antoni, who won before that. James Harden was a sixth man on a great team that you could see with more usage. He was going to be great. The man has not done things that I say, oh, he's the man. He's sometimes not messed it up, but that don't give you great props as a GM for not just for not messing it up.
Jay, I agree with that. I don't even like Morey. I think he's overrated. I'm just saying, if he picks the right player here at 3, I don't love Ace Bailey. I know some people do. I like the Edgecombe kid. But if they get an all-star here, and you give me that kid with McCain and Maxey, we've got a chance. That's all. I mean, it's almost independent of Morey. If we get the right player at 3, we got a chance to be a good team again.
Do you believe in the Sixers organization? And I want Hugh to talk about, because I feel like we just don't talk about fits and organizations. We blame the players so much. But Hugh, you started off with the Jets, man. Like, how different was life when you came to the Eagles, man? Like was it easier? Like talk about how different it is when you get drafted to a bad organization.
I be trying to tell Joe Manhill. I be trying to tell Joe and
Kyle. Also, he was Defensive Rookie of the Year there. He overcame Rich Kotite. He was pretty good. Jay, good phone call. You weren't bad there.
No, I wasn't. But I remember, like, the culture matters.
Of course it does.
It really does. And like, what are we building this culture around? Because I look at Paul George, and this is the problem. Because you're going to have a bunch of young guys, and you have a bunch of young guys, who Tyrese Maxey tried to be a leader in the locker room. This is what, I was talking about. He tried to be a leader and say, hey, Joel, I need you, big fella.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that he said it in the absolute most positive way he could have. Hey, man, I need you. We're trying to win this year. I'm trying to do this, that, and the third. And Joel Embiid, the only thing he took from that message was somebody told him.
Listen, I agree. The quicker we can move off Embiid and George and turn it over to the young guys, the happier I'll be. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls here on the Phillies. Should they sit Bryce Harper tonight? And look, get him a day break. I mean, he's clearly pressing. He shaved his head. I mean, what's going on with Bryce Harper? It's 40 games in. He's hitting .230. I want to sit him tonight. I think it's the right thing for the Phillies. Do you now have hope for the Sixers? And do you need to see less primetime games for the Eagles? All we've gotten so far in this schedule is primetime. 215-592-9494. We'll also be joined next by Devin Caney to talk some Phillies on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are the light sponge cake topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, you cats have options for days. You got the frosted mini donuts, you got the powdered mini donuts, and who can forget the delicious dip and stick flavors? I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes, people.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Picture mom. She's not just mom. She's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours, and so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you, she raised the bar, okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy, like Luc Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros. Both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Because mom's not average, and her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com. Heading to the ball game today? Ride transit to the game. You'll have a stress-free ride, so you can just sit back and enjoy the game when you arrive. Visit SEPTA.org to plan your ride. Check DCTMA.org/Commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buying a new car might make you say things like, I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life? Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial, so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way, anyone, even someone like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Michael Jordan is about to be back on TV as a special contributor for the NBA on NBC. And my question, how does he handle talking about LeBron James? Jordan's made a career out of staying above the debate, but now he'll be asked to give his unvarnished opinion when it comes to LeBron's game. So will MJ give James real flowers or just a safe surface level nod? Because at this point, saying nothing might say the most. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hughes, should Bryce come to the plate with this song tonight?
He should. Get his mind right. Get his mind right.
He would play right into it. All right, welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Lot to talk about here. The Sixers land the third overall pick in the draft. And I, for the first time in a while, have hope for this franchise. Hugh and Kyle just totally, without hope. Hopeless people over here. I've got hope for the Sixers. And, of course, the Eagles' schedule. We got 4 leaks. We'll find out more as the next couple days go along. And the Phillies, should they sit Bryce Harper tonight? Let him clear his head because this season-long slump continues. Let's talk some Phillies here. After a loss last night, but a great road trip, we talked with Devin Caney, who covers the Phillies for us here at WIP. How are we doing, Devin?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. I actually think Many Men would be a very good walk-up song for Bryce Harper. He has about 5 different walk-up songs in his arsenal, but it could be his next move after shaving his head.
I'm curious, Devin, are you a little bit concerned about Bryce Harper in the slump that he's in right now?
Yes and no. I mean, I find it concerning that both Rob Thomson and Kyle Schwarber admitted to Harper being frustrated last night after the game. They were both asked about him and both kind of said, he's frustrated because he knows the expectations on him. He knows that when he gets up to the plate, all of the fans and even the dugout expect something incredible to happen every time, and that just hasn't been the case. What makes me feel a little better is if you look back to Bryce Harper's numbers, especially slugging and home runs, around this time in the past 5 seasons, his numbers haven't been super great. He doesn't really start getting into double-digit home runs until usually July or August, and especially September. So I guess if there's going to be a time for him to not produce the way we want him to, it's now when it's still early in the season. I think I'm more so concerned that he's clearly wearing it. He's showing visible frustration, and the fact that they got in at 1:30 in the morning and Bryce Harper chose to spend what little free time he had changing his hair to kind of try to, in a desperate attempt, it seems, to turn his season around. That's a little worrisome to me.
Devin, what do you think about the idea of giving him a day off here? And it could be tonight. They play a day game tomorrow, and then I have an off day after that. And I know weather's part of this week. But just in general, the idea of a day off soon, maybe to clear his head. I mean, Topper's done this with other players, Bohm. But usually when it's a player, obviously, of Bryce's ilk, they play every single day unless they're injured. But what do you think about the idea of maybe a day off just to clear his head? No batting practice, no cage, just take a night off.
I think it could be really beneficial to him. I think he certainly would benefit from some time. I will say, he's been frustrating at the plate. Bryce Harper's defense has still been really good. He made that incredible catch at first last night. So he's not faltering there, but I don't think a day off would hurt him or really anyone on the team if he were to take one today. So I'm all in on that, but I don't know if he would want that because he is a grinder, and I know that he would probably go to Topper and say, no, I want to put me back in there. I need to get this thing going. I don't want time off.
Devin, speaking of Topper, he was on the morning show today. And one of the things that got brought up is something I saw you were tweeting about last week, right around the time that Nola was going to pitch, that how he has struggled this year, Aaron Nola, when Rafael Marchand has caught him, and he's been way better with JT Realmuto. And it sounds like just, again, if the weather holds up this week, it sounds like Realmuto is going to play tonight, but tomorrow, because it's the day game, that means Marchand, and that means he's going to catch Nola again. What do you think about all this? Because the more it continues, if it's just a couple starts here and there, it's it's a small sample. But the more it continues, it feels like something that's going to keep coming up for them to address.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that, Nola keeps getting matched up with Marchand. And Topper had been asked about it before, and he said, I didn't hear him on this morning show, so I don't know if he elaborated on it. But he said, it's not intentional. It's just the way that the schedule lines up. But it is kind of crazy that keeps happening to Nola. And when you look at Nola's ERA when, Realmuto is behind the plate and when Marchand is, it's a world of difference. Before the last loss when Nola started, it was a 7-something ERA with Marchand and a 2.86 or something with Realmuto. So the difference is clearly there. I understand that, the backup catcher is a really tough spot. So you're not running out there every day. You don't have the reps, especially at the plate on offense as well. So, I have to throw Marchand a bone there, but he hasn't really produced even offensively. He's yet to prove, his worth on this team, at least to me thus far this season. And I know that there's the debate. I am personally Team Garrett Stubbs, but I know that a lot of people disagree with me there. And
I'm
we
Team
should
Garrett
give
Stubbs
Marshawn
too.
some more time. But Garrett Stubbs, we're seeing how well he's doing down in Lehigh. And I know that he's also important for young pitchers like Andrew Painter's development. And that's a big reason he's down there right now as well. But it's certainly a thing. Like, it's undeniable. The numbers don't lie that Marshawn is matched up with Nola, and the ERA is not great when Marshawn is catching.
Yeah, the numbers are stark. It's wild. And Topper this morning, just to kind of paraphrase what he said, he basically said it's nothing to do with Marshawn. Like, it's kind of, he didn't say it's Nola's fault, but he basically tried to take Marshawn off the hook. So we'll see, especially if they do it again tomorrow. All right, Devin, you mentioned the word, or you said something about valuable and worth. Well, it makes me think of Kyle Schwarber. Devin, every day that he continues to do what he does, I just keep thinking about how much money he's going to get and years he could get on the free agent market. Where are you right now when it comes to your thoughts on how they've approached this thing with Schwarber? Because I know he said in spring training they talked, but obviously that's kind of puttered out here as the season goes. I just can't believe that they're going to let him get to free agency. He's just so important to this team.
I mean, look, if I was Dave Dombrowski, if I was John Middleton, I would be trying my hardest to extend Kyle Schwarber as soon as possible, because every time he hits a home run, which feels like almost every day so far this season, I just hear ching. I hear the price tag go up and up. And, Bryce Harper was asked about it by Todd Zalecki. I believe it was the last game of their road trip. And he, of course, we call him GM Bryce Harper, but he even said, I'm not trying to play Dave Dombrowski or pressure them or anything. But it does play a part in a player's decision when they know that they're wanted. So basically saying, if Kyle Schwarber does hit free agency, that could change things. Like, he said he wants to be here. He has a nice home here. He likes his community here and playing for the Phillies. But once you hit free agency, you start getting all these bigger offers. It gets pretty tempting. And I just don't see the value in the Phillies letting that happen. I know that, I've heard a lot of comparisons to Howie Roseman and the Eagles and the fact that he didn't extend anyone in season to, keep the vibes right, to not upset anyone else who might be coming up on a contract or who might want more money. I just think it's a totally different situation. Like, if I were the Phillies, at least for the most part, I know you have JT, I know you have Ranger, but I would just be happy if I knew that Kyle Schwarber was going to be on my team for another couple years and was locked in without having to go through the drama and speculation of free agency. So I would personally make that a priority. I think he deserves however many years he wants. If they want to win now, if they want to win in the near future, Kyle Schwarber is going to be a massive part of that, and he's so important. So I think they should absolutely do it as soon as possible.
I agree. I think every day they let this play out is a day there's a better chance they lose him, which they can't right now. He's so important here. All right, Devin, I know last night Strom gave up the home run, but for the most part, the bullpen has been way better for about 3 weeks now, including Jordan Romano. Are you buying it, Devin? Because the first 3 weeks it was like, oh my goodness, this is the worst bullpen. And then now, since then, they've been pretty good.
They've been pretty good. Am I buying it yet? I think I need to wait a little bit and see a little bit more. I still think that it's an area that Dave Dombrowski should address before or during the trade deadline, because when it comes to a competitive series, a postseason series, I don't know if I have total confidence. I mean, you just mentioned Matt Strom. He's been kind of up and down. I definitely don't trust his arm the most in the bullpen whatsoever. Alvarado, of course, has been great. Romano has been great. I'm not willing to say Romano's back just yet, but it has been promising. And Rob Thomson actually had an interesting quote on Romano before the game yesterday where he kind of took responsibility. He was like, I put too much pressure on him. I put him in a really tough spot to start the season. I think I pushed him a little too hard too early, and that's on me. So I think that that's a good manager move that he kind of put it on himself, even if it might not have been totally on Rob Thomson. But yeah, I mean, they're looking good. I still think that they could use another piece or two.
Well, I think we all feel that. They're going to need something else. All right, what about Taiwan? Because last week that was eye-opening. 7 strikeouts in 3 innings.
He was money.
Yeah, that's one I didn't see coming, Devin. If he could be pretty good out there, that could help a lot.
It could be massive. He and Tanner Banks has also been a good long guy. So you have two options there, and I'm just happy for Taiwan Walker. I think whether he stays on the Phillies and continues to pitch the way he's pitching, especially in the bullpen, that can be massively valuable. And it also would help his trade value if that's even possible. I know that his contract is not very desirable right now still, but either way, I mean, compared to what we saw from Taijuan Walker in seasons past, especially last season, it's certainly been a great turnaround season for Walker.
Dale, I want to switch gears a little bit because last night we got the third pick in the NBA draft, and Daryl Morey is still here.
We have hope now. At least I do.
Do you have hope that they're going to get the pick right, Devin?
I mean, I don't know. The Sixers have drained me of all hope and optimism, guys. I think what really killed me was going into this past season. I feel like I was in the minority of, Joel Embiid is coming off the Olympics. I was okay with him playing in the Olympics. I know a lot of people weren't, and now that take is proving to be a really, really cold one. And I've never been proven so wrong in my life. I thought this season for the Sixers was going to be a great one, and it ended up being the worst Sixers season I've seen in recent memory. So because of that, I don't think my brain will allow me to be excited or hopeful that Daryl Morey is going to do the right thing. And I honestly don't know what the right thing is. I've seen some people throw out that they could trade the third pick for Giannis, to bring Giannis to Philly. So I don't know what the right choice is here. I'm glad that they at least, kept the pick and are in the top three, even if they didn't get the first overall. But I don't think I'm ready to let myself get too optimistic about it.
I think a lot of people feel that way. I have hope, but then if they squash it on me in 6 weeks, I won't be surprised.
Right.
Devin, we appreciate you hopping in and enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk soon.
All right, talk soon, guys. Bye.
There she goes. Devin Caney covering the Phillies for us here. So she's even pessimistic about the Phillies, about the Sixers, just like you guys.
I'm just saying because it's
hope.
It's like you got that blind faith, man. It's like Daryl Morey.
It's not blind faith. They got the third pick.
Yeah, but it's Daryl Morey still here.
Daryl Morey can select a good player at number 3. You're making it sound like it's. Do you think what would be the percentage chances you would say he hits the pick? I'd give it a 60-40.
You mean and it's a good pick?
Yeah,
it might be a good pick, but I don't think they know what to do. I don't think they know how to build a winning culture.
I think we overcomplicate basketball. If you have great players, you win basketball games.
Yeah, you gotta have good vision too, though.
But all right. But if they take a player at number 3 that turns into an NBA All-Star, and McCain is what he showed at the beginning of last year, and Maxey, they will be good. I mean, it's what basketball teams have 3 good players that play at a high level and don't win games. To me, culture is about football's culture.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying they're going to win NBA titles to be a dynasty. I just think last night gave some hope to what it felt hopeless.
Okay. I mean, I hear you. I don't believe it, but okay. I mean, you feel like you really believe in Daryl Morey.
No,
and,
I don't.
You've been apologizing for him all day.
I think that you making Daryl Morey a bigger part of this than he has to be. Daryl Morey could get fired after he makes the pick.
I probably am. I'm probably just nudging you a little bit. Now I am being an instigator.
Well, but people call you that.
Yeah.
When we check in with you people later, I'm sure they have a lot of things to say about you.
Mean and hurtful.
You're wearing the darker shirt again today.
Yeah, the Darth Vader. I got the Darth Vader shirt on.
Don't you have to go to a golf outing today?
I do. I forgot.
Outfit.
It's not. I woke up this morning and I was like, "Is today the day I have to go to the golf outing?"
Sure is.
Yes, and this is what they're going to get. They're going to get a Darth Vader. It's rainy. They're going to get
not a great
Darth Vader T-shirt.
And Hugh's not in a golf outfit.
No, I do not. I'm skating. I'm going against the grain.
Yeah, you like that, like most days.
Yeah, going against the grain.
This hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco here. All right. We also have our Twitter polls up today. I'm curious where the Bryce Harper poll is, where that's headed, because I haven't looked at that. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Should the Phillies sit Bryce Harper tonight? Give him a breather. Kyle, where's that poll sitting right now?
Sitting square at 50-50.
Ooh.
Yeah.
50-50.
So, yeah.
I think that's actually pretty high.
51% yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're essentially saying sit down one of their two best hitters, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think Schwarber's been better, which he has, still Bryce Harper.
Yeah. I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. The man shaved his head. Well, at least close, I guess. He tried to pull the Sirianni.
Is there any chance he did that just to do it? Or do you think it's all part of this? I don't know. I mean, maybe he was just due for a haircut.
Well,
I know. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think we've ever seen his hair that short here, though.
I can't remember. Hugh, do you think there's any chance it was just his regular, he decided just to change his haircut, or is this because he's struggling?
Normally, and I read this somewhere, when you make drastic moves like that, you're trying to change something. Remember, because it was like the whole Britney Spears thing, the whole Nick Sirianni thing. It's when you make those drastic moves,
right,
you're trying to drastically change something about yourself. So I think there is something to it. I mean, this is nothing, we're talking about it, but I don't think it's something you should be taking lightly.
The question now becomes, though, like Sirianni, do I shave my head if Bryce turns this thing around?
Well, I think you should. You did it with Sirianni. Look what it led to.
That's
I
right.
mean, some say if you didn't do that, we wouldn't have been in New Orleans.
Well, so he's betting what, like 232 right now?
Yep.
What's he got to get to for me to do this?
Well, all right. I mean, I think we got to go to a certain level that's at least near his career
Respectable.
norms. 260, 270.
I'll go 260. 270 feels tough with how long it's been.
It might take him a while to get there.
Right.
So for his career, he's probably what, a 270 something hitter, 280 hitter. Yeah. All right. So
I'll do 260.
So if Bryce gets this to 260, you will shave your head.
Yeah.
Okay. And now is it the day like he's at 259, he gets a pair of hits, next day we do this, or does he have to sustain it for a little bit?
No,
here?
I think if he gets to 260, that means he's been pretty decent for long stretch, and it's starting to feel like he's back. Like if he gets from 230 to 260, that's a pretty solid jump in batting average considering it's been 2 months of this.
I would just think the math would say he'd probably have to hit about 300 between now and the All-Star break to get to 260.
So that, to me, I think is good enough.
All right. Well, I like this. And now we have something on the line here. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines here on all this. Eagles schedule leaks. We got 4 leaks, including a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday, a Monday. No Sundays yet. Reaction to those games, including Black Friday at home against the Chicago Bears. We know the Packers game is a Monday night in November, and they play right before Christmas Saturday in Washington, and, of course, the openers against the Cowboys. And then do you have hope for the Sixers? And Bryce Harper would just sit him tonight, clear his head. Brian is in Bucks County. Hey, Brian.
Joe.
Brian.
Joe, you're driving me crazy, Joe.
What did I do?
You're driving me nuts. You're such a pessimist. Hey, you.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm the only one here with hope for the Sixers today.
No, screw this. I'm not talking about Sixers.
Okay. What am I pessimist on?
You don't sit your superstar in baseball.
Why?
You know, he's the leader of the team, believe it or not. He's your superstar. You do not sit your superstar. Gives it a bad message.
Didn't Charlie Manuel pull Jimmy Rollins out of a game?
I don't care about Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy Rollins is not Bryce Harper.
No, but Jimmy Rollins was a great player.
All right, did you sit Mike Schmidt?
I mean, I don't know if he ever
Mike
said.
Schmidt. Did Mike Schmidt get benched?
I don't know. Did he?
Oh, no. And you know what? He had one of the worst playoff series in baseball the year they won the World
Well,
Series.
but Brian, hold on. I mean, Mike Schmidt played for like 18 years. I mean,
Okay. Well, Bryce Harper's how many years
no,
did
but my
Bryce
point
Harper
is,
play
how
for?
do we know there wasn't a day where the manager said, you're scuffling, take a day off to clear your head? I mean, you know that for a fact in 18 years?
What, that Mike Schmidt took a bench?
No, you're using the word wrong, bench. I'm sitting him down for a day to clear his head. I'm not benching him for 2 weeks.
Mike Schmidt never sat down to clear his head.
How do you know?
Because I watched him. I grew up with him.
Yeah, he played 162 games every year?
Well, I don't know if he's injured or not, but he never got.
I don't know that. I mean, Brian.
Look it up, Joe.
How do we look it up?
Get back to me. In your little Google box.
We got to get Ray
back
Didinger
to
on
me.
this. I need someone who was boots
I'm
on the
gonna tell you-
ground back
I'm gonna
then.
tell you- I'm going to tell you what Bryce Harper's problem is.
Mm-hmm.
And you hit the nail on the head. And I even texted you or emailed you guys this.
Okay.
It's his old lady with the baby.
I
He's got too much on his mind, and I'm telling you that's affecting him.
Trying to
Last
tell
time
you.
his wife was pregnant, he went through the same thing. Look it up.
Try to tell you.
what was supposed
Yeah,
to? So
I
I don't
have
understand. Like, so maybe he could use a day off.
Okay, so a day off is going to make him different in the dugout because his wife's pregnant. No, he's got to work through it.
Yeah, again, Ryan, what's one day going to do? I don't like what's one day
I
going
mean,
to do?
plus, he might get a day off anyway because it's like it's about to rain all day anyway. So he might get the day
That doesn't count, Hugh.
That doesn't count here.
No, we're talking about a game where the team plays and he sits.
I mean, it does kind of
All right,
count.
well,
You
know
just
what,
relax,
I'll
rest.
be concerned if Bryce Harper dyes his hair. Then, you know what? All bets are off.
Okay.
Then
All
I
right.
got a problem.
All right.
But right now, I agree. You don't sit him. He's going to come out of it. He'll be fine. You didn't sit Schwarber. Schwarber for the last 3 years, the best year Schwarber's ever had since he's been on the team.
Sure. Yeah.
In the beginning.
I agree with that.
They
But
never sat
but I would have sat him too. I don't know why
But
we're.
they didn't.
I'm not, but I would have. Brian.
They
Brian.
went to the World Series.
Yeah. All right, Brian. We appreciate the call. I like Brian.
So
I mean, we can't prove that Mike Schmidt never got a day off to clear his head.
Well, it was at the end of his career, but I think it was him and the team mutually deciding that he should be
They want to chill out.
I mean, I have to imagine almost every player that's played that long, once in a while, gets a day just to clear their head.
Yeah.
If they're in a slump, it happens. I mean, like, hold on a second. Like, if he just continues to struggle, would we just do nothing? I mean, like, at some point, they have to do something, right?
Yeah, give him a day off. Maybe go see somebody. Sit down and talk to a therapist or somebody. Maybe what's the doctor's name? Dr. Karp.
No, we don't want to talk Dr. Karp. No.
Dr. Karp's really for Joe.
Yeah, and we've established Dr. Karp is a quack.
A little bit. He has some
You want
cutting
Bryce Harper
edge.
to talk to Dr.
He
Karp?
has some cutting edge.
He helped you come around on Daryl Morey and the Sixers.
He
He did. He helped you out.
I think you two need to talk to him, actually.
No, I mean,
Everyone could use a sit down with Dr. Karp.
All right, if you want to send Bryce to Dr. Karp, you could do that. I just want to sit him tonight just to clear his head on the bench. Not a big deal. But 215-592-9494. Big V is in Mount Laurel. Hey, Big V.
Big V.
Yo, what's going on?
Big V, what's up?
Oh, man, it's definitely raining and confirmed because I agree with you, Joe.
Oh, now I got to change my whole position. I'm done. I'm off this.
Yes, I know. That's called reverse psychology. Okay, but no. On the Sixers, first of all, yeah, big hope, lots of hope. But I've got hope with the team. What I have is some concerns with their picking. I mean, now they've gotten up the draft. What is he going to pick, and what is he going to get? And if they're still going on the principle of building the team around Embiid, I mean, that's kind of like bringing a dinghy to the Titanic. It ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, Big V, if that's what they do, I'll be disappointed. If they think they could still win next year with George and Embiid, that's wrong. They got to think big picture on this, not small picture.
Exactly. Big picture, get some of these young, fast, hungry, jumping high, smacking the shot Thundercats, and let them, be the new face of the team. Let's move forward with that. But on the Schwarber situation, yeah, I agree. When people do a drastic change like shave their head, they're trying to publicly announce that there's some changes that they need in their life. But one of the big things and most important things is maybe you're right about I generally like to not blame shift, but I don't know, that bat reveal and the slump. But here's the thing. He wasn't pregnant at the end of the season last year, and he was slumping. So, I think Bryce is all in his head. He's trying to grind it out, and it just hasn't worked out yet. So we either give him time or, worst case scenario, give him a day off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the day off's the big deal. And Big V, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, is it a big deal that Bryce Harper sits a game? I mean, a couple callers ago made it sound like we're putting him out to pasture. Like we just sit him for one game.
I don't think it's a big deal.
I don't think it is either.
Especially if you're talking about a guy who's scuffling, cut his hair. I would be more concerned and just tell him, hey, man, today we just scratch you out the lineup. Just take a day.
And I believe he's played every game, right? Is all 41 games? I mean, is he going to play 162 this year? I don't know. I mean, probably not. Most players don't. And, I know with him, it's more likely if he had an injury, he'd sit. I'm just saying, a day once every 40-something games is not the worst thing in the world. Let him take a night off, clear his head, and maybe he'll feel better tomorrow. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls and all this. Do the Phillies sit Bryce Harper for a game? He's hitting .232. We're a quarter of the way through the season. And with the Sixers last night, did getting the third pick give you hope for the future? It gave me hope. Hugh Douglas is just hopeless over here.
Hopeless, yes.
Even though we got the third pick.
Hopeless Hugh.
Hopeless Hugh is driving me nuts.
No, I just don't. I just feel like, the culture and him being a part of that.
I got news for you. The culture stunk here before Morey arrived. It wasn't just Morey. I mean, the culture stunk here forever. 215-592.
That should give everyone more hope for the future.
Well, no, but maybe they just need more good players. I mean, that they have a chance of getting one of those. 215-592-9494. Midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show.
Hey-o.
And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The mystery has been solved.
Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase, May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
You've been called the president of 3-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I don't know. What do we call this? He's just not having a good season? He's not having the typical Bryce Harper season. I mean, it's totally obvious at this point. Now, he's got 3/4 of a season to get out of this and change his year. But his first 40 games has been well below his standard. And then last night, he comes out, his head's buzzed here. We got speculation he did it to be like Sirianni. John Clark tweeting it didn't work. I don't know about all that, but the bottom line is he could use a night off. Let's hear Topper on the morning show today talking about how he feels and where Bryce is at right now.
Yeah, it's difficult. And I feel at times bad for Hart because he puts a lot of pressure on himself and he expects so much out of himself and he wants to lead this team and this organization and the city to a world championship. And so he's very hard on himself, and that's just who he is. And he's, I know everybody's talking about his body language this year, but it's been like that since he's been here and since he's been in the big leagues. Really, when he struggles, it wears on him, and because he cares so much, and that's really all it is.
Hugh, that sounds textbook to me, like someone who could use a night off. He cares too much.
Yeah, give him a breather. Just give him the night off. Just say, hey, take it out of his hands. Just right before the game, say, hey, man, you're not playing tonight. Just chill out.
All right, let me ask you this. Let's play this out. Let's say he doesn't want to take the night off.
Then you take it out of his hands. Say, hey, man, you got the night off.
Even if he says, I want to play.
Well, just say, hey, you got the night off. You're not in the lineup.
I'm just saying, if he says, Topper, I want to play tonight.
Oh, yeah, and just like I said, when I feel like if you present it like that, he's the manager. Hey, you got the night off. Go eat some popcorn or something. Drink a smoothie, whatever it is you do. Make a smoothie.
As much as I want to give him a night off, I do want him available late in the game if we have a pinch hitting opportunity.
What I was saying, go get a smoothie.
Yeah. Well, you said popcorn.
Is popcorn bad?
No, popcorn's not bad, but you
told him to stop making TikToks.
You did.
I didn't see. Now wait a minute.
You did.
I did not say that.
You did.
Wait a minute. I did not say
You need it.
No, I didn't say he
it
couldn't
officially
stop making TikToks.
You kind of did.
I don't even watch TikTok like that.
I don't either. But we all saw the TikTok with him in the golf course and the whatever he does, banana
No,
bread.
I saw him cook the bread, make the bread.
He also made I think he made cheesesteaks for the Super Bowl.
No, I didn't.
He
see
cooked
that.
his own hoagie rolls.
I didn't see that.
They look good. I mean, the guy.
I
can
mean,
cook.
I do vaguely remember saying something about maybe you should stop TikToking.
Well, yeah.
But I don't think I said it with that much.
You put your foot down.
I don't think I said it with that much ire in my.
Hugh Douglas
delivery.
calls out Bryce Harper. Quit TikTok or else. I need these headlines.
I don't think it was that.
Or else would have been true.
No, it wasn't that.
I might have spiced it up with the or else.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we do here. We do
Hugh
spices.
Douglas threatens Bryce Harper.
Threatens. I don't need to threaten anybody. You know, I got a bad track record.
Yeah, I'm kidding. That was me. I'll do the threatening.
I can't. You know what I mean? I got 2 strikes. I don't need that third one.
Hugh's half swinging. He's just trying to make sure he makes contact here. I think it's time to give him a night off, clear his head. I just wonder how the Phillies would handle it. Because, Hugh, we've seen this before where Topper says he wants to give JT less time, and then JT says, well, I want to play. And
but this is something different.
Topper's not exactly the most hardline stance with his veteran
I think this
stars.
is something different, though. Because you cut your hair, you're clearly something's going on. I mean, and that's the telltale signs of people being in distress. Look it up. That's one of the signs.
I'm searching this. Telltale signs.
When Britney Spears, since you played her when we was coming back, that was when people knew that something was different. Was when she cut her hair. So that's a symptom. That is a sign that somebody's in distress.
You know what is clearly going to happen now after this conversation and after last night? He's going to be asked pregame today, did you cut your hair because you're slumping? I mean, I'd be shocked if someone doesn't ask that question. And how he's going to respond, I don't know. He might just say, hey,
somebody wants to do their job, they'll ask.
Well, yeah, because that's the question we all want to know, if that's why he cut his hair. 215-592-9495. Are your calls on all this? Bryce Harper, should the Phillies give him a night to clear his head? Now, we'll see what the weather is tonight. They may not play tonight. We'll see how this rain goes today and tomorrow. But what I mean is the next time they have a game. I mean, if they get rained out tonight, that doesn't count. That's a cop-out. I mean, they play a game and he's not in the lineup. Let's go to Tyler in Delaware. Hey, Tyler.
Yo, good afternoon, Joe. Darth Vader Douglas.
What's going on, man?
Darth Vader Douglas over here, dressed for a golf outing. What's up, Tyler?
Oh, man. Hey, great conversation today, fellas. First of all, Hugh, I'm so glad you corrected it from popcorn to going and drinking a smoothie because, you know, the salt content in popcorn, even me as an Italian, I got to watch my salt intake with the popcorn.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Harper, if he's sitting, so...
But also, popcorn to me is just a symbol that you're checked out for the day. You know, no one has popcorn.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, popcorn, and then you go back to
glizzy?
work.
You get with a glizzy?
Well, I guess. I mean, popcorn to me is just like you're lounging around watching a movie.
Okay,
you're not breaking it up.
Yeah, you're not breaking. You got to break the glizzy up. You can't be just putting.
You don't have to break the glizzy
your
up.
mouth. Can't be putting the glizzy all
Go
in your
get
mouth.
some pretzel bites with all that salt, popcorn with all that salt. Got to wash it down, get a cold icy, something like that, Hugh. So, but
icy, the icy's nice.
Icy's nice. Yeah. What's your go-to flavor?
Icy. Strawberry. Was it strawberry or cherry?
Cherry.
Cherry.
Yeah, cherry's a pretty go-to.
Cherry, but I mix them. I like to mix them.
What do you put in there?
I call it the suicide. Just put them all in there. Suicide.
Okay. Go ahead, Tyler.
The suicide, man. Cherry, blue, raspberry, Coke.
Yeah, all of that. All of that.
Like
suicide.
the trifecta.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Coke and the cherry is how I do it. Go ahead, Tyler. What are you thinking?
All right. So, sitting Harper, I do think just sitting him for a game, just to clear his head, it isn't as if you're benching him for 3, 4, 5 games. You just want to give him a breather.
Yep.
Just to take a step back and say, hey, we know you are our guy, but just take a game or two just to kind of reset. All of us need a reset sometimes. So we still believe in you. We know that you can still play first base. We know that you can hit. He had that huge home run in Tampa Bay last week. So I still think that's the right move to do. When it comes to the Eagles, I'm asking myself, not just for me, but for y'all, where is there going to be a 1 o'clock game? I love primetime games, But since you guys come on at 10 in the morning, sometimes when the Eagles are on late, I like to sleep in. We have so many primetime games, I'm going to be having to move the schedule all around.
See,
Monday,
I like that
Sunday,
Tyler's thinking
Friday,
about the show. I like that. Yes.
Thursday.
Tyler, I want some 1 o'clock games. I mean, we already have 4 non-1 o'clock games, right? Non-Sunday games. We got a Thursday, we got a Friday, we got a Saturday, we got a Monday, and there's going to be more. I mean, I would be surprised if they're not on at least another Sunday night, at least on another Monday night. That's like, we're going to get up to half the schedule here where it's not a Sunday game.
Yeah, so that's my whole thing. I've always enjoyed even the 4 o'clock game on a Sunday. So I just hope it's balanced enough to where, if you're playing on Saturday and then you're playing on Thursday and then you got to wait all the way till the following Sunday. That's my whole thing with the Eagles being good. That's the one thing that people want to see them in a more national setting. Last thing on the Sixers. I have something to throw out there that I talked to my dad about. Who says no, Hugh, Joe, and Kyle? If Daryl Morey calls up Nico Harrison in Dallas, if Dallas gives up number 1, if the Sixers give up their number 3, the Sixers have a special chip in their back pocket, which is the unprotected pick in 2028 of the Los Angeles Clippers. Do you package that and a player and move up for number 1? Because I'm on the same page as you, Joe.
Yep.
With, I think Ace Bailey at number 3 or the guy who you really, really like, either of those guys would be a difference maker on this Sixers team because they're young. They fit the timeline of McCain and Maxey. My whole thing is this. The Sixers need a wing. We have a plethora of guards. And when's the last time, other than drafting and then trading away, thank you, Brett Brown, McCall Bridges, have the Sixers had a wing that was dominant, that could D up 1-5, that had an explosive first step, and that actually was a difference maker on both sides.
Jimmy, the 5 months we had Jimmy. I mean, that's it. I mean, before that, it was Iguodala. And Tyler, good phone call. All right, let's discuss what he said there. Who says no? So he threw out the idea the Sixers trade up with the Mavericks. They swap 3 for 1, and they also give, I think he was referencing a player and the 2028 Clippers pick. I got to imagine the Mavericks say no. That GM can't trade Luka and Cooper Flag.
I was about to say, why would you do that?
If you're the Mavericks?
Yeah, but they did trade away Luka.
Yeah, we're dealing with a dummy. I mean, like, that might, I don't know.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
So would I.
But I don't think the Mavericks would.
I think it'd be crazy.
They seem pretty excited about having the number 1 pick.
Well, because he's going to save his job. I mean, like that. He's a year from getting fired. If Cooper Flag is the player people think he is, that's going to save that guy's job.
I don't know. I still feel like this is a conspiracy to some extent. Because it's just the way that the way this whole thing played out.
I think a lot of people believe that.
The way this whole thing played out, like, because we were all sitting here and it's like, wait a minute, they traded Luka? And then, then the story started coming out about his fitness and, the fact that he liked to, tie one on every now and then and all the good stuff. So, I mean, yeah, and then you make it right with the lottery picks. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, I mean, I know they've been doing it like this forever, but, you go behind a veil and you pick the balls.
Well, they have the teams there watching.
I don't care. They might be collusion. I don't care.
Well, why would teams collude to help the Mavericks?
I don't know.
Okay.
But this is weird. It's
well,
weird.
I guess secondhand helping the Lakers to get Luka in the first place.
Yeah.
But if you're the Wizards, why are you?
And the numbers were down for the NBA this year until Luka went to LA and did his thing.
So you're full conspiracy.
Oh man, listen.
I like it.
NBA is and LeBron's about to retire. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
It's also funny if the GM of the Mavericks is just a big old dummy that got lucky. I mean, it's.
You said big old dummy. That's strong.
I mean, how else would you clarify it?
That is strong.
I mean, he made one of the most ridiculous trades in NBA history.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, just based on the value and not shopping around the league. Yes, to answer the question for caller Tyler, yeah, I think the Mavericks are the team that says no there. If the Sixers could trade 3 and someone on this team to get Cooper Flag, I think they would do it in a heartbeat. I mean, like, is there anyone here you wouldn't trade with the 3rd pick to get Cooper Flag? Not for me. If they want Embiid, take him. They want George, take him. I don't think Dallas would be interested in that. Let's go to Ray on the cell. What's up, Ray?
Yeah, how you doing? I'd make it quick. I was calling about taking the night off for Harper. Well, I think it's in bad taste and bad public relations because people come to see him play. Home games, no way. Away games, yeah, sit him down. The other point, Mike Schmidt. I'm 77 years old. Hey, they sat Mike Schmidt down at times during the weekends, and people raised hell because they came to see him play. Families. My parents took a package for 13 Sundays, and they were so disappointed sitting by third base when they would sit him down. But that was taken care of, and he would play. So that's my only point, that it's bad timing to sit him at home games. Away games, yeah, give him time off. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a fair. I like it. Time is ours. Ray, good phone call. I think it's a fair point, but what are they supposed to do? Just they don't go back on the road till what, next week? They're home this week and they're home this weekend against Pittsburgh. If he's struggling and he could use a night off, they're going to force him on the field because people bought tickets to games.
No, that's not. You got to look out for his well-being.
Right.
In a situation like that.
Also, don't subject the fans to watching Bryce Harper play at the plate right now.
Right. I mean, the people that bought tickets did not ask for 230 Bryce Harper.
I could spin that the other way.
Yeah, they didn't ask for 0 for 3. They asked for
see this.
a couple
good
hits.
Bryce Harper.
And we haven't got good Bryce Harper the entire season. It is moving towards a part of the season where it's like, oh boy, it's not early anymore. Have you guys started thinking about the idea we could be getting a down Harper season? Has his season started to change in your mind yet?
Not yet. Because he has. We're talking about it now, but for the most part, he's been flying under the radar with so much other stuff that was going on. You know, first off, there was the pitching, it was the starting, the bullpen.
Yep.
And then it was the other hitting from other individuals. Now you see Schwarber doing his thing, and I think it's come to light a little bit more. But it's not one of those situations that is killing you right now, you know. So you're still winning series. I think you won. If you win this series, you won six straight or something like that.
They won 5 in a row for the first time in 2 years.
Yeah. So if you win this one, you win 6 straight. So you're still in a good spot. And I think that if you give him a couple of days off and let him reset a little bit, not a couple of days, but a day off, you let him reset, then that might do him some good. Because I mean, like I said, did you look it up? That is a sign of stress when you cut your hair.
Well, I was looking at, there was a lot of stuff that came up. Yeah, there's different signs of, would you call it distress?
Distress.
Are you and I distressed? We shave our heads.
No, we shave because we're like, we have no,
we came on
we
home.
got no choice.
Yeah, we came on home.
Came on home.
Bryce came on with us.
That big old bald spot like right there, boy.
Yeah. Well, you tried to grow it back out, and we know what happened.
Yeah,
you got roasted by the kids.
Flamed, the kids.
Yeah.
Kids are the worst.
Well, they're the most honest people.
Yeah,
they really are.
Kids are the worst.
And it hurts because they tell you what they're thinking at all times. Kyle, have you started to think that we're getting a down Harper here?
I mean, yeah, it's hard not to. I know he started last year off pretty cold too, but I think by mid to late May is really when he started to pick it up.
Yep.
I'm not really. I thought we might have been starting to see signs of it earlier in the month, but I mean, he's fallen back into his old ways at the beginning of the season. It's possible we might just get it down here, but that's unacceptable for where this team needs to go. We're not going anywhere if we get it down Harper here.
No. I mean, and look, they've done okay. You just said it. They've been okay with him hitting like this, but eventually they're going to need more out of Bryce Harper. They're not going to keep winning at this level without him.
This team goes as he goes. No question about that.
Yeah, and it feels like right now if he was fine, if he was out there carefree and not shaving his head, and Topper wasn't on WIP saying he feels bad for him, I'd just be like, all right, let it roll, let it play out. He's going to hit eventually. It's fine. This is the first time I've started to think they have to help him.
Well, you know what, and it's funny because he's had moments like this similarly since a couple years ago when he was kind of a little bit of a slump, and then he worked his way out of it. But it was never to this. I don't think it has lasted as long as this has lasted.
Well, I don't think so either. And I think this one just feels like it's wearing on him more. I mean, it's again, Top.
Try to tell y'all why.
Yeah, well, we told you that maybe we shouldn't do that.
I'm just saying. I just threw it out there. I mean, somebody else is in lockstep with me when they're thinking that. But, I'll leave it alone. I'll back off this time.
All right, this happens sometimes. Then when Castellanos first got here, didn't he just have a newborn at home and that kind of got on him and wore on him? I get that. But what are we supposed to
new girlfriend.
Well, that's different. What are we supposed to do? If Bryce Harper is struggling because he's got a lot on his plate, I mean, he's still got a hit, right?
Yeah, you still got a hit, but I mean, it does have something to do with it though. Wife getting on your nerves a little bit. Baby, she's pregnant, want ice cream late at night, stuff like that.
That's really that big of a deal. Just get some ice cream.
I mean, it is for some people.
Just get some ice cream. It's not that hard.
I mean, but you would think that, Bryce Harper, they probably have like all kind of, stuff in the refrigerator and stuff.
I'm sure they have the best ice cream they can
best
find.
Ice cream on the planet.
Were you meant to go out to get ice cream or just go scoop it?
She might want to
scoop it from the freezer.
She might want something specific, and that might be a little bit of a grind for him.
You think it's a lot to go get ice cream?
It might be for him. Because, he is Bryce Harper.
Oh, you mean like everyone notices him there?
Yeah. Hey, Bryce, what are you doing? He might go to the local Wawa.
Hey, Bryce, why ain't you hitting 230?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Start hitting. Heard what Hugh Douglas said about you on the radio.
You guys
he said stop doing TikToks.
I didn't say that.
You
But
did.
I guess for the purposes of this conversation.
actually.
Yeah, for the purpose of this conversation, I guess it's cool.
Hugh was ripping you and your TikToks. Maybe that would bother me too if that happened. All right, 215-592-9494.
TikTok.
Your phone calls on the final hour here of the show on Bryce Harper. Should the Phillies give him a night off? Should they sit him for a night? I mean, some people say you can't do it at home. I mean, I get it, but come on. Like, if he needs
I don't care.
If he needs a night off tonight, they got to think more about him and getting him on track than the people who happen to buy a game in May. Like, I'm sorry. Isn't that part of the deal when you buy a ticket?
Yes.
Sometimes the best players don't play? And it's not the NBA. It's like Bryce isn't doing this every week.
Just one game.
Yeah, right. One game to clear his head. The NFL scheduled the Eagles for a ton of primetime games. I think we should have some more here at 1 o'clock on Sundays. We'll see as the full schedule comes out. And the Sixers, do you finally have some hope? Did last night give you hope on the Sixers? It did for me. I mean, they have the third pick in a draft where heading into yesterday, there was I think it was like a 30-something% chance they wouldn't have a pick at all. So this is a good outcome. Is it Cooper flag? No, but it's a good outcome. And I think there's a real chance the Sixers could land an all-star level player. 215-592-9494. All right, all your phone calls coming up. Plus, there is a situation going on in the NFL that I think the Eagles need to have their eye on. We've talked about a lot of different things this offseason they could do, they should have done, maybe they still could do. But there's one player, a name you hear on our show very often lately. I mean, this name has come up on this show. It's one of my favorite things that gets brought up around here. He's a good player, 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
I would say
thanks a lot, Kyle.
Once a day, the name comes up. Yeah, we'll talk about that guy on the other side. 215-592-9494. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's that time of year again, people. Time to take a break from talking about bacon to share some of my grilling wisdom. It's officially grilling season. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They have Tuscan herb, honey garlic teriyaki. That's two different kinds. No, that's the same kind. Honey garlic teriyaki is one kind, and then they have lemon garlic. There are so many flavors to choose from. So head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150.
$50 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why? It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Michael Jordan is back in the NBA, sort of. He'll be a special contributor for NBC, but keep in mind, the transition for great players to the booth isn't always smooth. If we got an unfiltered MJ, that would be amazing. But somehow, I get the feeling he might be more careful on a stage this big. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. Odyssey Sports Station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
For the Sixers, after landing the number 3 overall pick last night, I do. You guys made me feel like I'm taking crazy pills this morning. They got the 3rd pick, And nobody in this room's got hope.
Nobody's excited.
Well, you might be taking crazy pills to come on today and say you have hope for the Sixers.
Hope. I didn't say that anything's going to happen here. I didn't say I'm guaranteeing anything. I just have some hope here. They could add an all-star caliber player to what they have.
I mean, they're like the most hopeless organization in the city.
Well, I don't know about that. Flyers are pretty hopeless.
Oh.
They have vision, though. They have a direction that they're trying to go.
Well,
I don't know. Honestly, I might argue the Sixers are worse. They have the bad albatross contracts that they need to move off of, where the Flyers have already kind of torn this thing down.
Yep. I got more lottery luck for the Sixers, though.
Yeah.
Got the third pick.
Oh.
What did we get for the Flyers? Six. 3's better than 6.
They got more picks, though.
They
can do more with them.
Listen, I could be hopeful about anything I want to be hopeful about. I'm hopeful about the Sixers now for the first time in a while. Meanwhile, I got Debbie Downers over here, refused to be. Bryce Harper, should the Phillies sit him for a night? And, of course, the Eagles with those schedule leaks continue to come out. So tomorrow night we get the full schedule with the Eagles. But, Hugh, I got something on my mind that we've been talking about for a while with the Eagles. And it's just kind of, we did it a little bit before the draft. We did a little bit during free agency. We kind of put it on the back burner. Hugh, the Eagles are very young and they're very thin compared to last year at edge rusher, right? At pass rush, at end. Brandon Graham retiring. Josh Sweat to the Arizona Cardinals. They lost a lot there. And, you know, we're hopeful for Nolan Smith and Alex Hunt. And I'm not as hopeful as Bryce Huff, but whatever. He's here too.
Bryce Huff.
Yeah. You still hopeful for that?
Yes.
Good player?
Yes. I said it with a straight face.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm looking at you like, what's wrong with you? But anyway, besides Bryce Huff.
My shirt a little too tight.
Yeah,
Hugh Snuggles?
Snuggles over here. Why do you have a tight shirt on?
Got to go to the golf outing later on.
It is a snug shirt.
Not enough air is getting to that brain.
Yeah, like, it's a little tight.
That's where the Bryce Huff comment came from.
Why you laughing so hard, though?
Because, all right, so Hughes, now let me pause where I was talking about for 1 second, because now we're here. Because you're going to this golf outing, you forgot about it. You're wearing a Darth Vader t-shirt, so you're like, oh, do we have any extra polos around? And they brought you one, and as soon as it came in the room, I was like, that's not going to fit.
No, it's a little tight.
It's a little tight, but you look more official now.
But, yeah, no, you know, that's why I don't like to go to golf outings.
But you could have worn your own clothes.
I forgot.
Okay, that's on you.
It's on me. And I ain't got time to go home.
No, you don't. All right, anyway. Snug shirts aside, here we've been talking about
I have to stop at Walmart and get me this dog might not hunt. This is a little snug, man. Snug
all right, for all the you people out there watching on YouTube, please comment and let us know if the shirt is too tight for Hugh to wear to the golf outing. He obviously thinks it is. Anyway, here's what's getting tight. The relationship between Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals. So you know how he asked for more money and they said no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting ugly now. So Trey Hendrickson, apparently he and the Bengals have cut off really all communication. Can we hear Adam
like
Schefter?
It got ugly.
Oh, wait, listen to this. It's getting really ugly. Adam Schefter on the Hendrickson Bengals situation.
It's not great. He's not happy. And again, last year he played the good soldier, was told that if he comes back, plays well, keeps quiet, that he'd be taken care of. And the three players who have generated the most sacks and most pressures have been Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, and Trey Hendrickson. What's happened this offseason? Myles Garrett and Max Crosby, each with multiple years left on their deal, have been rewarded with contract extensions. Trey Hendrickson's going to the last year of his deal. So he's closer to the end of his contract than either Garrett or Crosby were. Now, yes, he's older, but still, he has done everything the way that you'd want a player to. And the Bengals have not had any conversations with him since the draft. They didn't even call him before, not that they needed to say, hey, Trey, FYI, we're going to draft Shamar Stewart here in the first round. Just want to give you a heads up. No bearing on how we feel about you. We love you and we want to resign. I guess they don't owe him that call, but they certainly didn't make that call either. And I guess he still could be traded.
Yeah, so he said it's not great. I'll read between the lines. It's getting ugly between Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals. See, he's obviously not happy. They said they would redo his contract. They didn't, and they paid 2 receivers this offseason. All right, so there's that. And then Hendrickson came out yesterday and said he wasn't happy with the situation. Listen to this. This was Chase Daniel with Diana Rossini talking about the situation and the kind of their read, especially Daniel, the read on what Hendrickson's feeling right now.
I continue to hear that Cincinnati wants to make something work with Trey. Do I think that they're close in numbers? No. This is why you do something like this. You put out a statement because you're not happy. This is a tactic. This is a way to negotiate. If the communication isn't there, then that tells me right now that there's a difference in the number that they're looking for.
This is a pointed attack. I don't want to say attack, maybe tactic from the Trey Hendrickson camp and agent. Who knows if it'll work out, but it seems almost like they're trying to make the Bengals look bad. And the Bengals really haven't said anything about it publicly. For whatever reason, it sticks out for me because I know Trey personally. So it just tells me that they're a lot further apart than what maybe people think.
Yeah, the way it was framed there by Chase Daniel, almost like a pointed attack by Hendrickson and his agent on the Bengals. And then this was said today. This is a quote from Trey Hendrickson. Quote, "If I sat here with 4 sacks, they'd want a pay cut and some money back. I'm not going to apologize for the rates being paid to defensive ends in the National Football League. Hugh, I put all this together, and all I keep thinking about is Howie Roseman needs to get on the phone with the Cincinnati Bengals. If that relationship is dead, I want the Eagles to pounce and get this guy."
Well, how much money are you asking for? Because like you said, you're talking about 2 other guys that got paid a lot of money in this offseason. So now, like for Howie, you have to figure out how much he wants. And does it fit with what you've been trying to do this whole time?
So that's a fair point. Let me throw a workaround for you. The Eagles just saved, what, $3 or $4 million on Dallas Goedert's contract?
Yeah.
They have $25 million in cap room. Q, I know you and many others have been like, hey, we can't spend a lot this offseason because we got to save the money for down the line, right? Jalen Carter and Quinyon Mitchell. Why can't we trade for Trey Hendrickson and give him more money for this year? Like, he's obviously not getting a long-term deal from anyone right now. If he stays with the Bengals, they're not giving him any money. So, I would trade for him and say, hey, listen, we can't give you a long-term deal right now, but I'll give you a big raise for this year. Add $10 or $15 million to his contract just for this year, and then he's a free agent after the year. Basically, rent him and try to make him happy to come here and play for one more season.
It sounds like a noble sentiment. I don't think that dog's going to hunt.
But what's he going to do?
Well, he's a little bit older.
Yeah, but like I'm saying,
he could refuse to play.
But we did this already, right? Reddick did this and lost.
I mean, he's a little bit different than Reddick, though.
No, I agree.
He's probably looked at a little bit different than Hassan Reddick.
But same age?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it doesn't work for players to sit out full seasons.
It doesn't.
It doesn't work.
But it's for the player, it's more about the principle.
And that's why I don't think he's going to play for the Bengals on this contract.
Yeah, it's more about the principle. And that's the thing that I hear people say all the time. They talk about Hassan and what he did and how stupid it was and everything. It meant more to him to do it the way that he did it than it meant for him to get the money.
Right.
They talk about Le'Veon Bell did the same thing when he left the Steelers, and they talked about when he went to the Jets and how he didn't get that much money. It means more to the player. It might not mean that much financially to people that don't understand, but to stand on business and do things the way that you feel is right for you means a lot more than the payday does.
Sure. I think the relationship between him and the Bengals seems dead, but I do think if the Eagles traded for him, he may come in here with a different attitude because he doesn't have anything against the Eagles. They just trade. I want to trade for him and see if Howie can make this work with the guy's agent for one season. I also saw this. So Trey Hendrickson vented for 23 minutes. Some takeaways. Ready for this one? According to one reporter who was at Trey Hendrickson's availability, Trey said he received a text from Zach Taylor on Monday threatening him with fines if he didn't show up at mandatory minicamp in June.
Threats.
It's
not a good way to do it. Dude.
Just like Hugh threatened Bryce Harper.
With the TikTok stuff. And we saw how that worked out. He went right back to doing TikToks. Didn't respect you at all.
At all.
How would you have responded if Jack Del Rio threatened you?
Does she do anything for us? I mean, what are we paying for?
See, Joe asked questions you already know the answer to.
I just want to know.
I don't know how to act, man. Okay. I'm working on that.
That's a young Hugh Douglas.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how to act. I'm working on that. That's something I struggle with.
This is now mature Hugh Douglas.
That gap year might have turned into forced retirement.
Mature Hugh Douglas in a men's mediums polo right now. All right, Kyle. Would you trade for Hendrickson and try to make it work?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I like your idea of
Trade
letting
strong,
him come here.
Kyle the strong arm king, though. I don't care. You're going to play for this money. You're going to like it.
But there is a benefit for him. Like, he can up his value here to the rest of the league, just like a lot of Josh Sweat and Milton Williams got huge paydays from the Eagles
you know
last
what?
year.
You know what the unfortunate thing about that is when you reach a certain age and the league has already deemed you declining player.
But he just had 17 and a half sacks.
I know, but
You can get
obviously
20 here next year.
But obviously, they're looking at him and they're thinking, he ain't old gray Mary ain't what she used to be. So it's probably a little bit of that going on.
But you could change it. I mean, Josh Sweat, we only got a 1-year deal here, and then he
was a little younger though.
He was.
He was a little younger.
A little bit.
Yeah, but not as good of a player.
Hassan Reddick didn't really change the narrative for himself. He in Tampa. I think he's in Tampa now, right?
He is in Tampa. Yeah,
he's in Tampa, but he ain't get a whole lot of bread. No. You know what I mean? So it's. I think what Trey's dealing with is the older stigma. You know, and that's not going to change.
So listen, I understand why the Eagles or any team wouldn't want to give him a long-term deal because that's a big commitment. But I'm just saying, like, I think he makes like $20 million, and I can understand why he's saying, "Hey, the best pass rushers make 40.
Mm-hmm.
I just had 17.5 sacks. I make 20.
This and you're what, 32?
30.
30?
30.
Yeah, they probably.
But how about we trade for him? I would trade a third-round pick to rent him for a year, and then you say, "Hey, listen, we're not prepared to give you a long-term deal right now. We got a lot of stuff on the future burner here." But how about we bump your salary up to $30 million?
And
let's go.
The tantalizing thought of winning a Super Bowl.
Yes,
you know?
He's been to one. He almost won.
Hear you. Yeah, I hear you, but yeah, you want that bread, man.
If for no other reason, we need to get here so that we can keep using this.
He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
Excuse me. That's not a reason.
That's a great reason.
See, we all got our own agendas today.
We do.
Everybody got an agenda today. Everybody has an agenda.
But you're missing the big picture for the whole station. Every show can use that. Let's hear what Hugh Douglas thinks of Trey Hendrickson. He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
Excuse me. Yeah.
The more I play, the funnier
it gets better and better.
It really does. At my expense, though.
One more time. He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
We have lost control. And this shirt is starting to cut off my circulation.
You're gonna come in. You're gonna come in tomorrow. It sounded like that.
I don't know if you're gonna make it the rest of the show in that men's medium. I mean, that thing is tight.
I don't think I'm gonna make it to my truck in this thing.
We're just gonna hear a rip at some point.
I'll be like, wait a minute. I don't even want to be here. Let me take this shirt off.
Well, that's what happens when you don't bring golf attire. All right, 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on this as well. Trey, if I'm the Eagles, I'm on the phone right now with the Bengals, and I'm seeing because at some point it's going to become untenable. If he doesn't want to play there ever again, you got the head coach.
It might get a little physical.
The head coach is threatening him for not show up to minicamp. I mean, he's one of their best players.
But you know what? When it happens like that, and this is, all jokes aside, when they start to threaten you like that, that means they're moving on.
It's over, yeah.
Yeah, because they're not even trying to salvage the relationship at that point. They kind of want you to act the fool, so you have to be smarter. Like, you know what I mean? You got to be smart in a situation like that, and just know your first thought is probably not the thought you need to go with when it comes to that.
Yeah, the ironic part about this all happening is this is a big win for your brand. You realize that?
Yeah, defensive luxury.
Well, they paid both receivers, and they're threatening their all-pro defensive end.
I mean,
it's a big win for you.
I mean, listen, man, I have vision, and I saw this coming years ago. That's why it's like the hottest take on the planet.
Well, I don't know about that, but it doesn't mean this is smart.
No, I didn't say it was smart, but it's the truth. It's like the trend in the NFL. Defense is a luxury, not a necessity.
You had to do it again.
I'm just saying, it's the truth.
You haven't said it in a few weeks.
No, I'm just saying, it's the truth. It's the truth. And sometimes for some people, the truth hurts. That's why I'm the drunk uncle at the barbecue.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the truth, but it's your truth. Yeah, it's your truth. Let's go to Mike in Norristown. What's up, Mike?
The moment was too big for Mike.
And 1, 2, put Mike on hold. And from there we go to Zoe in Bluebell. Hey, Zoe.
What up, Zoe?
Gentlemen, how's it going?
Zoe, what's up?
I got thoughts.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I had a little rant about the Phillies a couple of weeks ago, but I want to first say do not sit Bryce Harper, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
He's not the type of player that responds to that. Like, just think of it as like self-medicating. He's the one that's going to come up with the solution to fix the problem he's dealing with. And if you go around, if you sit him now, even for one game, he just cut his hair. He's trying to figure out what it is that he needs to do to get past this hump. I mean, we didn't sit Trey Turner when he was, in the toilet. Now, I'm thankful that he's doing better now, but hey, listen, I just feel like Bryce is the type of player that let him work through it on his own. Let him get to where he needs to be. He, more than anybody else, knows what he needs to be doing, knows what he wants to be doing. I don't think he needs that outside influence or that outside help. If anything, that might feel like more of a slap in the face.
Well, it might for him, Zoe, and that's a fair point. And this is where the manager's got to know their player. I mean, obviously, they all realize. I mean, Schwarber spoke about it last night. Topper on the morning show. It's pretty obvious they see him going through this, and none of us want to make it worse. Like, if you're right and you think it would make it worse, then it's not worth it. I just wonder if it can help him. Now, the one thing that would be uncomfortable for everyone is Topper would have to talk about it, right? Like, the lineup comes out, he does his press availability. Obviously, the first question is going to be, why is Bryce not in the lineup? Is he hurting? And then he says, no. Okay, why is he not playing? Well, we wanted to give him a day, and then they go, all the reporters go and run to Bryce and say, all right.
Why you ain't playing?
Yeah, what's going on? Right? So I get that. It'd be a thing. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, and I think it's so much better for it not to be a thing. We're doing good now. Just let's keep riding this wave. Bryce isn't at the point where he's actually hurting the club. I mean, he's hurting himself. And sure, we love him. You get some timely hits, yeah, but it's not so much so where we're losing games constantly as a direct result of it. So I'm definitely a fan of just letting it ride out and kind of see where it goes, especially since he just got his hair. Let's see what happens.
But see, Zoe, this is the problem with that, because Bryce has been such a contributor the whole time that he's been here. To be in a position where the team is doing well and it's not because of you might kind of wear on him a little bit.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
See, look, it didn't take long to touch Sway. Like, you got him.
All right. Yeah, I mean, listen, you hit me with a good point, but still, I do believe why he wants to be that star guy. Like, he wants to be the one that hits the grand slam in the bottom of the ninth. At some point, he just said, a couple of weeks ago, do it as a team. Be part of the team.
Right. Name on the front, not the name on the back.
Yeah, he just probably was saying that.
So,
probably was just talking.
He got to step back and let things happen the way they need to happen. I just think whatever changes need to be made, I just think right now he's earned the respect that they should come from him and not from anyone else.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm going to guess they're probably going to go with what you're saying, Zoe. Good phone call. I mean, I'm going to guess that. One thing that he brought up there that really we haven't touched on much, but I do wonder, I'm sure he roots for all his teammates, right? He wants to win. Bryce Harper wants to win. But you said something earlier that is true, but I don't know if it's true this year. You said they go as Bryce goes. Mm-hmm. But right now, they're kind of going, they're going as Schwarber goes.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that is something that if you're not used to that, it could be a challenge. That could be a challenge within itself. Having a teammate that normally you're the guy that everybody gravitates towards, and and then all of a sudden Schwarber becomes the guy, and he's the catalyst for everything, and I don't think he has a hero complex, and I'm not saying that he does, but there's something to be said about everywhere that you've been kind of that dude, and then all of a sudden you have to take a back seat. That's a little humbling. Yeah, it's a little humbling.
I think it's. Like, usually, the Phillies win because of Bryce Harper. Mm-hmm. They're not winning because of Bryce Harper this season, right? He's not. We've all said this today. He's not costing them, right? They have a good record right now. They've played well the last 3 weeks, so his play isn't losing them games. But does anyone feel like Bryce Harper's winning the Phillies games right now? I don't. I mean, it's very few games this year. I feel like he's helped. He's really spurred them to the win. And they had the game in Atlanta. He hit a home run earlier this season. That was a big home run. But it just feels like very few games, that was it. That's like Sunday's game. When they won the Sunday night game in Cleveland, they won the game because of Kyle Schwarber's bat. That's it. They only scored 3 runs. He knocked them all in. 2 home runs, and obviously all 3 runs were from Kyle Schwarber. Has there been any game this year Harper had one of those games? The home run on opening day in Washington was a big one. He had a big home run in Atlanta to get them back in the game. And I'm sure I'm missing a big hit here or there, but it doesn't feel like there's been a game we've come on the next day and said, Bryce Harper won them the game. And I wonder if that's wearing on him as much as the struggles. He's not the reason they're winning. I mean, it probably all plays into it. All right, let's go to Mike in Norristown, who is back up here. What's up, Mike? What's up, Mike?
Hey, my man. What do you know? What do you say?
Hey, Mike. What's up?
Oh, I'm thrilled, dude. I called in earlier this morning. I won them Post Malone tickets. I'm psyched.
Oh, that's awesome, Mike. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Post Malone.
So what's up, Hug? How you doing, buddy?
Musical artist.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, you say you got better, but it was like, let's see, everything
you guys are
better
being
now.
Too negative.
Tell Hugh he's being too negative. Tell him.
I'm
I'm being
negative.
negative.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you. Talking about
this is typical
Hugh
Douglas.
Man. We got hope coming to us.
What we do have hope. I know. I'm all hopeful today.
I like that guy from Rutgers. I think he's going to go good with Embiid.
No, he don't like Rutgers, man. Joe don't like Rutgers.
The other kid at Rutgers could play.
I messed up. I meant to say Maxey. He's going to go good with Maxey. That's what I meant to say.
No, but you like Ace Bailey?
Yes.
He's 6'7", skinny.
6'8", Joe.
He's 6'7.5".
He's 6'8".
He's skinny.
It's fine. He can play
Kevin Durant
skinny. Fine. With Maxey, I think they're going to be all right.
He's not that athletic. He played at Rutgers. I mean, that's the Rutgers thing. Mike, how did Rutgers have two of the top 3 players in the draft and not be good? How?
Because it's Rutgers.
Yeah, but in basketball, if you have 2 players that good, you should win.
Yeah, but it's Rutgers. What are you going to do?
Well, I like the kid from Baylor. I don't want this Ace Bailey guy.
Oh, I do too. I would have much rather we had the number 1 pick, and I think it was rigged. How it all fell down for Dallas. I actually absolutely do.
Well, it's hard to find someone
today
today that doesn't feel like it was rigged. I mean, it's bananas that the Mavericks had a 1.8% chance to get it, and they get it.
Hey, Rip, I don't know, man. It just seems real shady. Real shady.
Super shady.
Well, it does. I mean, and again, Houston pointing out today they do it behind, we can't see it. That's the way they've always done the lottery. Mike, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, what is going on out there that people want a player from Rutgers? I mean, I'm living in a.
Why are you taking a dump on Rutgers today?
Rutgers is taking a dump on themselves my entire life.
I feel like Hugh's been very pro Rutgers.
I know. This is
What are you talking
unbelievable.
about? I mean, it's just
threatening Bryce, pro Rutgers, wearing medium shirts. This guy's all over the place.
Listen,
being a downer.
We just got all kind of slander going on in this last hour of this show. I don't think this shirt gonna make it to the golf tournament.
No.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Are you gonna make it to the golf tournament?
I mean, I have no choice, but I believe, and I think I'm right about this. Spike doesn't have on a collared shirt.
No, but Jack and Ike are wearing honest to goodness golf clothes. I mean, those
because
guys, they're
golfers. They're golfers.
Yeah.
They don't count. I'm gonna go with the Spike. I'm Spike's friend today.
I mean,
that's my movie buddy anyway.
You guys go to any movies lately?
He hasn't said anything about going to any movies, but I'm pretty sure there's something that's coming up. That we'll probably go see. I can't think of anything right now. What's coming out?
Trying to butter him up because you're nervous about the push-up thing?
Yeah, what happened to that?
Man, listen. Spike, you know what happened. Spike didn't want none of this.
Well, no, the last time he spoke about it, he said he's not doing them in the neighborhood anymore because he moved close and he didn't want people to notice.
The kids out there laughing at him.
I don't think that was it.
That's what it is, man. The kids. Kids ruin things for grown-ups all the time.
Yeah?
Because that's like the whole glizzy thing. That's basically where it comes from. Kids
that's
laughing.
just you.
Hold on
No,
a
that's
second.
a bunch of people.
Hold on a second.
I was going to send y'all this comedian last night. He was talking about that. And he was talking about how he doesn't eat glizzies anymore because the kids laugh at him.
You think if you
I thought about sending it to, but he started working
this
blue.
This doesn't make any sense.
He started working real blue.
You think if you ate a hot dog like a normal person, a kid would say anything?
Oh, they'll laugh at
No
you.
shot.
I could see it. It's just a matter of why worry about it?
Kids.
Kids.
What do you mean kids? You mean teenagers or kids?
Teenagers, yeah, teenagers.
Are you
when they
worried
laugh
about
at you.
getting made fun of by teenagers?
Yeah, it's something about when teenagers make fun of you, dog. It's something about that age gap. Like I think right now. And I might be wrong about this now that I think about it. I think I skewed the cool older guy, but probably not.
I doubt.
You know what I mean? I probably not. But when the kids laughing when they see you coming and they laughing at you, for wearing the Jordans and wearing like some dudes wearing like the skinny jeans
what do you
and whatnot.
They say about you in that shirt?
Yeah, they probably laugh like Uncle here with a schmedium on. Cutting up his circulation. No, what someone would probably say? I ain't gonna lie, they would say I'm thirst trapping. You know what I'm saying? They said I'm out here being thirsty.
You are in your zaddy era.
Yeah, with these little ass shirts on.
All right, watch out, everyone at Ramblewood. Here comes Thirst Trap and Douglas. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls. Do you have hope for the Sixers now after last night? And do you think the Phillies should sit Harper for a game? I think it'd be good for him, for the team, if he takes the night off tonight against the Cardinals. Plus, we'll check in with you people. And we just talked about a situation for the Eagles to monitor. There is another situation to monitor, this time for the Phillies. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm taking the Mets on the run line tonight over the Pirates. Godai Singh on the mound for the Mets, and he's been one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. He enters the game 4-2 with a 1.16 ERA. For Pittsburgh, it'll be Mitch Keller on the mound. Keller has struggled at 1-4 this year with a 4.40 ERA. Let's go the Mets to win by at least 2 runs tonight. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes. plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I tell you what, Joe, you don't know this yet, but you will find out soon enough. Your kids will always be your kids. I don't care how old they get. They're always gonna when they get a little tight, they're gonna call to ask for some money.
Is that what's happening to you?
Oh my God! I mean, but you know, it's my baby girl. Like
Yeah,
she
what
called.
are you gonna do?
What is the like? You know what it is. As a parent, I don't know how any other parent feel, but I'm just gonna say, just take the Band-Aid off. Just ask for what you want. I don't need to be buttered up. But they buddy, hey Dad, how you doing?
Well, they don't want to just come in quick with the request.
Thinking about you this morning. Sending me no, this is how she did me though. She sent me like, can we send back and forth text about different vehicles and stuff? So she sent me a picture of a car and I was like, oh, you about to buy that? And she's like, no. She said, how you doing this morning?
Can you see right through it?
I didn't see it coming. She got me with this one.
Oh.
Dad, I'm trying to pay my bills and I need some money. And then, she hit me with the mistakes she made in her 20s and all this other stuff.
Oh, wow. So then you became Hugh Venmo?
And I didn't even, because at that point, don't ask for a dollar amount. Because I just sent money. Just sent it.
Hey, feeling a little lighter in the pockets?
So much lighter. I mean, but it's one of those things. And I've always been told, especially when it comes to women, young ladies, is you would rather have them ask you than to ask somebody else, like a Bill Belichick type.
Oh, you don't want that.
Yeah. No, seriously. All jokes aside, because that's
fair.
Yeah.
I'm
smart.
serious.
Yeah.
That's always the rule of thumb.
Let's
like
avoid
you rather
that.
have you rather have her ask you than ask somebody else. And so that's why I was just like, yeah, whatever. But I'm a little lighter.
Yeah, I could tell.
I'm a little,
you look lighter.
Hey, listen, I'm trying to play it off. I don't want to do nothing the rest of the day. I just want to go home and go to sleep.
Oh, you can't.
You got a golf outing to go to, buddy.
Hey, Kyle, you don't have kids yet, but I'm telling you, it's not like, I'm blessed to be in a position that she can call me and give it, but still, man, it's something. When your kids ask you when anybody asks you for money, knowing that it's a good chance you ain't never gonna see that money again.
Most likely not. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is the worst feeling in the world. It's the worst feeling in the world. Knowing I ain't never gonna see that money again, ever.
Poor guy can't even afford a polo that fits now. Poor guy.
I'm glad you made this
You're
funny.
in
But, hey, I'm just like, I just want to go home and take a nap.
I don't want to see you cry on the air. We got to laugh about it.
I'm about to.
I know.
I'm about to. But, yeah, I mean, hey, man, that's kids. That's kids.
I mean, it would be a good viral moment for the show. Broke Hugh Douglas crying on the air. Amount of money. My kids took it all. It's gone.
She said, I did what they hit you with. I love you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I sent the money. Now the money gone now.
Well,
yeah.
you did say it's better not to sugarcoat it, just to say what you mean. That leads
just
us.
say it.
That leads us into a potential Phillies target as this summer goes along. The dots are already being connected here, Hugh. We touched this a little bit yesterday. Rafael Devers up in Boston. Okay, he's a $300 million player, really good hitter.
Yeah.
And the Red Sox are in a pinch right now because their first baseman is out for the season, and they told Rafi, can you go play some first base for us?
He said no.
Well, let's hear that. Here's how that whole thing went. A couple days ago up in Boston, Rafael Devers, again, a $300 million player, asked to go across the diamond. And here it is through his translator saying, nope.
Yeah, it was the GM that I spoke with. I'm not certain what he has with me. He played ball, and I would like to think that he knows that changing positions like that isn't easy. They put me in this situation, and they told me that they didn't want to allow me to play any other position, and now I think they should do their jobs essentially and hit the market and look for another player. I'm not sure why they want me to be in between the way they have me now. Like they've told me I'm a little hard-headed, this is they already asked me to change once, and this time I don't think I can be as flexible. I don't feel that they stay true to their word. They asked me to, they told me that I was going to be playing this position, DH, and now they're going back on that. So I just don't think they stay true to their word. I don't understand some of the decisions that the GM makes. Next thing you know, someone in the outfield gets hurt and they want me to play in the outfield.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna.
I think I know the kind of player that I am, that's just where I stand.
All right, so before we react, there is a backdrop to this we should mention. He was their third baseman.
Mm-hmm.
Then they signed Alex Bregman, and they basically took his position away. They said, well, now you're the DH because we got a better defensive third baseman.
Yeah.
So my sense after listening to him is he's still annoyed about that. You took away third base from me. You want me to be a DH? All right, I'll be a DH. Now you want me to go back to the field? Nope.
Yeah, and I really felt bad for the translator.
He had to try to clean that up?
Because he was trying his damnness to try to clean, but you got to say what's being said.
Of course, that's your job.
But he was hitting with the because it's almost like he getting the backlash because he's translating.
All eyes are on you.
Yeah. So he's feeling some kind of way. But is that what you really want on the squad?
Well, so the idea is if he's available, which it seems like there's a lot out there. Ken Rosenthal said that at some point the Red Sox could trade him now because it's obviously toxic up there. Hugh, I don't love the attitude of a player that doesn't want to move positions for his team.
Sacrifice.
That guy can hit. If the Red Sox are trading him, I'm on the phone.
This is what we're doing
yes.
now. You know what? I'll take your baggage, and just as long as you can hit the baseball.
He can hit.
But if we need you somewhere else, like in outfield, we know you're not doing that.
Well, he's not exactly fleet of foot. I don't know if anyone's going to ask him to play the outfield.
Well, you know what? It's funny. It feels more like the more I hear it, because initially it was like I thought he was just being stubborn. He has a little bit of an axe to grind.
He does.
And he's – see, this is where I appreciate that level of petty because you waited for that moment for it to come back around. And, some people would call that karma. And it was like, well, you lied to me, and he talked about it. And you told me I was going to do one thing, and then you said I was going to do something different. And now here we are. Go do your job.
Now, I think we should point out, though, he's making it sound like they asked him to learn 3 positions. They took away third base to ask him to DH. Is DH a position? Rafael, all you do is
hit.
You do is hit, but he's the way he said it is like, well, they made me do this, then they changed my position to DH. No, they didn't. Well, he just hit now.
Well, the way I guess I interpret that is it was a demotion.
That's the way he seemed to think.
Yeah, and it was a demotion. So, I wouldn't Hell, I wish I could DH. I would DH right now if I could.
Yeah, but then they want to put him back in the field.
No, yeah, but see that you won't. Don't put me in the field. I mean, but if I could DH right now, I would go DH.
I know,
for somebody.
but he well, I don't think anyone's having you as a DH right now.
I mean, if I could hit at 50, why not? I mean, I'm pretty sure somebody can hit. But I mean, if I could.
Full season of at-bats, what would you hit in the major leagues right now?
Full season?
I'd say 0-26.
No, I'll probably give you about if I knew how to hit.
No. That's not.
No, like
you mean like right now?
You right now. 0-26.
I could probably give you 230.
Are you kidding
Bryce
me?
Harper's hitting 230.
I can do that.
No, you can't.
I can hit some. No, I
I'd
can't.
give
I'm
you
not gonna lie.
002.
No, listen.
You're in your 50s.
Listen. I couldn't even see the baseball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm not going to even lie. I couldn't even see the baseball.
Doesn't help
that I'm blind.
I just like how you rolled out. Like, I could do exactly what Bryce Harper's doing right now.
You know what? And then when I said it, I was like, okay, you better be realistic about it. I couldn't even see the baseball. And my bat speed probably hella slow.
Oh, very slow.
Yeah.
It's like hella slow. So, I'd be in trouble.
Do you think you get a hit over a whole season? I think you get a couple.
You know what? It'd be funny, Joe? I would probably luck into a hit. And you know what would happen? When you know how when you hit and that bat resonate through your hands, I'd be done. Oh, damn. I'd be shaking. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, that would be it.
Like, that ain't no joke.
Kyle, you more or less into the Devers thing after hearing him talk?
I'm entirely out.
Entirely?
Yeah.
Entirely.
He can hit.
No, what are we doing here? Because we talk about this with Trey. We talk about this with Harper, being a team guy.
Mm-hmm.
We say, Trey's got to eventually come around to the idea of moving off shortstop and going to the outfield. And same thing with Harper from first base to the outfield. We don't know. I don't know what kind of situation is going to come up with this team where we might need to move guys around or it makes the team better.
And then you have somebody as rigid as he is.
Flat out refusing. I mean, what the
he
hell
said,
is that?
No,
that's a joke.
Yeah, but if that price comes down, I mean, if they're giving him away, you won't take him. It's 30 home runs a year.
I don't know. I don't know if that fits too well in this locker room.
Well, it might not. But
Chemistry.
Could you
Major
imagine the
league
audio
buddies.
we could use after games with him around here?
Sure. Selfishly.
Well, the other part of this is Dombrowski was the GM in Boston when he came into the major league. So obviously they have a relationship. I think the Phillies and Devers are going to be connected as long as that becomes ugly up there. Let's go to the phone lines before we get to you people. Herb in the Northeast is on. What's up, Herb?
Herb.
What's up, Joe?
Herb.
Getting ready for this game. A little drizzling out here, but we're going to play.
Phillies game, or are you umpiring?
No, I'm umpiring. So anyway, the Sixers.
Mm-hmm.
I had a feeling they were going to get the 2 or 3 pick. I had the feeling, but they better make a good pick this time because we don't know about. We have no information on Embiid. All we know is he had successful surgery. That's all we know. We don't know if he's going to be playing in September or is he going to be playing in December or what? You know what I mean? Everybody's quiet. So.
Well, we don't know, Herb. Herb, do you think the lottery? Do you think the lottery's fixed, Herb?
Yeah. Well, it's amazing that they went from 10, was it, all the way to 1.
Mm-hmm. They had a 1.8% chance, and they got it.
Right, and they got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty tricky.
So have you got any names circled yet? What do you want? Edgecombe? You want Ace Bailey? Who do you want?
Let me tell you
Knipple?
something, okay? Let me tell you
Nipple
something.
is crazy.
If you've been watching the Lakers. Not the Lakers. You've been watching the Knicks. You've been watching Boston.
Mm-hmm.
They're in our division, okay? You watch Minnesota. You watch OKC.
Yes.
These guys can shoot threes. They got 3, 4 guys and 5 guys that can shoot that 3 ball, and they can run the transition. They go to the basket. You watch Josh Hart, you watch all the Villanova guys, man. Let me tell you, if we're going to compete with these guys, okay, we got to get somebody that can shoot and somebody that can play defense.
I agree. We need an all-around player. Yes,
an all-around player, rebound, block shots, whatever. You know what I mean? So they better be smart with this pick.
Well, next time you talk to Daryl Morey, tell him what we need.
Yeah. Giannis is saying he's available.
Would you trade the third pick for Giannis?
Well, I think if I had more information on what Embiid's, if Embiid's not going to be around,
he's not
between September, December, January.
Well, don't you talk to people?
No, I don't talk to them because
He talks to Dombrowski. Yeah.
Too much issues down there in Camden.
Did you have to dump that? What did he say?
He's got there's issues in Camden.
Oh, I
mean
thought he said
that's
something.
pretty obvious. Yeah.
Thought he said something else.
Harper's okay. Let Harper be Harper. Maybe he needs a day off or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. What do you think? Do you see his haircut? What do you think of his haircut?
The reason I didn't see all of it, but it looks like he cut his hair
He did.
because
He blew past
he
that.
knows that it's going to start heating up like 90, 95, 100. He knows that as June gets real hot, so he wants to feel cool. He let the guy forget about.
Oh, he's just trying to stay cool with the hair. Yeah. Does it really? Does it get that hot in June? You got a haircut? Would you buzz it?
I cut most of my hair off because I'm out here umpiring. I'm out on the field. I feel the heat. I mean, you know.
So where's this game today, Herb?
know-
You know, I have someone that sent me a picture of you umping last week. You got a fan club out there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know.
So where's the game today? Who wants to come?
Today is 6201 Tarsdale.
You write that down?
That's up there where the cheesesteak spot used to be. The good cheesesteaks. They changed the name.
It's American
Legion 6201 Torresdale. Okay.
No fences, all you can get.
Okay.
No fences.
All right. What time does that game start? Because Hugh's going to make it out there.
3:15.
3:15.
That's out your way. I got to go to the golf
It
tournament.
actually is. Yeah, I
That's why
can swing
this,
by her.
I got this little ass shirt on. I'm about to go to the
Yeah,
golf
I might
tournament.
swing by her. Good phone call. It is. I actually got to pass through that area. All right, so maybe I'll go to the game. You go to the golf outing. I'll go to watch
I
her
got
mom.
no choice. That's why I got this little ass shirt.
What's your handicap these days?
Nah, man, I haven't hit a golf ball in a while.
I thought you were a golfer.
Well,
You're
no, I
on your
thought-
clubs.
no,
He's
listen.
closer to being handicapped.
No, listen. Between my daughter calling ask for some money, I ain't getting no golf clubs no time soon.
I thought
That ain't about
you found your old ones.
I found them,
Yeah.
but they're old. So I'm probably gonna sell them today to get some of this money back.
Oh, poor guy.
Wow.
All right,
Not
if
bad,
anyone
huh?
out there needs some golf clubs on clearance, Hugh Douglas, your guy. He's just trying to make ends meet. All right, let's check in with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
So usually the personal shots to Hugh and Joe start rolling in like immediately.
Yeah.
Not today.
Okay.
They did come a little bit later.
Of
so
course, yeah. We have 4
we'll
hours
get to
a day.
those. Yep.
Uh-huh.
This one surprised me because I don't see this, but we got typical Hugh just playing bad cop. Like Hugh's usually a good cop kind of guy.
See that?
Negative Douglas.
Nobody's listening.
Always seeing the downside of things.
Nobody's listening.
Yeah.
Negative.
I mean,
bad cop. Okay, whatever.
There was kind of a meltdown about how you guys started the show and Joe saying he has hope and stuff like that.
Meltdown over hope?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is a good one. Wake up, Rod. Program director's asleep at the wheel for allowing this to happen. How dare you be hopeful about the Sixers, Joe?
So, how dare allowing me to have hope
Yes,
that a team here
asleep at the wheel.
will do something right?
Optimistic. Yeah. What are you doing?
So that's how pessimistic we are on the Sixers, that it's a call to action?
They need Rod to wake up.
Okay.
Can't allow it.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yep. Surprising amount of people agreeing with Hugh today. I saw about the home life thing with Bryce Harper.
Oh.
I expected him to get more people
but
pushing back on that.
Don't we need to point out, though, isn't life a little different if you're Bryce Harper or any of these
Well,
players?
it is, but
it's not like, when my kids were babies and you're up in the middle of the night and it's a little different.
But maybe he's a hands-on dad.
Well, that's great. But he also goes on road trips and stays in a 5-star hotel.
And that's
why didn't he hit in St. Louis?
Yeah, and that's probably why when he gets home, she's probably calling, probably talking about the kids and how she feel and all this other stuff. So it's who knows?
Maybe he's
what
got
he was
kids
dealing
asking
with.
him for money.
Yeah. Well, they're too young. They're probably too young for that because his kids are itty bitties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got enough.
We did wonder a little bit today if and when people would start turning on Bryce. And I made the me guy comment, got cooked for it. So I don't think it's coming anytime soon.
I told you, people aren't there yet. People are not there
Yep.
yet. They don't want to believe this is going to be Bryce all year, and the me guy thing, because people believe he's a Philly guy, not a me guy.
This one I found pretty funny. So let me get this straight, Hugh. Jameer Nelson doesn't move the needle, but Santonio Holmes does.
Really? It moves the needle for my school. I mean, it's Central State. I mean, to have a coach of his caliber is like a big deal. Leave me alone.
Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, Central State. I mean, these are the blue bloods.
Expect that to hit a nerve with people.
The blue bloods of college sports.
You gotta love the people that pick up on like the little nuanced stuff about the show. You gotta love
I mean, you kind of threw cold water on Jameer. I mean, Jameer is a local legend.
No, I'm just saying. I was just like
total cold water.
Okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy for him. I just was.
You were not. You were not.
Yep. So apparently, my head shape proposal with Bryce didn't move the needle enough.
Okay.
For people, and I got this proposal, and I'm in. So if Bryce Harper gets to 275 by the end of the season, I'll shave the stash.
Oh, that's a fun
The porn stash?
Now, is this layered? Like at 260 goes the hair, the head,
Yeah.
and then at 275 goes the mustache. So you could be just clean shaven by playoff time.
That would look weird though.
Why? That's how I used to look.
I mean, that would look kind of weird. What you mean when you was like in high school?
No, but at the beginning of the show, I did not have a mustache, and I used to keep my hair pretty short.
Yeah, when we first started working with Kyle, he
You didn't have
this-
a mustache?
No,
I never noticed.
No. Well, now you know.
Now I know. I mean, I'm so
Now
used
I
to
know how you
having.
feel about it.
No, I'm just saying. I'm so used to you having the
I get it.
mustache. Yeah, you can't change
Sometimes when you see someone in a different way, you never see them the other way. Like we'll
Yeah.
never see you in anything but a medium polo. I mean, that's you now.
Yep.
Medium.
Yeah, medium polo Douglas.
And then
over here.
the observations about how Hugh looked started rolling in as soon as he put the shirt on. Now the first one was he looks more professional with it on. Finally,
I think that's true. Yeah.
yeah, it is.
No, we're buttoned up.
Yeah, but then they put you down. Someone said you look like a lollipop.
A lollipop.
I don't know. I don't get that one.
Shirt's too tight.
Oh, like the rapper type deal, I guess.
Okay.
Could be a little bit more creative with that one. a little bit.
That's what they came up with.
The shirt is way too tight. I
It
mean,
is tight, man. And I'm about to go to this golf tournament, and I don't think I'm gonna make it the whole day with the shirt.
in general or with the shirt.
With
Yeah.
the shirt
I
on.
thought you meant like falling asleep.
Well, I'm gonna go home and cry once I get home.
Tough day for Hugh. His wallet's lighter. He's wearing a shirt 2 sizes too small. It's just.
I'm gonna go home and
It's
cry
not
a
a
little
great
bit.
day. All right, that is enough for us. We're going to hand it over to the afternoon show. They are out at the I believe the Surfside Invitational. Is that the name of the golf outing?
Yes.
They're at the Surfside Invitational. Hugh's headed there.
I am on my way.
In his too tight shirt. You guys have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the Phils, assuming they play tonight. And we'll talk to you tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop the bash, Sharon. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most at this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
You've been called the president of 3-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NBA's draft lottery does not work. No lottery will stop teams from going after the best odds for that top pick, and this current setup still hasn't awarded number one to the team with the worst record. Reward is not the right word, but a complete teardown is the best way to fix your franchise. So let teams be terrible for a year, then get the pick that can turn things around. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back. It's the worst day of the week on the WIP afternoon show. Because it's a Tuesday, Ike has proclaimed it. We are at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club once again. Ike, it's raining, but inside, the sun is shining. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, Brother Spike.
Yep.
We're coming off a good day yesterday.
Good.
Not a great day. Could have been a great day, but it was a good day, though.
Okay.
Very good day. It was a very good day.
Very good.
When we combine the atmosphere leading up to last night.
Yes, sir.
With the NBA lottery draft, the rights to Ricky. It was an awesome evening. We end up with the number 3 pick. We keep our pick. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about Sixers basketball again. It's been a while since I've been excited about that, Brother Spike. So I can't wait to talk to you about that. Lost in all of that excitement last night, Jackie Baseball, is we somehow came back off the road trip and forgot to hit last night. Right?
Yeah.
And we let one get away, but I'm not concerned.
No. You believe, Ike. You believe.
I do believe, and
Some are saying Ike may have jinxed the Phillies.
I'm going to tell you, I said that.
Yep.
Even I said it last night as that one ended up in favor of the Cardinals. But I'm not taking it back. I still believe in the team. We got a buzzed head, Bryce Harper. Can't wait to get into that. Holla at your boy.
He really is trying to take the Eagles playbook of last year and will it into existence with this Phillies team. No, it worked. It totally worked. And some people today.
Well, it worked for the Eagles.
It did work for the Eagles.
Yes.
It won't work for the Phillies. Nothing works for the Phillies. So I'm excited for the groups of people that we were helping out today that walk by, and they're going to look at me and Ike and say, there they are. The two best golfers we've ever seen.
I'll take that.
Well, I did hand people Surfside.
You did.
Yeah,
you look,
come on.
You look cozy.
Yep.
Well, at least you stayed dry.
I did stay dry. Mostly stay dry. And look at this. Another polo.
Look at him. He looks good.
There's 2 polos in 2 weeks.
I will say that is back to back.
There we go. There we go.
And 2 shirts that I would have worn.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I can see myself wearing those, yes.
I feel good about it. I feel good about it.
Ike brought out the Tiger Red today.
I did.
Which is an
power
interesting
move.
choice.
Power move.
Yeah. He knew he was about to be on some par 3s. Trying to help some people.
That is true. That's all I had was part 3 today. But yes, what do we got today, bro?
Well, we got a big show. Elliott Shore Parks joins us at 3 o'clock for Tuesdays with Elliott.
Awesome.
We got a lot to discuss.
A lot to talk about with Elliott. 4 o'clock, the great Phil Martelli will join us to talk about the potential players the Sixers could get at number 3. And we do start with last night's lottery. It was a great night. And I am back. I am back. And I know that if you listen to this show, you think that I am optimistic about the Sixers all the time. But that is a lie. I am often incredibly pessimistic about the Sixers. It's only when you force me into a corner do I start saying how things could work out. But to be honest, I was in a very, very bad place before that lottery yesterday. Knowing that even though I want with all of my being for Joel Embiid to have a healthy year, who knows whether it's going to happen. Even though I want with all of my being that we're going to see Paul George have a normal season, who knows. So like inside, I was at war with myself. And yesterday, as they were revealing team after team after team, and we saw the chances that the Sixers would get their pick go up with every revealed team. And then once we got to 6 and we didn't see the Sixers and we made it to the commercial, which is the goal. Get to the commercial, get in the top 3, and that's what happened. And Ike, once again, I have hope. I believe that there is a future. And I don't know yet who I want the Sixers to take at number 3. That'll be a fun month for us to have to start going through these players because, we hear their names. We hear Ace Bailey and VJ Edgecombe and Trey Johnson. We hear all these names, but we haven't really watched these guys a lot. So we will have that opportunity. But I believe that the Sixers, a future, no matter what happens with Joel Embiid, no matter what happens with Paul George, at this point, to me, the greatest thing about sports is hope. And winning is amazing, right? But hope, the potential of winning, to me, is what I live for. The hope that there could be a future, the hope that there could be a win. And yesterday in the lottery, I was given hope again. I am back in. I am all Sixered up. Let's go.
Up with hope, down with dope.
That's what I'm saying.
Was that Jesse Jackson?
I think it was
Back
Jesse
in the day,
Jackson.
yeah.
Yep.
Is that Dare?
Yeah, it might have been.
It might have been all a
Yep.
part of that. No, I feel you though. And use the word hope a lot there. Yeah,
Well,
that was a lot there. I don't think that was by accident.
No, because that's what it is.
No, I agree.
It's the idea that there could be a future,
something different. Yes,
and the truth and for they talk about making lemonade out of lemons or whatever, right? This season was the most lemon-ass season I've ever seen in my entire life, and we got lemonade from it last night,
Aren't you supposed to get lemonade from lemons?
Well, no.
What else would you get from lemons?
Without the sugar, there's no lemonade.
What is this lemon water?
Yeah, it's sour.
A little bitter.
Yeah.
It's good.
You've never heard that phrase before?
No, I've heard it.
You never thought about it.
I don't really. Yeah, I don't. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm with you though.
Yeah.
Despite your lemons, I'm with you with last night, and quite frankly, it needed to be a top 3 pick. If it had been 5 or 6, it's like, okay, whatever. Now we're getting the scraps of what's left over that the other teams didn't choose. At least at 3, we know Cooper Flagg is the number 1 overall pick. Harper is there, slated at number 2, but Bailey, I'm seeing from a lot of people, they think you're talking about 2 players that almost have the same level, ceiling level.
Depending on who you're looking at, for sure. Yep.
Yeah, so, and then like you mentioned some of the other young guys, the Trey Johnson, the Edgecombe kid from Baylor. Like some of these kids, I don't know a whole lot about them, so I'm cramming for this exam before the draft gets here. But here's what I will tell you. I'm excited about what we could do. That's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about the possibilities of where the Sixers could be going here in the future. You got a couple of young players in this number 3 overall pick, Maxey and McCain, young guys, some other young guys that we picked up throughout the late
Justin Edwards, Dembona.
All these guys are nice young players that we can continue to build around. I've adopted the thought process of OKC, Cleveland, right? Like these are teams, Indiana, like these teams. I'm not telling you I don't want a star player. That's not what I'm telling you. But I'm also not feeling this fatalist sort of covering that if we don't have this star player, we don't have a chance. What I'm seeing right now in the NBA, these quote unquote star players, most of them are like the older guys. The young teams around the NBA are well-rounded, wings, athletic guys that can get their own shot, 3-and-D type of players. Like that's what I'm seeing around the NBA right now. And if the Sixers can start to add those type of pieces, who knows, in 2 or 3 years, we could be looking at a team that we didn't expect to be right back in the conference finals. Because Boston, despite what happened last night, that tragic situation, and the news hasn't come out officially yet, but that did not look good for Jason Tatum last night. Either way, they were on a short leash anyway, Boston, as far as
because salary.
Yes, because of salary, how long their reign could last. And I look at the other teams in the East, we're not that far away. I mean, I look at New York's team, God bless them. That team, I'm not looking at star. I love Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, but you're not.
But other than that, I'm not. So I feel good. Now, we got to get the right guy at 3.
Or trade it.
Or Okay.
Like, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying
that player better be pretty good.
Or trade for 2 picks, or trade it for. I think there's a lot of options there.
Trading up,
trade back.
Oh, you want to trade back?
I'm just saying it's possible.
That'll get people going.
All we got is it's a 4-player draft, and we're going to trade back.
Well, I don't think it's a 4. I think it's probably a 2-player draft.
That's even worse.
Well, no, it's like, and by the way, 215-592-9494.
I'm trying to be optimistic with a 4-player draft.
Do you have hope once again for the Philadelphia 76ers? That is the question. Jack, before we start getting into the options, do you once again have hope?
No. I needed Cooper Flagg. Like I was all capture the flagged up. Yesterday I didn't even have it in my bingo card that they wouldn't get the number 1 pick in the draft. And when they went to break, I was like, we got it. Now, maybe the NBA stepped in, which I'm sure we'll break down.
Oh, yeah. That is the most rigged draft of my entire life.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And, I'm happy they got the 3rd pick. Obviously, a trade back would be really annoying, but I get it from the standpoint of acquiring assets.
I don't get it.
But sure. I wanted Cooper Flagg though. I wanted the guy. I wanted the guy that maybe he's a generational player, maybe he's not, but he's the best player in this draft. And adding him to possibly Embiid, or they move Embiid, I was right for that kind of fresh start. I think they're adding a high quality role-ish type player here at the 3rd pick. So
all right.
Just I know we need to ace the pick according to our Eagles Insider of the Year. But I don't have this renewed sense of here we go, 10-9-8 76ers, get the flag on the car.
I do.
I don't feel that at all. Had they gotten Cooper Flagg, I'd be here shirtless.
The ability – what?
Don't worry about it.
Why would you do that?
They wouldn't allow you here shirtless.
Hold on, man. If they're not aware,
I wasn't even allowed to wear a shirt without a collar on.
Yeah, but you have tattoos.
Meanwhile,
That's fair. That's a fair point.
It's not a fair point.
It's not a fair point.
It's actually not a fair point at all.
I'm just making a point.
I think the idea that the 3rd pick in the NBA draft is just some role player because we don't know who it is yet, and because it's not Cooper Flagg, I think is crazy. Most times,
you did just say it was a 2-man draft.
In terms of levels. In terms of levels.
Oh, when I say it, I'm an idiot.
No, I'm saying that. I guess what I'm saying is the idea that a team could have 3 max players on their roster and add a top 3 pick in the NBA draft is not something
does
normally
not come along very often.
You really don't get that opportunity. Yeah. And the opportunity that the Sixers have now, and I'm not saying they should trade back. This is just part of when I talk about hope, is that there are options now. There are options. If Daryl Morey, think about Howie Roseman. If Howie Roseman didn't see a difference between the 3rd pick and the 9th pick in terms of quality of player, he would probably trade back and get another pick, right? So there's options there. Do they add 2 players in this draft? Do they trade this pick and a pick for a young player somewhere that isn't quite fitting in somewhere else? It's just there is a future now. And I think 2 days ago, you would have asked people, is there a potential future for the Philadelphia 76ers? And they would tell you no. But now, regardless of what happens with Joel Embiid, regardless of what happens with Paul George, you're adding the 3rd pick to Tyrese Maxey, to Jared McCain, to a team that owns all of their own picks except for next year, who owns 2 picks from the LA Clippers. And I know you're going to hear me, and you're going to say, oh, there's process guy again, building with picks. Well, look at the Thunder. Those are all picks. Look at the Indiana Pacers. Those are all picks, and then 1 free agent they signed to go on top of it, or traded for, by the way, with picks, is in Pascal Siakam. A lot of these teams are built this way, and you need to get rid of the fear of what happened the last 10 years and understand that this is how it happens, and they have a future again. And for me today, I'm excited. And whether it means Ace Bailey, or whether it means Edgecombe, or whether it means Trey Johnson, or whether it means trading down, or whatever it is, it's exciting to me because, Jack, you were talking about yesterday, you wanted something different. Well, we're going to get something different.
Yeah,
here.
it's just not Cooper Flagg, though.
It's not Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
It's not Cooper Flagg. All right, 215-592-9494. We do have...
What if Ace Bailey is better?
Well, our guy Podcast B
we'll get to that.
Is in on Ace Bailey. I'm on the Baylor kids to break that one down for you.
We'll get
Edgecombe.
Edgecombe. Yeah. He's a little Anthony Edwardsy, I think.
Well, that sounds good to me.
Well, he's very two-guardy. He's very two-guardy.
Yeah, we're a two-guard show, frankly.
We do have a next question today.
Thank God.
It is Dennis Rodman's birthday. Happy birthday, Dennis Rodman.
The worm.
64 years old.
The worm.
So for next question today,
No, I know. I just think about Elliot.
you'll call up with your sports point, and next question will be, who is out there? Because Dennis Rodman is a guy who's kind of out there. So, Jack, do you have a nomination for next question for who's out there?
Tim Tebow.
Huh?
Tim Tebow's not out there.
He's back in the day. He was out there all the time.
I don't think he's back to his old tricks. We got to get him behind the glass. We need to be back in the studio.
How does Tim Tebow get brought up with Dennis Rodman?
I love
Well, they're not the
Bramblewood
same.
Country Club and Surfside. We need to be back in the studio. We got to put Jack back in that room.
Wow, Tim Tebow.
Ike,
I'm going Kanye.
Kanye is out there.
I'm going Kanye.
Kanye is out there.
He might be the craziest on the planet.
Yeah, he is.
We're not doing the he's a secret genius thing anymore.
No,
I've never bought into that nonsense.
I think he went past that point.
Only young people buy that.
Yep.
Us
Yep.
older people don't buy Kanye's a genius.
Well, by the way, there are a lot of younger people. Elliot Shore Park's not that young, but younger,
Yeah.
who are forgetting about the 10 years that they talked about what a genius Kanye was. Like, I don't see your social media, your Kanye t-shirts. What happened? Wait, he was such a genius 10 years ago. All right, my out there.
Seems like you're thrilled for his.
Well, my out there person is actually a member of the WIP Air Staff.
Uh-oh.
It's John Ritchie. And I love that about him.
Sure.
He is, you talk to John, you get a conversation with John, and he is one of the more out there people I've now, not in the same way that Dennis Rodman is, a little more harmless, little flightier or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm picking our own John Ritchie. All right.
Okay, Richie.
215-592-9494. Do you once again have a hope for the Philadelphia 76ers? And for next question today, based on Dennis Rodman's birthday, give us somebody who's out there. Our leadoff hitter back where he should be. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey man, we know the NBA rigged. The league been rigged. We got to put this out there. Like you, I don't know if y'all saw that stat. Like it said in 2011, Chris Paul traded to LA, and then the next year they get Anthony Davis the first pick.
The
Then the Lakers get the pick, and then Zion the first pick. Now it's like, come on, man. Like, can y'all cover it up a little bit better? When the man, it's like y'all really like.
Well, they did it with LeBron. The LeBron left Cleveland, and the Cavs
Exactly.
got the first pick. Now they
it's
blew
weird.
it.
Like it's like I don't know, man. It's like that's why to me, I know Spike, you're a Sixer guy. I'm gonna say you're an NBA guy. You're a Sixer guy, but that's why I don't really rock with the NBA like that. The NFL, the MLB, them the top two leagues, and then the NBA is like a distant third. Elliot, I don't know what he talking about with this guy Ace Bailey. He just like his name. Like I guarantee you today, when he come on here, he gonna be like, whoa, imagine a number 3 jersey or number 5 jersey with Ace Bailey on it. You know what I'm saying? It don't even gonna have nothing to do with the player or anything like that. He gonna just talk about his name. Like, that's how he operate. But look, I'm gonna put this out there. What if, the Sixers, and I don't know how y'all feel about this, put a little package together to try to go get Giannis. Like, you got Tyrese Maxey, try to, push it or shoot. Throw Jared McCain with the third pick. Jared McCain, third pick, you know what I'm saying? Maybe Joel Embiid. And bring Giannis to the Sixers, man.
Hold on, we giving up McCain, the third pick, and Embiid?
Well, you have to do it for salary. Giannis is making $60 million.
Exactly. Embiid, that's one thing. I'm just saying we're going McCain, the young pick, and the third pick.
The problem with a guy like Giannis is like a current star. Like Joel Embiid, if healthy, you could do that straight up. But he not healthy. It's not Joel Embiid like 2-3 years ago. Joel Embiid. He looked at as damn as good, so you're gonna have to throw stuff in there to
I would give up the third pick and Embiid.
Yeah, you could do that. You could, but I don't know if that's enough though.
That's not gonna be enough.
I
don't know if that's enough, especially like a team like San Antonio. They got the second pick. If they trying to bring in Embiid, you know what I'm saying? You got to give them something like a.
Listen, if the other teams are in on it, you're gonna wind up overpaying them.
I mean, I think OKC could be in on him. I think, I think there's a lot. I don't think we're getting Giannis.
But this is what the Sixers got though. Giannis said he want to stay on the East Coast. So OKC, San Antonio, them West Coast teams. So a team like the Sixers, you know what I'm saying, East Coast team, he want to stay in the Eastern time zone, leg up on them, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? Dame wanted to go to Miami, and he went to Milwaukee.
Exactly.
So no, I'm just saying Giannis can want to stay wherever he wants. He's under contract. So
and they can send him wherever. All right, who's out there. If Kanye West, I apologize about the slip up. Y'all know I normally don't do
It's
that.
all good. It's all good.
You know, if Kanye West is one, I got 1B, Antonio Brown.
He is out there. Antonio Brown is out there.
That's a big answer.
That's a big answer.
That's
right
a good.
there.
That's
Big
a big answer. Yeah, and he's leaned into being out there.
Oh yeah.
Like that's his whole his whole being is out there. It's almost I forgot that he was a football player at
It's
one
sad.
point. Yeah,
Because he was a great football player.
one of the best I've ever seen.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Do you once again have hope for the Philadelphia 76ers? Brett in Warrington, you're on WIP. What's up, Brett?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Hey, Brett.
What up, Brett?
Hey, I guess a couple of things. I have absolutely no hope for the Sixers and their future, and I'd like to get your guys' feedback on this. One, I don't think they hired a new general manager. And two, you guys are talking about the way teams are being constructed now in the NBA, how there's not a superstar on some of these teams that are having a little bit of success. We're still in the second round of the NBA playoffs, and I would ask you to kind of go back throughout the history of the league and to look at who wins championships and to look at the rosters. And I think you're going to find that there are at least one or two stars that are on each of those teams. Of course. Yes. So to look at what's going on right now in the extreme short term in the second round of 1 year and to say that this is a trend and this is a way to be successful, I don't agree with that at all.
Let me ask you this. Who do you think are the best teams in the league right now?
The best teams in the league right now?
Yeah, the best
are
teams in the
obviously
league. Not
teams that are-
who's still playing. Who do you think is the best teams in the league? Because I want to go through their roster. They may have a star player on their team. I'm just saying this isn't a league where you need 2 or 3 stars to go out and try to win. You don't have to have that.
Well, I mean, again, you're talking about. I would define that as the teams that are currently left in the playoffs, and
Okay.
so if I'm going to look at that premise, then I'm looking at there's a couple of teams, but again, let's look at history, and history says you need to have a stud or two and surround themselves with complementary parts.
Yeah.
And again, just to get back to my original point, I have no hope because unless Howie Roseman's making the pick for the, I have no hope in Daryl Morey to make the right pick.
Well, okay, let me ask you. Yeah, Jeremy McCain and Tyrese Maxey, pretty good picks, right? Pretty good pick. Yes.
Yeah, Max is a good. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, I mean, Jeremy McCain was
He's about 2 guys that weren't even drafted in the top 10. They're very good players especially for where they got drafted at.
Well, Maxey's a top 20-ish player in the NBA currently, and Jared McCain was the leader for Rookie of the Year before he got hurt. Okay, Adembona, what we saw of him last year, also very good.
Yeah.
Like Daryl Morey has not been a bad drafter at all in his career. If that's your problem, there are a lot of issues you can have with Daryl Morey, but the fact that he doesn't draft well, he actually just doesn't draft very much. He trades picks a lot, but as far as like his draft record, it's pretty good. I mean, you're talking about the guy who believed in Kyle Lowry before a lot of other players believed in Kyle Lowry. You're talking about the guy who believed in Shane Battier's value to a basketball team before anybody else did. Like, he's the guy who went and got James Harden. Yeah. And you can think whatever you want about James Harden, but James Harden was the best player on a 60-plus win team over and over and over again. And it was Daryl Morey who identified him, who was a 6-man, by the way. It was Daryl Morey who went and got him. So I don't think Daryl Morey is perfect. But for you to say, I don't think this team can succeed, they don't have a bumbling idiot as the general manager.
Well, I those are good points. I mean, I guess ultimately, I grew up watching the Sixers in the 80s, and they've just been so bad now for so long and so disappointing that I'm going to need to see some evidence before I have any kind of hope whatsoever.
That's fine, but I appreciate the call, Brett. They haven't been so bad for so long. I'm sorry. They've won 50 games 3 of the last 6 years. Like
we understand they haven't gotten by the second round.
They haven't got past the second round,
but
it's not like the decade before it.
Right.
You know, the decade before it was a perennial 500 team.
Waste of time.
Yeah, that's not what this team is. This team is underachieved.
Yeah,
100%. But I wouldn't say that they've been so bad for so long.
And I look at the teams, the young teams in this league right now, and I'm not saying they don't have a star player when you think about stars compared to where they are today. But when I'm thinking about Michael or Kobe or LeBron or Larry or Magic. These players aren't that level of player. I look at Indiana. I look at New York. I like Jalen Brunson. He's a 33rd overall pick. He was a second-round draft pick. This guy wasn't drafted in the top 3. And he's there. And not only that,
No, go ahead.
Karl Anthony Towns. What was he? The number 1 overall pick?
Number 2? Was he 2? Was he 1?
I think it was 1.
I mean,
nobody views Karl Anthony Towns as a star player.
No, they think of him as top 25 player. Top 30.
And even that is, I don't even like his game. So some of these guys are just ranked high because this is where the league is at now. But when I'm comparing them to actual star players that I grew up watching and watching guys dominate, these guys aren't that level of player.
Well, I think I'd also say that the thing that might be dying is the big 3 thing.
Yeah, that's
thing,
what I'm saying.
That had a moment.
Remember when we used to think you had to have a stacked roster? You need to get this max player, that max player. Like, you don't have to do that anymore.
No, when you look at OKC, they have 1 star player.
1 player.
A bunch of great players, but 1 star player.
But check this out. A bunch of great players. None of us, outside of guys that actually pay attention, would even know who's on their team.
Right, yes.
You wouldn't even know the players that are on OKC's team.
Yeah, it's not the... I think we are past the Heatles era.
Right.
Because so many of them have failed. By the way, ours, we're looking at it right now. The Suns, it failed.
Right.
You know, like they've tried doing that.
Yes.
And it doesn't, it's very, very hard to do, especially with the cap situation the way it is. All right. 215-592-9494. Do you once again have hope for the Philadelphia 76ers? We are at...
Damn, Pacers is about to be in the conference finals
2
years in a row. The Pacers, they got a guy on the team who was voted, by the way, by other NBA players as the most overrated player in the league.
Well, they got TJ.
And they got TJ.
I'm just saying, Halliburton. I mean, your dad loves Halliburton more than anybody.
Yeah, he was first on him, actually.
Well, he just does
knew about it.
The Simmons thing.
Of course, by
That's
himself.
right.
Do we need Jolly on here to educate you on Daryl Morey, by the way?
No, we don't need it. We can do that this week if you want. Or maybe next week.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get
We're gonna have that
Jolly's thoughts on Daryl Morey.
Coming up next, Jack came up with a potential trade idea for number 3. So
yep,
it's an interesting idea. We will
capture the flag.
We will talk about. Don't give it away.
Well, they don't know what trade is yet.
All right, okay. We will talk about. Well, okay.
Easy.
Well,
I got it.
It's called a tease.
Let me do the tease.
Total pro.
Yeah. Let's fight to the tease.
We're at Ramblewood Country Club for the amazing Surfside Invitational. Rain or shine, baby, nothing stops the Surfside Invitational. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, baseball fans, we know you love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on a moonshot, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel has your home. No, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwarbombs at the Yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction. From your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
It's the Robin for Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models. Exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Window Nation is a proud sponsor of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their semi-annual sale. Includes 60% off a full house of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, we are at Ramblewood Country Club for the Surfside Invitational. So the Twitter question is based...
Tribe. Okay, Justin.
Yeah. Did Justin pick that?
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah. Or did it just happen?
It's not in my returns.
I picked it.
All right.
You did.
All right.
Tribe
Okay.
Called
All right.
Quest.
Come on, man. I don't have Tribe Called Quest in my bag.
No, you don't.
Nice.
No.
Occasionally you go into Seltzer's bag and get something like that, but not in your bag.
No.
So the Twitter question is based on a Jack Fritz potential trade that
Thank
he
you.
brought up to me before the show.
Is he trading Jalen? What are we doing?
No.
First pick?
It's Sixers. It's Sixers. So the Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. All right, first I'm going to ask what you think the response is, and then I'm going to ask what your opinion is.
Okay.
The trade is, and this would have to, I'm acknowledging, this would take some salary on the Mavericks end to make this happen because of what Tyrese Maxey is making.
Okay.
But essentially, would you trade Tyrese Maxey and the third pick to the Dallas Mavericks for the first pick in the draft? So Maxey and the 3 for 1. You'd have to get Klay Thompson back. You have to get a bunch of players to equal Maxey's $40 million.
Klay back?
Well, you're getting something.
Cooked Clay?
Yeah.
Cooked Clay?
Yeah.
Maxey and the 3
For number
Cooper
1.
Flag. Yeah, I think I'd do it.
You would?
Yeah, I think I'd do it. Here's the only reason why I would do it. I like Maxey. I really do. But McCain could replace what Maxey is. Essentially.
Yeah. It's different player.
Yeah.
I think Maxey does some things better than McCain, but McCain also does some things better than
Yeah.
Maxey. That if you're looking at
Different
a lead
type
guard,
of player, but somebody that we could certainly have in that spot.
Yep.
Actually, I think McCain may be a better lead guard than
yes.
Maxey.
As a
Maxey,
lead guard,
Maxey is
yeah.
really more of a scoring guard than he is a guy
Yeah.
that sets up anybody else. Yeah, I think I'd do it. Now, I have to be convinced. Well, I am convinced because I haven't watched Ace Bailey play. So, because you have to, if Bailey is a better player than Cooper Flag, then we just gave up 2 good players to get a lesser player.
Can I tell you?
Yes. Ace Bailey is not better than Cooper Flag?
I don't
No matter
think
what
so.
Elliott says?
Elliott.
He's telling me we got to ace the pick.
He said it's Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it's not Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, one of the 5 best scorers of all time. You don't need to watch a lot of Ace Bailey tape to understand that he's not Kevin Durant. He might be Rudy Gay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But might be a little more similar, but he's
Right.
not
Okay.
every tall, skinny
Right,
guy
this
is
is
Kevin
Kevin
Durant. So what do you think the response on the Twitter question is?
I think people would do it.
You want to give me a number?
I'll give you, I don't think it's overwhelming. So let's go with 62%.
51.5%
Wow.
saying no.
Say no? Wow,
Yes.
really?
Jack,
So they feel like it's too much?
yeah.
I think people still love Maxey. I think
love
I think they
Maxey.
believe in Maxey. I think they'll say he's an unproven draft pick.
But that means they don't believe in Cooper Flag.
I think
Because
it's
if
more
you thought
that.
Cooper Flag was that guy.
Generational, yes.
Yeah, you would be willing to go in and move off Maxey.
Yes.
Would I do it? I would do it. I don't know what you're doing with a 6-foot score first guard making $40 million on your roster. And if you're building for the future,
Well, the Knicks look pretty good.
what's that? Yeah, but if you're building for your future, I would do that. I believe a lot in Jared McCain based on what we saw last year. I think he's a great passer. He's got a great feel for the game. It seems like he's sort of a natural, a natural lead guard, and Maxey's not. And I just think, and again, this is not from, I'm not a scout, but everything that you read is that the difference between 1 and 2/3 is a very, very big difference in terms of what kind of prospect Cooper Flag is compared to, he was the player of the year as a freshman at Duke. Like, he is a high level prospect, and I would do it.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking again.
Uh-oh.
There it is. Never think.
I think it's a lot.
It's a lot to give up.
It is a lot. Would you rather?
I don't know if that's a lot to give up.
Would you rather trade, like, obviously salaries have to work out. Totally get it.
I'm rethinking. I'm out.
You back out, of course.
I'm out.
Would you rather trade for Giannis or the number 1 overall pick?
Number 1.
Giannis.
Well, if you're trading for Giannis, I don't. Giannis and Embiid, like, there's too many.
I trade Embiid for Giannis.
Well, they don't want Embiid.
Well,
that's fine. Well, guess what? They're going to take him.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
Guess what? They're going to take him.
The reason that I am not doing the Giannis thing is that I just think, first of all, I don't know what you're doing with Embiid. Like, I don't know how it's working, and I don't know that I can. You have a window with Giannis too, and all of a sudden you start getting that pressure of what is the team that is like. I don't know how we're getting.
Well, what do we want to do? Do we want to win or do we want to just watch them build?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if you're trading Tyrese Maxey and 3, let's say, for Giannis, well, what the hell is Giannis winning with? He's got you have.
Well, you got Jared McCain. You got Paul George.
Paul George, who we nobody wants, and Joel Embiid, who we don't like. I just think wherever Giannis is going to go, if you're going to get a Giannis that is engaged and excited, it's got to be a situation where he is ready to win.
Oh, yeah,
at that
for
moment.
sure.
And it's just like, I don't know. It's just,
if I were Dallas, I would think about doing it.
Number 1 overall for Giannis. Yeah, I think they would think about it.
I would do it.
Now, you get a weird thing. Yeah, you get all of a sudden you have him, Anthony Davis,
Giannis, AD.
Maybe
Kyrie.
But then you're doing that big 3 thing again, and you don't have any money for the rest of the roster.
True.
You know, if I'm Dallas, I take Cooper Flagg and I say thank you NBA, and I trade Anthony Davis, and I start talking about the new era of Mavericks basketball is what I would do if I was the Maverick. All right, 215-592-9494. Do you once again have hope for the Philadelphia 76ers? Now, I have some hope for your house. Because those windows, they have no hope. You should have replaced them 3 years ago. Same with the front door. I had that same problem. My windows and front door are so old that you could hear my dog barking 3 blocks away, and that is not good.
For anyone's bike.
Not good. Yes, it's not good for me. It's not good for the neighbors. I called Guida. You got to call Guida too, and it's not just your dog barking. When you put new windows, high efficiency windows that Guida is going to get you, and a high efficiency insulated front door, you're doing a lot for your house. Your energy bills are going down during the summer. They're going down during the winter. The value of your house is going up, and your comfort at night as you sleep, as it's hot outside, but your bedroom is not hot, that goes up as well. And they're going to make it even more comfortable for you because they're going to give you 20% off everything. God is going to give you 20% off every expertly installed window, every door. They're going to let you start your project with not 1 penny down, and you can get interest-free financing for up to 3 years. That is 36 months of no interest and your energy bills being lower. Just call them. There are restrictions right now, and the offer is good for a limited time. So call 877-GO-GUIDA. You get your free no-obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. 215-592-9494. Bruce in D.C. You're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How's everybody doing on this cloudy, rainy day?
What's up, Bruce?
Great day at Ramblewood.
Yeah, I'm feeling great, Bruce.
Hey, no, well, I am too. Like, I tell you, this whole thing about how they do the draft picks, I tell you, that doing this whole dark curtain behind it thing, I thought it was really strange, but I'm happy that that Philly got number 3. I don't know how the hell Dallas got number 1, but whatever. It is what it is.
Well, they cheated. I mean, the Dallas didn't cheat, but the league, they just do it, man. It started with the frozen envelope in 1985 for Patrick Ewing going to the Knicks, and you just can't tell me that every time an organization loses a generational player, then all of a sudden they replace him with an opportunity to get another one.
Like, whoops.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like the little, what's the dude, the little troll on the cereal box, Lucky Charms, magically delicious. It just pops up out of nowhere, and all of a sudden,
all of a sudden, you need luck, you get it. I wish I had the luck of. And by the way, Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Mavericks, talking about a guy who stepped in it, and then all of a sudden gets saved. That guy, the most hated guy in Dallas, all of a sudden gets saved with the number 1 pick.
Yep, because they were going to lose money. It's all about money. That's the way it is. But anyway.
Well, and they encouraged them to send Luka to the Lakers for money, for ratings.
Yes. Yeah, if you want to start talking about Illuminati NBA.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, they stepped in with frickin' Hinkie and said, we'll give you the first pick if you fire him.
Yep.
No, it just looks strange, but hey, whatever. That's the reason why I said they would shut all this up if they did the lottery from behind the freaking curtain. Let's everybody, let's see what you guys are doing.
Do it in broad daylight, cowards.
Yeah, let us see it.
Yeah, let men be men.
But anyway, getting back to this question.
Yeah, do you have any hope?
And I definitely got an answer for you on the weird people. I not no, but hell no. I mean, as long as Morey is here. I mean, but to your point, Spike, you are right. His draft picks for the last couple of times have not been a problem. But here's my issue with Morey: the other things that he's going to have to do as far as how are you going to manipulate and move around and deal with this Paul and Embiid question. I think that it's going to be a perfect disaster come next season. That you're going to still try to push Embiid and Paul on us. They're both broke ding-a-ling players, and the season is going to go down the drain, and it's going to be more of the same.
Bruce, let me ask you this.
What just happened?
Would you like? Yeah, I heard broke ding-a-ling. Bruce,
how
about
this?
Else, how about if I could offer you a general manager who had a great center, and that center, because of injuries, wasn't able to play anymore, and that general manager turned over the entire roster and created a winner again? Would you like that kind of general manager?
Well.
Would you like that kind of general manager?
I know he's. I would. But,
okay, well, that's what Daryl Morey did in Houston.
No. I got that, and you're absolutely right. I do know his history. I just don't. I think with just the player, his strategy with the Sixers has just been a disaster. And he has to show me something. Okay, what are you going to do about Embiid and Paul before I can have some kind of faith? Because he's tried, but when he's made mistakes, he hasn't been good at cleaning up his mistakes. And that's what the problem. I think that's what the frustration with us as a fan base. Because I'm a hardcore Sixers fan since 1978. Okay, and I love the Sixers, but it's just hard to watch. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. And as far as this pick is concerned, I don't believe. It's other thing. The Rutgers guys being number 1 and 2, you couldn't even make it to the tournament. Look, the Sixers need to turn around and consider maybe trading down. I think there's other players that are better than the designated players at 2 and 3.
Yeah, I don't think the 2 and 3 is designated. I don't think Ace Bailey is for sure 3, and I think it's possible Dylan Harper isn't even 2. Hey, give us for next question. Hey, give us somebody who's out there, Bruce.
Man, I got outstanding one for you. Meta World Peace. The guy.
Yeah. Meta World Peace is.
He's calmed down though.
He has calmed down. Oh, look, hey!
Well, right on the
YouTube.
YouTube
Let everyone
screen.
see our beautiful faces on YouTube, Hugh.
Yes.
Okay. I need you guys.
There it is.
Trust tree.
Oh.
You see the collar? Come on,
It's a good
Hugh.
looking shirt.
You see Spike?
Yeah, come on. Yeah. So, trust tree here.
What you got?
Am I being crazy about Morey? I think here's what I'd say. Say. I think the public sentiment, I understand the frustration, but I think the public sentiment, especially given the situation that he inherited, I think the public sentiment about him has swung too far the other way, too far negative. That like he's incapable and he's
not
moron. He's never
not
created a
idiot.
winner.
Yeah,
and like
he's not an idiot.
Yeah,
honestly, what is it? Is the Paul George move that probably has everybody sour on him?
Well, I think that's it.
And giving Embiid the extension.
Giving Embiid the extension.
But that's not just him.
That's
ownership.
It's all of them. And what he said was the correct thing. When we asked him about it on the podcast, I said, what would you say to people that said, you shouldn't have given him that extension? And he's like, I had to make the decision. Am I in the Joel Embiid business or not? And if you're in the Joel Embiid business, when there's the opportunity to give that guy an extension, you got to give him the extension. Because if you want to be in that business, you want him recruiting. So you want him recruiting Paul George. And even Yabusele said last night that Joel Embiid's been on him for 3 years, that he wanted Joel. And the reason that he decided on the Sixers, now I know he was a minimum player, but that is the decision. Now, you could fairly say I don't want to be in the Embiid business. And in that case, you would have had to trade him last summer, and that's it. But I don't think there's a real world in which you just let him play out the contract. Because in that case, it gets infinitely harder to build a winner around him because he's not on your side to help build that winner around him.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. Obviously the right answer would have been find a taker to trade him and trade him. But he didn't, and I understand why he didn't.
Yeah. No, I hear you. But when you see all these other guys getting moved and star player, like, do we have to wait for Embiid to get tired of us to say he wants to be traded?
I don't know. Well, what?
Well, I mean, that's not going to happen now. I'm just
Right.
saying, when you see these other stars, I mean, I'm seeing other stars get traded around the league. Kevin Durant's been traded several times. They're talking about trading Giannis now because he wants out of Milwaukee. Luka Doncic just got traded to the Lakers. Your AD. So star players are getting moved.
Yeah, now Kevin Durant wanted to get traded.
Sure.
Giannis, in this case, would want to get traded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Luka is the only one that I can remember of a team giving up on a top, 5 player who didn't ask to get traded. I think what right or wrong, I think what a general manager would tell you is you play out the string as long as you can play out the string with that player and try to make it work until you're not given a choice anymore.
I agree with that with a healthy player. When a player is constantly injured, I don't believe he should hold all the cards.
I can understand that.
Either you're a general manager that believes that you have the ability to build a team, because to me, it's operating out of fear. Like, that's why they gave Embiid the extension.
Yeah.
But
I think that's
hard to do.
That's why Dame Lillard has the extension he has. And you could, I think to a certain extent, this is the thing about the NBA, is that it is so dependent on your best player that teams do operate from a position of fear because they don't know how they can get one of those players again. And again,
if you're worth it, meaning that you got to be there to deliver.
Sure.
Then I will understand. I'm just saying with Embiid's situation, I think he was a little bit compromised, and I don't know if he had as much leverage as the organization gave him. In other words, the fan base isn't about to riot if you traded Embiid. That's the first thing you worry about as a franchise. What's your fan base going to do?
No,
how they're going to react.
I think his response would be, okay, I'm trading him. I'm probably not getting much last summer. Let's say I get a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
How am I creating a winner for you? Like, where am I getting a player as good as that? And you'll say, well, he's never healthy. And he'll say, I will take the bet. I will take the small bet that he'll be healthy at some point versus that I'll ever find a player as good as him again. I get it. I understand. I just think overall, I understand the criticism of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think overall, the tide that has turned publicly on Morey is a little out of whack with how good he is at his job.
Right.
I think he's good at his job. I think he's made mistakes, but I think he's questioned a lot for things that I don't like. We just heard somebody question his draft picks. His draft picks since he's been here have been great.
He's got a little unlucky too. I mean, like the guy did fall on Embiid's knee.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about the extension, I get it. And there's.
And listen, we gave him credit for not. See, that's what I mean. We gave him credit for not giving James Harden the extension.
Right.
That took some balls to do.
It did.
And that was his guy.
And waiting that out and getting the 2 first-round picks in that situation too.
So that's why I'm not sour on Daryl Morey. But I think when fans think about him, they think about those last 2 transactions, the Paul George and the Embiid extension. Because that's the only thing you really can be critical of him over.
Right now.
Yes.
All right, 215-592-9494. The Sixers have the number 3 pick in the draft. Do you have hope once again? I do. I'm on cloud 9.
I'm with you. I do have hope. I'm with you.
We were on stage last night at a lottery party, and every time the pick got a little bit higher, I felt like we won a championship last night. It was again.
Hope's better than winning.
For me, it is. Hope is better than winning. That venue last night was like the team was winning the championship.
It brought back memories, man.
Yeah, I said to you, if we get to the commercial, you watch the roof go off that place. And
it was the height of the night.
It was incredible.
It was the best.
It was incredible.
The best. Trying to make sure I didn't fall off the stage.
Coming up next,
jumping around.
Yes,
so much.
I know. I was watching some of the videos. I was like, I could have taken a bad fall there.
Looked like 2004 all over again.
Yes.
There were ping pong balls all over the stage.
Oh yeah, the ping pong balls.
Yeah, I don't need you slipping on a ping pong ball.
I did fire one at that kid.
Which? Oh, really?
Yeah.
He threw one up
The sacrifice, the human sacrifice. All right, coming up next, a guy everybody else would like to sacrifice. Elliot Shore-Parks joins us for Tuesdays with Elliot. That is coming up next. We're at Ramblewood Country Club. It is the Surfside Invitational, the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I want to tell you about my friend Jim from Mark's Jewelers. Now, you've heard me talk about Jim and the team that works at Mark's for years. Now, did you know Jim is a diamond nerd? That's right. It's true. He's a diamond nerd. Jim hunts the world for diamonds that he's proud to sell. Diamonds that will set him apart. That's because before you ever visit Mark's Jewelers stores in Montgomeryville, PA and Mount Laurel, New Jersey, Jim has purchased your diamond and put it in his inventory. Mark's Jewelers for diamonds that will make you proud. Start your journey at marks-jewelers.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
Register to get your tickets for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink now.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept their customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at CJTire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. CJTire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-599-8811. That's 800-599-8811. Again, that's 800-599-8811.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. After leading their first-round playoff series 2-0, Winnipeg allowed St. Louis to make a run for the series. With an absolutely electric Game 7, Winnipeg was able to secure the series with a double overtime win at home. Now the Central Winners battle is a series against their divisional foes in Dallas, who will be able to clinch the series and advance to the Western Conference Finals. Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006 because Hyundai's always working to ensure the road doesn't get you. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Get here soon and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NBA's draft lottery does not work. No lottery will stop teams from going after the best odds for that top pick, and this current setup still hasn't awarded number one to the team with the worst record. Reward is not the right word, but a complete teardown is the best way to fix your franchise. So let teams be terrible for a year, then get the pick that can turn things around. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club. The rain could not stop us. No. And you know who else can't be stopped? That is one Elliott Shore Parks. Brought to you by Groundworks. Tackle your wet basement, drywall cracks, or nasty smells coming from your crawl space by booking a free inspection at groundworks.com. I can attest to that. Elliott Shore Parks. What's up, brother?
What up? How you guys doing today?
Dude,
what up, E?
I'm doing great. Sixers have a
Glad
top
to
3
hear.
pick. Yeah, I'm in great spirits.
Yes. Well deserved. Well deserved.
You know, before we get to the Eagles, as that is your specialty, as you're the Go Birds podcast, you seem to have, since the Sixers got the 3rd pick, immediately pivoted to becoming an Ace Bailey fan account online.
Like one of those annoying high school muses.
You're like the believer. You're like a Swiftie for Ace Bailey.
Ace Bailey season.
How did that happen so quickly, Elliot?
Well, to be fair, I told you guys, I think it was last week, that I liked Ace Bailey more than I liked Cooper Flag.
You said he's Kevin Durant.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say this is a new take of mine, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have an opinion on it. I apologize.
No, I'm not guilty.
Here we
of
go.
you. I'm just
Mopey Elliot again.
yeah, Elliot. It's just you've gone so hard with it. Is like the. I'm just shocked by the vigor with which you're.
Well, I think it's because it's a great opportunity for the team. I mean, this team has been, hard to watch, hard to follow for the past year. They finally get something to be excited about. And I think Ace Bailey is an awesome opportunity for this team. I think that he's exactly what they need. I think he has the upside they need. I think he's a big swing, which I feel like this team needs. And I think he's what, their roster is missing. So when they got that 3rd pick last night, I think it was like a franchise-altering moment for them potentially. And if they do take Ace Bailey, I think it would be an outstanding pick.
Do you think it's fair, just to get off the Ace Bailey thing for a second, do you have hope again for that's the sort of thing we're talking about today, for the organization moving forward? Is there hope again for you?
Definitely. And I will say, I mean, I've probably defended, me and Ike, I would say, actually, have probably defended the Sixers more on these airwaves than any other, host, right, over the past few years.
Yep.
But even I last year, was out, right? It was, I think the Embiid thing's a disaster. I think the Paul George contract was a bad one. It was hard to have hope. But, now, if they actually nail this pick at 3, there's, 3 guys that you could actually be excited about on the roster. We'll see how McCain comes back from his injury. But I think hope's the perfect word. It was the first time in a long time it didn't feel to me like this team was, completely down in the dumps.
Yeah, I think when I think about hope, I think even if the Embiid thing doesn't work, even if the Paul George thing doesn't work, if you were to tell a team that they're starting a restart with Maxey, McCain, the 3 pick, all but one of your own picks and those 2 Clipper picks, you would look and you would say, all right, I have something to work with there. And it doesn't, there's not this, pathway in front of you that some of these teams after they went for it are faced with, where they don't have it. Milwaukee's in hell. If they have to trade Giannis, their next 7 picks, they don't, 4 of them are traded and 3 of them are swaps. That's horrible, and we're not in that situation. Okay.
Well, I do, just if you don't mind really quickly, I think hope is the right word for it, but I also think what's nice about this number 3 pick is, there is no baggage with this guy. You think of all the guys that have been on the Sixers, all of them have a ton of baggage. Embiid has had baggage. Harden had baggage when he came here. Obviously, Ben Simmons did. Doc Rivers. There's been such a long run of guys where you can't feel a freshness for him. And I think that's why people gravitated to Maxey. I think it's why people are excited about McCain. And now next year, they'll legitimately have 3 guys that really don't have much negative baggage attached to them. And it's been a really long time since the Sixers have had that.
Yeah, and I think based on the Sixers got us a video last night of Jared McCain saying hi to the crowd after they got the 3rd pick. And when we put it up on the screen, the reaction, people love McCain. You could just see the energy. People are really in on him. We already know how they feel about Maxey too. So I think those are some. I think no baggage is a good way to put it with those guys. So we have 4 games on the schedule so far for the Eagles as they continue to ruin. The NFL continues to ruin the schedule unveiling tomorrow night. We have Week 1 Thursday Night Football at home against the Cowboys. We have Week 10 Monday Night Football against the Packers. We have Week 13, Black Friday, against the Chicago Bears. And the Commanders.
Is that a home game?
That is a home game. And then Week 16 at the Washington Commanders, which is a Saturday. Elliot, any based on the games you know so far and what they still have to lay in, any thoughts are they got screwed here, or I like this here? Anything there on the schedule for you?
I would say for Week 1, it's kind of a bit of a disappointing matchup. I think it would have been more exciting if this was the Lions or the Rams. I think the Cowboys it's the Cowboys. It's always going to be a matchup that gets the city excited. And I guess we do finally get to see Jalen versus Dak in a meaningful game. It feels like through circumstances, we never really get to see them play both at the same time in a game that holds meaning. But I think the Week 1 game was a bit underwhelming. As for the rest of the schedule, I think the other takeaway is just they are obviously a massive primetime team. They are playing on Friday, Saturday. They're playing the first game of the season. They're in that Black Friday game. It wouldn't shock me if they played on New Year's.
They just won the Super Bowl.
No, I know. I'm saying the NFL is putting the Eagles every single place they can. They are the team right now in terms of just what draws ratings. Obviously, they're competitive. So, without seeing the other games intertwined in terms of how they laid out, I do think that the clear takeaway is their NFL is going to promote the Eagles as much as they can.
Do you, Ike? Do you like the Eagles being that team?
Yeah.
Because I'm still stuck on. I kind of I miss a little bit the underdog
disrespected.
Yeah. I guess I don't know how to carry myself as a fan of a team of
we're
that
a 2-time champions.
I get it.
We're the cream of the crop in the NFL right now. We're a young team. We're young on defense. We're very explosive on offense. They got a lot of guys that you can view as sort of faces of the league, and quite frankly, not just because they won the Super Bowl, but because they won the Super Bowl, everybody's looking up at the Eagles. I look at the other teams. I don't know if there's another team in the league that has the level of excitement around the caliber of players that they have on their team like we do. I would literally have to think about that. Like some people may have it with the quarterback position, but then like Kansas City doesn't have great wide receivers. Like they don't have a running game.
You know
to
what's
speak
crazy?
of. They just love Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
You know what's crazy is a team that might have as much star power but have not didn't do anything last year is the Bengals. Like the Bengals have
offensively, yes,
and even on defense they have Hendrickson on defense who's not
Well,
happy.
yeah.
But it's hard to think of another team, even the Lions, who have a couple of great players. I don't think of as having the star power that the Eagles
you
have.
think about the Eagles with DeJean and Quinion, and then you got Jalen Carter in the middle. Like we got it on both sides of the ball, man. They are a very exciting young team with a quarterback that has a face for the league. I mean, now they got to get him to be a little bit more vocal, but maybe he never will be. But if he had a little bit more of that personality sprinkled in there, we'd be running the league for sure.
Well, the other thing too about the Eagles is like you're right about the talent and like they're also interesting. Like Sirianni and Jalen have clearly amassed a
There's
resume.
nothing interesting about Jalen.
No, I think there is. Like,
Well, he's one of the 100 most
nationally-
influential people in the history of the world.
I like
I'm
Jalen
saying-
Elliott. Okay, what's
No,
interesting about
I'm
him?
not saying Jalen himself is interesting.
Okay.
I'm saying Jalen and Sirianni have a very split view about them nationally compared to what their resume is. Like Mahomes and Andy clearly have an outstanding resume. You're not going to find many people though that would look at Mahomes and go, "Oh, he's not actually elite," or like go at say at Andy, "Well, he's not a great head coach." Like I think nationally, I mean, frankly, even in the city, like people are still somewhat split on Jalen and Nick. So not only do you get a team in prime time that is competitive, that is talented, but you get a team where like people have strong opinions about them. And I think that all put together is why you see them in so many primetime spots.
How do you, Elliot? How being the big dog, not just being the Super Bowl champion, but having that sort of star power, having that sort of national profile, it is different for the players than the other way. What is your confidence on the players' ability to attack a season as that team, as opposed to a team that is trying to prove that what happened last year isn't real anymore?
So I think like the easy answer to that would be, oh, well, they're built for this. Like, you see Jalen's work ethic, age, like all that. But the truth is, every single team that wins the Super Bowl, people think they're going to handle it well the next year. No one in 2017 thought the 2018 team was going to kind of collapse the way they did. In 2022, nobody thought the 2023 team would be like that. So, frankly, if there is actually any evidence of how they'll handle it, it might not be good because they handled something somewhat similar in 2022. And obviously they won it this time around, which changes things. But you look at 2022, I mean, they didn't even win a playoff game in 2023. So I just think the truth is, having been around now three teams that were like involved in a Super Bowl, it's very, very hard to do. So I think the reality is like, it's probably not going to be the walk in the park we think it'll be, despite the good roster they have.
Oh, I totally agree. Totally agree. We're on our stripes this year as fans getting through this season. This won't be easy. They are the hunted, right? Everybody's going to be gunning for them. You look at the majority of their toughest games are on the road. A lot of road tough games. You got 9 road games this year versus having 8 last year. You're playing a first place schedule. You're the measuring stick for everyone, and you're going to get everybody's best shot. And it's a reason why you don't have a lot of repeat Super Bowl winners. Elliot just said it. A lot of people think they are going into those seasons with the right mentality and focused and trying to repeat, but it just doesn't happen. And I guarantee you, all those players and all those teams and coaches thought they were doing the right thing the following year and thought they had it sort of, but it's human nature.
Yep.
You just don't know how everybody's going to handle success. You don't know if you're going to get the same injury luck this year that you got last year. Like a lot of those things go into whether or not you're going to be a repeat champion. Not easy to do.
And I would say too, like with the schedule coming out tomorrow, like you had asked, like what the initial takeaways from the schedule were, and we don't know all the games yet. But like when I did my mock schedule, when I tried to put together like the ideal way this could go for the Eagles,
that was awesome too. I don't think I've ever seen somebody put together a mock schedule, man.
Thank you, appreciate that.
That's next
The
level.
one and only.
Yeah.
But, normally when I do this, you can string together 3-4 games where it's like, okay, here's like a nice stretch where they can kind of rebound if they need to. And I know these games will look different by the time they're played. But when that schedule comes out tomorrow, I would be very surprised if we sit and look at it and go, okay, here's like an easy stretch. Because you look at their games, and there's the Raiders, who will probably be bad, right? But they're probably the easiest team they have on the schedule. Off the top of my head, I would say the Raiders. And then there's the Giants.
Hold on, we got the
right?
NFC East.
Right, so there's the Giants. Like, those would be the two teams. But those are only 3 out of, 17 games. Like, in 2023, and we were just talking about it, how it was a tough season afterwards. Like, what really hurt them that year, well, there was a lot of things, but that gauntlet where, like, they couldn't catch their breath because they had, like, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Niners, the Cowboys, like, all in a row, that really impacted them. So the schedule coming out tomorrow, like, will have a great impact on how this season goes. Like, how the games are laid out does impact teams, and they do have a very tough slate of games coming up.
So speaking of next year, our good friend Ruben Frank, in his 10 Thoughts column the other day, wrote something about him believing that the Eagles' offense next year would be significantly improved, and he talked about continuity. He mentioned the Eagles' offense last year, 7th in points, 8th in yards, 10th on third down, 11th in yards per play, 13th in the red zone. And he mentioned having 10 of 11 starters back year over year is not something you see very often. And going back even the previous year, you still have a lot of cohesiveness. What sort of jump offensively in terms of production do you think is possible for the Eagles last year into next year?
I mean, I think it starts with the passing game. I think that you will see a better passing offense. And if you look at, I know you guys played that Brandon Graham clip where he said he thinks it'll be a different offense and they're going to, throw, or more balanced.
More
was the word
balanced.
he used.
Yep.
If you look last year, like they were, I think they were dead last in the league in passing attempts in the first quarter. And I think they were 28th in the league in passing attempts on first down. So that's not like score dependent. Like that's truly just like they went into games wanting to run the ball. I think next year you are going to see them probably at least try initially to throw the ball more. And if you told me why should someone believe the offense will be better next year? I truly do believe like Jalen winning those 2 games at the end of the year. Like I think buying Jalen stock right now is a smart investment. I think he is going to have a better year than he did last year. So the continuity thing doesn't really do it for me. Like they still lost their offensive coordinator, their main play caller. Like there's still going to be change there. But I just think the quarterback is going to have a great year next year.
I'm not questioning your football acumen. I am questioning your stock acumen. And then that when you're buying stock, it's usually when something is undervalued.
Yeah.
If you think he's the second best quarterback in the NFL,
yeah.
His stock's pretty high.
Should we buy Apple stock too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, for what you're right. The stock thing's not great. You're right.
Yeah.
But I just think
I was willing to let you cook. You were cooking there for a minute.
He was
I
cooking.
was cooking. Yeah.
He was
well, to be
cooking
fair,
for sure.
you guys wouldn't place the Jalen stock too high. So any Jalen stock you have, I'll buy.
His stock's properly rated.
Yeah, top 10.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Top 10. Yeah.
Well, top 10.
We're expecting an MVP caliber season this year.
What do you think?
Yeah. I really think those last 2 games were like a changing point in Jalen.
It's like a springboard into this year. Yeah.
If he doesn't finish top 5 in MVP voting, are you disappointed?
Well, what did he finish this year? I'm trying to like.
There's no way it was top 5. He didn't make the Pro Bowl.
No, but I feel like he was in the conversation at one point. But regardless, like, I think if he doesn't finish top 5, that would be
in your mock
Yeah.
MVP voting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he clearly should have been top 5. Whether or not he was, he very clearly should have been.
Yeah,
but I do think like Jalen has talked about how that loss in the Super Bowl like did weigh on him, and we've spent a lot of time on this station talking about like why has Jalen been different, right? Like and I do think the win has changed him. So I do expect now. Look, will he set the franchise record for completions in training camp? Like that's pretty.
That's going to be tough to do.
That's going to be tough to do. That is going to be tough to do. But I do think there's a world where he has a better season next year. Now that Super Bowl loss is off his back.
Well, I'd hope so.
Well, but I'm actually going to agree with Elliot here on those 2 games potentially changing him. I think sometimes. Yes. Well, no. Sometimes,
totally agree.
Sometimes we look at. Shut up, Jack.
I actually do agree.
Sometimes
I'm saying with a smile because I like messing with Elliot.
Well, sometimes we look at progress. The phrase progress is not always linear. It really isn't. You expect players to get better a little bit every time, and that's not really what happens. Sometimes there are moments that are forks in the road, and sometimes they're bad. Something can happen to a player. It happens in basketball. They miss a big free throw. All of a sudden, they can't hit free throws anymore, like Nick Anderson. Or sometimes something happens good, and it sort of crystallizes how they'll play or how they think about the game. And I think there's a possibility that what we saw, I just think it's because what we saw in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl was not outrageous. He didn't throw for 400 yards. Like
it can be duplicated.
Yeah, like what he did is a lot of what we were looking for all season long for those of us who thought that the offense could be more productive. So I do think that those two games, if he maybe saw something or felt something or something just clicked in a way that if he carries it, and I also do believe about him that he is one player on this team where I believe in his ability to handle success. Like I don't think he's going to come into this season as a guy who's resting on his laurels and all those things. So I think it is setting up for that. I think it is setting up for a season where he can really take a leap where you say he is, where I would believe that he is where you say he is if he takes that leap.
I do agree with you, not resting on his laurels. But he did have an outstanding 2022, and he came out in 2023 and was far more reckless with the ball. I thought he played way more hero ball in 2023, or at least tried to, than he did in 2022. So I just don't think any of these guys, and it's not even really about them, I just don't think we can confidently say any of them are ready to handle success because we've never actually seen them do it. And the only example we have of them trying to do it, they failed at it, right? So,
But I like what I've seen this offseason from everybody. I mean, listen,
I agree
we all
with
love,
that.
we all love
Saquon.
Yeah. He's pretty much the only one that's been making sure he hits all the right
parties.
Yes.
But even the wrong parties.
Yeah, everybody else has been pretty much sort of low key.
Well, he knows this season probably doesn't begin until week 12 or whatever.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Jalen has done his, sort of make his appearance at certain upscale events, as he should, going out, representing the organization and being a Super Bowl MVP. But I think he's been toned down for the most part, right? I think Nick Sirianni, out of everybody, has handled it probably the best.
Dude, I love new Nick.
Yes.
Oh, so in on Nick.
Because he's been locked
he's trying to get that contract,
Yeah.
He's got to lay low,
Yeah. Well, I don't mind that. And I don't mind ownership saying, let's see how you handle this offseason first. Just make sure you're not down in Avalon with your shirt off.
Come on, give it 2 weeks, though.
Going crazy. So I kind of like the way that the offseason has gone thus far.
Elliot, if you won the Super Bowl, would you be at every big party like Saquon, or would you be more like Jalen?
Come on.
Dude, the amount of little amount of success I've had in my career and the way I self-inflate there is no question. If I won the Super Bowl, I would have a disastrous next season.
Yeah. Well, hold on. It could be happening with Eagles Insider of the Year.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah.
Could you imagine the video of Elliot with Chalamet and all banged up with Tim Chalamet?
Oh, the Elliot hand twirl.
The twirl as he's dancing.
Going.
The truth is, I think I could envision myself getting in that scenario. But that's exactly how I would handle it.
Depending on when we won the Super Bowl in my career, I could go either way with it.
Oh, really?
I mean, if I won it when I was younger, I definitely would have been.
Well, what about 04 Ike? What about 04 Ike?
Yeah, 04 I probably was a little more tamed by
grown
it.
up.
Yeah, I was a little more tamed by it. I still would have won it. I would enjoy it.
You would have been out there.
So, Elliot, you're not in studio with us, but we have to keep you just for the beginning of what we have coming up next, because I've done a lot of, I wouldn't say half-hearted. I've tried my best to defend Paul George. And what he said today, I think we all need to be here for, because it's actually infuriating. And Daryl, make some phone calls.
Make some phone calls. We got to go. By the way, Phil's game officially postponed.
Phillies game, doubleheader tomorrow.
Split
doubleheader?
1 and 6:15. So if people are heading down to the ball game, turn around.
There's no game. We will
6:15.
Yeah.
We will
so
play
long in between games.
so they can do 2 admissions, right?
Yeah.
It's a 2 admission.
It's not an old school doubleheader.
Yeah, so everyone's got to leave, and then the new people got to come in.
Yeah, I guess.
So we will have that audio. We will play for you and play for Elliot of Paul George coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Ramblewood Country Club for the Surfside Invitational.
Let's talk about my friends at Dietz & Watson. Now, spring is in the air, and that means it's grilling season. That's right. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Deets Nuts meat snacks. Sounds tasty. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DeetsandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Deets & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Huge Game 5 tonight in the Western Conference semifinals. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Oklahoma City a 10.5-point home favorite against Denver. Total in the game 220.5. OKC with a huge road win in Game 4. And I do think OKC will win tonight and go up 3-2 in the series. But as far as covering the spread goes, I have to like Denver plus the points. Denver star center, the best player in the world, has not played his best offensive basketball in this series. I think that changes tonight. So let's take Denver plus the 10.5 tonight on the road in Oklahoma City. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flappening?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, do me a favor. Stop using your friends to move. When it's time to move, stop calling your friends. Stop calling in favors because you know they're going to call in favors to you. Do what I did. Use Meeting House Movers. What they can act is your friends for the day who actually are good at moving. They're going to show up on time. They're going to treat your stuff with respect. They're going to make sure nothing gets broken. They're not going to take 3 days to do it. You know, they were able to pack my house in 4 hours, I think it was. It would have taken me a month. We're able to move everything in the day, and moving is so stressful, and Meeting House Movers takes away so much of that stress. Look, I'm not going to tell you moving's not going to be stressful. It's stressful to move, but let Meeting House Movers take away all of that stress and do the hard part for you. So when it's time to move, do not call your friends. Call your friends for the day. Meeting House Movers. Go to meetinghousemovers.com. That is meetinghousemovers.com.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Green, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. It's the WIP afternoon show. The Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I don't mind Justin back there.
What if I told you this, I believe, is the only Wu-Tang song I like?
Oh, really?
I think so.
So-
Yeah, I'm not a big Wu-Tang fan. Love Method Man, but I'm not a big Wu-Tang guy.
What else?
Q's not happy. The peanut gallery is not happy.
Here's what I say about Wu-Tang. Great, but also overrated.
Right,
That's where I
right,
put it.
right.
It's like, they have a lot of great songs, but also a lot of songs you're like, skip. 5 minutes and 43 seconds of what?
Right.
Not even a chorus in there?
Exactly.
Like-
See, I need the chorus.
Give me the
everything.
Ghostface album. Give me the Method Man album.
Right.
But the whole Wu-Tang Clan
Yeah,
album.
I'm good. Yeah.
We're at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club. Elliot Shore Park's still with us. Elliot, Twitter question. You'll be interested in this one.
I bet he's a big Wu-Tang fan.
No, he's a Kanye guy.
Yeah, he's a Kanye guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. What happened?
Yeah, Wu-Tang has no bangers. Yeah, I
They-
need
oh,
bangers.
well, that's
no
not true.
bangers.
That's
You
not
just said it. They got no chorus.
Yeah,
no
but when
hook,
you
no
say it,
nothing.
it's different.
Yeah.
When
I didn't
Spike
say-
says that he's a music head.
No, I didn't say
Yeah, I
no
know, you gotta have
bangers.
music pod, yeah.
I didn't say no bangers. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you agree with Elliot Shore Parks that Ace Bailey is better than Cooper Flagg? 86.8% say no. So you got a ways to go on that one. Yeah, well, they could be. You never know.
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah, go ahead.
So, the Sixers under contract, the three big contracts they have are Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and of course Paul George. And you might remember that Paul George suspended Podcast P to concentrate on the Sixers.
How'd that go?
He announced that he suspended
Yes.
it too.
What was it, a week later you shut down?
He announced it on his social media accounts, and he only played, I think, 5 more games, and the Sixers, I think, won 2 more games. So wrong time to pick PG. If you're going to say you need to stop podcasting to focus on the team, why were you podcasting the whole time? Okay, whatever. So he shuts it down, and I'm like, you know what? I still think Paul George can play. Everything's going to be fine, whatever. So yesterday, the Sixers fans had, and we saw it, the best moment we've had in a very long time in getting that pick last night. Complete elation. Everybody's happy. Everybody's on cloud nine today thinking about what they're going to do with the pick.
Yep.
We're having a good moment. And in comes Paul George to ruin the moment. All Paul George needed to do today was shut up. Paul George didn't shut up. Here's what he had to say.
You took a break from podcasting. Why is it important to do it and bring it back now?
I'm not a person that run away from anything. You know what I mean? Like, my dad kind of instilled that you face your problems and you move on from it. It's there and it's gone. And the reason I took the hiatus was more so I wanted to get my body healthy. I wasn't mentally there in a time of where we were at, the team, me dealing with injuries. I wasn't in a space of being jolly and happy. You know, obviously we had topics and guests to talk with, but it wasn't much for me to talk about just because of where I was at. So now it's obviously the summer, my downtime. I'm training, focusing on my body. I did procedures to get ready for this next season.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And kind of just want to.
Justin, what are you doing back there? What the hell was that? Justin, get on the mic.
It was recorded wrong. I got it.
Say it after me.
Where is Morgenstein?
Yeah. All right.
What?
Unbelievable. One take WIP. We all do things once. We assume everything's fine. Yep. It's unbelievable. Okay. What Podcast P was doing was
with always the dramatic Ryan Clark too.
Yeah.
By the way,
was announcing that his podcast is back. First of all, I don't care if you do the podcast. Right. You don't need to announce that it's back. And don't put out the clip the day after we get the pick. Shut up. Shut up, Paul George.
Yeah. Why did you have to announce that you didn't have to announce that you were taking a hiatus, and you didn't have to announce that you were coming back. You just did both of them.
Dude.
Without announcing it.
And you don't need to step away from your podcast to focus on your body. It's an hour a week.
Yeah, he acting like he's podcasting every day.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Focus on your body now. Just do nothing but focus on your body. Focus on your body. Focus on the game. Shut up. Stay out of the public just until preseason and training camp happens. I don't want to see one thing from Paul George.
Well,
shut up.
He's in the middle of the Eagles celebration. Stuck in traffic with people just celebrating.
He might just be aloof.
He didn't realize that we just won the NFC Championship game and don't go outside down Broad Street.
Elliot, you're a contentsman. As a guy who loves content.
Elliot was still here.
How are you? I'm sorry, I lost it. It made me so mad when I saw it. Just give us 24 hours, you idiot, to be happy. Anyway, Elliot, as a contentsman, how do you feel about Paul George releasing this today?
Well, I'll say this. I do a daily pod, and I can still take care of my body. So I think he has more than enough time to do both. But, in all seriousness, like, they got to get Joel and Paul George out of the building. Like, they are rebuilding. They cannot have this guy that they drafted 3 come in and, like, learn habits from these guys. And I don't think either of them are bad people. Like, I don't think anything like that. But I just don't know if I want McCain, Maxey, and whoever that third pick is, like, learning from Paul George and Joel Embiid. So I know they're tough to trade. I understand it's not like the NFL where you can just cut guys. But, man, I think that next year has a chance to use the word you used, like to have hope, right? To have no baggage. But what it's going to be in the offseason is everyone excited, and then the season will start up, and it'll be the same thing. Like, oh, Joel's practicing. Now he's listed as questionable, and now he warmed up. Paul George is like, I really think they got to get these guys out of the building.
Paul George, I could understand you. Embiid, like Tyrese Maxey seems to have evolved just fine with Joel Embiid there.
Has he?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like last year they had to have a meeting to speak to Joel that Tyrese Maxey led. And I would also say Maxey, coming off that max contract, did not have a great year last year.
He didn't, but nobody had a great year last year.
Like, right. I agree. But I'm saying,
I think to an extent you can look at last year, and if you want to, you can say it was the worst year that could have happened. And it doesn't look a lot like the other years that they've been there. I understand what you're saying, but I think if it is costing you picks to get off of Embiid, I think you have to think very, very, very hard about that. Very, very hard about not doing
that.
They
just seem like bad leaders. And I'm not in love with the idea of young players learning under them.
Okay. Well, there he is. Elliot Shore-Parks, a great leader. As he mentioned, you can get the Go Birds pod wherever you get your podcast. Comes out every single day. What do you? I guess you must have an enormous schedule pod coming out. Is that going to be out immediately after the schedule? Well, I mean, you'll do the pod, but
Well, without question, we'll have an emergency pod when the schedule comes out, reacting to it live. That'll be in the feed, and then also the next morning, I'll have another pod for you guys breaking down like the intricacies of the schedule. So big 24 hours coming up.
Will Seltzer be making a similar announcement like Paul George did about making his return to the Go Birds podcast?
Seltzer's enjoying himself in California. Some well-deserved rest right
wait
now
a minute.
for
Can it be
well-deserved?
Can it be an emergency podcast if it's scheduled? Like we know when the
Good
schedule's
question.
coming out. That's not an emergency podcast.
Well, guess what? It's getting called an emergency pod in all caps. So, you know.
All right. All right.
I'll talk to you guys later.
There he is, Elliot Shore-Parks. Everyone loves him. Everyone. You know what? After hearing that Paul George audio.
Did you hear it?
Well, thinking about the Paul George audio, you know, there are some times more than others where you might need some help to perform. And I was so mad after hearing that. It's sort of like prime Blue Chew time. 100% Blue Chew time. You know, we don't perform the way that we used to.
Well,
speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I am speaking for myself. And as you get older, it gets a little bit more difficult to perform in every way the way that you used to. Trust me, you might not want to admit it, but she knows. I'm not talking to you, Ike. I'm talking to you in the car.
That's right.
She knows.
Yeah.
She knows.
She's well aware.
And that's why Blue Chew's here to save you. Blue Chew's here to make you better. And that is the goal of the WIP Afternoon Show. We want to make everyone better.
Enhance your performance.
Look, if there could be a Blue Chew for cutting sound there in the studio, I would get you that Blue Chew, Justin. Look, it's not a pill, it's a chewable.
That's right. Yep.
So it is more convenient. It's got the same active. You're like, well, how does it work? Well, it's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin. And it comes with a huge benefit. No doctor's appointment.
Nope.
Now, you go to make a doctor's appointment nowadays. What's it, May? They'll tell you, oh, we'll see you in September. You don't have time September. You got to go home tomorrow night. So you go to BlueChew.com. You meet with one of their licensed medical professionals right there on the website whenever is convenient to you. They find out the right mix. They don't even make you go to the pharmacy. We hate the pharmacy.
That's right.
I mean, nothing against pharmacies, but we're standing in line next to a stranger. Nah. They ship it right to your door in a discreet and
hard
package.
Yep.
There we go.
Well, you're usually the hard guy.
Yeah.
Cut that audio.
Yep. And because it's made here in the USA, they can keep the prices down.
No tariffs.
Speaking of the prices, it's going to be free for the first month.
That's all you was waiting on.
Yep, he loves the tariff line.
It's a good. Well, it was a good line.
Yes.
It might be cooked.
Yeah, it might be cooked. It was good while we had it, though.
Yeah.
We're going to make that first month for you absolutely free. We're going to pay for it.
People helping people.
Just go to BlueChew.com. Use the code 94. Your first month's going to be free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. First month free. Just pay for the shipping. Code 94 at BlueChew.com. And then you can be ready to
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
All right.
Segment saved.
All right, Justin, you're back on. You're back on. Why don't we talk a little? Now, Phillies don't play tonight. They did play last night, so we always got to talk a little hardball. Hardball.
Just as quick as you were in the house, you're back out the house.
Should we just do it?
Yeah.
We'll just do it.
I
We
don't
don't
check
need
it
the
this
open.
part.
It's all right.
Okay.
We'll be all right. So, Phil's are rained out tonight.
Yep.
Phil's rained out. So tomorrow we got a little doubleheader. Jesus Luzardo starting game 1. Aaron Nola starting game 2. So 1 and 6:15. Now, what I find interesting about that is which game is Rafael Marchand going to start? Because as we know, Aaron Nola's ERA with Rafael Marchand is 7.6 something, and with JT it's 2.72, 2.79.
Yeah.
So in a perfect world, an ideal world, let's just start JT in game 2 and let Marchand play game 1. Seems like an easy split. We don't need to mess this whole thing up.
Do you think they'll do that, right?
I would think so. But again, do you want to give JT the night game?
I was going to say, what's the pitching matchup looking like?
Well, Lazard's going to go game 1. And then
No, not us.
For
the
them.
Cardinals.
So Sonny Gray was going to go tonight, so maybe he goes game 1. I don't think it's a lefty-righty matchup.
Okay, all right.
So that is certainly
That's
one.
what you knew what I was asking.
Yeah. Last night, a pretty nondescript, just they lost the baseball game.
Yeah.
I mean, for as much as we talk about Kerkering and him not being as good as he was last year, I do think Strahm needs to be put in that conversation as well. I mean, Strahm last year made the All-Star team as a middle reliever, and I think it's pretty unfair to expect him to do that again, but still, it's been a lot less lockdown for Matt Strahm this year.
Yeah, and boy, sometimes you see a pitcher throw a pitch and know that he blew it. As soon as Strahm let go of that pitch, he knew it.
And for as good as Strahm has been as a Philly, he's pretty demonstrative when he knows that he screwed up.
Yep.
And, that was certainly one of them. Kyle Schwarber extended his on-base streak, 47 straight games.
There it is. There it is.
He is inching closer towards Mike Schmidt, Phillies record, 56 games. I mean, listen, you guys are older than me.
Yep.
I obviously have a pretty good handle on sports history. It's not obviously DiMaggio's streak, but I think if he gets to 53, does the coverage around it here, do people start getting kind of excited for it?
No.
On base streak is not a real streak.
It's not the hit.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Ted Williams, 84 games?
No, I don't think if you were to
We wouldn't know that. Yeah, we don't know that until you just told us.
people know hit streaks, they don't
Yes.
know on base streaks.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not impressive.
It's time to evolve.
No.
On-base streaks just hey.
What, we're going to celebrate an 0 for 4 because he walked the 5th time, and congratulations, you got on base?
Well, they got on first base one way or the other.
I think it's good that he's doing it.
Right.
But if your new mission is going to be to get everyone to celebrate the on-base streak like he's DiMaggio or something, I don't think that is going to happen.
If he passes Schmidt, is he getting a moment on the field where he can tip his cap?
No.
Is Schmidt in attendance?
No.
You guys are crazy.
You're crazy.
Well,
it's awesome.
Oh, my God. He doesn't even play the field.
Spike. Oh, God, don't go down that road. But you're right. You're right with the whole. He could go 0 for 3 or 0 for 4.
And he got on base.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel the same.
Listen, he gets on base. That's all that counts.
I'm with you. I like it.
Listen,
but I'm with Spike with the whole. We can't stop and celebrate this.
Yes, we can.
No,
we stopped and celebrated Gene Segura getting 200 doubles.
We were forced to do that.
Yeah, nobody's happy with
that.
it.
Yes, I didn't even know what the hell was going on.
Celebrating like this is like putting Lieberthal in the Wall of Fame or whatever. Like, it's just not. This isn't something you celebrate. It's something you acknowledge. They should say it on the broadcast. I mean, what do they do? Give him the base?
Like Ricky Henderson?
Yeah. Well, Ricky Henderson just took the base for what it's worth.
Yeah. Do we have any thoughts on Bryce's new cut?
Yeah, what do we think?
I love it.
He shaved his head. I think he's pulling the Sirianni. Worked for Nick. Worked for Bryce.
I'll tell you what. Bryce hits 2 tomorrow, 2 dingers in both games. I'm going to shave my head for him.
Wow.
Tomorrow
There you
night.
go.
2 dingers?
2 dingers.
All right, you're just like the kid in Seinfeld.
To say that the hit wasn't enough or the home run wasn't enough?
Yeah. So he cut his hair, went 0 for 3.
Right.
Not the hottest start to the shaved head era, but it's all right. I like the.
Do you think
I actually like the look.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think it's a great look.
Do you think is he like? You think he's freaking out a little bit?
I don't know if he's definitely frustrated.
Yeah.
100% frustrated. Maybe a little bit. Because I think there's been some balls that he's hit, and he's like, that should be gone.
Well, do you remember when Nick shaved his head? I remember saying, "Oh, well, we lost that guy."
Brittany Sirianni.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. So I don't think that way about. I'm sure Bryce has had a shaved head before.
He has.
But when you do something in the middle of and baseball players are very superstitious.
Yeah.
But when you do something like this in the middle of a streak, it sort of tells you the person doesn't know what else to do, and they're trying to change the mojo.
But I also think it's baseball. I think if they get on a hot streak, they don't change their underwear.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I agree with
the
that.
nature of the sport.
I'm not freaking out over it. It's certainly something that he is acknowledging, so he's trying to, I believe, switch up the mojo. That's different than saying he's freaking out and he's panicked and he's worried. I'm not ready to go to that level yet. Listen, he's healthy. From everybody who knows more about baseball than I do, I'm not hearing anything that's distinctive about what's going on wrong with him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's tinkering with some things, and I think he'll figure it out. I just think as long as he's healthy, I'm good. I think he figures it out eventually.
And Rob Thomson had his theory on what he thinks is kind of happening with Bryce. He was on the morning show this morning and offered this up.
Yeah, it's difficult, and you know, I feel at times bad for Hart because he puts a lot of pressure on himself, and he expects so much out of himself, and he wants to lead this team and this organization and the city to a world championship, and so he's very hard on himself, and that's just who he is. And he's, you know, I know everybody's talking about his body language this year, but it's been like that since he's been here, and since he's been in the big leagues. Really, when he struggles, it wears on him, and because he cares so much, and that's really all it is.
Break out the sad violins.
Yeah, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah. Bryce Harper simply cares too much.
Yeah, I respect Rob, but I don't need that. Like,
Feel bad for him?
Yeah, I don't.
He's hitting 240?
Yeah, I don't need that.
Yeah.
Bryce is fine.
Let's man up.
Yeah, we don't need to turn him into a sympathy case.
Yeah, just like, by the way,
he's fine.
As far as the guy who's struggling, he's getting the easiest ride and I'm well-deserved,
exactly
whatever.
Right. Yeah, it's not like he's getting killed in the city.
No. You want us to make it harder on him, we certainly can.
Yeah, nobody is, no, I totally agree. Yeah, I actually agree with that it's not. Now, he may put that pressure on himself because he expects more out of himself. I can understand that. But there's no reason to feel or be downtrodden as if the whole world is coming down on Bryce Harper right now. He's not carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. Hey, the team is winning and playing decent baseball. He's the only one that just not having success.
Dude, hit 260.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, like – I'm with you on that. I don't know what that was about. I don't need to throw a pity party for Bryce. Love the guy, man. He's all right. And I like the look.
Yeah, I like the look, too.
I like the look of the hair, man.
I think it's going to work.
Yeah, keep it that way, Bryce.
2 dingers tomorrow.
Okay.
2 dingers. 2 dingers in the doubleheader. Is that it on the High Hopes Jackie Baseball?
That's it.
All right. 215-592-9494. Do you have hope for the Sixers now that they have that number 3 pick?
Can you imagine? I feel bad for Jalen. He carries the weight of the world
on his shoulders,
man.
Oh, my God.
He wants to win so bad.
Oh, my God.
Can you imagine that?
I would talk for 4 hours straight.
I wouldn't say a word. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Like what? AJ doesn't want to win badly. I'm pretty sure they all do.
They all want to win.
They all want to win. They all want to have success.
Yeah.
I'm sure Bryce, he'll figure it out.
Wah.
Yeah.
All right. 215-592-9494. Patrick in Tabernacle, you're on WIP. What's up, Patrick?
Yo, hey guys, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you.
Real quick, you're at Ramblewood. I'm cracking up because I used to live off the number 3 hole, the par 3, and we had so much fun there. Yo, Ike, I saw this kid, Bobby Roadside, in the day get nailed right in the head by a golf ball. He wouldn't move. The golfer said, all right, I'll hit it. And he was the bully, and he's a jerk. And I'm glad he got hit.
Wow. Holy moly, strong take, Patrick.
The sound of the golf ball hitting, it was either Bobby or Michael Roadside in the day, was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Crazy stuff. But anyhow,
what's his name,
not
Bobby
as crazy
Roadside?
as you, Spike Eskin.
Yeah, what's your problem?
Spike, I take a page out of Mr. Hill's book when he talks about acumen. The issue, and I'm not listen, you are much. I'm not going to debate you because you'll just kill me on this. But I look at it just from a competitive point of view. This guy he's so talented. I mean, the talent this guy has is ridiculous. Embiid. I'm talking about the Sixers now.
Okay.
So you and the Sixers, the hope that you should have, is you hope that Joel gets off the team as quick as possible, because nothing will change as long as Embiid is on this team. I don't care if you got the number 1. I don't care from whatever. That guy, Joel Embiid, is just he sucks everything. He's going to suck everything, anything out of anybody that comes in there, man. It's just he's a black hole, man. You know.
I don't feel the same way. I understand.
I know you don't.
Yeah, I understand why you feel that way. And I understand that it's easy to feel that way after last year. And I'm not even going to deny that I haven't felt that way at times. But if the goal – I just keep going back to 2013 when we had a team that had some good players and, players that ended up being really helpful other places. Drew Holiday's won a championship, blah, blah, blah. Yep. But we were – Andre Iguodala won a finals MVP. But we knew that team wasn't good enough, and all we did was just, like, murder ourselves to say we need a game-changing player. Yep. And I understand what you're saying. There would be a release at the moment of, okay, we don't have to worry about this anymore. But very, very soon after that, when we see this team winning 36 games or 35 games or whatever it is next year with no path to getting a best player on a championship team, we'll look at ourselves and we'll say, wait a minute, how are we going to get one of those guys? And I get what you're saying, but you're going to wake up on the other side of it realizing that coming across one of those players is – because before Joel, it was Iverson. And before Iverson, it was Barkley, which was 20 years before, 15 years before that. This just doesn't come around that often. And I thank you for the call, Patrick. I don't know what the path is after it. That's it. And we would all feel so much better the day after it happened, because even if they traded him, I wouldn't throw a tantrum or anything. Sure. I would get it. I would understand. But I promise you, we'll wake up one day and figure out, oh my God, we're 5 years away, if we're lucky, for lucking into one of those guys. And even get teams that do it the right way. Orlando's doing it a good way. They don't have one of those guys. They have a bunch of good players, but they don't have one of the – so, all right. So
although I like Paolo more than you do.
Yeah, I'm not a Paolo guy. So there's a bunch of players we have to learn about now, right? Ace Bailey, who we mentioned. We have to learn about Dylan Harper. We have to learn about VJ Edgecombe. We have to learn about Trey Johnson. The guy we will have on next will help us learn about those guys, and that is the one and only Phil Martelli. He will join us to talk a little college hoops and players that might be pro players on the Sixers next year. 215-592-9494. Do you have a little hope with the Sixers again? Little hope. We are at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
We are at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club, as Spike just mentioned. And listen, weather's not great out there, but if you're a true golfer like I am, who cares? Rain doesn't stop anything. We still hit the course and see if we can go low. That's what guys are out there doing today. Now, it's still an awesome day here at the Surfside Invitational, and it's a great way to kick off the golf season. Now, there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside iced teas and lemonade plus vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real premium vodka and raised real brewed tea. Where did I get raised brewed tea from? It's real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway. And cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Breaking news come at 365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks may not deserve the number 1 overall pick, but they got it. Just a reminder that tanking, that good decisions, that having a plan don't always matter much. Sometimes you just need dumb luck. And in this case, that's what the Mavs had, and it's going to pay off, because Cooper Flagg is a game changer. Congrats, Mavs fans. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're the Surfside Invitational, Ramblewood Country Club. It's been a long time since the Sixers have picked in the lottery, and we had to start looking at all these different college guys and deciding which one we want. And we thought, who better to give us some insight on those players and more than Phil Martelli. Phil, we appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for including me.
Of course. So, Coach, like, before we get into the players, what about just, I guess, your just general, like, overview of where you see the Sixers situation right now. We've had a lot of conversation about maybe turning the page to whatever's next, still trying to light a fire under this. When you're just looking at the Sixers, what do you see?
That's a really good. I just think when you're so incomplete, whether it's McCain's injury or Embiid's lack of availability, Paul George getting hurt, I just think you have to say, what is this? And if he said to me, would you run it back? I would run it back. I don't know that there's a player out there, and I don't know enough about the trades. Their new assistant GM will be on top of it, though. You can be sure to that.
Yeah, I know you approve of that hire.
They'll make sure things go straight.
Uh,
I think in that league, it's really building a new team each year, and I don't know that last year's team really had any kind of continuity to be judged. And obviously, everybody will then say, "Well, then blow it up and do what? With whom?" Maxey wore down with the burden that he had to carry all year. I think that league is truly about having older players and guys who fit together. Can Paul George play with Embiid? I have no idea, and I don't think anybody out there has any idea if they can play together because they didn't. And then you throw Maxey into the mix. It's a tough spot, though. I mean, it is clearly a tough spot because everybody that is so passionate about 76er basketball has been through, call it what it was, the process or the rebuild or however you want to term it. You have a guy that won a world championship on the sideline. You have a guy that was the MVP. There has to be something there. And I know it's hard to say, well, let's see it without changing it. Who are you going to get? You're going to get Giannis? These pipe dreams of getting Giannis with, these trades, and I really would. I would run it back.
So we get the number 3 pick last night. I mean, what a moment in a night where we could have lost the pick completely. But I guess before we get to 3, it seems like, there's consensus at Cooper Flagg at 1, and it seems like there's some consensus with Dylan Harper at 2. What do you think of those two guys?
Well, I think the marvel with Cooper Flagg is this. He should be going to prom, right? He should be going to high school graduation. He classed up at a time, some would say, well, he wanted to be the clear number 1. Well, he was clearly a number 1 and withstood any challenges at Duke. Broom at Auburn maybe was in the conversation for National Player of the Year. He was able to take his team to the Final Four along with other gifted guys. I mean, whether they're going to have 4 guys drafted in the first round. So this wasn't the loaves and the fishes coaching job there. It was managing talent, which is hard enough to do. Flagg is different. And I don't have a concern about Dylan Harper because of his DNA and how hard he works at the game. But just for a moment, if people could pause, somewhere on the checklist with him is his team did not make the NCAA tournament. Ace Bailey's team did not make the NCAA tournament. And we're well aware around here in Philadelphia, I hope, of a guy that was the number 1, maybe he was number one, I don't remember, but his team didn't make the NCAA tournament, and he was a must-have after 1 year at LSU. How'd that work out?
Right.
Not good.
You're talking about Ben Simmons. And by the way, not to forget Markel Fultz, also
Markelle
a number
Fultz,
one,
same way,
and his team, I think, was under 500.
Like, college basketball obviously has changed in that it's older because you had this collision course of the COVID year. Forget NIL. It's pay for play. We had pay for play, the COVID year, and availability to transfer. This was an older year in college basketball. And I know they're both gifted. I saw Ace Bailey maybe 2 summers ago or 3 summers ago, going into his senior year in high school. He dominated a USA basketball tryout. That's the best of the best playing at the best, not some of this Mickey Mouse stuff with high school all-star games or even summer basketball. When they go to USA basketball, that's where you get a true evaluation of, like, what's the pecking order here? Ace Bailey was head and shoulders above everybody who was at that time a college freshman and a rising college high school senior. So it's there. Does a guy like that fit, or Dylan Harper fit? I don't know enough about that league, to be honest with you, but I do know, like, on their resume is did not make the NCAA tournament as a freshman.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing you bring up, because I was going to ask you about it, and we talk about it all the time, is how can you have, I have a lot of Rutgers fans in my life, and they're pushing Ace. You got to take Ace Bailey, and I just go back to, well, they had 2 top 5 picks, and they couldn't even be 500, and they talked to me about how bad the rest of the team was, and I'm like, okay, but still. It is I don't know if it's a red flag, but it's certainly a yellow.
It raises your antennas.
Yeah. A couple of the other. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Something to think about there, though, is was that a byproduct of available funds? You know what I mean? Like, what were they attempting? And I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm just saying, were they trying to stay under a salary cap when you have to pay these 2? Exorbitant fees for these 2 kids. And this is the thing that really irks me. Those 2 kids were rented for 35 games. How is that right? How can anybody in college basketball say, yeah, well, that's the way it is? It may be the way it is. That's not the way it has to be. But that's a rant for another time.
Well, no, I mean, I think I think if you were to ask everybody, do you think college players should be able to make money off of their names? I think all of us would say yes. And but I don't think any of us imagined that it would end up like this, And
absolutely, positively.
And
they came out with this idea, and here's what they did: they put you at the top of the hill. They said, "Get in the car and get to the bottom of the hill, and it's going to be unbelievable when you get to the bottom of the hill." But we want to tell you something. Your car has no brakes and no seatbelts. Good luck.
Right. Coach Phil Martelli with us. Phil, just one other guy I'd like to ask you about. We've heard a lot about VJ Edgecombe from Baylor, who is really your prototypical 2-guard. What do you think of that guy?
I am. I'm going to go back to when he was coming through the ranks, and you were watching him, and I try to close my eyes and say, well, who is he like? Who is he like in that league? And not just a roster guy. Look, they're all extraordinary. To make that league, you well know, they have to be absolutely extraordinary. But to be in a situation where a guy coming to the Sixers and you're going to say, look, I'm saying we, collective Philadelphia basketball fans, cannot go through this again. And of all of these guys, Edgecombe, to me, looks like that NBA 2-guard. You're absolutely right. He's got toughness, and I'm following some of this on the combine, like his supposedly out of world experience today was his vertical leap. Now I don't know how that matches up to like going into the Garden, either Madison Square or Boston Garden. I don't know how that measures up, like how we measure these guys. How about being a basketball player? Is he a basketball player? He is, and he's a bucket getter, which I think separates you in that league.
Well, watching some of the highlights, I can tell you that vertical leap happens in the games because I see him jumping over guys to dunk on them. So, I don't think it's just a combine thing. Coach,
And
what's
go ahead. Interesting about that? I've always thought about this, like these unbelievable dunks. They only show up with the rarest of guys in the NBA. Because you know what? There's a man standing down there who's going to go like, nah, not today.
Right.
You're not
Yes.
going to get me.
Last thing, Coach, and you mentioned it earlier, the Sixers promoted Jameer Nelson to assistant GM today. Now, what's it like for you to not just coach a guy through a successful college career, see him have an entire successful NBA career, and now move on to what looks to be the beginning of a successful, executive career? You must be proud. What's it like for you to see Jameer's entire life sort of evolve like that?
It makes me, it gives me chills often when I talk to him, and the way that, and we're talking like every 3 or 4 days, and like all of those things. Yes, extraordinary player, Mount Rushmore of college players in Philadelphia, 14 years in the pros, and now he takes this path. And he came along and they said to him, "Well, figure out how you're going to do this in the G League," and he did, and he's the general manager. And isn't it ironic that 2 years ago they won the G League with Jameer Nelson as their general manager? Chester High won a state championship. Why? Jameer Nelson was on the court. We were the number 1 team in the country. Why? Because we had Jameer and the others didn't. Now he's the GM. So choose your path. Choose your path. And always remember, this is a young guy from Curlin Street in Chester. And of all of the things that he's done professionally, the most extraordinary thing about Jameer Nelson that we should all follow is he is a remarkable father. A remarkable father.
Coach, we really appreciate your time. It'll be interesting to see what the Sixers do, whether they take somebody at 3, whether they trade it, whatever they do. But it'll be fun looking at college players again to see which one will be on the Sixers. We really appreciate your time today.
Thanks for including me. Means
Yes,
a lot.
of course.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coach Phil Martelli. Jameer Nelson was awesome.
Yeah.
As a player.
Yeah, always has been. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's always been a very, I can't speak to him as a father. Of course, Phil Martelli can.
Sure.
But as a guy, when you see him, he's always a good man. But, as a player, and we know he's a fantastic college player, I loved him as an NBA player. He was on those Orlando teams that were awesome. I don't know. He makes me think of a time in basketball. He's one of those guys that I associate with that era of the NBA.
Yeah, listen, listen, we got to watch Jameer come up through those ranks of high school and then go to St. Joe's, and the remarkable run they went on, he and Delonte West, those guys. Wasn't it a Carroll kid?
Yeah, Pat Carroll.
Yeah, Pat Carroll, yeah.
He beat me in the Decamera free throw shooting contest.
Oh, right. Didn't he not?
That's right.
Didn't he not miss any?
Dude, he went 50 for 50.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yes. So that St. Joe's team certainly captured the hearts of the country, and us being here in Philadelphia, watching them do what they did, coming up short, making it to the Final Four, but they made it to the Elite Eight. Yep. I believe they did.
Lost to Oklahoma State.
Yeah, lost Lucas, right? Lost to John Lucas and them, John Lucas.
Still more fun than the 2 Nova teams.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know about that, but okay.
2-1-5?
Well, I feel like there was something about the St. Joe's team that sort of swept up the city during the season that I don't
agree.
remember.
They were more of a Although they weren't good all year.
Well, they were
the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think everybody sort of got into that. I don't know if it's because they're in the city, maybe, but
I think that was part of it.
It's part of it. I think everybody. There's Villanova. The tournament runs were awesome, but there was something about that season of St. Joe's that I felt like everybody got into.
And everybody remembers the team, so that's how you know it had that impact.
Dude, we had St. Joe's, Smarty Jones. I mean, not a bad.
And the Eagles. Don't forget about us.
We'll never forget about the Eagles. How about the other thing besides the Eagles? I know I got to put the disclaimer out. The Eagles are the number 1 team in the city. We also had the opening CVP and Randy Wolf and Bobby Abreu. No, I'm just kidding. But God, I love that 04 Hawks 20 years ago.
No, Jameer is it's awesome that he's now with the Sixers as an assistant general manager, and you know he's going to be a general manager.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, you know he's going to be a GM at some point.
Well, who knows if it's here, but
Right.
Elton Brand Elton Brand's staying here this year, but he was mentioned as a candidate for the Hawks job.
Yeah.
And Elton Brand will be a GM in the next couple of years, and maybe, who knows, maybe Jameer Nelson's opportunity to be GM is here.
Paying his dues, man.
Yep.
Paying his dues.
It's good to see Morey surround himself with some basketball people.
He does. He always talks about how valuable Elton is. And by the way, Elton was GM of the G League as well.
Well, I mean,
Had that same path.
Elton Brand did pick Tyrese Maxey.
All right.
did.
I forgot.
He did.
I forgot. But if Tyrese Maxey wasn't good, who would have picked him?
Daryl Morey.
That's right. Okay. 215-592-9494. Al in Uptown, you're on WIP. What's up, Al?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
What's up, Al?
What up, Al?
Oh, man, I can't help complaining. So, as I sat there and listened to Phil Martelli, he kind of like dampened my hopes of what I was thinking. But I still think that if we're unable to trade up to get Flag, then
well, we're not doing that yet.
Hold on, Maxey.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, go ahead, Al.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're unable to trade up and get Flag, then I kind of still want to get Bailey, because I think that if you surround him with the talent that's on our roster, he would eventually evolve into something special. The kid's still growing, and from what I've seen when he played, he was pretty good. I mean, not even just pretty good. He was pretty dominant in a lot of the games that he played in. And yeah, I get the whole, Ben Simmons comp, but he's not Ben Simmons. He's just not. I'm sorry.
Well, they didn't make the tournament. That's where the comp came.
Yeah, the comp is that they both played for college teams that should have been better.
Yeah, I agree with that. I honestly do agree with that. I thought that they would make the tournament, but, they went like almost, 500, which is, that ain't it. But
well, let me ask you this, Al. What happens if, and I'll throw this to you two as well, what happens if San Antonio takes Ace Bailey?
Then the Sixers, I think, take Dylan Harper.
And have another short guard?
That's what I'm saying, another guard?
You figure it out.
I don't want Harper. I don't want Harper's son. I want the other kid that Phil was talking about.
VJ.
Edgecombe.
Yeah, Edgecombe. Yeah.
Or Trey Johnson.
If Bailey's not on there, then I'll take Edgecombe.
And by the way, Dylan Harper's not a small guard. Like he's a guard.
6'5".
He's like
6'7".
He's 6'7"?
He's 6'7".
Hey, in my eyes, he looks 6'7".
Okay.
Well, they got him listed as 6'6" here.
Yeah, okay,
right.
there you go.
He's a big guard.
Yeah, he's a Drew Holiday-sized guard, not a Maxey-sized
He
guard.
might be Harden, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know about that. He looks 6'5" to me.
Oh,
But,
well, all right.
Okay.
I also had. Is it okay for me to talk a little Eagles?
Yeah,
course,
go on,
always.
always. They're the number one team in the
Two-time
city.
champs, defending champs.
Yep. Sorry, not allowed.
That's right. And Jack and Spiker NFL simps. I'll throw that out there.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
No, I think that that schedule. I like all the primetime games. I'm becoming a big fan of it. I like my 1:00 games because it gives me a chance to have peace in the house. The kids get to rally around and actually watch the game with me. But those night games, man, there's something about. Like, I just keep thinking about, like, when they played, like, Baltimore at night. It was just, like, something special about that. Mm-hmm. And I really can't wait to see this season. I think Jalen Hurts is going to improve greatly this season.
Mm-hmm.
He only throws 20 times a game. Well, if he throws 20 times a game and he's averaging 250 to, 275 yards.
Well, he wasn't. He wasn't.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I would, too, but he wasn't.
No, I'm saying this year.
This year. That'd be great.
Yep.
Because everything I've heard, I know some people that are kind of close to a situation. He's been throwing like every week, like a lot since the Super Bowl. So
Quarterback's throwing.
No, I mean, you said wild quarterbacks throwing, but there are quarterbacks sitting at home not doing anything.
Well, I agree.
We don't know that.
I think we could all agree, Al, that we think Jalen Hurts is working hard this offseason.
Yes.
He's one guy we have no
one
doubt
works
about. Yep.
Yeah, I think that if he just makes incremental changes to his throwing motion and stuff like that, and just processing, I think that he'll be much better. And I'm excited to see that because I really think that he's going to take that next step, and our offense will lead our defense, and we'll probably go back to the Super Bowl and probably win.
Oh, there you go. All right, Al.
My outlandish guy, or
Yeah.
the guy that's out there, Orlando Brown, uncontested.
Orlando Brown.
Y'all know
wow.
who Orlando Brown
Yeah,
is?
he's in That's So Raven.
Yeah, that is your time.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't know
what you want me
Orlando
to do.
Brown.
No, you're right.
That's So Raven.
That's how you know him.
That's
Yes.
how I remember him.
I don't think. What would I know Orlando Brown from aside from That's So Raven? Was he a comedian?
Major Pain.
Oh,
He was
okay. I
a kid
remember
in
Major
Pain.
Pain.
He was a kid
Okay.
in Major Pain.
And was he out there?
Oh yeah, he's out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Drugged out.
Oh, that kind of out.
There's not a podcast he won't turn down going on.
Ah.
Yeah, he got to make his money
Yeah,
somehow.
I know.
Yep.
I know.
All right, 215-592.
I got more now since he went there. I got plenty of more.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Now we're hitting microphones. This guy's out of control.
The Ike Surfside invitation. You surfsiding it up over there, buddy?
Not anymore.
215-592-9494. The Sixers now have the third pick. Have you been given hope again? Because I have. I'm feeling good today about the Sixers. They didn't do anything aside from sit there, but they got the number 3
That's
pick,
right.
and I think it's exciting. Something else that's exciting: enormous news in Major League Baseball coming out next. I mean,
I'm excited.
Enormous news. Something that we have been waiting on for years. Talk about Cloud 9. This news puts Ike on Cloud 9.
Yes, it does.
We will talk about that next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I'm going to put you on Cloud 9 by telling you how to make your home more. What if I could tell you that you could buy something to make your home more energy efficient, would drive up the value of your house, because when you're making investments in your house, you want to know what's going to do the value, and just make you more comfortable. I'm going to do it. It's replace your old windows and doors. And it's very easy to sort of let that go. You're like, well, I have a door. It opens. I have windows. They open and close. But windows and doors can do so much more. And when you go guided, they will teach you and show you the things they can do. The energy-efficient windows they'll put in your home are going to lower your energy bills. They're going to raise the value of your home. They're going to make your house more comfortable in the hot days of the summer. The front door, which is sort of the centerpiece of your house, it's what people see when they look at your house, make that look great, make that more energy efficient. And Guida is going to make it all easier on you by giving you 20% off everything. They give you 20% off every window, give you 20% off every door. They're going to let you start your project with no money down, not even $1, and interest-free financing for up to 36 months. So here's how you proceed from now. You got to call 877-GO-GUIDA because there are restrictions, and this is a limited time. They'll fill you in on all of that. And then they can schedule your free, no-obligation in-home estimate. So either call 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm digging this price in San Francisco. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Giants host Arizona tonight. Robbie Ray on the bump. He's been very efficient this year, and the market a little behind. So Fott on the road starts for the D-backs. He's minus 115. Ray a slight dog at BetMGM. I'm going to take the Giants minus 105. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
The temperatures are rising, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. So contact Horizon Services now, and you can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options, so your home can be comfortable and worry-free no matter the season. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Huge Game 5 tonight in the Western Conference semifinals. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Oklahoma City a 10.5-point home favorite against Denver. Total in the game 220.5. OKC with a huge road win in Game 4. And I do think OKC will win tonight and go up 3-2 in the series. But as far as covering the spread goes, I have to like Denver plus the points. Denver's star center, the best player in the world, has not played his best offensive basketball in the series. I think that changes tonight. So let's take Denver plus the 10.5 tonight on the road in Oklahoma City.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month with YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show, brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on the road yet again. Yesterday at the Franklin Music Hall in Philly. Different vibe here.
We have been on tour for the last 5 days.
Dude,
Yes.
Last year we had the Tour de Delco. This year
Yeah.
we're all over the place.
We had the Tour de Golf. Yeah, well, yesterday.
Which makes you so happy.
Well, I like being around golf. It's a nice vibe.
It's a nice
I'll admit
vibe.
that. It's a nice vibe.
There you
nice
go.
vibe. There you
Man,
go.
we're going to get you on a course next year.
Doing what?
I don't know.
Yeah, not playing golf. We're at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club. Different vibe here than was at Franklin Music Hall yesterday.
sure.
A little bit louder yesterday. A little more. Today, this is a laid-back fun vibe instead of psychotic fun vibe,
Yes.
which was yesterday.
A big laid-back fun vibe.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah.
That's you. You're a back porch guy.
Oh, dude, don't tempt me with a good time. Crowds, back porch by myself. Peak.
So huge story here. Now I gotta say, this is from ESPN writer Don Van Natta Jr.
And confirmed all over the place.
Yeah, confirmed all over the place. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred removes Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson from MLB's permanent ineligible list. Rose and Jackson, baseball's two pariahs stained by gambling, now have a clear pathway for consideration for baseball's Hall of Fame. Who would have? Now, of course, they waited.
That's Ike clapping.
Yeah,
Cincinnati kid.
They wait until Pete Rose passes away.
Pete's nickname.
So, I mean, I think everybody agrees at this point, like, it was time. I mean, it sucks that it happened after he passed away.
Yeah.
And he got, I think he understood it in the beginning, and he got angrier about it as he got older.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, to a certain extent, all pro sports, baseball not alone, their involvement in legal gambling, sort of the every year that passes, people look at this and they go, well,
everybody's gambling.
Yeah.
Not on their sport.
Right.
Yes.
And I think we'd all agree for sure Shoeless Joe Jackson did something wrong, and Pete Rose did something wrong. But, you being a Cincinnati kid grew up with Pete Rose as I'm sure, an idol. How are you feeling now? An icon.
Icon in the city of Cincinnati. Statue outside the stadium. Pete Rose is... how do you tell the story of baseball without including Pete Rose, about the history of the game? He's the all-time hit leader. I'm not speaking about character or anything else he may have been accused of or anything else. I'm just talking strictly baseball. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. And as a lifelong Cincinnati Reds fan, Pete Rose is arguably the biggest sports figure to come through Cincinnati. So that's how he is revered down there, still to this day. And so I'm pretty sure they're rejoicing a lot, knowing that he has at least a chance to get into the Hall of Fame. And a lot of people sort of, we would joke about it, tongue in cheek and all of that, but we would all intimate that it's probably going to happen after he dies.
Right.
And so he was last year he passed away, or 2 years ago. Last year. Yeah. So they didn't even wait that long after he passed away to actually do this. So that lets you know that they were waiting for him to potentially pass away so that he didn't get a chance to enjoy it himself. I guess that was the ultimate punishment they wanted to inflict on him. I wish he would have gotten a chance to do it, but I understand. As long as he gets in there, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. So hopefully this is a pathway that he will eventually get voted in.
I think wondering about the vote is an interesting thing as well, because not only does he have to be eligible, he has to get voted in.
Yep.
And Pete Rose played long enough ago now. So you have the younger people, and when I say younger, I actually just mean 30s, 40s, who look at the steroid era, and they're the people who are like, why are we not voting those people in?
Correct.
Whereas the older people, the 50, 60, 70, 80, will not vote those guys in. However, Pete Rose is now even before that. So the 30 and 40-year-olds saw some of Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and those Mark McGwire. They didn't see Pete Rose. So I guess my question, and I don't hear young people talking, but they'll talk about why isn't Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame, but I don't hear them mention Pete Rose. So I guess I don't know how voters will look at it and whether they will punish him for what he did, regardless of whether he's eligible or not. And I don't know if there is a movement. So I know some of the older voters will still punish him, and some of the older voters will want him in. My question is actually with the younger voters and whether they care enough to vote, or who's going to lead the charge now to get Pete Rose into the Hall of Fame? Because I think he'll need it. I think he will need somebody to lead the charge and start showing people, because Pete Rose retired a long time ago. Start showing people this is what he did as a player. This is not just as an individual player, but as a winner, as part of the Big Red Machine, coming to Philadelphia and being sort of the spiritual leader on some level of that team. So I wonder if there is an advocate, if there's somebody to lead the charge to get him into the Hall of Fame.
Well, it's probably going to start with a lot of his former teammates.
Right.
Start there. Those guys can speak publicly about it.
Yep.
Maybe some of those older guys that were voters are no longer with us, that were holding it against Pete Rose and wouldn't vote for him. So maybe they aren't there anymore. And the younger generation of voters, I actually feel more confident, and I hope I'm not proven wrong, but I feel more confidence in those voters than I do the older people, because they are the ones who are holding the grudge. The young people, because of the times that we've grown in and where we're at now, they may be a little more forgiving. And you can just convince them with numbers. and championships, because they're not harboring the ill feeling of Pete Rose stained the game and all this other stuff.
And because the numbers are irrefutable. There's no numbers argument against it. I also wonder, too, and you mentioned the off-field stuff, is that whoever becomes an advocate, the first thing, I don't think they're going to throw the betting thing at him. I think they'll start throwing the off-the-field stuff at him. And the Hall of Fame, all the Hall of Fames are full of players who have done bad things.
Exactly, yes.
The character clause?
The character stuff. They're full of players. But the question becomes, do people have the stomach to advocate for Pete Rose to be in the Hall of Fame and get those things thrown at them?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, to be able to separate the on and off field
That's why I said what I just said. So you're right. Even if you're just looking at it from me, if someone were to throw that back at me, I don't have a defense for that.
Right. Yeah.
I don't have a defense for that. I'm not going to excuse it. I'm not about to sit here and act as if it didn't happen or whatever, because I don't know. But what I will say, if I'm just judging him on baseball, that's how I would vote him in. But you're right. There may be people that will also want that part clarified or at least explained.
Yes.
As to why would I vote for this guy when he's been accused of this as well, especially in this climate.
Jack, so you're 31.
Yeah.
And a huge baseball
guy.
Going on 21. Huge respect.
I disagree. I think I'm pretty grown. I'm
well,
like 28.
On some level, Jack is 31 going on 61. And on some levels, he's 31 going on 12.
Exactly right. Keep people on their toes.
Yeah. So you and your age of baseball fan, when someone mentions Pete Rose to you, like, what do you think? What do you think the energy is going to be from that, generation of fans about Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame?
I think our generation will look more at the off the field stuff. I think they'll look at the character clause stuff.
Yeah.
And it'll overtake what he did on the field.
Oh, really?
I do. Obviously, the case is you look at his baseball reference.
It's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It's like, on some levels, it's sort of Wiltish.
Of course.
The number of years he played and the amount of hits he had.
My only hope with this is I hope it eventually leads to letting Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. And
hey, they better let Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame.
Barry Bonds. A-Rod was talking about it yesterday. Like, everyone's talking about Shohei Ohtani being the best player they've ever seen.
It's not even close.
Barry Bonds.
That was a different level.
Barry Bonds is the best singular player to ever. I mean, Judge is doing what Barry Bonds did for an entire season. If you look at his baseball reference, it's ridiculous. So if we're gonna start doing this with letting Pete Rose in, I also think that if we're gonna character clause, Barry Bonds deserves to be in as well. And again, if we're going to
Roger Clemens too,
you can't tell the history of baseball without the guy who leads all of baseball in home runs.
Mark McGwire should be in there. Oh, you don't think so?
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit more of a questionable case.
Okay.
A-Rod.
A-Rod's
for sure.
definitely in. Yeah.
Clemens,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bonds.
Yes.
Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Clemens is another guy that you look at.
7-time Cy Young.
Well, you look at the baseball card again, and you're like,
It's not even real.
yeah, it doesn't seem possible.
Yes.
You know, it just doesn't seem.
7-time Cy Young Award winner.
Do you know how good you have to be
Golly.
for people to not get tired of voting for you?
Exactly. Yes, they kept voting for him.
It's
Yes.
like Jordan level.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I
Like
agree.
you have to be so much better than everybody else that nobody even has a case for
Yeah.
anybody
I
else.
don't know why I thought it was 5. 7-time Cy Young.
7. And he won his last one at 42.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Well, that's when we know he was.
Well,
Wow.
listen, dude, yeah.
Yeah.
I was so mad when the Clemens. I was such a Clemens head.
Oh, he's incredible.
I was so mad. Now, can we get a live reaction from Shoeless Joe?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, who's arguing his case?
I don't think so.
Well, I don't know, man. His numbers are also ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but like
He threw a World Series.
yeah,
I mean,
like,
really.
come on.
Come on.
Come on.
It was over 100 years ago.
He threw a World
I think he's paid the
Series.
price already.
Yeah.
Do you think he's paid the price?
Wish I had
I
odds.
mean, Manfred called it a hunk of metal.
He did. Yeah, he did. Probably regrets that one. Manfred's heated up since the COVID.
He
year.
has. He
Yeah.
has.
He's figured it out.
215-592-9494. You know, if there was a Hall of Fame of places to buy a brand new car, Colonial Hyundai would be the only one.
I thought we was going somewhere else.
Oh, no, we'll have that later. We'll have that later. I don't want to mix up the two, but we'll have that later. I just bring up the Hall of Fame right beforehand so I could do it. Colonial. So Colonial's famous for a lot of things. I would say top line Colonial Hyundai, what the cars are John Ashdale does, is they want everything to be fast, easy, better at Colonial. Make your experience better. And they have two things that people have always loved. And they're going to give you an opportunity to choose between those two until May 31st. Option one, walk into Colonial, look at one of their over 200 brand new Hyundais on the lot and get 20% off. 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's choice number one. Choice number two, you might have a piece of junk at home that you're trading in and you don't think it's worth anything. They'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed. So they just want to make sure you walk in there, you get 0% financing, all that stuff, but they're going to you have the chance to choose between two of their greatest deals, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock or $6,500 for your trade. One thing you don't have to choose, every new Hyundai is going to come with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online, 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. 215-592-9494. Neil in Palm. You're on WIP.
Wow,
What's up, Neil?
horrible.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Wow.
What's up, Neil? Are you speaking through a sock?
Hold on, sir.
Are you underwater?
Yeah, I'm gonna put him on hold.
So-
Justin, but why don't you see if he's
through a sock.
if he's speaking through a sock or something?
Yeah.
Just a bit. Maybe he was just trying to be like,
Quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
So real quick though, from Shams.
Oh.
So Jason Tatum did tear his right Achilles tendon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Man, that sucks.
Season ender.
Well, and next season.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a
oh
year
yeah. Next
injury.
season's
Yeah,
done.
next season.
One, and then you wonder about his career.
Yep.
Achilles is a wonder about his
It's a tough
career.
one, yeah.
It just proves. I don't give my podcast partner Mike very much credit.
Of course
for
not.
his takes.
It's all your success.
Yep. But one take he has is we always make this assumption that when a team wins a championship, they're in the NBA. That oh my God, we're looking at the next 5 years of
Dynasty,
dominance.
yeah.
And we did it with Jokic.
Yep.
And they followed it up with not a championship. They're having
Did it with Giannis.
pesky this year. Did it with Giannis. I don't think Giannis has only been past the first round once since they won a championship. And then you do it with Boston last year. And you look at and Boston was awesome last year. And they were actually they didn't even have nearly as great a year. They won 61 games this year.
Yeah.
But they're not going to win the championship this year. And it really just it opens your eyes to you have a chance. And it used to be in the NBA when there were, when the Heatles were there or the Spurs or the Jordan's Bulls that, oh no, here's the mountain we have to climb.
Yeah.
But
Or the Shaq and Kobe
the
Lakers.
Shaq and Kobe
Yeah.
Lakers.
Yeah.
Here's a mountain you have to climb, but it doesn't really happen in the NBA that often. And you have teams like the Cavs winning 60 games. They're not going to be in there. The Thunder won 68 games. Who knows how long their run is going to be? So I don't know if you're a fan of the Sixers or any other NBA team and you think, oh no, we have this great team in the conference, Celtics may never get to the finals again.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what? It's going to be tough for them to come back from this 3-1 series.
especially without Tatum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are a deep team.
They're deep. They are deep.
They're
Yep.
a deep team. I wonder. I mean, you like Joe. You like Joe up there coaching.
Joe Mazzulla? I
Yeah.
love Joe Mazzulla. My favorite coach in the NBA.
The 3-1 hole is hard to dig themselves out of.
Here's what
It's hard to win this series coming back winning 3 straight.
But I would tell you this. If the series started 0-0 and it was the Celtics without Tatum versus the Knicks, the Celtics would be the favorite.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
you're right. Like, if it started off as an even series like this,
They would be the favorite.
Still be the favorite.
They wouldn't be a minus 800 favorite like
Right.
they were, but I think they would be a minus
agree.
200 favorite.
I agree.
And here's a reason, why I love Joe Mazzulla. Tatum gets injured. They asked Mazzulla about it afterwards, and he's like, "It's bad for Jason Tatum, but we got to think about winning Game 5."
And he's right. Yeah.
And the guy just tore his Achilles.
He's such a psycho.
He's a psychopath,
He's
and that's
such
why
a
I like
psycho.
him. 215-592-9494. Jack in Quakertown. You're on WIP. What's up, Jack?
Hey, guys. I think all 3 of you are a bunch of jerks.
Okay.
I really do, because
All right, thank you.
having Pete Rose, listen, you guys, I listen to you every day. I listen
thank
to you
you.
every day, and I enjoy it. I
Okay.
never call. Never,
All right.
never, ever call.
So the
Okay.
first time
When
you
I
call,
heard what you guys
hold on.
said about
First time
Pete
you
Rose-
call, you decide to call up and insult us.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Especially you. Especially
Okay.
you.
Oh.
Okay. Well, don't worry. I'll fire back in a minute. I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you get it out.
Yes,
though.
you will. Yes,
I
you
know I will.
because-
I know I will. You tread
Listen,
lightly,
when it
as you
comes
won't
to
get it out.
integrity-
Hold up.
when it
Hold
comes
up.
to
Hold up.
integrity-
Hold up. Tread lightly, or you won't get it out. So understand
fine.
that. Understand that part first. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish, and then I'll reply when you get done. Go right
You
ahead.
got it.
But
You
keep your
got it.
insults. Keep your insults to the last one you just made about us being jerks. Okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Because
All right.
I really do. I like you guys. I really do.
Well,
But
and
in
I
this
want to
case-
like you. I want to like you, but you calling up with insults instead of just disagreeing with us and explaining why you disagree with our opinion. You're going to cause me not to like you. So let's go ahead and keep this thing rolling.
That's fair enough.
All
That's
right.
fair enough. Okay. So the way we were brought up is that you have integrity and you don't cheat. You just don't cheat. So, like, are you going to tell your kids, or Jack, are you going to tell your kids that it's okay to cheat? Are you going to do that?
No.
Okay. So why in the world would you guys advocate that this guy and Joe Jackson, which I don't know anything about, but I do know about Pete Rose.
Okay.
I was down in Florida one time at a dog race with a guy that happened to sit with Johnny Bench and Pete Rose watching. The people down there said, "Listen, I got 2 guys. You have a normal seat. Can they sit with you?" He said, "Okay." Johnny Bench and Pete Rose sat with this guy, and he said by the end of the day, he couldn't stand Pete Rose. The guy was just a jerk. He was just a bad dude. So why in the world, just because you have numbers, does that entitle you to be involved in the Hall of Fame? I don't agree with it.
So you're saying he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame because he's a jerk?
Well,
but that's all you
part of
talked
it.
about. You haven't talked about gambling on baseball.
That's part of it.
That's what he got suspended for. That's what he got banned from baseball for gambling on baseball while he was the manager.
Go ahead, Ike. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's what he got suspended for. That's what he was banned for. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you think that that's good enough for him to get in the Hall of Fame?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because he gambled? Because I believe, what was that, 40, 35 years ago?
Does that change anything?
Well, I mean, everybody who makes a mistake or does something wrong and they're punished for it, they don't get a chance to get redemption from that?
Yes, but he lied about it the whole time.
I understand, and he's also and they also kept him out of the Hall of Fame for the rest of his life while he was living. So he didn't get to enjoy that, right? Even though we all know he's a Hall of Fame baseball player. You say you follow baseball, I'm gonna trust your eyes that you watch Pete Rose and know that Pete Rose was a Hall of Fame baseball player. Am I correct in that?
But there's more to the Hall of Fame than just numbers.
I understand that. You ask why I feel the way I do. I heard why you do. I'm telling you, based on his numbers and the fact that he was punished, and it's been 30 plus years, maybe even longer, and now he's passed away, I think enough time has already passed that I'm okay, and I would be happy that he does get in the Hall of Fame.
Okay,
You can't tell the history of the game without Pete Rose. So what are you going to do? Just ignore the fact that Pete Rose played baseball for 20-plus years and he's the all-time hit leader?
I understand that.
Okay.
And you were saying about Barry Bonds and all the other guys.
Yep.
Is that I was my grandfather and Danny Murtaugh. He used to sit in the dugout with him, and he'd tell me about Willie Stargell and Roberto Clemente and everything. And he told me about Barry Bonds. Just all of a sudden, he's some skinny kid that all of a sudden became, this superhero. And come on now, we got to draw a line somewhere. You got to put a line. You got to stand for something, or you fall for everything. You can't just let this stuff go. You just can't.
Sure I can. And now let me address the point about what I would tell my kids. I would tell my kids that you do something wrong, it doesn't mean you spend the rest of your life paying for it. It all depends on what it is, obviously. It depends on what it is. We make mistakes as humans in life.
Every day.
And then you can be punished for it, and you can pay your penance to society, right? And then you get the chance at redemption and show that you've changed and show that you've learned from that and you've grown from that.
Okay.
So that's what I would tell my kids.
Yeah,
that's what I would tell my kids, that nobody is perfect.
I agree.
And I can't sit in a glass house and throw stones.
I agree with you.
Because I don't like somebody. I can't do that. So
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying if I like him or don't like him. I'm saying is that he kept on lying.
You clearly don't like him. You clearly don't like him.
Well, he kept on lying on everything he said. He just lied and lied and lied until they finally proved that he did that. So I agree with, believe me, 99% of the time, everything you say, I agree with. And believe me, on this one, I had to call. And
that's fine. And that's fine. Listen, I don't think you'll be the only one who disagrees with me on this. Okay. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not the end all to be all as far as I just happen to give my opinion about it. And Pete Rose may mean something different to you than he means to me.
That's true.
So you're speaking to somebody who grew up with Pete Rose as a hero in the same hometown that Pete Rose is from. That's why I'm giving you my perspective on this. I can respect your opinion on it and respect your perspective on it. But what you can't do is call up here and call us a bunch of jerks because we don't have the same opinion as you have. We don't talk to our callers that way.
You're right. You're right.
Because we disagree. Okay.
No,
all right. You got I'm hot under the collar right now, and I'm trying to come down, and so I want to get back in a good place. All right. So
no.
Right.
Can I say one more thing? I say one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
Tell Jack Fritz that my father listened to the game in Hershey when Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 points.
There it is.
So
Did you see it?
No, he listened to it on the radio.
Well, all right. How about Jack? Oh, you know what I see right now? I see Joel Embiid running through the golf course. He's running. He's running. He just did a 6-minute mile.
Oh, this lady was off.
He did a 6-minute mile. He did a 6-minute mile, and then he just jumped over a whole person.
Okay.
You see what you just heard on the radio? Doesn't mean it happened.
Believe it or you don't.
Yeah. All right, Jack. Thank you for the call, buddy.
All right.
See, that ended okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got him through it.
We had to talk our way through it.
Yeah, you talked your way through
I did
it.
because I was trying to talk myself down.
Yeah, I felt it. I heard it.
Then I would tell Walker and Sutton, it's a museum of baseball. Take a deep breath.
It's not a museum of the best people. It's a museum of the best players. You know?
Yeah.
Whatever.
And sometimes our heroes disappoint us.
Yes. You know. Speaking of something that'll disappoint you, Jack Fritz has the top 5 at 5 coming up next.
That's nice.
Let's bring this right down.
Yeah. What's coming up in the top 5?
Oh, the top 5 worst versions of Spike.
Oh, no, you're not.
Yeah, back again. Worst versions of Spike.
I feel like you do this every week.
Why you keep updating them?
Okay. I know what's coming up is number 1. I really do. All right. The top 5 worst versions of me. This is what I signed up for. It's we're at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa. The pros that know AC parts inside and out. Nico Harrison trading Luka Doncic in his prime a year after making the NBA Finals was idiotic, and Mavs fans have every right to despise Nico. Last night, though, with only having a 1.8% chance to land the number 1 pick, the Dallas Mavericks did so. Mavs fans deserve the number 1 pick. Nico Harrison does not. And let's hope in 5 years from now, Nico doesn't trade Cooper Flagg for pennies on the dollar. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Philly Sports on the go. Download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Side Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club. Everybody had a good time today. Rain did not stop them from a good time. When you tell a bunch of people you're going to take the day off of work and drink and play golf, there is nothing that is going to stop those people from doing it.
Well, and you just learned about that today, I think.
Yes.
Because you were like, man, it's kind of tough out here or whatever. And they're like, beats being in the office.
Yep. Nobody cared. Yeah. Everybody said the same thing. They're like, yeah, so give me Surfside. I was like, okay,
yeah,
I'll do it.
Just pushing Surfsides all day.
Pushing Surfside.
Well,
that's what we're here for.
That's the gig.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to the top 5.
Each the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
What's up, you bunch of jerks?
Oh, boy.
What are you guys doing?
That's
all right.
great. You guys are all jerks.
Yeah. Just so jerky.
Yep.
All right. So what I have for you today, because there's a new entry into the worst versions of Spike.
Oh, great.
This is high-level stuff.
Yep.
Number 5,
do you want to say what it is?
What is?
The top 5 versions of Spike.
The worst versions of Spike.
Worst versions.
Yeah, don't leave out that part.
Yeah. The top 5 worst versions of Spike. Number 5 is Sixers High Horse Spike, which a lot of that yesterday. A lot of it today.
Wait a minute. I wasn't high horse yesterday.
There's some moments of high horsery. For sure.
High horsery.
He does his little baseball podcast.
Here we go.
And he sees the thousands of people.
We'll get there.
All right.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
All right.
Oh, no, there's a crossover last night.
Okay.
Yeah. Fourth worst version of Spike is Factory Farm Pre-Tree Spike.
Dude, I only bring it up when people get on me.
What are we talking about?
About factory farming.
Yeah.
The hell is that?
Like, you don't want me to say.
Oh, is that with the food?
Yeah,
please.
When you start putting
the cows are here.
Spare us.
The chickens are here.
I'm with Jack on this one. Yeah, I don't need to hear that.
Well, then don't tell me I eat like a bunny, and I won't tell you where your food comes from. Here's the deal I'm going to make with you. If you don't ask me where I get my protein, I won't tell you where yours comes from. That's the deal. That's the trade-off we're going to have.
All right.
And you guys leave me alone generally with that.
We don't. Yeah, we know you fire back.
Oh,
we don't want to hear that.
That's all. I'm not preaching unless I get backed into a corner.
Yeah, and then we get back in the corner.
Yep.
There he comes.
Yeah.
Where's the cow from? You want to know what to do with the cows?
Yeah.
Nope. Tastes
Don't
good.
start that.
Well, see, they don't lactate unless.
Yep, I know.
All right.
There it is.
Just okay.
Third worst.
I mean, everyone thinks dairy's okay. It's not okay. All right. Okay.
The third worst version of Spike. And now, thankfully, I think this one's in the rearview mirror, which is good. But house Spike.
Yeah.
While first off, getting the house, that was the whole process.
Oh, the house Spike.
The work on the house is now seemingly done.
Yep.
I was talking to Val last night. She's not too thrilled about the 83-inch TV as you are.
She hates it.
She hates the 83-inch TV.
She says too bright. I'm
Yep.
like, what are you talking about?
She said she was watching the Phillies game from 3 rooms away.
Yes, you can see it. Literally 3 rooms away. You actually can. But
Sounds like a good TV to me.
Yes, thank you.
That sounds like a good TV.
So I said, while I was cooking something for dinner, it goes kitchen, then dining room, and then living room. I was like, oh, I can just see the TV
just
from
stand
here.
right here, yeah.
And she goes, I know. She said, again, we see the same things differently. We're sitting on the couch, and she'll go, it feels like we're in the screen. And I'll be like,
that's
yeah.
the point.
Are you kidding me?
That's what's great about
It's
this.
amazing.
Are you going to have to get sunglasses or like to watch your TV?
Truthfully, she's like, we're just going to have to redo the living room. I was like, why? We got to move the couch back
Yeah, we're
further
too close,
away
yeah.
from the television.
Simply too close.
I'm not having any problems. She literally doesn't even sit in the room.
Yeah.
She sits in a different room.
83,
It's a huge
that
TV.
can be. That's
Is it the size of this? Of our backdrop here?
No.
No.
How far? Hold on. How long is our backdrop, you think?
This is at least 100 inches.
All right. So a little bit smaller.
It's like a
than that.
projector screen.
Yeah, it's like an 83-inch TV, I think, is 72 inches end to end. Because it's
this way.
It's diagonal.
Yes.
Is what they
Oh,
measure.
that's how they do it.
Yeah.
Interesting. But house spike is that over, or is it just
No, house spike is generally over. It's
Nice.
just it's unpacked spike now, but that's that I'm unpacked.
Yeah.
I don't think we have the only thing left we have to actually install is when Gaida comes and does the windows, but that project is like they're ordered. We're waiting on them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, house
Good to
spike
hear.
is done. Yeah.
Good to hear. The second worst version of Spike is remote broadcast Spike.
Oh, that I would have considered that as the worst version.
Yeah.
That's remote broadcast.
I mean, things aren't going well.
Well,
Not in the studio. We haven't been in
yeah.
the studio in 4 straight shows.
Yeah,
I got to admit,
yeah.
you've held on pretty good these 5 days.
I was gonna say, for as bad as remote spike could be,
right.
I think I'm doing great.
I was actually expecting you to snap.
Oh, today?
Yesterday or either today, one of them.
Yesterday
would have been understandable though.
If there
You
was
had
a
a lot
time,
going on.
If there was a time I was going to snap, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Sure.
I thought it was actually
It was pretty good.
You're good.
better than I've been.
You got somebody irritated you a little bit.
Oh, well, let's get to it. Number one, the worst version of Spike is Lottery Party Spike.
Yep.
So on edge.
Yep.
I think Fran wasn't getting the reads ready fast enough. We're
Yep.
like, Fran,
He
can you separate the reads and stop talking?
Well, it was 1:30, and everybody's dicking around and
There it
joking.
is. Yep.
And it's one page every minute.
Yep.
It's like, I got to put the reads in my computer so I can give the computer to Justin. Could you just separate them? It
Yep.
should have been done a half an hour ago.
Yep.
Oh man.
I was trying to mess with Spike during the show. Didn't
Nope.
even see me.
No.
Just kept right past.
Yep.
Probably had a general idea of what my disposition was
he
going to
knew
be.
what you were trying to do.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I mean, just so locked in. We were on the stage yesterday. I could feel a glare from the side.
Well, AU wasn't going fast enough.
He was not going fast enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the guy with the questions?
Yeah.
Couldn't
was
hear
like-
the questions.
But that wasn't his fault.
That wasn't his fault.
That was-
I agree.
That's somebody else's issue. But the
Ike asked for a selfie in the middle of the live taping of the broadcast.
that's fine.
That totally never crossed my mind that we were recording.
Yeah. I could
It
tell.
never crossed my mind.
I could tell.
It's gonna be a funny moment when we get the video.
And by the way, the photo of the painting of Ike looked nothing like Ike.
Dude, I think it was James Bradbury.
I mean, give Abby a. She had to do a lot of art.
She did.
That picture didn't look like you either.
Yeah,
No,
but closer to me than you.
Yeah, I would
That
agree with that. Yes.
looks
So
like James Bradbury.
I give her credit. So she's been working. Abby's been working with us for like 5 years or something.
Yeah.
And she actually just showed up to a lottery party with a drawing of me and Mike, and I was like, "Oh, we should hire you," and we did it. I asked her to draw. It's not many artists that you can go twice a week. Draw this guy doing this, doing this. So she does her best. Most of her art comes from her mind, not drawing like
Right.
actual
It's how
people.
she sees it.
It's how she sees it, yeah.
Okay.
So on to the lottery party Spike. I give credit to, so Rich is this guy that works at Underground Arts. He was there working last night. Rich has a beard. You probably recognize him. Rich knows me very well, and Rich knows what to hide from me. So one thing I was very worried about last night was ESPN actually getting up on the screen when we needed it. Because I've been at so many events where we go to put a game on the screen and they're like, oh, we don't have that channel. So 3 times in the lead up, I asked, "Are we okay with
we
ESPN?"
good? Yeah.
And then I went up to Rich and I was like, "I can't bother them anymore. Can you make sure we're good with ESPN?" I talked to Rich today. He goes, "As it turns out, 2 minutes before doors, we were not okay with ESPN." I never told you.
Right.
And he was like, "It got up on the screen." So yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
I'm intense about those things.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
It was a big deal. It was a big deal.
Someone's got to be serious about
And my
it.
producer CJ had to deal with all the stuff I couldn't deal with because I was doing the show. He did a good job.
CJ had a proper level of frantic.
Yes,
I was
for me.
looking at him. I was
Yep.
like, I know that face.
Yep.
I know that face.
He got it all done though.
Yeah. And Morgenstein, how was our good friend Justin?
He's gonna get paid. I think he only screwed up once.
You didn't withhold his pay?
No. I think he screwed up once, and it was an important time. I do well, I might as well.
Bury him, yeah.
And CJ will take this out, I'm sure. But I say a phrase to start the podcast, and then there's a video and song that goes along with it. And the video starts, no song. So you had to stop it and start it again about 7 seconds into it. I think I said out loud, no audio. No audio. But that might have not have even been his fault.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he's blaming the audio guys for that one.
Oh, really? The guys that get paid to do it every day?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. It could have been their fault. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. By the way, a thank you to Justin, everybody at Franklin Music Hall for putting on that event yesterday, Cindy for being a great VIP coordinator.
Cindy Lou!
You guys for dealing with me all day and then coming up on stage, and to the lottery gods for saving our live podcast, because if the Sixers had not gotten that pick,
Yeah.
I don't know how that pod would have gone, honestly.
Yeah. That's why I said the basketball gods, they were with us yesterday. They just weren't fully committed to what our agenda was, but they made sure that it wasn't ruined by the pick coming too early.
Yep.
The build up with every pick, I thought that was great.
It was incredible.
I can't wait to see the video because I thought it was awesome.
I
didn't realize it was going to be a video. Now I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
wait to see
Oh yeah,
it.
you're all over it.
Yeah, professionally shot. Oh yeah, you should
Running
see,
up and down the
some
stage.
of the amateur videos online.
Yeah.
Seeing you just lapping the stage during it was
I
incredible.
was excited. Yes.
Yep. Everybody did a great job. I thought, yeah. And the one thing that I thought helped everyone, that helped me, we had one of our listeners, we call him Professor Jack now. He wanted to do an explainer for everyone before the lottery about here's what you have to worry about.
Yeah.
And I actually think, because Kevin Nagandi, I think, scared everybody on the broadcast saying we didn't get our pick.
I heard that.
But we all knew to just, in 9, 8, and 7, as long as we don't see the Thunder, we're okay.
Yes.
So, and we were okay.
Yeah, come on, Nagandi.
Yeah, come on, Nagandi.
Yeah, you can't be a Philly guy and screw that up.
Yeah, come on. 215-592-9494. Neil in Palm. You're on WIP. What's up, Neil?
in Palm.
He's in Palm.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Long
Hey,
time
Neil.
caller or long time listener. First time I'm calling the afternoon show.
Okay.
Enjoy the show.
You going to call us
last
jerks?
call- I was just going to say that last caller. So he started out by saying, "Would you teach your kids to cheat?" And I'd like to ask him, does he teach his kids to call people jerks? 'Cause
That's
they
a
have
good question.
Different opinion,
That's a good question. Yep.
So about the Sixers, I'm kind of like I'll believe it when I see it. Markelle Fultz forgot how to shoot. Ben Simmons was not willing to shoot. Joel Embiid either out of shape or hurt.
Yep.
There's hope, but like I said, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not a hardcore basketball guy. I'm more live and die with the Eagles and the Phillies, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to believe it. I don't think anyone is saying that this is definitely going to be great. But I think we are a fan base who needed a little jolt of hope in to think that this was the worst season I can remember for the Sixers. There have been worse teams, but this is the worst season. And for the result of that season to be a top 3 pick in the draft, it was right around 3/4 of the way through the season that they were like, all right, we're losing games. And there was still a 35% chance we didn't even get the pick. So to not only get the pick, but to go from 5 to 3, I think it just felt good, and it gives me a little bit of hope. And I think when you have that's why people have backup quarterbacks, because they're the unknown,
Yeah,
right?
Yep.
They could
not scarred yet,
right? The thing that you're not watching every game might be better than the thing that you are, and the idea of a number 3 pick, a young player, a great young player, I think is exciting. The possibilities are exciting.
It's certainly better than not getting a lottery pick, right?
There you go.
Sometimes I just feel like they could draft Superman and he would forget how to fly.
Well, look, we've
nice.
I hadn't heard that one before.
That's a good one.
Well, and Neil, you didn't even half of the things that have happened over the last 12 years. So
yeah, right. Yeah.
For next question, it's Dennis Rodman's birthday. For next question today, we're asking people for somebody who's out there. Who do you have?
So, does this person need to still be living?
No.
Nope.
All right. So I was going to say an actor, but because this question was sparked by Dennis Rodman's birthday, I figured I'd stay within the sports realm.
Uh-huh.
And I'm thinking of Mark the Bird Fidrich.
Oh yeah.
Mark.
Yeah, he was a weirdo. He was the one that jumped over the foul line, right? Didn't he do that? No, that was
most pitchers do that.
No, who was the guy on the Cubs who was weird about that? Mark Fidrich, I remember being weird, but what did he do?
Yeah,
that
he
was
used
weird?
to talk to the baseball.
Yeah, he was crazy on the mound.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He talked to the baseball?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Like Romano actually reminds me a little bit of him.
Romano's got a little of that.
Yeah.
He's out there talking?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't think I paid attention.
Not like to the baseball, but he'll be like, no. Like you'll see him talking to himself.
I might have to watch
Which some pitchers do. Like Strahm does it all the time. Strahm yells into his glove all the time.
Right.
But Romano does it in kind of like the Fidrich kind of way.
The weird Cubs pitcher I remember was Turk Wendell.
First off, Spike, you don't disrespect the line, so of course you jump over the line.
Well, but he like maybe spun when he jumped over the line. He was a weirdo.
God, baseball's the best.
Yep, a lot of weirdos in baseball. Speaking of weirdos, not this guy, Herb in the Northeast. You're on WIP.
Your producer just told me that Pete Rose they lifted the ban.
They did. What do you think about that, Herb?
I'm elated. If that's the truth, I'm elated. It's finally happening. I knew something would happen eventually once he passed away, but Pete was one of the greatest Cincinnati Reds and Philadelphia Phillies. And to this day, Mike Schmidt, Greg Luzinski, Gary Maddox, the whole crew will tell you that the reason they won in 1980 was we finally got Pete Rose. We finally got Pete Rose a year before, signed the contract. The Pirates beat us in 79, and then we put it all together in 1980. Dallas Green, may rest in peace. And we won that world championship. If that's what it is, it's great because Stan Hochman, who worked over there for the Daily News, used to come by my store downtown and we used to talk about Pete, and we talked about when are the Phillies going to make it to the World Series. And he said, when they sign Pete Rose in the next couple months, I guarantee you the Phillies will be in the World Series and they're going to win one.
And they did it.
And he was absolutely right.
Yeah.
Stan Hochman.
And then they went to another World Series a few years later.
Yeah. Well,
more old Reds.
I had a chain.
Yes, the Wheeze kids.
80, it was said on the chain, 80 and 08. On my
that's when they won the
gold
World
chain.
Series. On his gold chain.
Yeah.
Now
yeah, two of them. Was 80 and 08.
Yeah, come on.
Now we got to win one in
Come on, Ike, lock
25.
Hey, why are
How
you
many
not?
change do you have?
I just finished this game. We just finished the game over here.
Doesn't even care what you
I got to play baseball today. It's been raining all day.
The rain.
Who won? Who won, Herb?
Academy Tycone Charter was a playoff game. They played Franklin Learning Center, FLA.
Are you a golfer, Herb? I
but-
notice you're not here at the Surfside Invitational. Do you play golf?
No, I don't golf.
Nah, yeah, he's not a golfer.
Could you if you wanted to? Like, could you be good at it?
I probably could do it, but I never tried,
Yeah.
I hit a few down in Orlando.
Oh, there you
at
go.
this golf course where Tiger Woods used to play.
Of course, yeah.
When is your trip to Colombia?
Coming up soon, brother. A few weeks.
When do you leave?
23, the January 2nd.
January 2nd?
Yeah.
Coming up.
Well, that's
like 9
that's
months
more than
away.
a few weeks away.
Yeah.
No.
Well, 3 weeks. What is it?
No, it's May.
January. Herb, it's May 13th.
Does he mean June 2nd?
June?
June the 2nd, 19 days, brother.
He acted like you didn't just say January.
And my birthday's in 10 days, bro.
What's that, February? February 9th?
No, May 23rd is my
Oh,
birthday,
okay.
dude.
70 this year, Herb?
7-0, brother.
Wow.
Hey,
70?
Let the big dog
Yeah,
eat.
Mike Schmidt's got me by a few years there.
You got to get
Amazing.
I mean, you got to get a chain that says 70 too. So you have one that says 70, one that says 80, one that says
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
What about the
I'm
Eagles
working on it.
Yeah, what about an Eagles chain? Now would it say 17 and 24 or would it say 18 and 25?
That's a good question. I would do 17 and 24.
Yeah, I think so.
So what do you got? What do you got on the? He broke his leg. He's done. He had surgery today. He's
Somebody's talking about
the
Tatum.
Knicks are going
Didn't
to
break
win.
his leg.
I'm predicting right now. I was
Okay.
going to tell you yesterday when I was on there the other day.
This is a good
It's
one.
going to be the Knicks and the Minnesota Timberwolves for the NBA championship. That's my
Ooh.
prediction.
All right.
Well, that'll be an ugly.
That's my
That'll be a
prediction.
very 1992 looking series. I'll tell you that. Those are two teams that play ugly and slow.
So where you at? The golf course? Or
Yeah.
Just talking
They
to you.
paid
Yeah.
you. But
They have
pay
this.
you
They have
20
this tournament every year in May.
Right.
Yeah.
And where's the tournament at? Where are you at now?
Ramblewood.
Ramblewood Country Club.
Oh,
It's
yeah, I know.
a Jaws
Ramblewood.
course.
Yeah.
Jaws owns that place.
Yeah, he know. Do you know Jaws?
Of course I know Jaws.
Can we give him your number?
Give it to him anytime. Matter of
Yeah,
fact, I gotta
anytime.
go
Mike.
pay. I gotta go pay him a visit down at the other place. The
That
new
sounds
one
like a
that
threat.
got.
Yep.
The new one.
Does he owe you something?
No, I don't.
Oh.
You don't owe me nothing, but I
Okay.
want to go
So
see
how
him.
do you know Jaws?
I used to hang out down at the at his bar down there at the
Valley
and I used to take the judge down there a few
The
times.
judge?
Not judge.
Yeah, the judge that I used to work with. You know, the what do they
Actual
call that? It was a golf course and he had the restaurant bar and all that. I can't remember the name of it because I'm
Sounds like
soaking
every
wet,
Jaws. Like,
soaking wet right now coming from this game.
all
you
right,
know?
all right, all right.
I got to go get a shower. You know,
Yeah.
when I
Yeah.
get
Yeah,
home.
yeah.
Get you something to eat.
Yeah,
Sit back.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Take your
get
little
something
power
to eat.
nap. Yeah, take a power
Today's
nap.
Tuesday.
Today's
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Chinese place is closed. I have to, I go to the diner. I think tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that name. That Jaws had that place.
Oh, you'll
and
think
he
of
sold
it.
it.
You'll
It's
think of
okay.
it. Yeah.
He
It's all right.
sold it down in Deptford. He sold it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
He sold it.
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb.
You know who was in there one time?
Doesn't care.
Ike Reese
Was I
from
who?
the Giants. From the
Who?
Giants.
Who?
The linebacker. Crazy
Lawrence
man.
Taylor?
Yeah, he was down there when I was there. Yeah.
Antonio Pierce?
LT?
Yeah, LT was there,
Wow.
man.
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb. We gotta go.
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb.
LT,
All right, Herb.
man.
All right.
Don't mess
Good
with
player.
LT.
All right, we
Mess
gotta
with
go.
LT.
All right, Herb.
What are you doing?
All right, later.
He does not take the okay then social cue very
All
well.
right, Herb.
He's still there.
Yep.
He's still thinking of that Jaws place.
Yep.
Next call, he'll bring it up.
I'm going January 19th. In a few weeks. All right.
He's out of control.
It's like, no, it's in 19 days.
No Phillies game tonight. It is rained out, so you get a little more WIP afternoon show than you normally would. We'll have that coming up for you. We are at the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club, like we just told Herb. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, fellas, are you wearing that baseball hat a little bit too much, or do you look like Hugh? Don't worry about it. If your hair is failing or it's thinning, then the team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years, and they've mastered the Glad Hair technique. Now, if you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up check-ins, and how about ongoing maintenance, then they've got you covered. It's the reason they're Philadelphia's first pick for hair restoration. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Describe Delilah's to Gentlemen's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentlemen's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at Delilah's.com.
Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94, WIP.
I
There was
bet.
one guy I thought we had.
Disappointed that Hugh didn't sing with us.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, here we go.
There it is.
The
So-
delegation's still not happy with Creed. No.
So we're inside the bar restaurant here at Ramblewood, but I think if we had sung "There's another Surfside Party" in the outside, I think we could have gotten to sing along.
Oh, dude, we'd have had the whole group out there.
Yeah.
They all would have
Oh,
been
man.
singing.
Oh yeah.
We should have told them to come in. I mean,
Yes,
they're
for that.
outside having a good time.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. The eternal sports radio question, do you think Pete Rose should be allowed in the Hall of Fame? Ike, what do you think the poll is at?
Ooh. I think most people think yes. So I'll go with, let's say, 64%.
79% yes.
Damn,
Wow.
even more, 79%.
Yep.
Wow.
Back when I worked with Kid Chris, he used to joke every once in a while. He would go, all right, let's do a sports radio show. Pete Rose, in or out of the Hall of Fame? So
it's what sports
Hey, that
radio
was a great question back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Every summer, it's sports radio was built on.
Yep. I would go to the phones, but I can't.
Ooh, all right, right on
Nah,
time.
it's just been logging me out every once in a while.
Right on time.
I'm getting back in there.
There we go.
There it is.
In the studio tomorrow. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Never allowed back in.
Oh, yeah, we're not in the studio tomorrow either.
No, sure aren't, yeah.
Thursday?
Oh, we're not in the studio.
No, because we're at the
Another
Phillies
remote.
game.
Yep, another Phillies game. Yeah.
Yep.
Full a week away.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not Spike Eskin's WIP anymore.
There it is. There it is.
Chuck in Mount Airy. You're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Yo, what up, fellas?
What's up, Chuck?
What's up, Chuck?
Hey, listen, man, put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? Like, damn. Like, you want to beat the guy? Man, he's dead. God damn! Like, you want to hold the man accountable for years? The man was a great baseball player. That guy called up earlier arguing with Ike. You know what I mean? Talking about you cheated and listen. Let me tell you something, man. You ain't trying if you ain't cheating, okay? And sometimes you got to cheat in life. That's just the bottom line.
What a statement. Yeah.
Just childish. Everybody, holier than thou. Like, come on, man. The guy was a great baseball player. Okay, he gambled on the sport that he played. Man is dead. He should be in the Hall of Fame. Simple as that. Now, number 3 pick in the draft, right?
I'm
going to tell you. I almost got scared yesterday. My heart dropped when they said, the Sixers lost their pick. They made a mistake. I said, what the hell?
Kevin Nagandi. Kevin Nagandi.
The hell is wrong with him scaring me like that, man? So we made it to the commercial. I'm like, oh, man, we might get this. But I'm glad where we at. The number 3 pick in the draft, Ace Bailey, is going to be the best player in this draft. And you guys hear what I'm saying to you, right? This guy has an upside, a tremendous back in on the Sixers. If they do the right thing with the pick, if Daryl Morey can mess it up. And you got guys calling if I trade the pick away. We worked so hard to get this pick. We're going to trade it away? No. And he's stud coming out of college at Rutgers. Ace Bailey, his upside is through the roof. He's going to be the best player in his draft. He's 6'10". He's a wing player. He can shoot the basketball. He can score. And he can play defense, get out in transition. The guy is going to be a great player. And I tell you, he's right there for the taking at 3. I mean, the basketball guys couldn't have been even better for us, man. They set it up perfectly for us because we got number 1 with a big Cooper Flag, who's not going to be the best player in this draft. Ace Bailey is going to be the best player in this draft. Kevin Durant-ish. You know what I mean?
He is.
You and Elliot. How does that make you feel?
Chucky is nothing like Kevin Durant.
I'm telling you,
I don't know if he's going to be the best player in the draft. I have no idea, honestly, but, he's not like Kevin Durant. He's tall and skinny.
Kevin Durant
he can't get a shot off. Kevin Durant can get a shot off whenever he wants. Ace Bailey cannot.
This dude, all right, listen. I mean, I'm not going to say Kevin Durant is right now, but he can grow into that. This guy has a 7-foot wingspan, Spike, and he's athletic. He's your Shea Gildress. He's your Brandon Ingram. You know what I mean? He's that type of player with a higher upside than those guys. You know what I mean? And he has that type
Brandon
of
Ingram had pretty
game.
high upside.
Yeah.
Listen, he's 18 years old, man. This guy is going to be the best player in this draft. We can revisit this 2 years later. Listen, one thing I do know about you coming to me about baseball, I know basketball. And this guy right here, he's the real deal. And we better pick him at 3 because if you trade out the pick to go get an old-ass Giannis, I'm back 76. I'm saying right now. You know what I mean? Because Daryl Morey can mess this up because he's trying to save you. So you got to keep it on too. You might not have time to see this guy develop. I'm willing to wait. That's how great this player will be. I'm willing to wait at least 2-3 years to see this kid develop into something special. You know what I mean? We just
2 or 3 years is a long time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't listen.
Right.
We're not winning the championship anyway with Joel Embiid.
Okay.
That has shipped. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if he's here or not. He's not healthy enough to win a championship.
That sale has
I'll
shipped.
wait 2 to 3 years, Spike. 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Until this guy develops into a great player. And then now we off and rolling. I don't care because I know we haven't won this long. So why not another 2-3 years to be okay to watch this kid develop into something special? I'm telling you, the Sixers going to be back if they do the right thing with this pick.
Okay, Chuck. Right. For next question, give us somebody who's out there.
See, I was torn between 2 people. I'm going to say one, Mickey Rourke.
Mickey Rourke's pretty out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Loved him in The Wrestler.
He was awesome in The Wrestler. He was. He's
I might watch that tonight.
That's a pretty depressing movie to just decide to watch one night.
Yeah, I know, but
it's rainy.
It's a good one.
Yeah, Marissa Tomei.
You need to tell us something?
A+.
Like having a tough day. A guy called him a jerk.
Yeah.
He's gonna watch The Wrestler to get over it.
215.
Oh, by the way, he called you a jerk too.
Yeah, but
all 3 of us.
I just happened to speak up.
Yeah. Well,
I wanted to do it before Spike ripped his head off.
Yeah.
Well,
much more classy the way you did it.
Yes, I was so taken aback by "you're a jerk, you're a jerk, you're a jerk." I thought he was kidding.
I thought he was kidding too.
Yeah. OG Wade, I'm sure, has something
speaking of.
great. Yeah, speaking of jerks. What's up, OG?
Oh. A jerk now, okay.
Wow. Poor me's.
Call me a name.
Hey, listen. Let me do this here. First of all, I want to congratulate my young buck.
Thank you.
Nell Rock. You know what I'm saying? And I gave Nell Rock his first car.
Who is Nell Rock?
Who?
Jameer Nelson, man. Jameer Nelson.
Oh,
We call him
okay.
Nell Rock.
Nail Rock. Okay.
Yeah, I coached him, young buck. You know what I'm saying? Won a lot of
really?
champs. Yeah, I had, I had.
Now,
to
is it a
check the
real
blades,
OG
man.
Wade story?
Yeah, I'm like, is this a real story, or are you just pulling our leg?
No. This is real talk.
Okay.
You know, I used to be a basketball coach, football player, man. I did it all, man. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? I ain't always been a gangster, man. You know what I'm saying? Did my little thing. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I do want to congratulate that young man. He's a hell of a father, like his coach did say that. He's definitely a pillar in our community. So to have him here, homebound, happy about that. Happy for his family. And wish him the best with this organization. Now, hey, you said something earlier about Jalen not being an interesting person.
Yes. Here we go.
Ike said that.
Yeah. How are we going to make him? How are we going to make him the most interesting man alive,
Yeah.
OG?
No. My thing is the man's story itself is interesting, and then to be able to come from where he came from and the adversity he's been through, and then to be on a Hall of Fame path right now.
That's not what I was talking about.
Yeah. I heard you.
But that's
You
not
know
what I
what
was. When I said he wasn't interesting, I mean that he doesn't say things that draws people to him. It's actually a compliment that he keeps things boring. That's the way he wants them.
Okay. Well,
That's what I don't mean his path
you
to.
just made it clear.
Okay.
Maybe you should have made it clear because you had the OG theme in a little bit.
Oh, yeah. The back went right up. Yeah.
I called him
all the adversity.
Listen, everything about Jalen isn't a personal attack, right?
Listen,
you don't have to be offended. And when I say it, you definitely don't have to be offended. I'm pro Jalen.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's good.
He doesn't buy that for a second.
What is wrong with him, man?
We need Spike. Spike, you need to come on board because that plane that you was on, that joint is sunk. You know what I mean? It's all in the river now. Yeah,
What are
you
you
need
talking
to come on
about?
board. Well, you need to be a Jalen Hurts fan, is what I'm talking about. You heard what I said.
I call things like I see them.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
so
my
you
ass.
See Jalen Hurts making them throws, huh? The best throw in
In a
all
couple
of football
games.
was his throw to Devonta Smith in the
little
Jaguars
underthrown.
game.
Did you just say
They got
the best throw in all of
overshadowed-
football?
Little
overshadowed
underthrown.
We need a
by
hop, skip,
Saquon
and a jump
jumping
to throw it down the
backwards
field.
over a man.
Little underthrown.
That was the best throw of all quarterbacks
In the history of football.
Yeah.
in
the
the
history of
the
football.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wide open
You know,
receiver downfield.
Wobbly underthrown ball.
Oh, he wasn't wide open. Oh, no, he
Yeah.
was not. Oh, they was on him. Oh,
Yeah.
he was on him. You know what I'm
Are you
saying?
talking about the dagger right now?
Yeah.
No, I ain't talking about no dagger.
You're talking about the
I'm
Bengals
talking about
throw.
the Jacksonville
Oh.
Jaguar game.
Oh,
where
would
Smitty
you
made
stop
one
it?
end
I can't
run
even
and
remember that
20-yard
having the
pass.
pocket of end zone. I'm sure
I
you
can't
can.
remember that
I'm
game.
Sure you
I can't
can,
remember
but
so
yeah,
long
yeah,
ago.
because you know how great it was. That's why
Yeah.
you can't remember.
All right,
you know?
enough
yeah.
out of you.
Yeah.
Who's out there? OG Wade is. Okay. Thank you, OG. There he is.
Best throw in the history of the game.
Yeah. This guy.
I love him.
Jack, why don't you tell everybody about our friends at National Appliance
You want to talk
Warehouse?
about the best in the game.
The best.
Never on Fraud Watch.
Never.
That's National Appliance Warehouse. I mean, the whole Eskin family. They're just all they do is go to National Appliance
I
Warehouse.
sent my mom there.
I know.
She sent me a text on the way home. We got a fridge. She really did. We were at breakfast. She was like, I need a fridge. I was like, we were down the road on 202. We're having breakfast.
Yeah.
I was like, right down the road.
Don't have to go that far.
Tax-free Delaware.
Yeah, and when she walked in, she didn't pull the move that her son pulled, which was only 2 appliance choices.
No.
She wanted the whole gambit.
She did.
And she's in luck because there's over 100 brands at National Appliance Warehouse, from Sub-Zero to budget. They have whatever you need in their 15,000 square foot showroom down there in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware.
My contractor loves National Appliance Warehouse.
I
Just
know.
wanted to let you know
It's
that.
what we do. That's what we do. And there's a lot of things that set National Appliance Warehouse apart. Obviously, we just mentioned you're going to get the right appliance. But on top of that, you're going to get a great experience. You walk in there, you truly feel like you're a part of their family. They're knowledgeable. They're there to take care of you. Their culture is unmatched in the industry. And on top of that, you are going to get the best price possible. That's guaranteed by Price Assure, a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. So get to National Appliance Warehouse today. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showrooms in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Thomas.
Oh, it's not.
No.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thomas and Broomall, you're on WIP. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's up, guys? See the NBA draft. Like 2017, we were pick 3.
Yep.
We traded it for Fultz. So I look at this draft, not saying that we're getting Jason Tatum or anything, but just like the history, where we have the 3rd pick this year. Just hoping it pans out better than it did when we had Fultz, like this Bailey guy. I definitely think they'll probably choose him at 3. I don't feel the whole trading the 3rd pick in Maxey for the 1st pick in Flag.
I don't think that'll happen. But I wouldn't be so
No.
locked in on. I don't think Ace Bailey. I think
lock.
Yeah, I think like 3 months ago or 4 months ago, we would have seen them as 1, 2, 3. I think now I don't think Bailey is I don't think people look at him as a significant step over the few other guys that they could take there. So
Really?
yeah, I don't see him as I think there's a few different options they could have there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like Maxey on this team. You know what you're getting. I don't think he turns the ball over much, right? I know he's not an all-star caliber, but you know what you're getting from Maxey.
Well, he's made an all-star team.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing too, like off topic. So I saw that Mike Schmidt thing for Phillies. I saw that Mike Schmidt documentary, and Alec Boehm, he plays 3rd base too, and how like when he first came out, it's like I hate this blanking place. Like with you being an athlete, there's different personalities in the league, like being hard-headed or whatever. Or if you ever had those tests where you took a test and it told you what kind of movie lover you are, in a locker room, like how is it when you're dealing with all those personalities, and if you can be like, hey, this guy is a left fielder, his personality, you can kind of tell the type of person a person is just by their position on a team. More, would you think that's just random?
Yeah, like what do you think?
I would actually find that to be harder in baseball. In football, you can sort of do that at times.
Yeah.
Football, you can be like, oh yeah,
wide receivers are
he's a
divas.
wide receiver.
Yep,
Yes,
yep,
you can do that in football. So yeah, I don't find it to be too uncommon. It's not spot on, but those type of I guess characterizations get thrown out there in football. I don't know about that in baseball as much. I don't know how you would quantify a guy in baseball. Like
Roland didn't like it here either. So Bohm,
Yeah, what is it? What is
Roland,
our third
Schmidt.
baseman?
Yeah.
yeah, what is it with that?
Yeah.
I forgot about
And then one
Roland,
last thing. One last thing, like, so if you're making up a team, like you're doing like fantasy and stuff, what would you think is more important, getting the best point guard and the best center, like or shooting guard like you had Kobe and Shaq? Is that bigger on a team than having the best point guard and shooting guard, or like how would you do that? Like how, like from 1st to 5th, with like the best players at the positions, what are you looking at first?
You know what? You got to have a point guard because they handle the ball as much as they do. He certainly needs to me, have the ability to get his own shot, score, sort of the Jalen Brunson